Chiefs of Staff. "You have already got agreement on most of the points," he placated the general. "It only remains to settle the rest." "I won't budge an inch," Brooke said. "Of course you will." Dill coaxed him with a smile. "You know you have to reach an agreement, or else put the whole thing up to the Prime Minister and the President, and you know as well as I do the mess that they would make of it." By evening, the planners for both sides had worked out an agreement outlining the Allied objectives for 1943 in such general terms that both Brooke and King were satisfied. It stated that operations in the Pacific shall continue with the object of maintaining pressure on Japan, which pleased King, but that such operations should not excessively drain resources from Europe, which pleased Brooke. However, it was the American Chiefs of Staff who would decide whether they were a drain. When Harry Hopkins read the agreement, he wrote Dill, "I think this is a very good paper and damn good plan, so I am feeling much better." Both Churchill and Roosevelt accepted it almost without question. Churchill was high in his praise of the combined chiefs and said, "There never has been, in all of the inter-allied conferences I have known, anything like the prolonged professional examination of the whole scene of the World War in its military, its armament production, and its economic aspects." But the differences had merely been masked by compromise. It was a bandage over a deep wound. On the last day of the conference, Prime Minister and President, basking in the hot African sun, chatted in generalities with the reporters about the course of the war. Then, without preliminaries, Roosevelt made an announcement. "The elimination of German, Japanese, and Italian war power," he said deliberately and thoughtfully, "means the unconditional surrender of Germany, Italy, and Japan." It was a bombshell to everyone but Churchill, who had heard Roosevelt utter the phrase the previous day at a private luncheon attended by Hopkins and Elliott Roosevelt. Churchill had first frowned, then he broke into a grin and said, "Perfect, and I can just see how Goebbels and the rest of 'em will squeal." But it was soon apparent that Hitler and Tojo had been handed an invaluable piece of propaganda to incite their people to resist to the end. Moreover, many in the Allied camp, particularly the military, were disturbed by the pronouncement. Admiral William O. Leahy, for example, reasoned that now the enemy had to be destroyed. Diplomacy had been abandoned, and the Allies were set on the rigid course of unlimited war. 2. In the Pacific, Lieutenant General Hitoshi Imamura decided to use the lull after Guadalcanal to his advantage and reinforce the garrison at Lae, now the capital of New Guinea, with 6,400 troops. This strategic town, some 150 miles west of Buna on the north coast, was important to the defense of Rabaul itself. At midnight on the last day of February, a convoy of 8 transports and 8 destroyers, under Rear Admiral Masatomi Kimura, left Rabaul on a counterclockwise course around New Britain into what would soon be called the Bismarck Sea. As the ships plowed through stormy waters the next afternoon, a B-24 sighted them. The following day they were found again and attacked by 29 heavy bombers. 1 transport was sunk and 2 others set afire, but the convoy continued on course. The U.S. Fifth Air Force, formerly the Allied Air Force in New Guinea, however, was stronger than the Japanese knew. There were at the time 207 bombers and 127 fighters in the area, and General George Kenney had drastically modified his bombers as part of a revolutionary attack technique against surface vessels. The noses of B-25s had been stripped and outfitted with 850 caliber machine guns for strafing from as low as 200 feet. The pilots could also get down almost to sea level and release their bombs just before reaching the target. The bombs, which would either hit the ship or skip into its side, were equipped with 5-second delay fuses, allowing the attackers to be at a safe distance before the explosions. Kenney had been waiting for the proper time to try out this skip bombing, and Kimura's convoy was the perfect opportunity. At 10 o'clock in the morning on March 3rd, 18 B-17 Flying Fortresses and 20 medium bombers made a conventional run on the transports from 7,000 feet, followed by 18 Australian bullfighters strafing the line of ships. Kimura was undeterred. Then a dozen B-25 skip bombers swooped in a few yards above the waves. The Japanese captains assumed they were torpedo bombers and had begun to turn their ships away when the multiple machine guns in the noses of the B-25s sprayed the troops crowded on the decks. It was slaughter. At the last minute, bombs tumbled down from masthead level. Almost half the bombs, 17 of them, found their mark. A dozen more planes came in low. These were light bombers, but instead of launching torpedoes, they, too, skipped their bombs and raked the decks with machine guns in their noses as they hurtled over the transports. Their bombing score was better, 11 out of 20. Every ship was hit in the first few minutes and either sunk or badly damaged. One destroyer went down and 3 others were left crippled. The attack continued through the afternoon. The damaged ships were finished off, and the survivors in rafts and lifeboats ruthlessly strafed. The attackers were in no mood to fight a gentleman's war. They had heard too many stories from Australians whose buddies had been bayoneted after capture and left to perish with placards reading, "It took them a long time to die." The debacle, together with the sinking of 4 freighters and a tanker by American submarines, discouraged Imamura from sending further reinforcements to New Guinea by convoy. He could not afford to let that island become another Guadalcanal. Allied troops were already moving in force toward Lae. From there, they could leap across the strait between New Guinea and New Britain and launch a ground assault on Rabaul itself. MacArthur's ambitious plan necessitated an additional 1,800 planes and 5 fresh divisions. His request called for a major reassessment of priorities, and representatives of each of the Pacific commands were summoned to Washington to participate in the Pacific Military Conference. Inevitably, it revived the continuing debate over theater priorities. The Army Air Force representative did not support MacArthur. He claimed that the Casablanca Agreement gave the bombing offensive against Germany first priority. The Navy, just as vigorously, called for seizure of Rabaul, as well as adequate forces to keep the Japanese on the defensive. Unanimity was impossible, and the problem was brought to the Joint Chiefs. Here, the debate resumed, with Admiral King predictably championing the Pacific, and General Arnold's deputy refusing to let up on the air raids over Germany. Each used the vague Casablanca decisions to support his argument. But settlement had to be reached, and it was eventually agreed to limit the drive on Rabaul, but prepare for the ultimate seizure of the Bismarck Archipelago. MacArthur accepted the compromise with uncharacteristic equanimity and set his planners to work on Operation Cartwheel. It was a complicated, yard-by-yard offensive involving 13 separate phases. It would begin about the middle of June and conclude in December with a combined Army-Navy assault on Rabaul. New Guinea was a point of contention at Imperial headquarters as well. The Army wanted to defend it in force. It would make an excellent stage for massive ground operations. To the Navy, the Solomons were far more important. Its islands had many more air bases than New Guinea, and if Bougainville fell, Rabaul, and Truk itself, headquarters of combined fleet, would be endangered. The Army insisted that New Guinea was more significant. If it was lost, the Philippines and Java would be cut off. Strategic logic was on the side of the Navy, and it had already been proved how costly it was to send convoys to New Guinea. But the more skillful Army advocates prevailed. On March 25th, Admiral Yamamoto and General Imamura each received a directive giving priority to New Guinea. For both Americans and Japanese, it was a time for planning and preparation rather than combat. In the lull, each side strengthened bases and brought up reinforcements. The Imperial Navy had lost the argument, but it was Admiral Yamamoto who was ordered to deliver the first strikes against the enemy. His task was to destroy Allied air and sea power in the entire area, and he devised One Go, Operation One, which would first concentrate on the Solomons, then New Guinea. Early in April, he moved to Rabaul with Ugaki, Kuroshima, Watanabe, and other key members of his staff to take personal charge of the offensive. On April 7th, Guadalcanal was hit with the greatest air concentration since Pearl Harbor, 224 fighters and bombers. The pilots returned, as usual, with enthusiastic reports. And, as usual, little damage had been done. 1 destroyer and 2 smaller ships had been sunk, and 7 Marine fighter planes shot down. Yamamoto then turned his attention to New Guinea and launched 3 big strikes within 4 days at Oro Bay, Port Moresby, and Milne Bay. Pilots reported that 175 planes had been destroyed, and 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 25 transports sunk. No more than 5 Allied planes had been eliminated, 1 transport and 1 merchantman sent to the bottom, and another beached. But the reports led Yamamoto to believe that the aims of One Go had been achieved. Before returning to Truk, he scheduled a 1-day inspection tour of defenses in the Solomons. His first stop would be Balale, a small island off southern Bougainville, for a brief visit with troops from General Maruyama's division, who were recuperating from their ordeal on Guadalcanal. He wanted to thank them in person for their sacrifices. General Imamura had misgivings about the tour and told Yamamoto of his own narrow escape from an American fighter plane near Bougainville. But Yamamoto was insistent. Even the commander of the 11th Air Fleet could not dissuade him. Commander Watanabe wrote out the schedule by hand and personally took it to 8th Fleet headquarters. He wanted the information delivered by courier, but a communications officer said it had to be sent by radio. Watanabe protested. The Americans would pick up the message and perhaps decode it. "Impossible," said the communications officer. "This code only went into effect on April 1st and cannot be broken." Watanabe's fears were justified. Moments after the message had been transmitted, it was intercepted and delivered to Combat Intelligence Headquarters at Pearl Harbor. The men in the cellar, who had helped win the Battle of Midway, labored most of the night and by dawn of April 14th had a decoded plain text in Japanese. Lieutenant Colonel Alva Laswell, a Marine language officer, and his staff filled in the blanks and identified the code symbols for the place names. RR, for example, meant Rabaul, and RXZ was Balale. At 8:02 a.m., Commander Edward Layton, the fleet intelligence officer, was admitted to Admiral Nimitz's office. "Our old friend Yamamoto," said Layton, and handed over the message. The Admiral read that Yamamoto would leave Rabaul at 6 a.m., April 18th, in a medium bomber, escorted by 6 fighters, and would arrive at Balale Island at 8 a.m. He looked up with a smile. "Do we try to get him?" "He's unique among their people," Layton replied. Yamamoto was idolized by the younger officers and by the enlisted men as well. "You know the Japanese psychology. It would stun the nation. The one thing that concerns me is whether they could find a more effective fleet commander." The answer was that Yamamoto was head and shoulders above all other Japanese admirals. "It's down in Halsey's bailiwick," said Nimitz finally. "If there's a way, he'll find it." "All right, we'll try it." Nimitz wrote out a message for Halsey authorizing him to initiate preliminary planning. The mission was approved by both Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox and the President, and on April 15th, Nimitz radioed Halsey final approval with a "good luck and good hunting." Sunday, April 18th, dawned clear and humid. Exactly 2 years before, Doolittle had bombed Tokyo. Yamamoto, methodical as ever, was ready. His aides had persuaded him to wear green fatigues rather than his more conspicuous dress whites. As he approached his plane, a Mitsubishi bomber, he turned to the naval commander in Rabaul, Vice Admiral Jinichi Kusaka, cousin of Nagumo's chief of staff, and handed him 2 scrolls to give to the new commander of the 8th Fleet. They were poems by Emperor Meiji, copied out by Yamamoto. The admiral's plane left Rabaul at exactly 6 a.m. Tokyo time. With him was his secretary, the fleet medical officer, and the staff officer for air. A second Mitsubishi took off with Chief of Staff Ugaki and several other staff officers. Commander Watanabe watched both planes disappear, disappointed that he was not in the party. The 2 bombers headed south at 5,000 feet, so close that Ugaki feared their wings might collide. 6 Zero fighters hovered protectively overhead. It was a pleasant, uneventful trip, and soon after Bougainville appeared on the left, the planes began to descend for a landing at the Kahili airfield. From the south, 16 tightly grouped P-38 Lightning fighters from Henderson Field were approaching Bougainville at 2,000 feet. Their commander, Major John W. Mitchell, looked at his watch. It was 9:34, an hour later than Tokyo time. They had flown more than 600 miles over open water, extra fuel tanks strapped onto the wings, on an indirect course with only a compass and an airspeed indicator to guide them, and, incredibly, had reached the interception point at the right moment. Hopefully, Yamamoto's plane would appear in 1 minute. It should be about 3 miles to the west. There wasn't a plane in sight. "Bogey's 11 o'clock. It was one of Mitchell's pilots breaking radio silence in a low voice. "Hi." Mitchell counted 8 enemy planes. 2 were bombers. There should have been 1. Could the 4 Lightnings in the killer group knock down both bombers? The leader of this group, Captain Thomas G. Lanphier, Jr., was also counting the Japanese planes. They looked like bursts of anti-aircraft fire. He switched to internal fuel, dumping his auxiliary tanks. The Japanese came on, unsuspecting. 2 miles from the coast, Lanphier noticed silvery belly tanks falling from the Zeros. The ambushers had been discovered. The 2 Japanese bombers began diving toward the jungle. Zeros came hurtling at Lanphier, and he opened fire. "Leave the Zeros, Tom," Mitchell called from far above. "Bore in on the bombers. Get the bombers. Damn it all, the bombers!" Ugaki's plane was barely skimming the jungle. "What happened?" he asked the plane commander, who was bracing himself in the aisle. "I think there is some operational mistake," he said. Ugaki looked up and saw a tangle of Zeros and lightnings. Where was Yamamoto? The other bomber abruptly swung off and disappeared. Two of Lanfear's planes were already out of action. One pilot couldn't release his belly tanks, and his wingman had to stay with him. It was up to Lanfear and his own wingman, Lieutenant Rex T. Barber, to shoot down the two bombers. Lanfear fought his way past 3 Zeros, kicked his plane over on its back. He caught a glimpse of a bomber below. He plunged down and loosed a long, steady burst. The Mitsubishi's right engine and wing flamed up. Barber closed in on the other Mitsubishi. He opened fire and could see the bomber shudder. He continued raking the plane, and the top of its tail section disintegrated. Barber hurtled by. He looked back and was sure he saw debris rising from the jungle. Both he and Lanfear were sure they had shot down the first bomber, Yamamoto's. Ugaki had seen his commander's plane crash into the jungle. "Look at Yamamoto's plane." Stunned, he pointed to a pillar of black smoke. "It's over." His own plane shimmied from a hit in the right wing and plunged toward the sea. The pilot held back on the controls, but could not stop the dive. The Mitsubishi careened into the water. "This is the end of Ugaki," he told himself as water enfolded him. He didn't try to struggle in the darkness. As in a dream, he saw light above and felt himself rising to the surface. He gasped for breath. A wing was burning. Everything else had disappeared. He was 200 yards from shore and began swimming, using breaststrokes. Exhausted, he reached for a float box, but couldn't hang on, and only then realized that his right arm was broken. He clung to the box with his left hand and kicked his way to the shore. The first lightnings returning to Henderson Field did barrel rolls, and those on the ground knew Yamamoto had been shot down. A message went out to Halsey. "Pop goes the Weasel. P-38s led by Major John W. Mitchell, USA, visited Kahili area about 0930. Shot down 2 bombers escorted by Zeros flying close formation. 1 shot believed to be test flight. 3 Zeros added to the score, sum total 6. 1 P-38 failed return. April 18th seems to be our day." Halsey read the message the next morning at his regular conference. Admiral Turner whooped and applauded. "Hold on, Kelly," said Halsey. "What's so good about it? I'd hoped to lead that scoundrel up Pennsylvania Avenue in chains, with the rest of you kicking him where it would do the most good." He ordered the story withheld from the press. It might reveal to the Japanese that their code had been broken. Japanese communications officers never suspected their code had been broken. To the end of the war, they were convinced it was unbreakable. Commander Watanabe, overwhelmed with grief, supervised the cremation of Yamamoto's body. He put the ashes in a small wooden box lined with papaya leaves. At Truk, he ordered Musashi for the sad trip home. On May 21st, the super battleship arrived in Tokyo Bay, and a radio announcer told the nation in a choked voice that Yamamoto had met gallant death in a warplane. His ashes were divided and put into 2 urns for 2 ceremonies, one in Nagaoka, Yamamoto's birthplace, and the other for a state funeral. The latter took place on June 5th, the anniversary of the funeral of Japan's other great naval hero, Admiral Togo. 1 million citizens lined the streets of Tokyo to watch the cortege. Commander Watanabe, carrying his former chess partner's sword, walked right behind the artillery caisson on which the ashes were mounted. They were interred in Hibiya Park. Yamamoto's successor, Admiral Mineichi Koga, said, "There was only one Yamamoto, and no one can replace him." The tragic death of their greatest war hero was an insupportable blow to the Japanese people. Moreover, it closely followed the grim announcement that the United States had retaken the Aleutian island of Attu. Propagandists attempted to present the death of 2,351 Japanese on that dreary island off Alaska as an inspirational epic that would be a tremendous stimulant to the fighting spirit of our nation. But the Emperor himself was deeply distressed. "In the future, please see to it that you have a reasonable chance of success before launching into an operation," he told Army Chief of Staff Sugiyama, and then unburdened himself at length in the presence of his chief aide-de-camp, General Shigeru Hasunuma. They, the Army and Navy Chiefs of Staff, should have foreseen that such a situation would develop. Instead, it took them a week to prepare countermeasures after the enemy landed on May 12th. They mentioned something about heavy fog, but they should have known about the fog. Are the Navy and the Army really frank with each other? It seems as if one makes an impossible demand, and the other irresponsibly promises to fulfill it. Whatever the two agree upon must be carried out. If they can't accomplish what they promise each other, it's worse than making the promises in the first place. If there is friction between the Army and the Navy, this war cannot be concluded successfully. They must be completely open with each other in planning their operations. If we continue getting involved in such operations, it will only help raise enemy morale, as in the case of Guadalcanal. Neutral nations will waver. China will be encouraged, and it will have a serious effect on the nations of the greater East Asia sphere. Isn't there any way we can confront the United States forces somewhere and beat them? Sugiyama was saying something to the effect that a decisive battle by the Navy should finish off this war, but it is an impossible idea. The fall of Attu also engendered outspoken criticism of Imperial headquarters by high-ranking Navy officers. We should have just pounded Attu and withdrawn from there, Vice Admiral Takijiro Onishi told a civilian friend, Yoshio Kodama, the same Kodama who had plotted with Tsuji to assassinate Prince Konoye. But we took a foolish liking to the place and poured in too much materiel and unnecessary personnel, making it impossible to leave. There are also many islands like that in the south. Kodama said he thought Japan's strategy was too much concerned with outward show. Onishi was in accord. Just as the Army and Navy are squabbling over every trivial thing, Air Force headquarters and Fleet Administration headquarters are, as you know, at loggerheads with each other. No matter how often we point out the absolute necessity of strengthening the Air Force, Fleet Administration headquarters sticks to its old ideas of fleet first, and can only view the overall situation in this light. In the final analysis, unless the Navy itself is driven up against the wall, it won't get around to reforming those things which should be reformed. But when that comes, it will already be too late. Onishi's rancor went beyond the general progress of the war. He felt that Fleet Administration headquarters and its outmoded ideas of fleet first were overriding the more important needs of the Air Force. His, of course, was a parochial point of view, but it reflected the growing rivalry between individual departments, civilian as well as military. The slow but significant drop in production aggravated the situation. Losses of materiel in battle could no longer be replaced, and even the minimum requirements of the Army and Navy could not be met. Not only had commanders of occupied areas failed to develop local natural resources, but a mere fraction of what was produced reached the homeland because of Japan's limited merchant marine and America's devastating submarine assaults on the ships taking the long trip north. This crippling lack of raw materials was compounded by controls that often overlapped and were inconsistent. Economic mobilization in the United States, on the other hand, was accelerating. While the output in Japan under the stimulus of war had risen 1/4, that in America had gone up about 2/3, and Japan's manufacturing efficiency was but 35% that of her enemies. More significant, Japan's gross national product, using 1940 as an index basis of 100, had gone up a meager 2 points by the beginning of 1943, while America's had climbed to 136. Moreover, it was a well-planned expansion on all levels. The Japanese had failed to diversify. Their output of munitions had soared, but at the expense of non-military items. The 10 years before Pearl Harbor had seen such growth in production that the leaders had assumed they could carry on a major war without any substantial enlargement. Confronted with reality, they made every effort to raise the general level. Within a few months, the gross national product was on the upswing. Total output showed a marked increase, and production of military items climbed higher than ever. The prospect was promising, but was it too late? Shipping remained the most crucial problem. The carefully allotted budget was upset by the fall of Attu and the secret evacuation of the nearby island of Kiska. When the Americans stormed in to take Kiska with almost 35,000 troops, they could find nothing but 3 mongrel dogs. This inspired a GI ballad, Tales of Kiska, which included these lines: "It took 3 days before we learnt that more than dogs there simply weren't." With these 2 bridgeheads and the Aleutians gone, the Kuriel Islands would have to be fortified and manned. All this would divert a vast amount of shipping from the beleaguered areas in the south. The liaison conference came to grips with this emergency in June, concluding that the Curials had to be turned into a fortress, even though it meant national power would suffer a loss. The production of iron would have to be lowered 250,000 tons, aluminum 6,000 tons, and coal 650,000 tons. "We are facing a grave crisis," Colonel Tanemura wrote in his diary that night. It was a crisis made more acrimonious by the debilitating struggle between the Army and the Navy for strategic materials. Admiral Soemu Toyoda began referring to the Army as horse dung. In public, he declared that he would rather his daughter married a beggar than an army man. The debate on shipping was abruptly overshadowed a few days later, on June 30th, by the announcement that the hiatus in the Solomons was over. Admiral Halsey had leapfrogged his amphibious force halfway up the slot to the island of New Georgia, the key to the Central Solomons. The Japanese garrison was on the alert, and reinforcements soon brought its strength up to 5,000. But the defenders could not repel the Army and Marine divisions that had splashed ashore. It could be no more than a matter of weeks before the island was overrun. Then there would be little between the Americans and strategic Bougainville. The Emperor summoned the Prime Minister. Tojo left the audience shaken by His Majesty's grave concern, and sent for the man whose advice he had often relied upon, General Kenryo Sato. His face a mask, Tojo said, "Ask the General Staffs where they plan to stop the enemy." "We will never get an answer," Sato replied. "Neither the Army nor the Navy can possibly draw up a plan to stop them." Tojo was silent, but his face could no longer hide his distress. "What happened at the palace?" Sato asked. "The Emperor is very worried about all this," Tojo muttered, and lapsed into silence again. "What exactly did the Emperor say?" Sato prodded him. The Prime Minister abruptly straightened up from his slouch and said, "To tell the truth, the Emperor said, 'You keep repeating that the Imperial army is invulnerable, yet whenever the enemy lands, you lose the battle. You've never been able to repulse an enemy landing. Can't you do it somewhere? How is this war going to turn out?" He shrugged his shoulders as if to make light of what he had just revealed. "Well, he said something to that effect." But Sato insisted that by uttering such words to his Prime Minister, the Emperor must have concluded that he wouldn't get a direct answer from either the Army or Navy Chief of Staff. "That's probably why he finally put the question to you, and if that's the case, I repeat, it's a grave matter. He must be losing confidence in the military." Tojo protested that Sato went too far. "What I said now is not exactly the Emperor's words. He didn't express lack of confidence in the military. On the other hand, I do admit he was sorely troubled. I'm going to speak to Sugiyama. You talk to the operations chief. And then we must come up with some measure. It is extremely urgent. Without saying it's an order of the Emperor, we must insist on a definite strategic plan, indicating exactly where we can stem the enemy counteroffensive and where our last defense line should be." Sato was in agreement, and moreover added an urgent admonition. "We must also conduct our political strategy with all this in mind." The central instrument of Japan's political aims was still the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, and if Japan was losing the battle of production, she was winning the battle of propaganda throughout a large part of the continent. It was a policy that envisaged an Asia united in the spirit of universal brotherhood, under the leadership of Japan, with each nation allotted its proper place by the Emperor. It would lead to peace and prosperity. Established in November 1938 by the first Konoye government, it had already induced millions of Asians to cooperate in the war against the West. It had been created by idealists who wanted to free Asia from exploitation by the white man. As with many dreams, it was taken over and exploited by realists. First came those who looked upon Southeast Asia, with its wealth of natural resources, as a solution to economic ills. Japan could not remain a modern state under the humiliating domination of trade by the West. Militarists also saw in its policy the answer to their most pressing need, raw materials for war, and became its most ardent champions. What had gone from idealism to opportunism now developed into an unlikely combination of both. Corrupted as the co-prosperity sphere was by the militarists and their nationalist supporters, its call for Pan-Asianism remained relatively undiminished in its appeal to the masses. Colonialism, with its concomitant exploitation, had helped raise Asia out of the mire of its past. But by the turn of the century, its historical role had been fulfilled, and colonialism itself was challenged by the rise of nationalism. Woodrow Wilson's idealistic demand for the self-determination of nations after World War I seemed to apply to Asians as well as Europeans. But the promised democracy never came to the East, where colonies remained colonies. The West had two standards of freedom, one for itself and one for those east of Suez. With each year, the gap between East and West widened as the Western masters, particularly the British, offered mere patchwork reforms. Except for China, a continent that should have been ripe for revolution remained dormant. Rebels of each country waited for someone else to revolt first. They no longer looked to democratic leaders. Instead, their idols were dictators like Hitler, who had achieved dramatic diplomatic and military victories over England and France. All over Asia, the fascist salute and the workers' clenched fist vied for popularity. Britain's attempts to win support from Asians in her war against the Axis were met with derision. In 1940, Dr. Baw Mao, who had been educated at Cambridge and became the first premier of Burma, warned his parliament to remember Britain's idealistic war aims in World War I. With the same moral fervor, she declared that in fighting Germany she was defending the smaller nationalities, she was making the world safe for democracy, and she had absolutely no territorial ambitions. But what was the result? What happened when the battle and the shouting were done, and the victors obtained their victory? The British Empire added to itself roughly 1.5 million square miles of new territory as a result of the war. What happened to the doctrine of self-determination? When I, with my usual recklessness, mentioned self-determination before the Joint Select Committee at the time the committee was hammering out Burma's constitution, the British representatives were amused. But this seditious speech was not amusing to the British, and Baw Mao was thrown in jail. The next year, the signing of the Atlantic Charter by Churchill and Roosevelt again brought a glimmer of hope to some Asian political leaders that the West had at last dropped its double standard of freedom. Hadn't it proclaimed the right of all people to choose the form of government under which they will live? Churchill soon made it clear, however, that the Charter did not apply to the British colonies. In other words, only to white nations. The time, therefore, was more than ripe for wide acceptance of Japan's rallying cry for a Pan-Asia. Since the middle of the previous century, her own independence had been a constant reminder that Asians could be free. Admiral Togo's crushing defeat of the Russian fleet in 1905 had marked the emergence of Asia from Western domination and given all Orientals a sense of pride. The fall of Singapore in 1942 gave more dramatic proof that the white man was not invincible. The sight of the British retreating on all fronts was heady to Asians, and much of the continent was about ready to actively ally itself with the victors. The glaring exception, of course, was China, where hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops were still entangled in a frustrating, endless battle. Most Japanese could not see why Chiang Kai-shek continued to fight. Wasn't it obvious that he was being used as a tool by Churchill and Roosevelt? There were some liberal Japanese, however, who had always opposed Japan's occupation of China. One was Mamoru Shigemitsu, the ambassador to the collaborationist puppet government in Nanking. He was now arguing that the success of the co-prosperity sphere depended on a just solution of the China problem. How could Japan call for the end of colonialism while treating a large part of China like a colony? The unequal treaties that existed with Nanking should be abolished, and economic aid offered without restrictions. Tojo, who had fully supported the war in China as a militarist, saw the issue in a different perspective as prime minister, and welcomed Shigemitsu's proposal. There was stubborn resistance from army leaders, but by the beginning of 1943, Tojo had persuaded them that the best way to get raw materials from China was to adopt the Shigemitsu plan. Arrangements were made to return the Japanese settlements in Suzhou, Hankow, Hangzhou, and Tientsin to the Nanking government, and new treaties were negotiated. Shigemitsu was recalled to Tokyo to become the new foreign minister, and in the Diet he urged again and again that all of East Asia be freed from military occupation and given political freedom. For Japan, it means the establishment of the good neighbor policy and the improvement of our international relations. It was Shigemitsu who had initiated this new phase of the crusade, but Tojo who led it. He announced to the Diet that Burma would be recognized as an independent state before the end of the year. In March, a Burmese delegation was invited to Tokyo. It was headed by Dr. Baw Mao, who had escaped from jail just before the British evacuated Burma. The Burmese were greeted warmly. Ba Mao was overwhelmed by the surge of patriotic feeling he found on all sides. Japan was the very vortex of the whole Asian conflict. Tojo, General Sugiyama, Admiral Shimada, and Shigemitsu all struck him as true products of the exploding Asian age, dynamic, daring, full of the new Asian consciousness underlying the concept of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Tojo, moreover, was showing astonishing farsightedness that positively amounted to political vision in his determination to give independence to the occupied countries. 3. In America, the co-prosperity sphere was almost universally ridiculed as crude propaganda, but the author Pearl Buck tried to warn her fellow Americans that the spirit of Pan-Asianism did indeed run deep. She wrote Mrs. Roosevelt, a few days after Pearl Harbor, that there was, in all the Oriental peoples, a very deep sense that the white man generally is, or may be, their common enemy, and that in the final analysis it remains always a possibility that the point may come when these peoples, even such present enemies as the Chinese and Japanese, may unite as colored against white. They are not now at that point, but the possibility is always in their minds. It may be best expressed by a remark made lately by a Chinese professor. Although the Japanese are our enemies just now, if it came to the ultimate choice, we would rather be a dependency of Japan than of the United States, because at least the Japanese do not consider us an inferior race. The truth is that these peoples of the Orient, even those now allied with us, are secretly watchful of our behavior toward them as peoples of a different race, and if they fear at all that they will not in the long run be treated as our complete equals, they will go with us only so far as their temporary purposes are served, and then turn against us as a white race historically aggressive against them, at least from their point of view, and historically their exploiters. She warned that an underground colored solidarity was growing in the world as these politically awakened Asiatic peoples come to a knowledge of themselves, and unless we are exceedingly wise and careful, the result of this awakening is going to be disastrous to us. We white people are for the most part ignorant or oblivious to the fact that there may develop out of all this struggle an entirely new alignment of peoples according to race and color, but the Asiatic peoples never forget the possibility, and all that they do will be done with the reservations necessary for that new alignment. I have found to my horror that there is such a reservation even in the minds of many of our colored Americans, who, though they are naturally and wishfully loyal to our country, have yet, because of the stubbornness of race prejudice here, been led to believe, from their own experience and the propaganda of Japanese here also, that there is no hope of fairness from the white man, and that the colored peoples must unite and conquer the white man before there can be any way of getting rid of the yoke of race prejudice. Mrs. Buck voiced her concern publicly in an article in the New York Times Magazine, published a week before Midway. This Second World War has taken on a new and dangerous aspect, most of all because of Japan. Although we may not be willing to know it, it is possible that we are already embarked upon the bitterest and the longest of human wars, the war between the East and the West. And this means the war between the white man and his world, and the colored man and his world. In India, the racial problem, is the burning question, whose flames leap higher every hour. In Burma, it is a raging fire. In Java, yes, and in the Philippines and in China. The main barrier between East and West today is that the white man is not willing to give up his superiority, and the colored man is no longer willing to endure his inferiority. The white man is a century behind the colored man. The white man is still thinking in terms of colonies and colonial government. The colored man knows that colonies and colonial-mindedness are anachronisms. The colonial way of life is over, whether the white man knows it or not, and all that remains is to kick off the shell of the chrysalis. The man of Asia today is not a colonial, and he has made up his mind he will never be a colonial again. In short, if the white man does not now save himself by discovering that all men are really born free and equal, he may not be able to save himself at all, for the colored man is going to insist on that human equality and that freedom. Unfortunately, Mrs. Buck's prophetic article had little effect on Washington. No efforts were made to counter charges of American color prejudice by Asians. On the contrary, The government was lending weight to these charges by grossly mistreating American citizens of Japanese ancestry. Immediately after Pearl Harbor, fear overran the West Coast, and demands followed that all Japanese, citizens as well as aliens, be evacuated to the interior. "I don't think it's a sensible thing to do," General John L. DeWitt, commander of the Western Defense Command, told the Provost Marshal General over the phone. "An American citizen, after all, is an American citizen, and while they all may not be loyal, I think we can weed the disloyal out of the loyal and lock them up if necessary." Secretary of War Henry Stimson concurred, but agitation all along the West Coast grew with each Japanese victory. In California, District Attorney Earl Warren warned that unless the Japanese Americans were evacuated promptly, there might be a repetition of Pearl Harbor. Governor Charles Sprague of Oregon wired the U.S. Attorney General, demanding more thorough action for protection against possible alien activity, particularly by Japanese residing on coast. The mayor of Seattle, Earl Milliken, declared that of the city's estimated 8,000 Japanese, 7,900 probably are above question, but the other 100 would burn this town down and let the Japanese planes come in and bring on something that would dwarf Pearl Harbor. Nor was rising anti-Japanese feeling by any means confined to the Pacific coast. In a national poll, 41% believed that the Japanese people will always want to go to war to make themselves as powerful as possible. 21% considered the Germans militaristic by nature. It was understandable, therefore, that a consummate politician like Roosevelt would heed these voices. It was an election year, and against the advice of J. Edgar Hoover, he ordered the War Department to implement a mass Nisei evacuation. The Supreme Court upheld the legality of the act. At first, the intention was to settle the Japanese Americans in the interior, but residents of the areas selected protested so vehemently that it was considered advisable to place the prisoners in government camps. A similar plan to relocate German and Italian aliens aroused such protest that the government canceled it, explaining that it would affect the nation's economic structure and lower morale among citizens of those nationalities. But there was no one to speak for the Nisei, who were citizens but usually referred to as aliens. Their skin was a different color. Almost 110,000 loyal Americans, whose sole crime was their ancestry, were uprooted from their homes, which they were forced to sell for a pittance. They were interned behind barbed wire in relocation centers along the coast, which were little better than concentration camps. Many were even deprived of their life savings. These actions are perhaps understandable under the pressure of war hysteria, but the post-war attitude of the government is difficult to equate with democracy. Little indemnity was paid to people who had lost their land and most of their personal possessions through no fault of their own. Damages were estimated at $400 million, but only $40 million were paid in reparations, 10 cents to the dollar. The case of some 4,000 depositors in the California branch of the Yokohama Specie Bank is particularly shameful. The government seized all the bank's assets as enemy property, thus freezing the life savings of these depositors. It took the Office of Alien Property until 1957 to decide to return this money at the rate of 2 cents to the dollar. It was such a miserly sum that only 1,600 depositors applied for the refunds. These people appealed the low rates, and a court finally ordered the OAP to pay them the rest of their savings. On learning this, the other 2,400 depositors asked for their money, but were told by the OPA that they had lost title to it, since they had neglected to accept the original 2% offer. It was not until October 24, 1966, almost 25 years after Pearl Harbor, that the Supreme Court finally agreed to hear their appeal. On April 10, 1967, the court reversed the decision and remanded the case to the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. At last, on August 1, 1969, the case was settled in favor of the depositors, approximately at the pre-war rate without interest. Elmer Davis, director of the Office of War Information, protested officially to the president. Japanese propaganda to the Philippines, Burma, and elsewhere insists that this is a racial war. We can combat this effectively with counter-propaganda only if our deeds permit us to tell the truth. Moreover, as citizens ourselves who believe deeply in the things for which we fight, we cannot help but be disturbed by the insistent public misunderstanding of the Nisei. Competent authorities, including naval intelligence people, say that fully 85% of the Nisei are loyal to this country and that it is possible to distinguish the sheep from the goats. But Davis's warning was no more heeded than Pearl Buck's. Washington remained blind to the effect that Nisei evacuation might have on the peoples of Asia, nor was much thought given to their post-war problems. Asia was solely a battlefield, the importance of which continued to grow in the minds of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, even in the face of persistent British resistance. On May 8, 1943, Churchill cabled Stalin, "I am in mid-Atlantic on my way to Washington to settle further exploitation in Europe after Sicily, and further to deal with the problem of the Indian Ocean and the offensive against Japan there." He was bound for another conference, this one with the Americans alone, which he had personally christened Trident. 3 days later, his ship arrived off Staten Island. The following afternoon at 2:30, he met at the White House with Roosevelt and military leaders of both countries. He said the British had come to Trident, adhering to the Casablanca decisions. The African campaign was about over, and the invasion of Sicily was imminent. What should come next? In his opinion, the first objective should be the defeat of Italy. This would cause a chill of loneliness over the German people and might be the beginning of their dawn. It would, moreover, dramatically change the situation in the Balkans and permit the shift of many British battleships and carriers to the Bay of Bengal or the Pacific. The time had also come, he said, to study the long-term plan for the defeat of Japan. Assuming Germany would be defeated in 1944, the British pledged to concentrate on the great campaign against Japan in 1945. In any case, the best solution to the war in the Far East was to bring Russia in. Roosevelt replied that 1 million tons of Japanese shipping had been sent to the bottom, and if this continued, the enemy's field of operations would be seriously restricted. But for America to keep up this devastating naval offensive, it would be necessary to set up air bases in China, and that country, he warned, might collapse unless more aid was sent at once. For 9 days, the conferees worked hard to come to a working agreement. The two military staffs held as many as 4 meetings a day. On the principal war issues, 6 plenaries alone, attended by Churchill and Roosevelt, took place. But Brooke, with his low threshold of patience, became more and more irritated at the deliberate Admiral King and his incessant desire to find every loophole he possibly can to divert strength to the Pacific. Their quarrel broke out into the open on May 21st at a combined chiefs meeting, when King insisted that unremitting pressure on Japan not only be maintained, but extended. He wanted an air offensive from China bases within the year, as well as operations in Burma, seizure of the Marshall and Gilbert Islands, New Guinea, and the Solomons Bismarck archipelago. The British were outraged. They also refused to set a firm date for the invasion of Europe across the English Channel. The American argument prevailed, however, and at the final meeting both Roosevelt and Churchill gave approval to a Channel invasion on May 1, 1944, and to unremitting pressure against Japan, with a face-saving proviso that the combined chiefs should review operations before action is taken. But disagreement over theater priorities was a difficult one to lay to rest. In less than 3 months, Roosevelt and Churchill met again in Quebec at the Hotel Frontenac. Once more the Americans pressed for a major offensive in Burma, and once more Churchill tried to sidestep the issue by proposing, instead, a supplementary assault on Sumatra. Roosevelt would not be diverted. Such an attack would lead away from Japan. They should concentrate all resources on the Burma Road, which was the shortest route to Tokyo. The debate unresolved, the combined chiefs retired to their own conference room, still ruffled with one another. Those waiting outside in the corridor were startled by pistol shots from inside. "My God, now they've started shooting!" someone cried out. It was merely a dramatic experiment. Lord Mountbatten, an avid supporter of using a new kind of ice, pykrete, to create floating airfields, had fired his pistol into a block of ordinary ice, shattering it, and then at a block of pykrete. The bullet caromed off, nicking King's trousers. Mountbatten was unsuccessful in his advocacy of pykrete, but his military capabilities were recognized, and he was given the Southeast Asia Command, which included Burma. 4. That country, which was now the responsibility of Mountbatten, was about to be granted independence by Japan. A constitution was hastily composed, incorporating both democratic and totalitarian theories. It proclaimed that Burma would be a fully independent and sovereign nation, all of whose powers were derived from the people, while asserting that she would be ruled over by the nine Gandao Adipati, or head of state, who shall have sovereign status and power. The official slogan of the new nation was also inspired by Hitler: one blood, one voice, one leader. Early in July, Dr. Ba Mao, the obvious choice for Adipati, met Tojo in Singapore. The Prime Minister had news he thought would please Ba Mao. The Japanese were turning over to the new nation most of the Shan states, located on Burma's eastern border. 2 sections, however, would go to Thailand. Ba Mao's feelings were mixed. Neither the Burmese nor the Shans will be completely happy about the dismemberment of the Shan territory and its people. Tojo was apologetic, but Japan had promised the 2 sections to Thailand as a price for becoming an ally. "But we have come in with you too," said Ba Mao, "and we also have our claims." Tojo tried to shrug it off, and jokingly promised to pay off Burma some other way. Ba Mao turned aggressive and spoke accusingly of the arrogant and often arbitrary behavior of the Japanese soldiers in Burma. Tojo was in Singapore for another reason: to confer with Subhash Chandra Bose, the leader of the militant disobedience campaign in India, who, unlike Gandhi and Nehru, believed that force alone could lead to India's freedom. A large man, he towered over Tojo and Ba Mao. Bose was a passionate revolutionary with a charismatic personality and a gift for oratory. He had come to Singapore to recruit the thousands of Indian troops who had surrendered in the Malay campaign. They had already endorsed his crusade, the Battle of Freedom from Great Britain, and had accepted him as leader of the Indian Independence League in East Asia. At a mass meeting, he addressed the recruits with zeal. "When France declared war on Germany in 1939 and the campaign began, there was but one cry which rose from the lips of the German soldiers: 'To Paris! To Paris!' When the brave soldiers of Nippon set out on their march in December 1941, there was but one cry which rose from their lips: 'To Singapore! To Singapore!' Comrades, let your battle cry be, 'To Delhi! To Delhi!'" Tojo's promise of independence for Burma materialized on August 1st. At 10 o'clock, General Masakazu Kawabe ordered withdrawal of the Japanese military administration. It was a bright morning, with occasional spits of rain, and Rangoon was in a holiday mood. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, at Government House, Burma was declared to be an independent and sovereign country with Dr. Ba Mao as head of state, and that afternoon he read a proclamation in Burmese declaring war against the United States and Great Britain. He cautioned his people, however, that there was more to freedom than cheering and celebration. "Many have wept to see this day of liberation, which they had almost despaired of seeing within their lifetime," he said. "But we know that there are not only dreams, there are also realities. Now that independence has come to us out of this war, we must defend it in this war. Burma is definitely in the front line in the present war. It is clear we must adopt a front-line policy." On October 14th, the Philippines proclaimed their independence, and a week later, the Provisional Government of Free India was established, with Chandra Bose as head of state. The West failed to see the significance of these events. The new governments were puppets of Japan, but through them, millions of Asians glimpsed freedom from the white man for the first time. Their enthusiasm reached a culmination when China, Thailand, Manchukuo, the Philippines, and Burma sent representatives to Tokyo for the Greater East Asia Conference early in November. Chandra Bose attended as an observer. "We were getting together," Ba Mao wrote, "not so much as separate peoples, but as members of a single historical family containing all these peoples." Jose Laurel, president of the Philippines, who had secretly been charged by Quezon to pretend cooperation with the Japanese, now found Pan-Asianism irresistible. 1 billion Orientals, 1 billion people of Greater East Asia, he proclaimed with eyes glistening, at the formal reception on the eve of the initial meeting. How could they have been dominated, a great portion of them particularly, by England and America? The austere setting of the conference room in the Diet Building belied the fervor of the conferees on November 5th. Tables, covered with blue wool cloth, were laid out in the shape of a squarish horseshoe, flanked by 3 dwarf trees. As chairman, Tojo sat at the head of the horseshoe with his delegation. On his right were Burma, Manchukuo, and China, and on the left Thailand, the Philippines, and India. "It is an incontrovertible fact," said Tojo in his concise manner, that the nations of Greater East Asia are bound in every respect by ties of an inseparable relationship. I firmly believe that such being the case, it is their common mission to secure the stability of Greater East Asia and to construct a new order of common prosperity and well-being. Wang Jingwei, head of the Nanking government, the first of the puppets, declared, "In the war of Greater East Asia, we want victory. In the construction of Greater East Asia, we want common prosperity. All the nations of East Asia should love their own countries, love their neighbors, and love East Asia. Our motto for China is resurgence of China and defense of East Asia." Prince Wan Waithayakan of Thailand took the floor, followed by Jiang Chunghui, Prime Minister of Manchukuo, and then Laurel. The Filipino's emotions were evident in his voice as well as through his words. United together, one and all, into a compact and solid organization, there can no longer be any power that can stop or delay the acquisition by the 1 billion Orientals of the free and untrammeled right and opportunity of shaping their own destiny. God, in his infinite wisdom, will not abandon Japan and will not abandon the peoples of Greater East Asia. God will come and descend from heaven, weep with us, and glorify the courage and bravery of our peoples, and enable us to liberate ourselves and make our children and our children's children free, happy, and prosperous. Ba Mao was fittingly saved for the last. "It is impossible to exaggerate the feelings which are born out of an occasion like this," he said fervently. "For years in Burma I dreamed my Asiatic dreams. My Asiatic blood has always called to other Asiatics. In my dreams, both sleeping and waking, I have heard the voice of Asia calling to her children. Today, I hear Asia's voice calling again, but this time not in a dream. I have listened with the greatest emotion to all the speeches delivered around this table. All these speeches have been memorable, moving, and, I may be exaggerating, and if so you must forgive me, I seem to hear in them the same voice of Asia gathering her children together. It is the call of our Asiatic blood. This is not the time to think with our minds. This is the time to think with our blood, and it is this thinking with the blood which has brought me all the way from Burma to Japan. Only a very few years back, the Asiatic people seemed to have lived in another world, even in different worlds, divided, estranged, and not knowing each other, or even caring to know. Asia as a homeland did not exist a few years ago. Asia was not one then, but many as the enemies which kept her divided, large parts of her following like a shadow one or another of these enemy powers. In the past, which now seems to be a very long time ago, it was inconceivable that the Asiatic peoples should meet together as we are meeting here today. Well, the impossible has happened. It has happened in a way which outstrips the boldest fantasy or dream of the boldest dreamer among us. I say that today's meeting is a great symbolic act. As His Excellency the Chairman has said, we are truly creating a new world based upon justice, equality, and reciprocity, upon the great principle of live and let live. From every point of view, East Asia is a world in itself. We Asiatics forgot this fact for long centuries and paid heavily for it, for as a result, the Asiatics lost Asia. Now that we have once more, thanks to Japan, recaptured this truth and acted upon it, the Asiatics shall certainly recover Asia. In that simple truth lies the whole destiny of Asia. We have once more discovered that we are Asiatics, discovered our Asiatic blood. And it is this Asiatic blood which will redeem us and give us back Asia. Let us therefore march ahead to the end of our road, 1,000 million East Asiatics marching into a new world where East Asiatics will be forever free, prosperous, and will find at last their abiding home. This was the voice of awakening Asia, and for Tojo these hours were the most satisfying of his career. He dominated the proceedings subtly, beaming paternally upon the representatives. He saw it as more than a military alliance. He, too, had been caught up in the Pan-Asian spirit, and his military comrades were troubled. The following afternoon, Chundra Bose climaxed the final session with a speech that rivaled Ba Mao's for emotional pitch. I do not think that it is an accident that this assembly has been convened in the land of the rising sun. This is not the first time that the world has turned to the East for light and guidance. Attempts to create a new order in this world have been made before, and are being made elsewhere, but they have failed. For India, there is no other path but the path of uncompromising struggle against British imperialism. Even if it were possible for other nations to think of compromising with England, for the Indian people at least, it is out of the question. Compromising with Britain means to compromise with slavery, and we are determined not to compromise with slavery any more. Affected by his own oratory, Bose could not continue. The audience waited, transfixed, until the Indian leader composed himself again. But we have to pay the price of our liberty. I do not know how many members of our national army will survive the coming war, but that is of no consequence to us. Whether we individually live or die, whether we survive the war and live to see India free or not, what is of consequence is the fact that India shall be free. Toshi Go of the Nippon Times, until recently the Japan Times and Advertiser, called the conference a soul-stirring reunion of blood brothers, and one of the most momentous gatherings in the history of the world. Here, I felt, all were my brothers, not merely in a figurative sense, but literally as sons of the same Mother Asia: Japanese, Chinese, Thai, Manchukuan, Filipino, Burmese, Indian, Asiatics all, and therefore brothers. He believed, as did Bao Mao, that no matter how polite individual Westerners were to him personally, they could never really understand what it was to be an Asian. I, too, have felt that only Asiatics could really understand and work effectively for the welfare of Asiatics, and I, too, have longed for the day when all Asiatics would be able to push aside the artificial barriers which Western intruders had set up between us and work together, hand in hand, for the common well-being of Asia. As I looked upon the assemblies Saturday, I felt that that day had at last come, that the ties of blood had prevailed at last, that as long-lost brothers who had found one another again, we were about to restore the fortunes of our one Asiatic family. As I noted the obvious sincerity and fervor with which all the speakers stressed this realization of oneness, which all of them apparently realized with overwhelming force, the conviction became solidly implanted in me that never again would this unity be broken. Whatever the fortunes of war, whatever the strains future problems may create, whatever the form future world organizations might eventually take, the consciousness of blood brotherhood which this assembly had crystallized could never be dissolved. The oneness of Asia is a fact so fundamental, so elemental, so natural, and hence so inevitable that once realized, it could never again be lost. The joint declaration, unanimously adopted by the conferees, called for an order of common prosperity and well-being based on justice, respect for each other's independence, sovereignty, and traditions, efforts to accelerate economic development on a basis of reciprocity, and an end to all racial discrimination. It was the Pacific version of the Atlantic Charter, a promise of the dream long held by Asians. Those who came to Tokyo may have been puppets, but, born in servitude, they now felt free and had jointly proclaimed for the first time a brave new world for Asia. At the League of Nations, the Japanese had previously attempted to insert a racial equality paragraph in the resolution endorsing the principle of equality of nations. Only Britain and the United States voted against the resolution. 5. 2 weeks later, the leader of Asia's largest nation, Chiang Kai-shek, met with Roosevelt and Churchill in Cairo to determine, he hoped, an entirely different kind of continent. Churchill did not welcome Chiang's presence, certain it would increase Roosevelt's interest in the Far East. Indeed, the China problem was the first item on the agenda, not, as Churchill and Brooke had hoped, the last. But Churchill, who had not met Chiang Kai-shek before, was favorably impressed by the Generalissimo's calm, reserved, and efficient personality. However, the Prime Minister couldn't seriously regard China as a great power, and resented the attention Roosevelt gave Chiang. To the President, China means 400 million people who are going to count in the world of tomorrow. Churchill's physician, Lord Moran, wrote in his diary, but Winston thinks only of the color of their skin. It is when he talks of India or China that you remember he is a Victorian. The Chinese delegation left Cairo in a cheerful mood, since Roosevelt, despite Churchill's objections, had promised an amphibious assault across the Bay of Bengal within the next few months, and, moreover, left the impression he was going to back up the Generalissimo massively. The three allies disagreed not only on military priorities for China, but on the political future of Asia. Each waged a separate war for different reasons. Churchill had no thought of dismembering the British Empire. Chiang Kai-shek was primarily interested in eliminating the communists and setting himself up as the sole leader in his country, and Roosevelt was intent exclusively on bringing about the surrender of Japan as soon as possible. Roosevelt did realize that Asia could not emerge unchanged from the war, but he could not appreciate, except to a limited degree, the admonition of such Americans as Pearl Buck and Wendell Willkie that Asia was determined to free itself from Western domination. On November 27th, Churchill and Roosevelt left Cairo separately, the debate on the Far East still at issue, to fly on to Tehran to meet Joseph Stalin. The Prime Minister was apprehensive as he was driven slowly through the streets of the Iranian capital, and people began to press up to his car. Assassins with pistols or bombs would have an easy time, he thought, and it was with great relief that he finally entered the British legation, a ramshackle structure very close to the elaborate Soviet embassy. After the oppressive heat of Cairo, Tehran, lying just below the Caspian Sea, felt colder than it was. The countryside was bleak and dusty, studded with mud huts that had not changed for 1,000 years. Tehran itself, though an oasis in the midst of a vast desolation, struck many of the conferees as an artificial, modern, and uninteresting city. The following morning, a Sunday, the Soviets warned Roosevelt that Axis agents might be in the city to assassinate him, and offered to have his headquarters transferred to a building on their own embassy grounds. Here, conferences could be held without risky travel back and forth through the streets. Harry Hopkins and Averell Harriman discussed the matter with Churchill's chief of staff, General Hastings Ismay, and though they agreed it was probably a Russian trick, they all advised Roosevelt to make the move. A heavily guarded caravan of cars left the American legation, followed moments later by a single car carrying the President, Hopkins, and Admiral Leahy. The driver, a Secret Service man, took a roundabout way, but drove so fast that he beat the decoy presidential caravan to the Russian embassy. It was a welcome diversion to Roosevelt, and he was in an expansive mood when, 15 minutes later, Stalin called on him. It was their first meeting. "I'm glad to see you," Roosevelt said through his interpreter, Charles Chip Bolin. "I have tried for a long time to bring this about." Through his own interpreter, M. Pavlov, Stalin apologized for not meeting the president sooner. It was his fault, but he had been very busy with military matters. He was a rather slight, low-slung man who appeared stockier than he was because of his square-cut, loose tunic. With his discolored teeth, pock-marked face, and yellow eyes, he reminded George Kennan of an old, battle-scarred tiger. They talked of Chiang Kai-shek and the Burma offensive. Stalin didn't think much of Chinese soldiers or their leadership. Roosevelt said there was a great need to educate the people of Indochina, Burma, Malaya, and the East Indies in self-government. He boasted about America's good record in helping prepare the Filipinos for freedom, confidentially adding that India was a sore point with Winston, and cautioned Stalin not to bring it up. The Big Three met a few minutes later, for the first time, at the initial plenary session of the conference. Roosevelt proposed that Stalin make a few opening remarks. "No," Pavlov interpreted. He would rather listen. Roosevelt welcomed the Russians as new members of the family circle. The Big Three meetings would be friendly and frank, and the cooperation of the three nations would outlast the war by generations. He beamed on all around the table and looked very much like the kind, rich uncle paying a visit to his poorer relatives, Churchill's interpreter, A.H. Burse, recalled. The Prime Minister had a feverish cold, and his throat was so sore that he could barely talk, but his eloquence was unimpaired. The people around the table, he said, probably represented the greatest concentration of worldly power that had ever been seen in the history of mankind, and that in their hands lay perhaps the shortening of the war, almost certainly victory, and beyond any shadow of doubt, the happiness and fortunes of mankind. Once more Roosevelt turned to Stalin, suggesting that, as host, he would undoubtedly like to say a few words. Stalin conferred briefly with Pavlov, who rose, looked at his notes, and said, "I take pleasure in welcoming those present. I think that history will show that this opportunity which we have, and the power which our people have invested in us, can be used to full advantage within the frame of our potential collaboration." Pavlov hesitated and then added with some embarrassment, "Marshal Stalin says, now let's get down to business." Roosevelt reviewed the war in the Pacific, saving his most dramatic announcement to the end for Stalin's benefit. An immense invasion of Normandy, Operation Overlord, had been set for May 1st, 1944. "We Soviets welcome your successes in the Pacific," Stalin replied. "Unfortunately, we have not been able to help because we require too many of our troops on the Eastern Front and are unable to launch any operations against Japan at this time. But once Germany had been defeated, reinforcements could be sent to eastern Siberia. Then," he said, "by our common front, we shall win." It was the first promise that the Soviets would join in the fight against Japan. The meeting ended at 7:20. They had been at the large round table for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and the Russians served tea and cakes. The Americans were reassured by Stalin's quiet and unassuming manner, but not so the British. Admiral Leahy, who had regarded him merely as a bandit leader, admitted he was wrong. Stalin was obviously an intelligent man whose approach was direct, agreeable, and considerate, if occasionally brutally frank. General Ismay, on the other hand, still felt he was completely ruthless and devoid of the milk of human kindness, and he was thankful he was neither his enemy nor dependent on his friendship. "This conference is over, when it has only just begun," Brooke told Lord Morin. "Stalin has got the president in his pocket." Churchill, too, was glum, and when Morin asked if anything had gone wrong, he replied curtly, "A bloody lot has gone wrong." That night at dinner, the big three talked of many things, of France, Poland, Germany, Hitler, and unconditional surrender. Stalin questioned the wisdom of the vague pronouncement made at Casablanca. Leaving it unclarified would unite the German people. Whereas drawing up specific terms, no matter how harsh, and telling the German people that this is what they have to accept, would, in my opinion, hasten the day of German capitulation. The next day, after lunch, Stalin again called on Roosevelt and was handed several memoranda. One was a request for establishing bases in Siberia for 1,000 American heavy bombers, and another suggested further preliminary cooperation in the war against Japan. Stalin promised to study the requests and summarily closed the subject. The plenary that afternoon concentrated on Operation Overlord. It was Churchill against Stalin, with Roosevelt mediating, cigarette holder clenched between teeth, and often getting in the last word, even if it was irrelevant. It was bad, Brooke thought, from beginning to end. After listening to the arguments of the last 2 days, he felt like entering a lunatic asylum or nursing home. Stalin peered at Churchill across the vast table and said he wanted to pose a very direct question to the Prime Minister. "Do you really believe in Overlord, or are you stalling on it to make us feel better?" The reply was pure Churchill. "Provided the conditions previously stated for Overlord are established when the time comes, it will be our stern duty to hurl across the Channel against the Germans every sinew of our strength." On this rolling sentence, the session ended. That evening Stalin, the host at dinner, mercilessly teased Churchill. At first, the Prime Minister didn't realize his leg was being pulled. 50,000 Germans must be killed," Stalin said with a straight face. Churchill pushed back his chair and stood up. "I will not be a party to any butchery in cold blood. What happens in hot blood is another thing." 50,000 must be shot," Stalin repeated. Churchill flushed. "I would rather be taken out into the garden here and now and be shot myself than sully my own and my country's honor by such infamy." Roosevelt tried to smooth Churchill's ruffled feathers. "I have a compromise to propose," he said facetiously. "Not 50,000, but only 49,000 should be shot." Churchill stamped out of the room, with Stalin trailing behind, saying it was just a joke. Churchill was persuaded to return to the table, but was still suspicious. Stalin, grinning, again began to bait him. "You are pro-German," he said. "The devil is a communist, and my friend God a conservative." This time Churchill took it good-naturedly, and before the end of the evening Stalin had an arm draped around the Prime Minister's shoulder, as if they were fellow revolutionaries. At midnight, Lord Morin went to Churchill's room to see if his services were needed, and found the Prime Minister talking to Anthony Eden about the post-war world. "There might be a more bloody war," he was saying in an exhausted voice, eyes closed. "I shall not be there. I shall be asleep. I want to sleep 1,000,000,000 years." He lit a cigar and said he had told Stalin that Britain wanted no new territory. He rather pressed the point. "You see, it would make it easier for Russia if we took something. When I asked what Russia wanted, Stalin said, 'When the time comes, we will speak.'" Churchill's pulse count was 100, and Morin warned him it was because of all the stuff he drank. "It will soon fall," said Churchill cheerfully, but a moment later became gloomier than ever and stared at Morin, eyes popping. "I believe man might destroy man and wipe out civilization. Europe would be desolate, and I may be held responsible." He went on in this vein for several minutes, then suddenly asked, "Do you think my strength will last out the war? I fancy sometimes that I am nearly spent." A night's rest returned the Big Three to the equable relationship of the first day. At lunch, Stalin was clearly delighted at Roosevelt's unsolicited suggestion that Russia be granted use of the warm-water port of Dairen in Manchuria. And at dinner, Churchill acted as if nothing had happened the night before. Stalin, however, was ill at ease. First he sniffed the cocktails suspiciously, and asked interpreter Burse, who had been placed at his left, what they were made of. Burse's explanation failed to allay his doubts, and he took whiskey neat. "Good," he said, but ordinary vodka was better. He sat uncomfortably on the edge of his chair, dismayed by the array of knives and forks in front of him. "It is a problem which to use," he confided to Burse. "You will have to tell me, and also when I can begin to eat. I am unused to your customs." Churchill, in a sentimental mood, announced that it was his 69th birthday party, and that, in the Russian manner, anybody could propose a toast at any time. He himself began with a toast to the king, then praised his two comrades in exaggerated terms. He lauded Roosevelt for devoting himself to the weak and helpless, and for preventing a revolution in 1933, and declared that the Marshal deserved the title of Stalin the Great. Stalin's reply diverted the attention of the waiter serving Persian Lantern, a huge ice cream pudding sitting atop a block of ice, with a lighted candle inside. Absently, the waiter let the platter tip, and the pudding slid off the ice onto Pavlov's head. With ice cream oozing down his hair and face and onto his shoes, the imperturbable interpreter didn't skip a word. "Mr. Stalin says that the Red Army is worthy of the Soviet people." Stalin abruptly turned his sarcasm on the British Chief of Staff. "General Brooke," he said, staring directly at him, "has not been very friendly to the Red Army and has been critical of us. Let him come to Moscow, and I'll show him that Russians aren't bad chaps. It will pay him to be friends." Brooke rose, locking Stalin's eyes with his own. "I am surprised that you should have found it necessary to raise accusations against me that are entirely unfounded. You will remember that this morning, while we were discussing cover plans, Mr. Churchill said that, in war, truth must have an escort of lies. You will also remember that you yourself told us that in all your great offensives, your real intentions were always kept concealed from the outer world. You told us that all your dummy tanks and dummy aeroplanes were always massed on those fronts that were of an immediate interest, while your true intentions were covered by a cloak of complete secrecy. Well, Marshal, you have been misled by dummy tanks and dummy aeroplanes, and you have failed to observe those feelings of true friendship which I have for the Red Army, nor have you seen the feelings of genuine comradeship which I bear towards all its members." Stalin's face remained inscrutable. He turned to Churchill and said, "I like that man. He rings true. I must have a talk with him afterwards." It was another tense moment, but it was quickly over and was followed by a succession of toasts. Leahy was bored, but it amused King to see Stalin hopping up from his chair and trotting around the table to clink glasses. After dinner, Stalin lingered on, as if reluctant to let the evening end. Churchill approached him, and, equally expansive, said, "England is becoming a shade pinker." "That's a sign of good health," Stalin replied. "I want to call Mr. Churchill my friend." "Call me Winston. I call you Joe behind your back." "No, I want to call you my friend. I'd like to be allowed to call you my good friend." Churchill was equal to this. "I drink to the proletarian masses." "I drink to the Conservative Party," said Stalin. For the Russians, Tehran was largely successful, since they had achieved what they most wanted, a firm date for the Second Front. The first meeting between Roosevelt and Stalin had also seemed to point the way to closer cooperation in the future. Although Roosevelt had found the Marshal more tough-minded than he had imagined, he was get-at-able. As the two men parted, Roosevelt said, "We came here with hope and determination. We leave here friends in fact, in spirit, and in purpose." Churchill was well content with the military solutions reached at Tehran, but not Brooke. "One thing is quite clear," he wrote in his diary. The more politicians you put together to settle the prosecution of the war, the longer you postpone its conclusion. The round of meetings was still not over. The Americans and British returned to Cairo to iron out their own major problem, whether to concentrate almost everything on Operation Overlord or carry on the powerful offensive Roosevelt had promised Chiang Kai-shek. King and Leahy led those arguing that the promise to the Chinese should not be broken. What if China dropped out of the war? This would free hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops to fight MacArthur and Nimitz. The British countered that Tehran had changed everything. Stalin's promise to join the attack on Japan once Germany was beaten made China much less important for final victory. On the afternoon of December 5th, after more than 2 days of fruitless discussion, the deadlock was dramatically broken. Roosevelt sent a laconic private message to Churchill. "Buccaneer is off." This was the Bay of Bengal operation, the point of contention. Churchill was so delighted that he phoned Ismay and said cryptically, "He that ruleth his spirit is greater than he that taketh a city." A message prepared by Roosevelt and Hopkins and approved by Churchill was sent to Chiang Kai-shek. "Conference with Stalin involves us in combined grand operation on European continent in the late spring, giving fair prospect of terminating war with Germany by end of summer of 1944. These operations impose so large a requirement of heavy landing craft as to make it impracticable to devote a sufficient number to the amphibious operation in the Bay of Bengal simultaneously with launching of Tarzan, Burma operation, to ensure success of operation." As 1943 drew to an end, so did the time for talk. Men on the battlefield, not at the conference table, would make the next decisions. 19. To the Marianas. After Guadalcanal, world attention was centered on Europe, where the military action was accelerating. With the fall of Sicily, the drive up the boot of Italy, and the surrender of that country by Field Marshal Pietro Badoglio, the Allies ruled the Mediterranean. Germany itself was being pounded from the air, at night by British Bomber Command and during the day by the U.S. 8th Air Force. The Ruhr was practically destroyed, and Hamburg had been leveled by a firestorm. In Russia, Hitler's Sixth Army had been wiped out at Stalingrad in one of the greatest military debacles of history, and with the help of U.S. Lend-Lease and British aid, the Red Army was already storming west. By October 1943, it had recaptured some 300,000 square miles, including Kharkov, Smolensk, and Orel, to approach the historic gates of Kiev. On the other side of the world, Operation Cartwheel, the two-pronged drive of MacArthur and Halsey on Rabaul, was proceeding steadily but sluggishly. There were battles of attrition, and though the Japanese contested every phase, their supplies were so limited and they had so little shipping and air support that they were unable to stem the inexorable Allied tide. Halsey's amphibious force had cleared New Georgia by mid-August. Its defense cost so many planes, ships, and troops that Imperial headquarters finally did what men like Genryo Sato had been urging for months, ordered a cessation of all further reinforcements to the Solomons. The garrisons of each island would have to hold off the Americans as best they could for as long as possible, and then withdraw by barge and destroyer. Against tactics born of such desperation, Halsey relentlessly continued up the Slot, to Vella-la-Vella, to Choiseul, and finally to Bougainville, where 14,000 Marines landed on the first day of November. It was the last stop before Rabaul. MacArthur was making even slower progress on New Guinea. Checked in his drive up the east coast on the twin garrisons of Salamaua and Lae, which had been sent only 750 reinforcements and in order to stand fast, he launched a triple attack, one by ground, one by sea, and one by air. While Australian and American infantrymen slogged up towards Salamaua, an amphibious force landed on the coast above Lae, and 1,700 parachutists, personally observed by MacArthur, dropped to the west. The parachutists and amphibious troops converged. They captured Lae in 11 days and neutralized Salamaua. MacArthur was at last in position to launch his assault across Dampier Strait to New Britain and Rabaul. Operation Cartwheel was moving, but its cost in time was more than expected and gave new weight to a decision made at the end of November in Cairo, which was obscured by British-American disagreement on priorities, that the main thrust toward Japan should be through the small islands of the Central Pacific. It would lead through the Gilbert and Marshall Islands to the Carolines and then up toward Japan itself, and would be commanded by Admiral Nimitz. MacArthur was informed that Rabaul would be neutralized, not taken, and his drive to Tokyo, by way of New Guinea and the Philippines, would proceed as planned, but with reduced priorities. But he would not accept relegation to a secondary role. The central route, protested MacArthur, was time-consuming and expensive in our naval power and shipping, and his route could be supported by land-based aircraft, which is utterly essential, and will immediately cut the enemy lines from Japan to his conquered territory to the southward. The Joint Chiefs stood firm. The road through the Central Pacific was shorter and would make it easier to isolate Japan from her domain in the south. Protracted land battles involving large forces in New Guinea and the Philippines could be avoided. The key battles would be fought on atolls and small islands, which the Japanese would have to defend with limited air and ground power. The U.S. Navy, on the other hand, had superiority in carrier-based air power and could easily support landings. Nimitz's drive had begun with 2 simultaneous landings in the Gilbert Islands, some 2,000 miles southwest of Pearl Harbor. On the morning of November 20th, 2 days before Roosevelt and Churchill met Chiang Kai-shek in Cairo, GIs of the 27th Division waded up the beaches of Makin Atoll after a heavy naval barrage. There were fewer than 800 defenders, most of them labor troops, but it took the invaders, trained in a World War I style of combat by overage officers, 4 days to clear the atoll, at a cost of 66 dead. At the same time, 105 miles to the south, men of the 2nd Marine Division began loading into landing craft and amphitracts, amphibious tractors, off Tarawa. The Marines joked and boasted to keep up their courage. "I should have joined the Boy Scouts," said one. "I just want to spit in a dead Jap's face," said a youngster barely old enough to be out of high school. "Just open his mouth and let him have it." They faced a much more difficult task than the GIs at Macon. Tarawa Atoll was heavily fortified and held by almost 5,000 men, more than half of whom were well-trained combat effectives. The Sasebo 7th Special Landing Force of 1,497 troops, led by Commander Takeo Sugai, and the 3rd Special Base Force, a naval landing unit of 1,122 men. The atoll commander, Rear Admiral Keijo Shibasaki, claimed that Tarawa could not be taken by 1,000,000 men in 100 years, and issued orders to defend to the last man all vital areas and destroy the enemy at the water's edge. The defense was centered on Bachio, in the southwest corner of the atoll, a tiny island a few acres smaller than Monaco. Shaped like a bird, its legs a long jetty, it was protected by a wide shelf of coral. The landing would take place on both sides of the jetty, and the Marines would have to storm a 4-foot-high seawall made of green coconut logs and coral. Behind it were well-constructed gun emplacements and trenches. At dawn, the Japanese batteries on Bachio opened fire at the approaching armada. The Americans retaliated with 3,000 tons of shells. After 2.5 hours, the entire island was blanketed in flames, and it seemed impossible that any human being could have survived the bombardment. From a transport, Time correspondent Robert Sherrod watched a shell splash near an LST, landing ship tank. Another sent up a geyser just off his own ship's stern. "My God, what wide shooting!" exclaimed Sherrod, who imagined the shells came from American destroyers. "Those boys need some practice." "You don't think that's our own guns doing that shooting, do you?" a Marine major retorted. By the time the first 3 assault waves began slogging ashore, the Japanese were out of their shelters, manning the seawall. Their steady rifle and machine gun fire cut down the Marines, covering the beach with dead and dying who could not be removed in the devastating fusillade. The commander of a platoon of medium tanks refused to grind away over the bodies, and ordered his men to back out into the sea and make a detour. 4 tanks sank out of sight into potholes, their crews trapped inside. The other 2 were easy targets for 40mm guns. Shortly after noon, 5,000 Marines were ashore, but heavy casualties left them disorganized and vulnerable to night attack. Half of Shibasaki's troops were dead by dusk, and his communications had been knocked out by naval gunfire. Consequently, few Japanese infiltrated American lines during the night. The following afternoon, after 2 more battalions landed, the Marines gained control of most of the island. Admiral Shibasaki was killed in his concrete command post, and his successor radioed Tokyo on November 22nd. "Our weapons have been destroyed, and from now on everyone is attempting a final charge. May Japan exist for 10,000 years." It took 4 more days before the atoll was completely secured. Almost all the 5,000 defenders were dead. Only 17 Japanese and 129 Korean laborers were captured. More than 1,000 Americans had died for a few acres of coral, but its capture and that of Macon marked Nimitz's first long stride toward Tokyo. Ahead lay the Marshalls, 32 island groups and 867 reefs, covering more than 400,000 square miles. The original plan had been to take the three most strategic atolls simultaneously, but Marine General Holland Smith, after the resistance at Tarawa, considered this too dangerous. Admiral Spruance, the overall invasion commander, agreed, but Nimitz countered with a radical idea that dismayed both Smith and Spruance: leapfrog the first two atolls and assault the third, the heart of the Marshalls, Kwajalein. This was the largest coral atoll in the world, some 100 islets forming a huge lagoon 66 miles long and 20 miles wide. Spruance and Smith feared that a direct attack on Kwajalein would lay them open to air attack from nearby Japanese bases, but Nimitz persisted. On February 1, 1944, the main island of Kwajalein was subjected to the most concentrated bombardment of the Pacific War. 36,000 shells from naval vessels and field artillery emplaced on an outlying islet thundered down on Kwajalein. Above the trajectory of shells droned formations of liberators, which released their bombs into the Holocaust. The effect was so devastating that one observer reported, "The entire island looked as if it had been picked up to 20,000 feet and then dropped." The leap into the center of the Marshalls came as a complete surprise to the Japanese. There were 8,500 men on the atoll, but most of them were rear echelon personnel. Only 2,200 were combat trained, and they had no defense against American armor. Frustrated officers would beat upon the turrets with swords, while their men held grenades to the sides of the tanks until they exploded. They were convinced the Americans had a secret weapon, a device that could detect metal in the dark. Every time someone left his hiding place, he was killed. Word spread to take off helmets and ground bayonets after dusk. They still were killed. The secret weapon was concentrated and steady firepower. It was a hopeless battle for the Japanese, but they fought almost to the last man, as at Tarawa. It was a week before the entire atoll was secured, and it took the lives of 373 Americans. Against the advice of his own commanders, Nimitz's success at Kwajalein inspired him to propose yet another bold operation once the Marshalls were secured, a leap of more than 1,200 miles beyond the Carolines all the way to the Marianas. He envisaged using these islands as a base from which the new B-29 superfortresses could bomb Japan. His proposal was attacked from all sides at a joint Army-Navy meeting at Pearl Harbor in January. MacArthur saw it as a further diminution of his own drive to Japan, and his representative, Major General Richard Sutherland, strongly urged that all resources be concentrated instead in the Southwest Pacific area. He was supported by Lieutenant General George Kenney, who considered the idea of bombing Japan with Marianas-based B-29s just a stunt. Even a Navy representative resisted. Rear Admiral Thomas Kincaid declared that any talk of the Marianas for a base leaves me cold. Nimitz was overridden, and emphasis once more shifted to MacArthur's route to Tokyo. But in Washington, the conclusions of the Pearl Harbor meeting struck Admiral Ernest King with indignant dismay. He wrote Nimitz, "The idea of rolling up the Japanese along the New Guinea coast, through Halmahera and Mindanao, and up through the Philippines to Luzon, as our major strategic concept, to the exclusion of clearing our Central Pacific line of communications to the Philippines, is absurd. Further, it is not in accordance with the decisions of the Joint Chiefs of Staff." Early in February, Sutherland arrived in Washington to advocate MacArthur's case. Without any basis in fact, he told the Joint Chiefs that Nimitz's plans were relatively weak and slow of progress. MacArthur could be in Mindanao by December, if given the resources. King had no intention of handing over more naval forces to the Southwest Pacific Theater. With some sarcasm, he said that MacArthur had apparently not accepted the Cairo decision, and desires a commitment to an advance along a single axis. "I do not think that this is a propitious time to change our agreed strategy." To avoid turning a strategic debate into a personal one, General Marshall suggested that the Joint Strategic Survey Committee study the matter again and report on which route to Japan was preferable. The committee recommendation came back almost immediately. The central route should be given priority, with operations in the Southwest Pacific cooperating with and supporting that effort. MacArthur's role would have been permanently diminished, had it not been for the fact that his old antagonist, Marshall, too, was dissatisfied with the committee's conclusions, and after a month's discussion, the Joint Chiefs emerged with a compromise between the Central Pacific and Southwest Pacific concepts of strategy. On March 12th, they issued a directive to Nimitz and MacArthur, ordering the former to occupy the Marianas by June 15th, and the latter to invade Mindanao with the support of the Pacific Fleet exactly 5 months later. 2. The new American thrusts had forced Imperial headquarters to readjust their defenses. The desperate scramble of the Army and Navy for appropriations, strategic materials, and factories centered on plane production, since both services agreed that the way to victory lay in the air. They agreed to share equally the 45,000 planes to be produced the following year. But a month later, in early January 1944, the Navy requested more than their allotment, 26,000 planes. The Navy's case was persuasive, and Tojo acquiesced. "This is too great a problem to settle so quickly," protested his friend and advisor, Kenryo Sato. Until this time, the Supreme Command had depended on the Navy to win the decisive battle against America on the seas. But now that dream was over. Henceforth, the Army would have to play the major role, and the small islands that lay between the advancing Americans and Japan would have to be the unsinkable carriers, bases for future land battles. The majority of planes, therefore, would have to go to the service that fought these battles, the Army. Tojo realized that his first decision had been prompted by a desire to keep peace with the Navy. Sato was obviously right, and Tojo told him to inform the Navy of the change in priorities. The Navy, in turn, refused to accept the reversed decision. On February 10th, the battle was openly joined at a meeting of the Chiefs of Staff and their advisers at the palace. Admiral Nagano maintained that the crucial battles with the enemy would still take place at sea. He was challenged by Army Chief of Staff Sugiyama, who had been promoted to Field Marshal. "If we gave you all the planes you want, would this battle turn the tide of war?" Nagano bristled. "Of course I can't guarantee anything of the kind. Can you guarantee that if we gave you all the planes, you would turn the tide?" Distracted by a suggestion from Admiral Oka that they all take a break for tea, the antagonists calmed down, but the problem remained unsolved until Sato came up with an ingenious, if questionable, solution. Concentrate production on fighters to the exclusion of bombers. Then an additional 5,000 planes, a total of 50,000 for equal distribution, could be manufactured, only 1,000 shy of the Navy's demand for 26,000 planes. To make up for this deficit, Sato offered 3,500 tons of aluminum. The Navy accepted. The tempest was over, but not the military problems which had aggravated it. The American advance through the Central Pacific continued unchecked. On February 17th, Nimitz's amphibious force leapfrogged from Kwajalein to the Eniwetok Islands at the western limit of the Marshalls, bypassing 4 atolls where the Japanese had air bases. That same day and the next, American carrier planes also attacked Truk in the Carolines, the home of Combined Fleet, destroying 70 planes on the ground and sinking 2 auxiliary cruisers, a destroyer, an aircraft ferry, 2 submarine tenders, and 23 merchant ships, 200,000 tons of shipping in all. These successive disasters prompted Sato to give Tojo some more unsolicited advice. "We should withdraw to the Philippines, and there gamble on the final decisive battle." "Is that the opinion of the General Staff?" Tojo asked grimly. "No, it is my personal opinion." "Did you consult the General Staff?" "That's just the point. The General Staff would certainly oppose such a plan. It's my conviction that we should simply override the military. And the first thing to do was abandon the Carolines and the Marianas and fall back to the Philippines." Tojo got red in the face. "Last year at an Imperial conference we made the Marianas and Carolines our last defense line. Do you mean to say that 6 months later we should give them up without a single fight?" Sato held his ground. There were only 7 airfields in that area, and they could easily be neutralized by the Americans before any invasion. But in the Philippines there were hundreds of islands that could be used as bases. This should be the last battlefield of the war, since if that battle is lost, we won't be able to fight another. That's why we should concentrate all our efforts on one last struggle, and then start a peace offensive. By peace, he meant to settle for any conditions that would let Japan retain her honor. Tojo interrupted him. "Don't ever again mention the phrase peace offensive. If you or I ever breathed the words wa or wahe, peace, the morale of our troops would deteriorate." Sato left, encouraged by the Prime Minister's sympathetic reaction, but his counsel helped lead to an unexpected consequence. Later that evening, Tojo suggested to Chief of Staff Sugiyama that he resign. In this critical situation, Tojo explained. It would be best if he himself concurrently held the posts of War Minister and Chief of Staff. That would be a violation of our long tradition, Sugiyama protested. One man shouldn't be responsible for both political and military decisions. The catastrophe at Stalingrad, he pointed out, had resulted from Hitler's concentration of power. Fuhrer Hitler was an enlisted man, said Tojo. I am a general. He assured the marshal that he had been giving as much thought to military affairs as political. You don't have to worry on that score. That's easy to say, but when one man handles two jobs and is torn by a conflict of interest between them, to which does he give the greater importance? Moreover, it would establish a dangerous precedent for the future. In such an unprecedented and widespread war as this, we must take every measure, even if it means breaking precedent. Sugiyama was losing his patience. If you do this, it will be impossible to maintain order in the army. That won't happen, was the tight-lipped answer. If anyone complains, we'll replace him. No objections will be allowed. The following day, February 21st, Tojo relieved Sugiyama as Army Chief of Staff and took the post himself. He also replaced Navy Chief of Staff Nagano with Navy Minister Shigetaro Shimada. The four most important military posts in the nation were now concentrated in the hands of two men. Sato burst into Tojo's office shouting, "Mr. Prime Minister, what you have done is tremendous." Tojo was already wearing the braid of the Chief of Staff. Since becoming Prime Minister, he had discovered that the independence of the Supreme Command was a big factor in Japan's military reversals. He was obviously pleased by Sato's reaction and permitted himself a brief smile. "If some of the young officers cause any disturbance about this," he said sternly, "I will not let them get away with it. Geikokujo would not be tolerated. Keep an eye on them." For the next few hours, Sato was engrossed in plans for the last decisive battle in the Philippines. He was interrupted by a phone call from Tojo, who spoke in his new role as Chief of Staff. "I am going to defend the Marianas and Carolines," he announced curtly. Tojo's arbitrary consolidation of power, which he and Sato regarded as a curb on the autocratic control of the military, was interpreted by others as a dangerous step toward military dictatorship. Prince Chichibu, the eldest of the emperor's three brothers, did not believe the same man should be Prime Minister, War Minister, and Chief of Staff. Like Sugiyama, he put this question to Tojo. "What will you do when the General Staff and the War Ministry do not agree on the conduct of war?" Tojo angrily replied in writing, "The most important thing before us at this stage is to achieve victory with all our national resources, so I'll thank you to discuss personal affairs after the war is over. As for the current move, it is only natural that there be much criticism and opposition, since the measure is an unprecedented one. Let us leave it to future historians to determine the right or wrong of this step. Actually, the cooperation between the High Command and the government is going very well, and there is no trouble at all. My conscience would never let me violate the basic principle of the fundamental character of Japan. If you have any questions on this point, I'll be glad to answer them. If I should ever feel that I am no longer loyal to the Emperor, I will offer my sincere apology and commit harakiri in his presence." The Jushin, the former premiers, shared Prince Chichibu's concern. To them, moreover, Tojo's leadership was responsible for Japan's plight. They all wanted Tojo removed as Prime Minister, and two of their number, Prince Konoya and Admiral Okada, went further. His replacement must be a man who would make immediate peace overtures to the Allies. Konoya tried to enlist Marquis Kido in the cause for peace. The Privy Seal was sympathetic but refused to help. Privately, he thought it would be precipitous to use his influence on the Emperor. There were even those in the military working for peace, but for different reasons. The most important was Rear Admiral Sokichi Takagi, a brilliant research expert who had been ordered by Admiral Shimada to conduct a thorough study of the mistakes made in the war as reflected in top-secret files. His analysis of air and shipping losses led him to the inevitable conclusion that Japan could not win the war. Appalled by the extent of the collapse in the Pacific, he saw as the only solution Tojo's dismissal and an immediate quest for peace, no matter what the consequences. Takagi feared that if he submitted this information to Shimada, his own life would be endangered, and the report itself shelved. He met in secret with former Navy Minister Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai and Vice Admiral Shigeyoshi Inoue, both advocates of peace, and told them what he had uncovered. They encouraged him to share his findings with Admiral Okada and others who were in a better position to act. But weeks passed, and Tojo still remained in office. Impatient, Takagi assembled half a dozen Navy men he could trust, commanders and captains, and persuaded them that the nation could not survive unless they assassinated Tojo. But how should it be done? Surreptitious inquiries were made to right-wing organizations, experts on assassination. On the basis of their suggestions and personal investigation of Tojo's daily routine, Takagi concluded that an automobile accident would ensure success with such a prominent target. The assassins, in 3 cars, would intercept the Tojo motorcade. One vehicle would crash into Tojo's car, bringing it to a halt. The other 2 would pull alongside and gun down the Prime Minister with automatic revolvers. The conspirators would all wear uniforms. The others would escape to Formosa in a Navy plane, but Takagi would remain behind and take all the responsibility. Ironically, Tojo himself had begun the search for peace. Before the fall of Singapore, he had been involved in an attempt to negotiate with the Allies. On February 12, 1942, he was summoned to the palace and instructed by the Emperor, at Kido's prompting, not to miss any opportunity to terminate the war. Tojo sent for the German ambassador, General Eugen Ott, and made him promise not to reveal what he would hear to anyone but Ribbentrop and Hitler. Tojo suggested that Germany and Japan secretly approach the Allies with an offer of peace. He would fly to Berlin to represent the Empire personally, if Hitler would send a long-range bomber. The reply from Berlin was polite but lukewarm. Hitler could not take the risk of Tojo crashing in a German plane. Tojo was discouraged by the German lack of enthusiasm, but was not averse to further efforts in the same direction, although he was naive about how peace might be achieved. On Ambassador Kurusu's return from America later that summer, the Japanese diplomats in Washington were exchanged for Gru and his subordinates. Tojo took him aside at a party given in the diplomat's honor, and in Sugiyama's presence said, "Please arrange to end the war at an early date." Startled by the Prime Minister's simplicity of mind, Kurusu remarked, "It is easier to start a war than end one." Japan's fleet and merchant shipping losses were as catastrophic as Takagi's secret report indicated. Most of this tonnage had been sent to the bottom by marauding American submarines, and little was being done in the Imperial Navy to counter this, the gravest of all threats to Japan's supply lines. The unpreparedness on the part of the Navy was the result of a combination of tradition and of reluctance to engage in defensive warfare. British naval officers had helped establish the Imperial Navy, which adopted all things English so readily that the Naval Academy at Etajima became a replica of Dartmouth. Bricks were brought from England, and a lock of Lord Nelson's hair enshrined in Memorial Hall. Imitation extended to the galley, and once a day a Western meal, complete with knives, forks, and spoons, was served throughout the Navy. In battle, Japanese captains followed British tradition by going down with their sinking ship. More important, the Japanese inherited the British aversion to wage war on commercial vessels, and their submarines were designed to support the fleet and do battle against enemy warships, rather than go after defenseless shipping. But such a policy could succeed only if an enemy shared it. The Germans did not, and when their submarines launched devastating raids on British merchantmen in World War I, the British had been forced to retaliate in kind, as well as create an efficient anti-submarine service. The Japanese did neither. They were still using their outmoded, outsized submarines almost exclusively against enemy warships, and had virtually ignored anti-submarine warfare. It had little appeal to young officers just starting their careers who wanted more dashing duty. By the fall of 1941, there were but 2 full-time officers on the Navy General Staff assigned to rear-line defense, which included mining, anti-aircraft defense, and anti-submarine warfare. Operationally, such duty was considered as unimportant as it was undesirable. A single officer, with the derogatory title of Staff Officer for Training, was responsible for protecting all shipping along 600 miles of the Honshu coast, in addition to the vast area between Tokyo Bay and Iwo Jima. Moreover, when hostilities broke out, there were no provisions for organizing merchant ships into convoys. Most shipmasters wanted to sail alone anyway, but within 6 months, American submarines had torpedoed so many solo merchantmen that the first convoy escort fleet was established, with headquarters on Formosa. This emergency unit, comprised mostly of overage Naval Reserve officers, had 8 destroyers with which to cover an extensive area. Combined Fleet was reluctant to release any more ships out of sympathy for destroyer commanders, who detested the monotonous task of herding transports. By the end of the first year since Pearl Harbor, U.S. submarines had sunk 139 cargo vessels, 560,000 gross tons in all, and at last Imperial headquarters realized that the war was being lost through an oversight. At home, there were pleas for more gasoline, bauxite, and other vital production materials. At the front, commanders were begging for food, ammunition, and reinforcements. But there weren't enough merchant ships to satisfy anyone's needs, and every week more were going down. It wasn't until March 1943, however, that the second convoy escort fleet was organized, with headquarters in Saipan. The total resources of both convoy fleets were still pitiful: 16 destroyers, 5 coast defense frigates, and 5 torpedo boats. These stopgap measures would have been ineffective in any case, but in the meantime, the Americans had markedly raised the quality of their own underwater service. Scores of improved submarines were built and manned by well-trained crews. Drastically redesigned torpedoes replaced the early faulty ones, which had occasionally run in a circle and too often had failed to detonate. Accordingly, in September, the Japanese suffered a record 172,082 gross ton loss. The time for drastic measures was long since past, but none were taken until mid-November, when Grand Escort Command Headquarters was created. Its commander, Admiral Koshiro Oikawa, who had been Navy Minister at the time Tojo took over 2 years before, was given 4 escort carriers and the 901st Naval Air Group. Unfortunately, all 4 of the big ships needed extensive repairs, and the airmen had no training in anti-submarine tactics. The convoys continued to run haphazardly, each escort ship commander acting as he thought fit. Losses climbed to 265,068 gross tons in November, but still the government was averse to the adoption of a full-fledged convoy system. Commanders at the front needed supplies too urgently, and small groups of from 2 to 5 ships would get there faster. These smaller groups, however, remained easy prey, and the heavy losses continued into the first 2 months of 1944. There was no alternative. The big convoy system, 20 merchant ships, as compared to Allied convoys of 70 in the Atlantic, finally went into operation early in March. At first it appeared to have wrought a miracle. In the first month, losses dropped drastically, but the elation at Imperial headquarters was ill-founded. The U.S. Navy was also implementing a new system and had recalled numerous submarines for training. They would soon be sent out again to launch Wolfpack raids. 3. Admiral Togo's epic victory at Tsushima had left future Japanese admirals with an unenviable heritage: the concept of the decisive battle, wherein all issues would be settled at one stroke. Unlike his predecessor, the new commander of Combined Fleet, Admiral Minechi Koga, was cool and conservative, an efficient, plodding officer governed by logic. Yet he, too, was obsessed by the dream of a battle which would change the course of the war. Being a pragmatist, he was also aware that chances of success were small, but it was Japan's last hope. On March 8th, he issued his battle plan, giving it the name of Operation Z. Once the advancing American fleet broke into the Philippine Sea by way of the Marianas, or the Palaus, or New Guinea, the combined fleet would sally forth in full strength. In his efficient, methodical way, he set about concentrating the bulk of Japan's surface force, and near the end of the month gave orders to transfer his headquarters from the battleship Musashi, anchored at Palau, to the Philippines. "Let us go out and die together," he said to his chief of staff, Admiral Shigeru Fukudome, before they flew south. Yamamoto, he added, had died at exactly the right time, and he envied him that fact. At 9 o'clock on the last day of March, they took off separately in 2 4-engined Kawanishi flying boats and headed due west for the 3-hour flight to Mindanao. Just before reaching the Philippines, they encountered a storm, and Koga's plane disappeared. The fate of Admiral Koga, like that of Amelia Earhart, remains a mystery. Within a year, Combined Fleet had lost 2 commanders, both while flying near the front. Fukudome's plane banked to the right to skirt the storm and changed course north toward Manila, but strong headwinds continued to impede the flying boat's progress, and by 2 o'clock in the morning it was almost out of fuel. The pilot sent word back to Fukudome to prepare for an emergency landing. To the left, in the moonlight, the admiral could see a long, narrow island. It looked like Cebu. During their descent, the moon abruptly disappeared from sight. Below, the sea was lost in blackness. The pilot became disoriented and lost control. Fukudome, an expert flyer himself, groped his way forward, still gripping a briefcase which contained a detailed copy of Operation Z and its cipher system. He reached over the pilot's shoulder and yanked back on the controls to try to bring the bulky flying boat out of its dive, but he pulled too far. The Kawanishi stalled. It fell off on one wing and cartwheeled heavily into the sea. Fukudome felt water engulf him. He accepted death. The war was lost anyway. But then he surfaced, still instinctively clinging to the briefcase. The water was bright with flames. He and 10 others were free of the wreckage, but the admiral, weighted down by the briefcase, could not stay afloat. He clutched at a seat cushion and started kicking toward the dim shoreline of Cebu. Hour after hour he struggled against the strong current. By dawn, he was alone. The others must be far ahead. In the distance, Fukudome made out the silhouette of a tall chimney. He recognized the Asano cement plant, which was only 6 miles south of Cebu City, Japanese headquarters for the Central Philippines. It was fairly safe territory, even though the island was infested by guerrillas. He flailed wearily in the water for another hour, close to the limit of his endurance, before he saw several bankas, fishing canoes, approaching. He hesitated. Were they guerrillas? He had a chance capture, but let the briefcase go. As he was dragged aboard the first banka, one of the fishermen, they had seen the flames, caught a glimpse of the slowly sinking briefcase and retrieved it just before it disappeared. The admiral was taken to Balud along with 8 of his comrades. The other 2 escaped to Japanese headquarters in Cebu City. The captives were delivered to the nearest guerrilla unit, where they told Captain Marcelino Herediano, who had studied at Tokyo Imperial University for a year, that they were unimportant staff officers from Japan on a routine inspection of the area. Herediano, however, noticed that one of them, Fukudome, was treated with considerable deference by the others. Perhaps he was a high-ranking general? Moreover, the papers in the briefcase with their red top-secret markings were of obvious import. A runner was sent with this information to the commander of all Cebu guerrillas, Lieutenant Colonel James Cushing, an American mining engineer, half Irish, half Mexican. Cushing was an ex-boxer, a hard-drinking, impish individualist. He would have preferred sitting out the war in the mountains with his Filipino wife and child, enjoying life, but the people of Cebu had persuaded him that he alone could unify the quarreling groups of guerrillas on the island. Cushing immediately radioed MacArthur on his little ATR-4A that 10 Japanese, including a high-ranking officer, had been captured along with a whole case of important documents, some of which looked like a cipher system. The message was picked up by Colonel Wendell Fertig, an engineering officer who had become commander of all guerrillas on Mindanao, and he relayed it to Australia. Here it created such a tremendous stir that the Navy offered to divert an operational submarine from its duties as soon as possible and send it to Negros, the island just west of Cebu, to pick up the prisoners and the documents. Fukudome, his leg injured in the crash, had to be carried on a litter. It took over a week to reach Cushing's mountain hideout in Tupas, 10 miles west of Cebu City, and by that time the admiral, under incessant questioning by Herediano, admitted that he was Admiral Koga and could even speak some English. Shortly after Fukudome was delivered to Cushing, Japanese troops from Cebu City, alerted by the 2 men who had escaped, launched an attack on Tupas. Their commander, Lieutenant Colonel Sato Onishi, threatened to burn down villages and execute civilians in reprisal, unless the prisoners were promptly released to him. Cushing retreated farther in the mountains and radioed MacArthur that he could get the documents to Negros, but doubted he could deliver Admiral Koga and the other prisoners. MacArthur replied, "Enemy prisoners must be held at all costs." It was an impossible order. Cushing had 25 men, and Onishi's troops were closing in. He sent the documents to Negros with 2 runners, but informed MacArthur that he would be forced to release Koga to avoid continued reprisals. The enraged MacArthur relieved Cushing of command and reduced him to the grade of private. But Private Cushing was still in command and had to negotiate with Onishi without delay. He asked Koga to compose a note requesting Colonel Onishi to refrain from further punitive action in exchange for himself and the others. Fukudome signed the note using Koga's name. It was delivered to Onishi by a civilian, who returned with the colonel's written promise to abide by the proposal. Fukudome was again loaded on a litter. Cushing warmly shook his hand. By now they were friends, and even Cushing's fierce mastiff, who bristled at the other Japanese, allowed the admiral to pat him. It was only a moment, but it was unique in such a relentless war. An unarmed platoon, led by Lieutenant Pedro Villarreal, escorted the prisoners down the mountain path to their freedom. Fukudome's briefcase found its way to MacArthur via submarine. Its contents were among the most significant enemy documents seized during the war, but Jim Cushing was in disgrace, and subject, he imagined with some justification, to worse punishment when MacArthur returned to the Philippines. Due largely to the efforts of General Courtney Whitney, head of the Allied Intelligence Bureau, Cushing was reinstated. After the war, he was awarded a substantial cash bonus for his contributions to victory. Koga was replaced by Admiral Sawemu Toyoda, formerly commander at Yokosuka Naval Base. A brilliant man, he was noted for being so meticulous and sarcastic that more than one subordinate had suffered a nervous breakdown. Moreover, he had been ashore since the start of the war, and it was imperative to select for him a chief of staff with broad experience at sea at the highest level. The obvious choice was Admiral Ryunosuke Kusaka, Nagumo's former chief of staff, and now serving under his cousin, Admiral Junichi Kusaka, at Rabaul. Before leaving Rabaul, he was given a farewell party, a banquet consisting of 2 cans of sea eel, 2 slices of broiled eggplant mixed in bean paste, weed soup, and rice boiled with barley. General Imamura contributed 6 bottles of sake. There was one way to get out of Rabaul, by air, and risk the fate of Yamamoto and Koga. American fighters patrolled overhead almost constantly. For safety, Kusaka's plane took off in the dark, its occupants cheered by a final toast, this time Johnny Walker Black Label whiskey. At 4 o'clock, the bomber swept low over the harbor, its exhausts lengthened to hide the flames. With dawn, their fears of discovery were borne out. A flight of enemy fighters flashed by so close that Kusaka could see the pilots. Inexplicably, the Americans continued on course, without firing a round at Admiral Toyoda's new chief of staff. The Kusaka plane refueled at Truk and went on to Saipan. Here the admiral held a reunion with Nagumo, who, after Midway and Guadalcanal, had been reduced to commanding a small area of fleet. After Rabaul, with its draconian regime, Kusaka was appalled by the meager defenses on such a strategic island and recommended that much more be done. The next morning Kusaka took off for Iwo Jima, where he inspected the little volcanic island during refueling. It was well fortified, but lacked sufficient machine guns and artillery. He promised the island commander, Captain Tsunezo Wachi, the secret agent and assistant naval attaché in Mexico City before Pearl Harbor, that he would send more weapons, and wished him a good fight. Upon arrival at Combined Fleet Shore Headquarters outside Tokyo, Kusaka's immediate problem was to determine once again where and how the next major battle should be fought. Like his predecessors, Kusaka was imbued with the idea of the decisive battle, and inevitably his plan of operation was similar to Koga's. In March, the Navy had been drastically reorganized, and now its main force, Vice Admiral Jisoburo Ozawa's first mobile fleet, was anchored at Linga Roads, off Singapore, close to its fuel supply, but far from the critical area of the Philippines. Kusaka recalled an old Chinese proverb, "No matter how strong the bow, an arrow in long flight cannot tear the sheerest cloth." It would be necessary to bring the mobile fleet forward in a hop, skip, and a jump. The hop would be to Tawi-Tawi, one of the southernmost of the Philippine Islands, the skip, the center of the Philippines, and the jump to the Palaus or Saipan. Kusaka's plan was hand-carried to Toyoda, who was still at Yokosuka. It was approved and emerged as A-Go, Operation A. Kusaka recalled the neglected defenses of Saipan, and since the island's strength was essential to the operation, he hounded army officials who were responsible. Tojo, annoyed by Kusaka's persistence, wrote him, "I personally guarantee with a large seal the defense of Saipan." The messenger, a colonel, added that the army hoped the Americans would land at Saipan. They would be wiped out. By the end of April, the technical details of A-Go were resolved, and a few days later Admiral Toyoda issued the general orders. The decisive battle area would be the Palaus, and if the Americans headed straight for the Marianas, they would have to be lured south to save mobile fleet fuel and be closer to land air bases, where a decisive battle with full strength will be opened at a favorable opportunity. The enemy would be attacked and destroyed for the most part in a day assault. But first, the 540 land-based naval planes of the 1st Air Fleet would destroy at least one-third of the enemy task force carrier units. On May 10th, Kusaka's hop, skip, and jump started. Ozawa's mobile fleet pulled out of Linga Roads and headed for Tawi-Tawi. 4. The next American target was Saipan, the most strategic island of the Marianas. Nimitz would be in command. In the meantime, MacArthur had already taken another long step toward his objective, the Philippines, by jumping all the way from eastern New Guinea to Hollandia, an important harbor area near the northwest end of the island, in an ambitious amphibious operation that completely surprised the 11,000 defenders. The roar of Allied naval guns sent most of the Japanese flying. 90% were service troops, and the 52,000 invaders had little trouble in clearing the area. At minimal cost, MacArthur had secured an excellent air, naval, and logistics base. A week after the mobile fleet left Linga Roads, he took another stride toward Tokyo, this one a 120-mile lunge farther west to the Sarmi area, which was served by 2 excellent airfields, with another under construction. There were 14,000 Japanese on hand, but less than half were combat troops, and they were caught as unawares as their comrades in Hollandia. They put up little resistance. 2 Americans were killed on the first day, and MacArthur had another valuable base. His next objective was Biak, a small island to the west, strategically located in the mouth of New Guinea's largest bay. Biak was 45 miles long and 20 miles wide, and had 3 serviceable airstrips, which the Japanese considered important enough to defend with 10,000 men. On May 20th, the Americans began a week of bombing, but this failed to alert the Japanese commander to the impending invasion, and the 41st Division landed on the island against almost no opposition. The first waves of GIs came ashore at the wrong place, but by noon they had established a strong beachhead. On the combined fleet's new flagship, the cruiser Oyodo, Toyota's staff was shaken by the suddenness of the Biak landing. It had come on the 39th anniversary of Tsushima. Kusaka, however, saw it as an opportunity. "If we take it back," he said, "that will draw the Pacific Fleet in sufficiently close so that we can have the decisive battle near Palau." This reasoning swayed everyone except the intelligence officer, Commander Chikataka Nakajima, who was of the opinion that MacArthur's landing at Biak was secondary, and that the main offensive, completely supported by the Pacific Fleet, would be directed at Saipan. But Kusaka prevailed, and almost overnight a hasty plan to reinforce Biak, Operation Cone, was devised. Nakajima was, of course, right. The 3 divisions that would land at Saipan in 19 days, on June 15th, had finished arduous training and rehearsed coordinated landings in Hawaii, and a flotilla of 110 naval transport vessels, together with an entire division of Liberty ships, was assembling to transport them, along with 7,000 corps and garrison troops, the 3,200 miles to the landing area. The Marianas, a chain of tropical volcanic islands, were discovered by Magellan in 1521. He was so impressed by the native boats and their rigging that he named them the Islands of the Lateen Sails, but to his less poetic crew they were known as the Islands of the Thieves. In the 17th century they were officially renamed to honor Mariana of Austria, widow of Philip IV of Spain, but with the years the Spanish influence waned. America seized Guam, the largest of the islands, during the Spanish-American War. A few months later, in 1899, the harried Spaniards sold the rest of their holdings in the Carolines, Marshalls, and Marianas to Germany for some $4 million. America could have had the islands, but the McKinley administration thought they weren't worth that much money. During World War I, the Japanese occupied all these islands, and being on the winning side, were afterward given the mandate over them by the League of Nations. In 1935, they built Oslito Airfield at the southern end of Saipan, and a little later constructed a seaplane base on the west coast and a fighter strip at the northern tip. Some Americans accused Japan of using the island as a military and naval base, contrary to the League of Nations covenant, but there was no more than a handful of troops on the island. All native children, they were Chamorros, were required to attend a Japanese school for at least 6 years, and the brightest boys were encouraged to study at a specialized agricultural training school. Sugarcane was the main crop, and production increased under the South Sea Development Company. By the time of Pearl Harbor, Saipan had become a little Tokyo. Of its more than 30,000 people, fewer than 4,000 were Chamorros. The island was the length of Manhattan, but more than twice its width. Between 1,554-foot Mount Topo-Cho in the center and Mount Marpi at the northern end stretched a jagged ridge, pocked with thousands of caves and marked by numerous little peaks and escarpments. This rugged area, as well as the cane fields, which covered 70% of the island's 85 square miles, was ideally suited for defensive warfare. During the first 2 years of the war, Saipan was nothing but a supply and staging area. Even after the fall of Tarawa and Kwajalein, the garrison continued to be little more than a token force, and except for construction of scattered pillboxes, almost nothing was done to fortify the island that was Nimitz's next target. On the morning of February 23, 1944, his carrier-based bombers attacked the island's airfields. Civilians heard the firing of their own anti-aircraft guns, but where were the Japanese planes? Daily they had flown so low and in such numbers that it was almost impossible to teach school. 74 Japanese planes from Saipan, Tinian, and Guam did get into the air, but they couldn't prevent the enemy from destroying 101 planes on the ground. They did manage to shoot down 6 Americans, but only 7 of the 74 returned safely to their bases. On Saipan, quiet life was gone for good. Schools and plants were closed to allow the civilians to build shelters and help construct another airstrip. With work, their spirits rose, and they regained confidence. But orders came to repatriate old people, women, and children to Japan. On March 3rd, America Maru sailed with 1,700 passengers, most of them families of officials of the South Sea Development Company or influential citizens. It never reached the homeland. 3 days later, torpedoes sent it to the bottom. Troop transports bound for the Marianas were also torpedoed, and survivors, arriving in Saipan dejected and without weapons, brought with them the feeling of doom. In an attempt to stem the succession of American victories in the Central Pacific, Imperial headquarters reorganized the entire command structure of the region and sent Admiral Nagumo to Saipan to command a newly created Central Pacific Area fleet. Theoretically, Nagumo was supreme commander of all forces in the area, Army as well as Navy, but guidelines from Tokyo were so vague that he was virtually a figurehead. Late in May, the 43rd Division, around which the defense of Saipan would be centered, sailed from Japan in 2 echelons. The first arrived safely, but the second, a convoy which was carrying more than 7,000 troops, was subjected to a series of submarine attacks, and 5 of the 7 transports were sunk. The other 2 crammed their decks with survivors and continued on. Almost 5,500 finally reached Saipan, with many badly burned or wounded. Few had equipment or weapons. The division was so disorganized that one staff officer, Major Takashi Hirakushi, reported that it would be 6 months before it could conduct any kind of defense. Nor were the positions they should defend yet prepared. Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata of the 31st Army, who commanded all ground troops in the Marianas from headquarters in Saipan, officially warned Admiral Nagumo. Specifically, he wrote, "Unless the units are supplied with cement, steel reinforcements for cement, barbed wire, lumber, etc., which cannot be obtained in these islands, no matter how many soldiers there are, they can do nothing in regard to fortifications, but sit around with their arms folded, and the situation is unbearable." The situation now would not improve. Thousands of tons of building materials had already been sunk in transit, and no more was on the way. Time had also run out on the 31,629 defenders, 25,469 Army, 6,160 Navy personnel. A massive armada of American ships, 535, was converging on Saipan. They carried 127,571 troops, 2/3 of them Marines. At sea, on June 7th, they received word of another mighty assault. On one ship filled with Marines, the loudspeaker voice said, "The invasion of France has started. That is all." There was silence. "Thank God," someone finally said. D-Day passed almost unnoticed in Japan. Combined Fleet was preoccupied with Operation Cone. The first attempt to reinforce Biak had failed. Destroyers and transports were turned back by persistent air attacks. A second attempt by 6 destroyers was already underway. Near noon of June 8th, one of these was sunk by bombers, and the remaining 5 scuttled back north upon encountering a single American destroyer at midnight. Admiral Ozawa, commander of the mobile fleet, was not as easily intimidated. He radioed Combined Fleet that the airfields of Biak were too valuable to lose, and reminded his superiors that another attempt to retake the island might draw the American fleet into the anticipated zone of decisive battle and enable us to launch a go. Kusaka needed no urging. It was his own plan, after all, and he persuaded Toyota to let Ozawa make a final endeavor in greater force. Kon was strengthened with a light cruiser, 6 destroyers, and the 2 great battleships, Musashi and Yamato. On the afternoon of June 10th, this redoubtable force left Tawi-Tawi for the south. While Japanese attention was focused on Biak, the Americans were approaching their primary target, Saipan, more than 1,300 miles to the northeast. At midday, June 11th, they launched a strike of 208 fighters and 8 torpedo bombers against Tinian and Saipan. Ignoring inaccurate anti-aircraft fire, they descended on the 2 islands, which were separated by a narrow channel, strafing and bombing. On Saipan, they left more than 100 planes smoldering, and flames sweeping through the 4-foot-high savanna grass on the slopes above Garapan, the largest town on the island. The whole purpose of Operation Cone was suddenly negated. The Marianas were the main target. Combined Fleet suspended Cone and ordered its commander to rendezvous with Ozawa in the waters west of Saipan. Before the 2 forces met, 7 American battleships and 11 destroyers began bombarding Saipan and Tinian. It was June 13th, 2 days before the landing. During the day, they expended 15,000 16- and 5-inch shells, but the gun crews had limited experience in shore bombardment, which called for slow, patient adjustment on specific targets, and little damage of military importance was inflicted. Before dawn, they were joined by a more practiced fire support group, 8 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, and 5 light cruisers. This time, the aim was deliberate and accurate. In Garapan, a young volunteer nurse by the name of Shizuko Miura, a tomboy with a round, merry face, flinched as the first shells landed. She peered out the window of the first aid station into the dim light. The Americans were bombarding the town again. As the explosions moved closer, she helped transfer those wounded in the earlier shelling to a dugout. With daylight came enemy planes, and an even more violent barrage from the ships. It is June 14th, Shizuku thought calmly. I have lived for 18 years, and my time to die has come. A shell shook the dugout like an earthquake and knocked her to the ground. She staggered outside. The first aid station was obliterated. She saw a piece of red metal. It was shrapnel, and, curious, touched it with her finger. It burned her. Planes droned overhead, but no one was firing at them. Garapan was aflame. The heat was so intense that she could hardly breathe. She started to make her way through the rubbled streets, strewn with bodies. Offshore, 2 96-man underwater demolition teams were boldly exploring the reefs south of Garapan. They found no obstacles, but their presence helped convince Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito, commander of the 43rd Division, that the invasion was actually at hand and would come on the west coast. He concentrated his troops to meet the attack, shifted his artillery, and set up new headquarters on the west coast. Saito was eminently unsuited by nature and training to lead combat troops. He was a stodgy, colorless cavalryman whose previous command had been a horse procurement unit. That his division was chosen as the nucleus of Saipan's defense proved how unimportant the island was considered by Tokyo. Many of the other troops on Saipan were random units salvaged from sinkings. They were poorly organized, lacked leadership, and were without weapons. Admiral Nagumo was the titular head of this haphazard defense force, but he always deferred to General Obata of 31st Army, and he was away on an inspection trip of the Palaus, and his chief of staff, Major General Keiji Igeta, was outranked by Saito. This put the tactical command of the island under the hapless Saito. He was saddled with the philosophy that had governed and depleted the defense against every invasion to date. Tokyo had decreed that, as usual, Saipan was to be defended primarily on the beaches, not in depth. Transports and LSTs carrying the 2nd and 4th Marine Divisions were drawing close to the west coast of Saipan and would be in position for debarkation the following morning, June 15th. On the island, they would encounter more than one kind of enemy. As the medical officer of one unit warned, after facing sharks, barracuda, sea snakes, razor-sharp coral, poison fish, and giant clams in the surf, they would find worse hazards ashore: leprosy, typhus, filariasis, typhoid, and dysentery, as well as snakes and giant lizards. "Sir," one private ventured, "why don't we let the Japs keep the island?" A more ominous admonition came from a graduate of UCLA, an American girl of Japanese descent who had been visiting a sick aunt in Japan when the war broke out. Nicknamed Tokyo Rose by the Americans, she first went on the air as Anne, short for announcer, and currently called herself Orphan Annie, your favorite enemy.
"I've got some swell recordings for you," she was broadcasting, "just in from the States. You'd better enjoy them while you can, because tomorrow at 0600 you're hitting Saipan, and we're ready for you. So, while you're still alive, let's listen to—"
The dark ships slowly drew nearer to Saipan, the skies overhead glowing red from burning buildings, grass, and woods. Marines on deck could barely make out the formidable silhouette of Mount Tapocho through the early morning haze. As the sky lightened, the island, a shadowy purplish landmass, looked like a great monster rising out of the sea. Charan Kanoa emerged detail by detail. The two divisions would land on a 4-mile front centering on the little town. 5 miles to the north, Garapan, too, took form. There, a diversionary force would pretend to land. Battleships, cruisers, and destroyers began the final bombardment at 5:30. The dug-in defenders along the beaches and on the slopes crouched through the ordeal, prepared to fight to the death. One made a final notation in his diary. "We are waiting with Molotov cocktails and hand grenades, ready for the word to rush forward recklessly into the enemy ranks with our swords in our hands. All that worries me is what will happen to Japan after we die." 12 minutes later, Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, in command of the Joint Expeditionary Force, issued the order, "Land the landing force." Over loudspeakers boomed the chaplain's last prayers and blessings. On time correspondent Robert Sherrod's ship, Chaplain Cunningham was saying, "Most of you will return, but some of you will meet the God who made you." A lieutenant colonel named Tompkins turned to Sherrod and remarked, "Perish the thought department." Winches lowered boats. Hatches were cleared. At 7 o'clock, the shelling ceased, and 34 LSTs churned up to the line of departure, a little over 2 miles from shore. The huge bow doors of the bulky vessels yawned open, and amphitrachs, loaded with Marines, crawled out and began circling in the water like great water bugs. Planes, the first of 155, were already bombing the Charan Kanoa area to keep the beach defenders pinned down. When they left half an hour later, the entire shoreline was veiled by clouds of smoke and dust. The bombing was a thrilling sight to Sherrod, but he wrote in his notebook, "I fear all this smoke and noise does not mean Japs have been killed." Soon after 8 o'clock, 719 amphitrachs, filled with 8 battalions of Marines, started for shore, preceded by gunboats and amphibian tanks. Officers passed out chewing gum and warned their men to be ready to discard their heavy cartridge belts in case they had to swim for it. The 4-mile-wide flotilla raked to within 800 yards of the shore before a shower of mortar and artillery shells rained down upon the invaders. 18 amphibian tanks clambered like crabs over the barrier reef. Behind them, several amphitrachs were sunk, but the rest followed over the reef and into the shallow blue-green lagoon. Dozens of planes, coming in low, strafed the beach, while warships pounded shore defenses for the last time with their 5-inch guns. It was a spectacular sight, organized bedlam. The landing plan was original. The tanks were to crawl up on the beach and cover the amphitrachs, which would transport the troops all the way to high ground. The first wave hit the beach at 8:44, and within 20 minutes, more than 8,000 Marines had landed. It was soon evident that all the intense pre-invasion bombardment had not silenced the Japanese. Innumerable machine gun nests and mortar emplacements between the beaches and the ridge opened up a withering fire, which did not stop until their crews were blasted to bits. While it lasted, it was so accurate that most of the amphitrachs had to discharge their load at the edge of the beach. The ones getting through encountered another kind of obstacle. They got bogged down in the sand, or were caught in craters and didn't have the power to climb out. The Marines fought their way slowly into Charan Kanoa. It wasn't made of bamboo and paper as they had imagined, but was a complex of concrete 1- and 2-story structures covered with bougainvillea in bloom. Each was a little fort. At the center of town, they infiltrated past a baseball diamond and grandstand, incongruously flanked by a Buddhist temple. From a flimsy 30-foot-high observation tower perched on the slopes behind Garapan, Admiral Nagumo watched the invasion. He stood transfixed at the sight of the overwhelming number of ships, but turned briefly to Yeoman Noda, who had served as a clerk under Yamamoto until his death, to note that at least 4 of the battleships he had sunk at Pearl Harbor were back in action. His tone indicated as much admiration as concern. Not far away, a stray American shell plummeted down on General Saito's staff during an outdoor meeting near the cave that served as his command post. When the smoke cleared, Saito was still sitting unhurt and silent, with his sword stuck in the ground between his spread legs. On both sides, men lay sprawled. Half the staff was dead. But he remained optimistic about the battle itself. Although Marines continued to land, 20,000 during the day, they had suffered 2,000 casualties, and only half of the beachhead had been secured, and radioed Tokyo, "After dark, this division will launch a night attack in force and expect to annihilate the enemy at one swoop." The men who had to plan the night attack were not as confident. With the divisions scattered and their own casualties mounting, there were only 36 tanks and 1,000 infantrymen available to annihilate the enemy at one swoop. The operation went wrong from the beginning. Saito was to meet the attack force on a hill above Charan Kanoa to send them off personally, but the Americans, attracted by all the movement toward the assembly point, scattered the general's staff with accurate artillery fire. The tankers waited hour after hour for Saito, who had become separated from his staff in the confusion and darkness. After midnight, word came that he had been burned to death in a sugarcane fire. Major Hirakushi, transformed from public relations officer to commander of the infantry, was relieved of that duty and dispatched to recover the general's body, while another officer took charge of the assault. He mounted the first tank, but before it had gone half a mile, a shell brought it to a standstill. The remaining tanks clanked down the hill without bothering to wait for the infantrymen. At the bottom, they blundered into the swamp east of town, and most of them became mired down. The tanks that managed to churn free were finally joined by the panting infantrymen. Officers, swords aloft, led the headlong charge. The Japanese burst into the Marine positions with such vigor that it took a cannonade from 5-inch naval guns and intense machine gun and rifle fire to stop them. They regrouped and charged again and again. Almost 700 died, and the American lines were still intact. Major Hirakushi nearly lost his own life in his attempt to find Saito's body. Incendiary shells made an inferno of a cane field he was crossing, and only his sword saved him. Using it as a scythe, he cut a path through to safety. Exhausted, he reached the division command post an hour before dawn. A solitary figure was sitting outside the cave, chin on chest. It was General Saito. "Are you all right, division commander?" Hirakushi asked. Saito looked up, but made no response. In a cave overlooking Garapan, the nurse Shizuku Miura, who had escaped through the burning town the day before, huddled with other civilians. A soldier peered in with word that more Americans were starting to land just below Garapan, and the tank corps located near the town was moving out to stop them. Shizuko scrambled outside. Her elder brother was in one of the tanks. Below, Garapan was still in flames, and through the smoky dawn she saw a ship, it was an LST, approach the reef south of town. "It's starting," a soldier shouted. Boats, amphrax, were disgorging from the mother ship. She watched, almost hypnotized, as the strange craft scuttled over the reef. Angry spits of fire winked from woods along the shore. Tanks rolled out of Garapan and started toward the beach.
"My brother!"
Shizuko exclaimed. "Girl, get back in the cave where it's safe," a soldier warned her. She ignored him and pushed through a crowd of men to get a better look. The tanks were at the pier. Their guns barked, accompanied by the rattling of machine gun and rifle fire from the woods. Some of the American boats turned back. 2 white hospital ships approached the reef. Flames suddenly leaped out of one. There were flashes from the big warships far beyond the reef. Then came a series of distant rumbles that were drowned out by shattering explosions from Garapan. The air trembled from the concussions. Enemy planes swept in, strafing the shore. The firing from the woods ceased. More landing craft were swarming toward the reef. Here they stopped. Tiny figures leaped out, and holding guns high above their heads, waded across the wide lagoon toward the dock area. 15 minutes later, they were scrambling up the piers. Their faces seemed to be blackened. The tanks were silent. Her brother and all the other tankers must have been killed. To the south, across the water, she could make out the silhouette of Tinian, where she had last seen her mother, father, and younger sisters. Had that island, too, been invaded? Were she and her elder sister, who had evacuated Garapan a week earlier, the only ones in the family alive? Unable to make herself go back to the safety of the cave, She stared vacantly at the death and destruction below. She roused herself with a sudden decision. She would volunteer as a nurse at the main field hospital near Mount Donnet on the other side of the island. She took a last look at smoldering Garapan. Small boats were clustered around the piers, and Americans already pushed inland.
"Brother, goodbye," she said,
and started resolutely up the ridge. "Hey, woman, where do you think you're going?" a soldier called to her from the mouth of the cave. "Enemy planes!" He pointed in the air with his rifle, but she hurried on, ignoring the fighters that swooped down. Once over the ridge, the war seemed far away. She passed a long line of civilians, waiting for hardtack. A young woman broke away from the group and embraced her. It was her older sister. Shizuko told her about their brother's death, and that she was going to Mount Donnet. "Bakayaro!" Her brother-in-law was indignant. "You can't go alone to a place where there are only men. Your parents entrusted you to my care. If something happened to you, how could I apologize to them?"
"The rest of the family is dead," she burst out. "Do you want to be the only one alive?"
These fools had not seen the destruction of Garapan, the corpses littering the streets. They still imagined the soldiers would protect them. She reached the hospital on the slopes of Mount Donnet as the sun was setting. It was a barren field where a vast gathering of wounded men lay on the ground in rows so close together that she could hardly walk between them. Overcome by the stench, she did not notice a middle-aged captain, a surgeon, surveying her through round, thick glasses. "Women can't do anything here," he scolded. "Besides, this is the army, and we can't permit civilians to remain. Go back down the mountain before it gets too dark." She told him that her father and mother and younger sisters were dead, and that she had seen her brother killed in battle at Garapan. The captain walked away, but she followed him, pleading. He stopped to talk with another doctor, a young lieutenant, still ignoring her. Finally, he motioned to her. "All right," he said sternly. "From now on, you are a nurse." He gave her his Red Cross armband, and the lieutenant clapped a helmet on her head. "This is the army, and never act selfishly," said the captain. There were 11 of them to care for all the wounded, 3 doctors, 7 medics, and herself. "Obey your commander's order at all times. Many painful and sad things are going to take place. Don't give up, and do your best." She looked down at the armband with such obvious pride that the lieutenant gave a little laugh. "She's young, and I'm afraid she may become emotional." Her first duty was holding a flashlight for the little medical team which worked rapidly down a long line of patients. A medic jerked at a protruding piece of shrapnel in one man's back. The patient groaned, fainted. "It's easier when they pass out," the medic told her, and yanked again, without success. The captain, the chief surgeon, came over and cut away flesh with a scalpel. The aide tried a third time. Shizuko's hand shook, and the light wavered. "Steady," said the surgeon, as he pulled out a red and black piece of shrapnel as big as a fist. Shizuko felt cold sweat under her arms as the surgeon gave the patient an injection. The medic took a mouthful of water and sprayed it on the man's face. The next patient was wounded in the left foot. The surgeon handed her a pair of scissors. "Cut off the trousers," he said. She found a blood-soaked bandage underneath, stuck to the wound as if it were glued. She plucked at it, fearing the man might scream if she pulled too hard. "Don't hesitate, nurse," said the surgeon sharply. "If you're afraid of a wound and feel so much pity that you can't hurt a patient, you're useless. Here." The patient gritted his teeth. The bandage came free under the surgeon's steady pull, and she could see shattered bones. Blood flooded out. The surgeon examined the wound. "The foot won't be of any use now. We should cut it off." He pricked the foot with the scissors. "Do you feel it?" "No." "It's to be expected." He turned to Shizuko. "Nurse, cut off the flesh, and no hesitation." Nauseated, Shizuko began clipping the loose flesh. The soldier trembled with every tentative swish of the blades, and greasy sweat broke out on his forehead. At last, she was finished. The surgeon, who had been watching impatiently, turned to a colleague. "Shall we operate?" he wondered, and asked the medic how many anesthetic injections were left. There were but 3 boxes. "We'll treat him later," the surgeon decided. "Cover the wound, nurse, with the same bandage." She replaced the old blood-stained bandage, and the patient was carried to one side. "This time, nurse, do the whole thing by yourself," said the surgeon. What little confidence she had left vanished. She hoped she'd get someone with a slight wound. A new patient was brought in, and the stretcher-bearers smiled at her. She gritted her teeth and somehow got the bandage off for the surgeon's inspection. Each time it was easier. Concerned about the young soldier with the wounded foot, she finally got up her courage to remind the surgeon that he was supposed to operate. "I completely forgot," he said, and ordered the patient carried to the operating table. The words themselves made Shizuko's heart beat quickly. The stretcher was placed on 2 boxes, while a medic brought out a plate filled with instruments. First, the patient was injected in the back. As soon as the anesthetic took effect, the surgeon deftly cut flesh from around the bone with a scalpel that glittered in the light. The medic began hacking with a little saw, scattering the bone in a white powder-like substance. The patient groaned in pain. "Cheer up, it'll be over in a minute," the medic who was holding the flashlight encouraged him. Moments later, it seemed like an hour to Shizuko, the bone was severed and the surgeon began trimming away thick, pulpy flesh. A stream of red spurted out of the stump. The doctor grabbed at the blood vessel with pincers, but it slipped away, and he couldn't find it in the uncertain light. Shizuko could see the blue vessel plainly and pushed forward impatiently.
"Doctor, I can pick it up."
Without a word, he handed her the pincers. Quickly, she plucked up the spurting vessel. The surgeon took the pincers while she bound it tightly with hemp yarn. "All right," said the surgeon. He put in a few stitches, like an expert seamstress, applied some gauze, bandaged the stump, and again injected the patient.
"Thank you very much,"
said the soldier in a voice as faint as a whisper. The Marines had done little that day, except buttress lines in preparation for a drive across the island. Most of their artillery was ashore, and GIs of the 27th Division were landing. General Saito still had hopes of pushing the Americans back into the sea with the help of tanks and men of a naval special landing force. His first objective was an enemy concentration near the Saipan radio station in the suburbs of Garapan. The attack was set for dusk, but the orders were so confusing, the communications so poor, and the problems of terrain so difficult, that it wasn't until 10 hours later that 25 tanks and 500 men funneled down the ravine leading to the radio station. The Marines, alerted by the squeak and rattle of armor, called for illumination. Ships lobbed star shells overhead, catching the attackers in the open, where they were overwhelmed by a deluge of fire from artillery, mortar, bazooka, rifle, and machine gun. Tanks burst into fire, silhouetting others which rumbled out of the shadows. Within an hour, most of them were either destroyed or abandoned, but the infantry kept fighting until after dawn. It was no use. The Americans were still in place. They would never be driven into the sea. The failure of the counterattack was ignored by Tokyo. The Army General Staff, in the name of the Emperor, radioed 31st Army. "Because the fate of the Japanese Empire depends on the result of your operation, inspire the spirit of the officers and men, and to the very end continue to destroy the enemy gallantly and persistently, thus assuaging the anxiety of our Emperor." General Igeta replied, "Have received your honorable imperial words, and we are grateful for boundless magnanimity of the imperial favor. By becoming the bulwark of the Pacific with 10,000 deaths, we hope to requite the imperial favor." The Japanese were again committed to a useless fight to the death. With dawn, Shizuko could see that the hospital area was surrounded by rocky little peaks. It was like a stadium with no protection from air raids. There were at least 1,000 wounded men on the ground, and the little valley resounded with their constant but subdued chorus of agony. If there is a hell, she thought, this is it. With 2 aides holding a large can, she went down the lanes of men, doling out water. She put a cup to the lips of an inert corporal. He seemed dead. Another patient shook him. "Yoshida, it's water. You wanted it so much. Look, Yoshida, it's a nurse from Japan." The corporal slowly opened his eyes and groped for her. She grasped his feeble hand tightly and said, "Soldier, I brought you water. Drink." He mumbled. "He's dreaming of home," his friend explained. The word home tightened her throat. Then she remembered the admonition about becoming emotional. She bent over another figure. He had nothing on but a loincloth, and kept his face hidden in his hands. His left eye was black, as big as a ping-pong ball. It was covered with squirming maggots. The other eye had been gouged out by the worms. Her hands trembled. "Let me treat you, soldier." He remained silent as she picked out the maggots one by one with pincers and dropped them into a can. "My brother was in the army," she said. "He was a tank man.
On June 4th, he came to Saipan from Manchuria, and on the 16th, near Garapan, he died fighting the enemy. That's why I can't see a soldier without thinking of him as my brother."
"Is that why you came here?" he said in a toneless voice. She explained why she had become a nurse. Tears flowed out of his terrible left eye. "Thank you." She started to speak about her family, and he painfully fumbled for something tucked under his loincloth. It was a blood-stained picture of a woman in kimono.
"Is this your wife?"
The man, his name was Lieutenant Shinoda, nodded.
"She's still young."
He told her that he had joined the army 3 days after the wedding. "When I was wounded, all I could think of was my wife. I wanted to live for her sake. But I shall die." Shizuko couldn't speak. She resumed plucking out maggots, removing all but those tenaciously clinging to the center of the eyes. To kill these, she soaked 2 wads of gauze in mercurochrome and placed them over his eyes. She applied a bandage and told him she would return.
"Help is surely coming. Hold out until then, because your wife is waiting for you."
The next day, it was June 18th, and the Marines had cut Saipan in two just below Mount Donné. Shizuko managed to find him a uniform. She changed his eye bandage, but discovered that the mercurochrome had done no good. The gauze itself was alive with maggots. He wanted the picture sent back to his wife when he died.
"You won't die. I will surely cure you. And we've heard that reinforcements are coming. Then you can return to the homeland. Keep up your spirits."
To change the subject, she talked about her brother and 4 sisters. She alone was a tomboy, and her mother always told her, "Shizuko behaved like a woman." She told Shinoda how lucky he was to have someone waiting back home, and how hard the doctors and medics were working to save men like him. "Nurse, you're really great," said a lively voice. She looked up at a baby-faced second lieutenant. His right arm was in a sling, and he had other wounds, but he was in good spirits. "Cheer up," he told his dejected companions. "How can you call yourselves soldiers and be so downcast? Reinforcements will come in time." All at once his eyes glistened, and he said as if in a dream,
"I have a sister in Hokkaido who is about as old as you. For the past 2 days I've been admiring you, and it made me wonder what my sister was doing."
20. 7 lives to repay our country. 1. Word of American landings on Saipan brought a swift reaction from Admiral Soemu Toyoda. He radioed Admiral Ozawa to attack the enemy in the Marianas area and annihilate his fleet. 5 minutes later, Toyoda sent a second message, which repeated Togo's famous words at Tsushima Bay. "The rise and fall of Imperial Japan depends on this one battle. Every man shall do his utmost." As the mobile fleet moved closer to the Marianas, Ozawa and his staff completed plans for the battle. The admiral was tall and stocky. A cool, reticent man, he moved and thought with deliberation. Trained in torpedo warfare, he had assiduously studied carrier tactics and was confident he could beat the Americans, even though he was outnumbered 2-to-1 in flat tops. His aircraft had longer range and could attack from as far out as 300 miles, almost 100 miles beyond American capabilities. He could also utilize Guam for refueling and rearming in a sort of shuttle operation. Consequently, he could stay out of range of the enemy while attacking. Moreover, he would have support from the 500 planes based in the Marianas. Along with his own 473 planes, that should give him as many as Spruance had. But plans are only as good as the information they are based on, and already, unbeknownst to Ozawa, a large portion of the land-based planes had been destroyed by marauding American carrier pilots flying the new Hellcat fighter. It is interesting and sad to note that 2 years had gone by since Colonel Claire Chennault furnished the War Department with complete details of the Zero, along with suggestions for greater maneuverability of the P-40 against the swift Japanese plane, all of which was filed and forgotten. Many an American pilot's life would surely have been saved in the intervening time, as was later indicated by the Hellcat's superiority over the Zero. It could outclimb and outdive the Zero and was heavily armed. The pilot was protected by heavy armor plating behind and a thick, bulletproof windshield ahead. "I love this airplane so much," said one Navy pilot, "that if it could cook, I'd marry it." The pilots themselves were better prepared than their predecessors. Each had at least 2 years' training and over 300 flying hours, whereas their antagonists were faint copies of those who had fought at Pearl Harbor and Midway. They had 6 months' training at the most, and many had logged few hours in the air, and they were called upon to fly a somewhat improved version of the Zero of Pearl Harbor days that was now so outclassed. On the afternoon of June 18th, one of Ozawa's search planes discovered an enemy force, including an unknown number of carriers, west of Saipan. 40 miles away from this first sighting, another search plane reported unknown number of carriers plus 10 other ships. This was Spruance's striking power, Task Force 58, commanded by Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher, who had skippered Hornet in the Doolittle raid and the Battle of Midway. He was small, taciturn, hard-bitten. Usually he sat at the after end of his flag bridge in a steel armchair facing the stern, his bald head covered by a duck-billed lobsterman's hat. His was a formidable aggregation, almost twice the size of the mobile fleet. 7 big carriers, 8 light ones, 7 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 13 light cruisers, and 69 destroyers. Rear Admiral Suio Obayashi, commander of the 3 Japanese carriers nearest Mitcher, was tempted to attack at once. The basic principle of air battle was to strike first. After informing Ozawa, he ordered an immediate assault. Some of his planes were in the air before a message arrived from Ozawa requesting all ships to retire and prepare for a massive aerial battle the next morning. Obayashi recovered his planes. "Let's do it properly tomorrow," he told his staff, but privately he feared that such a golden opportunity would not present itself again. Mitcher still had no warning that the mobile fleet was approaching. He had been cautioned by Spruance not to sortie in search of the enemy. The main assignment of Task Force 58 was to cover Saipan, but when direction-finding apparatus detected Ozawa in the area, he told his chief of staff, Captain Arleigh Burke, "It might be a hell of a battle for a while, but I think we can win it," and asked permission by voice radio just before midnight to come to a westerly course at 0130 in order to commence treatment of the enemy at 0500. Like Mitcher, Spruance wanted to destroy Ozawa's carriers, yet was bound by definite orders to capture, occupy, and defend Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. Allowing Mitcher to be lured away from the Marianas, therefore, would be too much of a gamble. He remembered, moreover, how Admiral Togo had waited at Tsushima Strait for the Imperial Russian fleet to come to him. We had somewhat the same situation, and he answered, "Change proposed does not appear advisable. End run by other enemy carrier groups remains possibility and must not be overlooked." At 4:45 on June 19th, Ozawa again launched search planes, but it was a cloudy, squally morning, and it wasn't until 7:30 that Task Force 58 was finally discovered southwest of Saipan. On the bridge of the flagship, the newly commissioned 33,000-ton, 800-foot-long carrier Tai-Ho. There was no doubt that this would be a historic day for the Imperial Navy, perhaps another Tsushima. Before the first wave of 71 planes took off, flight leaders reported to the bridge, vowing to avenge the shame of Midway. 26 minutes later, the second wave, 128 planes, lifted from the decks. A dive bomber pilot, Warrant Officer Akio Komatsu, noticed a torpedo. It had come from the U.S. submarine Albacore, plowing directly at Tai-Ho. Without hesitation, he rammed his stick to the side and forward, and his bomber arced in a suicide dive at the running torpedo. His plane intercepted it 100 yards short of the carrier. From the bridge, Ozawa and his staff watched as plane and torpedo were both destroyed in one thundering geyser. Then they saw the track of another fish. The big carrier began to turn, but the second torpedo smashed into her starboard side. The damage seemed of slight consequence. What could a single hit do to a ship that was unsinkable? Aboard Oyodo, the flagship of the combined fleet, which was just weighing anchor at Yokosuka Harbor, Vice Admiral Kusaka was not as confident of the day as Ozawa. He had reservations about the mobile fleet's long-range attack. It was like a boxer reaching too far out. But he became infected by the optimism around him. The staff gave Ozawa 4 out of 5 chances for victory. He started to call his steward to prepare sake cups for a celebration, but decided not to tempt fate. He could wait until the first wave had contact with the enemy. 2 hours passed without a report. Confidence on the bridge was replaced by uneasiness, and then doubt. At last a message arrived. Tai-Ho had been somewhat damaged. Toyota was silent, but the staff exchanged perturbed looks. Kusaka had a sickening premonition that worse news was coming. At 10 o'clock, American radar picked up Ozawa's first wave. Mitcher personally sounded the alarm over the radio with a "Hey, Rube," the signal for all Hellcats to return to their ships and prepare for battle. By the time the raiders were within 72 miles of his flagship, the New Lexington, fighters began taking off from her flight deck. The first to see the enemy was Lieutenant Commander C.W. Brewer. He rolled over and, followed by his 11 men, streaked toward the enemy. He blew up a Japanese bomber, blasted the wing off another, then shook off a Zero and set it afire, and moments later gunned down another. Now Hellcats from 3 other carriers joined the fight. They viciously ripped into the oncoming Japanese formation, sending at least 25 spinning into the sea. The rest pressed on toward the carriers, but encountered a second wave of Hellcats. 16 more tumbled down. A single Japanese penetrated the defense line to hit the battleship South Dakota. The second wave was 60 miles from target when a dozen Hellcats from Essex swept in on them. Fighters from other carriers quickly closed in, and in a few minutes had shot down almost 70 planes. Ozawa's third wave, 47 planes, was given the wrong coordinates, and only 12 were diverted in time to the battle area. 7 of these were shot down. The 84 planes of the fourth wave were also misdirected. 6 finally reached the carriers, but did no damage. The main group, after a futile search for American carriers, jettisoned their bombs and headed for Guam. As they were making their final approach on Orote Field, 27 Hellcats on the prowl hurtled down and destroyed 30 planes. Those that landed were so badly shot up that they could not be repaired. In a few hours, Ozawa had lost 346 planes while shooting down 15. Japanese naval air power had been crippled, and permanently. Although not a single American bomb or torpedo had been launched against the mobile fleet, it too had been dealt a devastating blow. Just before noon, the skipper of the submarine Kavala, Commander Herman J. Kessler, raised his periscope to behold a picture too good to be true. Shokaku, a veteran of Pearl Harbor, Coral Sea, and Santa Cruz, was recovering planes. But Kessler couldn't make out what kind of flag she was flying. It might be an American ship. He took another look. God damn, there was the rising sun, big as hell. He moved in, and at 1,000 yards loosed a spread of 6 torpedoes. 3 hit, setting off a series of internal detonations. Flames enveloped the carrier. As her bows settled, water poured through the number 1 elevator into the hangar. She turned over heavily and sank just after 3 o'clock. Tai-Ho, hit by the single torpedo from Albacore at the beginning of the battle, had inadvertently become a floating bomb. A damage control officer had ordered all ventilating ducts opened, on the theory that this would clear gasoline fumes. Instead, his action caused the vapors to permeate the ship. Half an hour after Shokaku went down, a shuddering explosion racked Tai-Ho. From her bridge, the senior staff officer, Captain Toshikazu Omai, saw the armored flight deck suddenly blossom up like Mount Fuji. The hull on the hangar level blew out, and the carrier began to settle rapidly. Ozawa wanted to stay with the ship. He would listen to no one until Omai, who had been his close subordinate for years, said, "The battle is still going on, and you should remain in command for the final victory." Ozawa silently followed his senior staff officer into a cutter. 15 minutes after they had transferred to a cruiser, there was a second thunderous detonation. Tai-Ho tilted sharply to port and slid into the water stern first. At Combined Fleet Headquarters, aboard Oyodo, there was no longer any doubt that A-Go had failed. The staff debated whether the mobile fleet should be ordered to fall back at once. Kusaka didn't think the decision should be left up to Ozawa. From personal experience at Midway, he knew how difficult it was for a commander to retire on his own from a losing battle. He got Toyoda's approval to dispatch an order to withdraw. Ozawa had already pulled back to the northwest under cover of darkness to refuel, in order to resume the battle the next morning. His opponent, Mitcher, had recovered his planes, and with Spruance's concurrence, started after the mobile fleet with 3 of his 4 carrier groups. But he headed southwest, the wrong direction, and it wasn't until 3:40 the following afternoon that a search plane finally located Ozawa some 275 miles away. Though dusk would fall in a few hours, Mitcher decided to gamble. The target was barely within range of his planes. They would have to strike in the fading light of day, and finally try to find their way home in darkness. He turned Task Force 58 into the wind and launched 216 planes. The sun was low as the attackers sighted half a dozen enemy oilers. A few planes peeled off and sank 2 of these ships, while the rest, with orders to concentrate on carriers, fanned out to the northwest. The clouds above the mobile fleet were brilliantly colored in the sunset. Ozawa managed to get 75 planes into the air, and these, with the help of anti-aircraft fire, knocked down 20 Americans, but the others broke through the screen. Bombers hit Ozawa's new flagship, Zuikaku, sister ship of Shokaku, the light carrier Chiyoda, a battleship and a cruiser, but inflicted no serious damage. Then 4 torpedo planes from Belleau Wood dropped out of the clouds and swept in low on another carrier, Hiyo. They were led by Lieutenant J.G. George Brown, who had vowed at takeoff to get a carrier no matter what. His plane was set on fire, but he came in relentlessly and dropped his torpedo. At his machine gun in the stern of Hiyo, Chief Petty Officer Mitsukini Oshita heard the cry, "Torpedo coming." He began to count. At 12, he knew the torpedo had missed, and relaxed. An explosion jarred Hiyo. Oshita had counted too fast. A second torpedo rocked the carrier. Fire spread from deck to deck, and all power went off. Dead in the water, she began listing to port, and the word went out to abandon ship. At the extreme stern, Oshita and a dozen others heard nothing and refused to leave Hiyo without a definite order. The ship settled rapidly. Water gurgled up to Oshita's machine gun, and he, along with his comrades, started for the rail. "Wait!" Their commander, a young ensign, drew his sword threateningly. "Sing Umiyukaba!" They hurried through the traditional song, but the ensign continued to restrain them with his sword. "Now sing the naval march," he ordered. The cowed men sang until the water reached their knees, then broke past the officer and over the side. Oshita looked back. Fire belched out of the carrier. Spotlighted in the red glare, the ensign clung to the stern rail, sword in hand, still singing. He disappeared as the great bow reared high, and Oshita had to swim desperately to avoid the suction. "The ship is going down," someone shouted. Oshita turned around. Hiyo was sticking up like the finger of a giant. She plunged out of sight with a horrible sigh, as if, thought Oshita, she were saying, "This is the end." The long trip home for Mitcher's flyers had turned into a nightmare. Pilot after pilot reported he was running out of gas. "I'm going in while I've still got power. So long," called one. "Where's somebody? I'm lost," radioed a second. Sending out these men had been a daring decision, and Mitcher now made another. He ordered the lights on his carriers turned on, even though it made them glaring targets for prowling submarines. The effect on the pilots left behind was magnetic, Lieutenant Commander Robert Winston recalled. They stood open-mouthed for the sheer audacity of asking the Japs to come and get us. Then a spontaneous cheer went up. To hell with the Japs around us. Our pilots were not to be expendable. Fortunately for the Americans, there were no enemy submarines in the area, and all but 38 of the returning pilots were saved. The battle was over. Officially, it would be known as the Battle of the Philippine Sea, but to Americans who were there, it would always be the Great Mariana's Turkey Shoot, a name originated by Commander Paul Buey of Lexington. They had sunk 3 heavy carriers and destroyed 92% of Ozawa's carrier planes and 72% of his float planes, as well as 50 Guam-based aircraft, a total of 475 or so, at a cost of 2 oilers and 130 planes, including 80 which had splashed near or crashed on their carriers. But the victory was marred by acrid criticism of the man who had engineered it, for not pursuing Ozawa more aggressively. Admiral J.J. Jocko Clark, commander of 4 carriers in the battle, charged that Raymond Spruance had missed the chance of the century, and Admiral A.E. Montgomery, who led 4 other carriers, officially reported that the results were extremely disappointing to all hands. At Naval Air Headquarters in Pearl Harbor, the common complaint was, "This is what comes of placing a non-aviator in command over carriers." Spruance made no excuses. It would have been much better and more satisfactory to have gone after Ozawa's carriers, but he had done what Nimitz wanted, protected Saipan, and in doing so forever after changed the course of war in the Pacific. The night after the battle, Ozawa dictated a letter of resignation to Admiral Toyoda, but the Commander-in-Chief of Combined Fleet refused even to read the letter. "I am more responsible for this defeat than Admiral Ozawa," he said, "and I will not accept his resignation." Admiral Ugaki marked the occasion with another haiku. "The battle is ended, but the gloomy sky of the rainy season remains over us." 2. The crushing defeat at sea doomed the defenders of Saipan. On the day Shokaku and Taiho went down, the commander of all American troops on Saipan, Marine General Holland Smith, readied his troops for a final drive up the island. His men had already suffered heavy casualties, particularly from night mortar fire. Marine Captain John A. Magruder watched medics tenderly load corpses into a truck and approached to see if there was anyone he knew. He recognized a youthful, fair-haired replacement and remembered how exuberant he had been upon arrival at the front. A yellow paperback book stuck out of his back pocket. Our hearts were young and gay. On June 22nd, 2 Marine divisions started the offensive to the north, while the Army Division, the 27th, mopped up the remaining Japanese cut off in the extreme south. The Marine lines were so extended, however, that Smith ordered the 27th Division to take over the center, and the next morning the GIs started up the wooded valley running just east of Mount Tapocho. It was a narrow gulch, not 1,000 yards wide, and the remnants of the 136th Regiment of Saito's division looked down on them from cliffs and precipitous hills, honeycombed with caves. The GIs, commanded by Major General Ralph Smith, advanced cautiously throughout the day, to the annoyance of Holland Smith. His nickname was Howlin' Mad. He complained to Major General Sanderford Jarman, the senior Army officer on the island, that if it was not an Army division, and there would be a great cry set up more or less of a political nature, he'd relieve the other Smith on the spot. The leadership of the 27th, he was convinced, stemmed largely from a gentleman's club known as the 7th Regiment, traditionally New York's silk stocking outfit, and likewise a worthy unit, per se, with an impeccable reputation for annual balls, banquets, and ship-shape summer camps. Ralph Smith acknowledged that his division was not carrying its full share, and that he was in no way satisfied with what his regimental commanders had done during the day. He promised Jarman to personally see to it that the division went forward. Even Smith's presence at the front the following morning did little to move the Army troops up the gorge, which was already known as Death Valley. Howlin' Mad conferred with Admiral Richmond Turner, terrible Turner, and the two went out to see Spruance on Indianapolis. "Ralph Smith has shown that he lacks aggressive spirit," said Smith, "and his division is slowing down our advance. He should be relieved." He suggested that Jarman take over the 27th until another commander was appointed, and Spruance concurred. But a change of commanders made no perceptible difference, and the progress up Death Valley remained painfully slow. The Marines on the right were also stalled, but the 2nd Marine Division on the left fought its way to the top of Mount Tapocho, where the rest of hilly Saipan stretched out to the north like some quiescent monster. This rugged terrain was about all that stood between the Americans and victory. By nightfall of June 25th, there were less than 1,200 able-bodied men and 3 tanks left of all Japanese Army frontline units, and General Igata of the 31st Army was compelled to radio his commander in Guam that Saipan could not be held. The fight on Saipan, as things stand now, is progressing one-sidedly, since, along with the tremendous power of his barrages, the enemy holds control of sea and air. In daytime, even the deployment of units is very difficult, and at night the enemy can make out our movements with ease by using illumination shells. Moreover, our communications are becoming disrupted, and liaison is becoming increasingly difficult. Due to our serious lack of weapons and equipment, activity and control are hindered considerably. Moreover, we are menaced by brazenly low-flying planes, and the enemy blasts at us from all sides with fierce naval and artillery crossfire. As a result, even if we remove units from the front lines and send them to the rear, their fighting strength is cut down every day. Also, the enemy attacks with fierce concentration of bombs and artillery. Step by step he comes toward us and concentrates his fire on us as we withdraw, so that wherever we go, we are quickly surrounded by fire. But there would be no surrender. The positions are to be defended to the bitter end, and unless he has other orders, every soldier must stand his ground. General Saito's report to Tokyo was more emotional. "Please apologize deeply to the Emperor that we cannot do better than we are doing. There is no hope for victory in places where we do not have control of the air, and we are still hoping here for aerial reinforcements. Praying for the good health of the Emperor, we all cry Banzai." 3. For Tojo, the collapse of Saipan was a political as well as military reverse, a direct threat to his position as Prime Minister. His popularity had waned as the war situation worsened. Criticism, most of it covert, came from all sides. Prince Chichibu referred to him as Emperor Tojo. Signs in some Navy offices read, "Kill Tojo and Shimada. Our Imperial combined fleet is now powerless. Prepare at once to reform the cabinet so we can seek peace." Among Army intellectuals, he was known as Jotohei, superior private, the rank above PFC, and his administration was labeled Government by Privates. Substance was given to this name-calling by the findings of an investigation just concluded by the Army General Staff's own Conduct of War section. Its chief, Colonel Sei Matsutani, reported that after an exhaustive study by himself, Colonel Sako Tanemura, and a major named Hashimoto, there was now no hope for Japan to reverse the unfavorable war situation. The state of Germany today is about the same as Japan's and grows gradually worse. It is time for us to end the war. Matsutani took his report to two influential members on the General Staff. The first admitted the validity of the conclusions, but forbade Matsutani to release them. The second, equally impressed, refused to allow the colonel to present his case to the Prime Minister. But Matsutani could not be intimidated and brought his findings to Tojo. The colonel expected Tojo to react violently, but he listened quietly, passively. His sour face, however, belied his polite demeanor, and within a week the outspoken Matsutani was transferred to China. On Saipan, General Saito, following orders from 31st Army, once more moved his headquarters, this time to a small cave a mile north of Mount Tapocho. On June 28th, all the military leaders, Nagumo, Saito, and Igeta, held a joint staff meeting. Igeta took charge. Except for the former public relations officer, Major Hirakushi, Saito's staff had few suggestions to offer. They crouched listlessly on their haunches. One or two tried to sleep. Saito and Nagumo sat in silence as Igeta outlined a final line of resistance 2/3 of the way up the island. They would dig in from Tanapag in the west to the opposite coast. There was little reaction. Wearily, Saito said that the proposal sounded all right to him, and a Navy commander, speaking for Nagumo, said, "We leave it to the Army." The question remained as to how to do it. The troops were dispersed across the northern half of Saipan. There were few lines of communication. Able-bodied men were selected to contact all units. Major Hirakushi set out for Mount Dane to assemble the remnants of the 136th Regiment. The only soldiers he could find in the area were at the field hospital. He called out for men of the regiment. No one came forward. He reported back to Saito that he could find no troops to build the eastern section of the final line. Igeta said nothing. Shizuko had lost all concept of time. On one of her daily visits to Lieutenant Shinoda, a comrade lying nearby began to berate her. "Why didn't you come and see him last night? Poor Lieutenant Shinoda called for you all through the night and died just an hour ago." She crouched beside Shinoda's body. There wasn't a maggot on his face. He looked pale and beautiful. She picked up the photograph of his round-faced wife. "Couldn't you hear him calling you?" another soldier said in an accusing voice. She couldn't answer. All through the night she had heard voices continuously calling, "Nurse," but it was like hearing cicadas singing. It was impossible to answer each call. Yet she should have recognized Shinoda's urgent voice. She reported his death to one of the medics, who said, "Poor fellow, he had so many maggots that the other patients kicked him until he found this corner off by himself." Her routine had become a melange of horrors, the crude toilet filling up with maggots, the dead bodies that rotted and gave off a ghastly phosphorescence at night, the piteous groans and cries of patients, the air raids, the shells shrieking overhead. She had to forget she was a woman in the presence of men stripped naked. She had to forget she was a human being as she amputated arms and legs with a surgical saw and then sewed up the ragged flesh. There was no more anesthesia for operations, and patients would scream until they fainted. The fortunate ones remained unconscious until the operation was over. In the past few months, Prince Kanoya had become the confederate of a score of military as well as civilian leaders, among them General Koji Sakai of the General Staff and Admiral Okada, who were disturbed by the course of the war and Tojo's leadership. General Sakai made a clandestine visit to Kanoya's suburban home. To be on the safe side, the general wore civilian clothes. "If Tojo learns what I am about to tell you, I'm sure he will retaliate," he warned. He wanted to impress Kanoya that the war should be ended quickly. Germany still has defensive power, and while the enemy has to fight in both east and west, we should take advantage of the situation and enter into negotiations for peace. It will not be to our advantage to wait until Germany is defeated. Tojo could not possibly negotiate such a peace. A new cabinet must be formed. General Sakai was one of the few liberals in the army, and Kanoya wondered if the army leadership could be persuaded to follow this policy. At present they don't speak openly, but they all think as I do, the general replied. Matsutane's report had been circulated secretly, and a number of army leaders wanted the throne informed of its findings. And after that, what? Kanoya wanted to know. How should the emperor face Tojo with the matter? His Majesty should say, despite all efforts by our army and navy, the enemy has succeeded in landing on Saipan. What do you think of future operations, Tojo? He should then ask how they were to meet the requirements of the army and navy regarding munitions, planes, ships, and oil, about protecting the population from air raids, and what should be done to repel enemy offensives. General Sakai acknowledged that Tojo could answer these questions in several ways, but hoped they would force him to resign at once. 4. On June 30th, the GIs finally broke through Death Valley. No one had any tougher job to do, observed Major General Harry Schmidt, commander of the 4th Marine Division, and the entire 3-division front was at last connected. At the Denay Field Hospital, a dying game order was received. Medics distributed grenades, one for each 8 men. The chief surgeon, the captain, climbed up to a little rise at dusk and shouted that, by order of the High Command, the field hospital was transferred to a village on the west coast, a mile and a half above Tanapag, and 4 miles from the northern tip of Saipan. The vast arena was silent. All ambulatory patients will accompany me, but to my great sorrow, I must abandon you comrades who cannot walk. Men, die an honorable death as Japanese soldiers. Shizuko told the captain,
I'm going to stay and kill myself with my patients.
You will join us, he said. That is an order. All the soldiers wanted to say goodbye and crowded around her. Even those who couldn't walk crawled nearer. There was no need to draw words from them. There was only one subject, home. Each man tried to tell her something about his family. She promised over and over to tell what had happened if she got back to Japan. One whose jaw had been shot away got her attention. Slavering, he weakly scrawled Chibaken in the dirt, and then Takeda.
I understand, she said. You come from Chiba Prefecture and your name is Takeda.
A young officer, his uniform dyed with blood, forced out a few painful words. You know the song of Kudanzaka?
Yes, I like it very much.
It was a haunting song about an aged mother from the country taking her dead son's medal to the Yakusuni shrine in Kudanzaka. She began to sing, From Ueno Station to Kudanzaka, I get impatient, not knowing my way around. It has taken me all day, leaning on my cane, to come and see you, my son, at Kudanzaka. The great Torii gate, looming up in the sky, leads to a magnificent shrine that enrolls my son among the gods. Your unworthy mother weeps in her joy. I was a black hen who gave birth to a hawk, and such good fortune is more than I deserve. I wanted to show you your order of the golden kite, and have come to see you, my son, at Kudanzaka. She stopped. There was silence except for stifled sobs. We too will go to Yasukuni Shrine, the young officer exclaimed. Others joined in. Let us all go to Yasukuni Shrine together. The captain started to lead Shizuko away, along with 300 patients. Voices followed them. Thank you, nurse. Goodbye, nurse. Commander, sergeant, nurse. Thank you all for your kindness. They reached the end of the field. Shizuko heard a voice cry out, Goodbye, mother. There was a sharp blast, a grenade. She crouched on the ground and flinched as one grenade after another exploded in rapid succession. The American advance up the island, which had begun so laboriously, was now almost unopposed. It had become, as one Marine put it, a rabbit hunt. This constant pressure had prevented the Japanese from forming their final defensive line across the island, and by July 5th they had been herded into the northern quarter of Saipan. Japanese headquarters was now on a ridge facing the west coast, a few hundred yards from the new field hospital. The cave overlooked a gulch, already nicknamed the Valley of Hell. That afternoon, Major Hirakushi left the cave to inspect the front lines. They were non-existent. The men had already retreated on their own before the American drive. Hirakushi's report was greeted by an incredulous silence. Finally, General Igeta said, Tomorrow morning we will begin assembling all remaining troops in the area for the final attack. Let us end this battle. That evening the headquarters group ate the last of their food, a single can of crab meat, and a small rice ball apiece. Hirakushi had been saving 2 cigarettes, which Prince Kaya gave him in Japan as a memento. They were passed from man to man, smoked until they were too small to hold. Hirakushi asked if Higeta and Saito would participate in the final assault. Admiral Nagumo, who had said almost nothing during the long retreat, answered for them. "We 3 will commit suicide." Hirakushi wanted to know what would happen to the thousands of civilians who shared the caves with the soldiers and sailors. "There is no longer any distinction between civilians and troops," Saito replied. "It would be better for them to join in the attack with bamboo spears than be captured. Write out instructions to that effect." 300 sets of Saito's order were mimeographed, but before they could be distributed, a messenger arrived from the Naval Communications Cave, located several miles to the north. Tokyo ordered the defenders to continue the battle to gain time. There was a promise of reinforcements. The Navy staff officers accepted the order, but the Army would not abandon the last assault. "The arrow has been shot," said one Army man. Another accused the Navy of cowardice. The Navy said it was no time to call names. The Army was disobeying a direct order from Imperial headquarters. Nagumo, Higeta, and Saito took no part in the argument, which lasted through the night. At dawn, July 6th, the shelling and bombing resumed, and a sentry at the mouth of the cave reported that an enemy tank was peering over the edge of the cliff above. Saito, who had been quietly conferring with Nagumo and Higeta, beckoned to Hirakushi. He said the 3 of them had decided to die at 10 o'clock. "Excuse us for going first." "Do you plan to do it here?" "Yes, here." Hirakushi said it would be better to commit suicide privately in a smaller cave nearby. The major left to prepare the new cave, while Saito read aloud a farewell message that he wanted conveyed to all Army troops. "Our comrades have fallen one after another. Despite the bitterness of defeat, we pledge 7 lives to repay our country. Whether we attack or whether we stay where we are, there is only death. However, in death there is life. We must utilize this opportunity to exalt true Japanese manhood. I will advance with those who remain to deliver still another blow to the American devils, and leave my bones on Saipan as a bulwark of the Pacific. As it says in the Senjin-kun, Battle Ethics, I will never suffer the disgrace of being taken alive, and I will offer up the courage of my soul and calmly rejoice in living by the eternal principle. Here I pray with you for the eternal life of the Emperor and the welfare of the country, and I advance to seek out the enemy. Follow me." Hirakushi led the 3 commanders to the new cave. "What means are you going to use?" he asked. "We will go through the first step of seppuku," cutting open the stomach, said Saito, "but seppuku will take too long, so have an officer stand behind each of us and shoot us in the back of the head." Saito selected Hirakushi. Nagumo requested a naval officer. Higeta didn't express any preference. Hirakushi returned to the main cave and asked for someone from the Navy to assist Admiral Nagumo with his suicide. No one answered. Finally, a young Army aide said, "Let me do the job." Another Army aide volunteered to shoot Higeta, and the 3 started back to the suicide cave. The commanders, all wearing khaki fatigue uniforms, were sitting cross-legged near the mouth of the cave, with the diminutive Nagumo in the middle. Hirakushi turned to find some water to wash their faces, when he heard a Navy officer call out that his group was heading north alone. Hirakushi started forward to stop them. Behind, there were 3 sharp reports. He spun around. The 3 commanders were lying sprawled on the ground. Behind the bodies stood the 2 young aides, smoking pistols in hand. The commanders, impatient, had gone ahead without him. All Hirakushi could do now was burn the bodies and regimental flags. He rounded up men to help, but other officers stopped him. Smoke would attract the enemy. Hirakushi agreed to wait until after midnight, just before launching the last attack. The ordeal of the past few days finally took its toll. He collapsed on the floor of the command cave into a deep sleep. It was dark when he woke up. Soldiers and sailors in nondescript uniforms and armed with rifles, swords, and bamboo spears were assembling outside. They were haphazardly divided into groups, and in the moonlight officers began to shepherd them toward the beach. All along the ridge men were filtering down to the narrow coastal plain. At 0 hour they would charge independently toward American positions around Tanapag. To Hirakushi the men looked like spiritless sheep being led to the slaughter, and the officers guides to the gates of hell. Before he left, the major ordered 2 men to burn the regimental flags and the bodies of the 3 commanders, then silently led his group, a dozen men, down the steep slope. More than 3,000 Japanese, including civilians like Shizuko's brother-in-law, emerged onto the coastal plain. They left the slope behind, littered with thousands upon thousands of empty sake and beer bottles. Hirakushi and his men reached the shore at 4 o'clock in the morning on July 7th. He stripped and waded into the tepid water to bathe. Wrapped, he stared out at the barrier reef, a ghostly shimmering line in the moonlight. Overhead, a thick cloud reminded him of a Japanese mother in quilted kimono, carrying a baby on her back. As the cloud pulled apart, he conjured up in the lightning sky images of his mother, his wife, his friends. He shook himself free of this fantasy and returned to shore to dress. It felt good to be clean. He was ready to die. Distant voices were shouting, "Wah! Wah!" a Japanese battle cry. There was a crackle of rifle fire from the ridge, the signal to attack. Without waiting for him, his men took off headlong down the beach toward Tanapag. Pistol in one hand, a taisho with a clip of 6 shells, and sword in the other, he started after them. He was enveloped by an explosion and felt as if he were floating right into a huge column of bursting fire. "I'm dead," he thought, just before the world went black. At Tanapag, the 27th Division had been warned by Holland Smith to expect an all-out banzai attack along the coast before dawn. The Japanese swarmed on Tanapag. In the lead, 6 men held aloft a great red flag, like the vanguard in a dramatic pageant. Behind pressed the fighting troops, and then, the most incredible sight of all, hundreds of men with bandaged heads, on crutches, scarcely armed, limping and hobbling. They swept down the narrow tracks of the sugarcane railway that skirted the beach and smashed against the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 105th Infantry Regiment like a human tidal wave. It reminded the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Major Edward McCarthy, of a stampede staged in the old Wild West movies. The Japanese just kept coming and didn't stop. If you shot one, 5 more would take his place. They ran right over the Americans. The commander of the 1st Battalion, another Irishman, Lieutenant Colonel William J. O'Brien, stood his ground, an example to his men, a pistol in each hand. Seriously wounded, he fired until his clips were empty, then manned a 50-caliber machine gun until he was killed. The Japanese surged over the 2 steadfast battalions of GIs, the same ones accused of advancing too slowly up Death Valley, killing or wounding more than 650 of them. To their right, another group of raiders funneled through a winding canyon, soon to be known as Harakiri Gulch, and hit the 3rd Battalion. But these troops were too well emplaced above the gulch and could not be dislodged. Yeoman Noda, who had served both Yamamoto and Nagumo to the end, was with the large group that overran the Americans on the beach. Shrieking and frenzied, this was hardly a military formation. Suddenly, Noda felt as if he had been clouted in the hip with a baseball bat, but there was no pain. He staggered, trying to keep moving, but fell. He had been hit by a machine-gun slug. American bodies lay on all sides. Noda picked up a GI canteen and drank deeply. He tried to struggle to his feet, but his right shoe was like lead. Unable to bend forward to unlace the shoe, he found an American bayonet and wrenched a stick from the grasp of a dead Japanese. He tied the bayonet to the stick and laboriously hacked at his shoelaces until he could push off the shoe. He still couldn't stand and decided his trouser legs were holding him back. He cut them off, but remained as helpless as ever. He sank back on the sand, resigned. Now the time has come to die, he told himself. In the light of dawn, he saw a pool of blood in the sand. To his amazement, his own blood. A few yards away, 4 wounded Japanese were lying on their backs, smoking calmly, as if it were a beach in Japan. "We're about to die," one of them observed casually, and flipped Noda a pack of hikaris. Noda stretched out on the sand, smoking the cigarette, his mind blank. He was roused by the soldier who had given him the cigarettes. "Hey, Navy man," he said, "we are about to die. Will you join us?" Noda held up a grenade. "I have one. Excuse us for preceding you." Noda huddled to avoid grenade shrapnel and shut his eyes. There was a detonation. He looked up and saw 4 sprawled bodies. How terrible to die by grenade, he thought, and was again attracted by the stream of blood flowing from his own body. He considered a tourniquet, but changed his mind. It would be better to bleed to death. He was growing weaker. I'm only 27, and why should I die here? Whether I live or die won't bring about Japanese victory. He began remembering things in the past, his school days, catching dojo, mudfish. He fainted. The next thing he heard was the chirping of a bird. The landscape was devastated, not a palm tree or bush, only bodies and ugly craters of sand. If there was no tree, how could it be a bird? What was happening? There was a mutter of voices speaking a strange language. He felt a kick in the side. He groaned, and 2 Marine corpsmen loaded him onto a stretcher. He saw medics kicking other bodies, Americans as well as Japanese, and just before passing out again, he congratulated himself. If I hadn't been wakened by that bird, I would be dead. Ahead in Tonopag, Major McCarthy and his surviving officers and non-coms had finally managed to form a perimeter within the village itself. All morning they were pressed slowly back in a vicious house-to-house battle until a platoon of medium tanks rumbled in. Other reinforcements arrived, and by late afternoon, only isolated little groups of Japanese were alive. The last attack was over. Just offshore on a white hospital ship, Major Hirakushi was opening his left eye. All he could see was a clean white wall. I am alive. I have a second life. He was naked, covered with a blanket. It took some time before he realized his left hand was handcuffed to the bed, and that he had been wounded in the head and shoulder. He was so exhausted that it didn't occur to him until later that he, an officer, had disgraced himself by surviving the last assault. All he could think was, I am alive. I am alive. At the new field hospital in the Valley of Hell, Shizuko had crouched in her foxhole throughout the night. In the waxing daylight, she noticed movement on the heights above. Dark faces peered through the undergrowth. They were Negro GIs. In her panic, she imagined they were guerrillas coming down the incline. So the fantastic rumor was true. Americans were using them in battle. All around her, wounded men had emerged from their dugouts and, turning north, bowed low toward the Imperial Palace. Suddenly strange, raucous music blared from an amplifier. She had never before heard such noise. Its wild, disturbing rhythm echoed throughout the entire valley. It was American jazz. The unreality of the scene robbed her of the resolve to kill herself. The chief surgeon ordered her to give herself up by waving a white handkerchief. She hesitated. The Americans would rape her. Save yourself, his assistant, the lieutenant, urged her. As she stood paralyzed at the rim of the foxhole, the Negroes charged forward, lobbing grenades and shouting. All Shizuko could see were their teeth and eyes. The chief surgeon put a pistol to his throat and pulled the trigger. The lieutenant slashed his neck 3 times with a knife and collapsed over Shizuko. Warm blood flowed onto her legs. She picked up a hand grenade. She felt cold.
Now I am going to die.
She tried to cry, "Mother," but nothing came out. She pulled the safety pin, wrapped the grenade against a rock to activate it, and threw herself on top of it. Shizuko heard voices, but could not understand them. Cautiously opening her eyes, she discovered that she was in a house. She tried to rise, but a young American officer said in Japanese, "You are wounded. Don't move." Shizuko couldn't believe Japanese was coming out of an enemy. Why hadn't she died? She asked for water, but the young captain told her she couldn't have any. He poured something out of a can. She tried to drink it, but had to spit it out. It was tomato juice, and she couldn't stand the taste. He ordered her to finish it, and she did. It wasn't death that terrified her, but the Americans. She asked what had happened to the men in the Valley of Hell. "All died except you," said the officer, an interpreter. He told her that he had studied at a Japanese university and wanted to help her countrymen. "We believe in humanity, even in war." He assured her that many Japanese civilians had survived and were in an internment camp near Kanoa. She didn't believe him. Everybody knew the American devils tore Japanese prisoners apart with tanks. She blurted out that she feared Americans, especially the black ones. He laughed. "It was Negroes who saved you." She pleaded with the captain to let her die with her compatriots, and he got permission to take her by truck to Kanoa. As they drove along the coast road in the bright starlight, he told her there were many bodies of civilians in the sea. He asked if she wanted to see them. He ordered the vehicle stopped. With the help of 2 Negroes, he carried her to a cliff. Below, floating bodies clustered the water's edge. One woman had 2 children lashed to her. Almost to himself, the young officer asked, "Why do Japanese kill themselves like this?" Tears flowed down his cheeks. Just past midnight, they entered Charan Kanoa. To her surprise, it was bright with electric lights. Tents sprouted all over. It was a different world. The captain told her this was the camp for Japanese, but she knew it was a trick. She was going to be shot here. Then she saw Japanese children clinging to a wire fence surrounding the tent city. She insisted on getting out, though the captain argued that she should continue to the hospital. "Do you have acquaintances out there? Is that it?"
"There's my mother," she lied.
She was lifted out of the truck on a stretcher. She insisted on walking and staggered through the gate before she fell. Many friendly hands lifted her up. She was back with her own. On July 9th at 4:15 p.m., Admiral Turner announced that Saipan was officially secured, and attention turned to neighboring Tinian and Guam. Marines who had once glumly predicted Golden Gate in 48 were now saying home alive in 45. The battle on Saipan had ended, but there remained the onerous and dangerous job of mopping up several thousand stragglers who were hiding in caves. "It means," one cynical Marine commented, "that if you get shot now, you are hitting your own rear areas." A different but equally difficult task confronted the Americans at the northern tip of the island. There, thousands of civilians had gathered and were committing mass suicide rather than surrender. Interpreters and captured Japanese, using public address systems, pleaded with crowds at Marpy Point, which dropped off spectacularly more than 100 feet to rocky shallows. The fighting was over. Safety and food were waiting. The names of those who had already surrendered were read off. Still, men threw their children from the cliff and jumped after them, and mothers with babies on their backs would leap into the boiling surf. There were so many floating bodies that naval small craft were unable to steer a course without running over them. Lieutenant Emery Cleaves of the minesweeper chief saw the corpse of a nude woman drowned while giving birth. The baby's head had entered this world, but that was all of him. Nearby, a small boy of 4 or 5 had drowned with his arm firmly clenched around the neck of a Jap soldier. The two bodies rocked crazily in the waves. Elsewhere on the island, families remained hidden from the new conquerors day after day. The Okuyamas, father, mother, and 4 children, found a cave. On the morning of July 17th, they were sunbathing on the ledge overlooking the rugged northeast coast, when a soldier from a nearby cave shouted, "Enemy!" and pointed above them to the top of the cliff. 14-year-old Ryoko Okuyama, the eldest child, glanced up at 4 or 5 big red-faced Americans in camouflage uniforms. They looked so different from the much smaller Japanese soldiers. The Japanese fired his rifle, and the Americans began dropping grenades. The Okuyamas braced themselves against a depression, kicking them off the ledge, but when the missiles continued to fall, the father, a tailor, herded his family down to the bottom of the cliff to another cave. Inside, they found a sergeant, an exhausted correspondent from the Asahi Shimbun, and an abandoned newborn baby, which cried until Mrs. Okuyama picked it up. As the loud American voices came nearer and the sound of gunfire intensified, the baby began to scream. "Quiet it," the sergeant whispered. "Anyway." Mrs. Okuyama, an attractive woman of 34, tried to nurse the baby, but it kept crying. In desperation, she put the hem of her jacket over the baby's mouth and finally stifled the noise. The baby was dead. The sound of machine gun fire echoed violently in the cave. The voices were just outside. The sergeant handed Okuyama a grenade, held another himself. Ryoko looked at her father in farewell. Pale and tense, he nodded slightly. The sergeant removed the safety pin of his grenade. So did Okuyama.
"We are all going to a nice place together,"
the mother told 4-year-old Yoshitada, the youngest child. He smiled as if it were a game. The 2 men struck their grenades simultaneously against rocks at their feet. As the fuses hissed, Ryoko thought in rapid succession, "Am I going to be a Buddha? Do human beings really have souls? Is there really another world?" She felt the cave shake. The concussion had thrown her against the rock wall. Dazed, she heard her little brother give a feeble groan, and she fainted. She didn't know how long she had remained unconscious. First, she saw a vague brightness of red, and as it came into focus, she realized it was the open abdomen of the sergeant, who was sitting before her, legs crossed, as if asleep. The huge wound was so neat that it reminded her of the human body exhibit in biology class. The organs, all in place, were beautiful. She herself was covered with blood and raw flesh. Appalled, she moved her arms and legs. No pain. She twisted. Still not much pain. Her 9-year-old brother's shirt was blown off. Pieces of shrapnel were sticking in his bare chest, leaving black, burned spots. He was dead. So were her father, little Yoshitada, and her 6-year-old sister. The flesh had been blown from her sister's head, revealing a skull the color and texture of a transparent candle. Ryoko had a horrifying feeling of loneliness. She was the only one alive. Then she felt something touch her left shoulder.
"Mother, you are alive."
"I am dying," was the calm reply. Her mother's legs were shattered, and Ryoko ripped strips from a piece of cloth nearby to make bandages.
"It won't work,"
Mrs. Okuyama said quietly.
"I'm going to die. You can't stop the bleeding with something like that." "But the blood isn't coming out anymore."
"It has all run out," Mrs. Okuyama said. She stared at the bodies of her family.
"I'm glad they had a clean death."
She turned to Ryoko.
"Only you are alive." "Oku-san, Oku-san."
"Madam." It was the Asahi man. His agonized voice was almost inaudible. Mother and daughter were astonished to find that someone else had survived.
"Kill me, Oku-san, please." "I'm dying too," Mrs. Okuyama told him. "My legs are gone. I can't even move. I can't help you."
He looked up slowly. Then, writhing in agony, he slammed his head against a jagged rock. He groaned and tried again and again. Finally, he was dead.
"After I die, you mustn't stay here,"
Mrs. Okuyama said to her daughter. With darkness, she was to leave.
"You must live long and follow the path of righteousness with a strong mind."
She had written the same words when Ryoko entered middle school. Mrs. Okuyama painfully unwound a furoshiki from her waist. It was filled with money, and tied it tightly around her daughter.
"Soon I'll be dead. My vision is getting blurred. I want to lie down. Will you help me?"
All the while, there was a soft smile on her face. For the first time, Ryoko realized how gentle her mother was. How could she ever have feared her?
"My hearing is fading now. Give me your hands."
She grasped Ryoko's hands.
"I can't talk anymore,"
she said faintly.
"Mother, don't die."
Mrs. Okuyama smiled and nodded her head. Her lips moved, but no sound issued. She was dead. Almost 22,000 Japanese civilians, 2 out of 3, perished needlessly, and almost the entire garrison, at least 30,000, died. For the victors, the battle was also the most costly to date in the Pacific. Of the 71,000 Americans who had landed on Saipan, 14,111 were killed, wounded, or missing in action, more than double the losses at Guadalcanal. But the main bastion protecting Japan's homeland had been seized, and the enemy's carrier-based striking power had been crippled. Even more important, the lowlands of southern Saipan offered the Americans the first site from which massive B-29 bombing raids could be launched at the heart of the Japanese Empire, Tokyo. Part 6. The Decisive Battle. 21. Let no heart be faint. 1. Never before had a modern Japanese leader gathered to himself so much power. To the world, Tojo's position seemed unassailable, but in reality his rule was at the point of collapse. Ever since Midway, Imperial headquarters had refused to acknowledge the growing power of America and the diminishing power of Japan. Shipping losses continued to mount as the American submarine campaign intensified. To the north, the Aleutian outposts had been abandoned. To the south, the Solomons and New Guinea had been overrun, and in the Central Pacific, the defense line, the Marshalls, the Gilberts, and finally the Marianas, had collapsed. At home, production levels were still maintained, but at the expense of extraordinary sacrifices by the people. Not only had many civilian enterprises been converted to war production and more women brought into industry, but teenagers had been added to the labor force. Classroom time was reduced to a minimum, and school buildings transformed into military supply depots. A 7-day work week was established, with the Sundays so cherished by Japanese abolished. Trains had become crowded to such an extent that a number of infants were suffocated. Trips of more than 100 kilometers required a police permit. Diners and sleepers were discontinued. The people's aggression turned on the trains when they were late, now a common occurrence. They stole seat covers and broke windows to get in and out. Consumer goods of every description were drastically curtailed. Food was rationed, clothing was at a premium, coffins had to be used over and over, and there was little gas or charcoal for heating homes. Newspapers were reduced in size, and publication of afternoon editions was suspended. About 10,000 amusement places, including geisha houses, were shut down. Life in Japan, in short, had become drab and onerous. "What kind of a Tokyo this has turned out to be," lamented comedian Oropa Furukawa in his diary. It's no fun being alive anymore." These extreme austerity measures, coupled with the suspicion that the abandonment of territory, culminating with the fall of Saipan, was more serious than the official communiques indicated, fostered unrest which centered around Tojo, the symbol of war and power. The most outrageous rumors were accepted and passed on. Tojo was using tobacco, whiskey, and other loot from the occupied southern areas to bribe members of the Imperial Household Ministry, the Board of Chamberlains, the Jushin, and Privy Councilors. He had even paid off the Emperor's brothers, Chichibu and Takamatsu, with automobiles. Known pacifists, such as Kanoya, were under strict surveillance, and many citizens had been jailed and a few tortured to death for espousing Christianity or fomenting political opposition. Tojo was ridiculed, behind his back naturally, for allowing his wife to make public speeches and radio broadcasts and to engage in other active efforts to support the war. She was nicknamed Tobi-Rei, a play on the Japanese version of Madame Chiang Kai-shek's name, Sobi-Rei. Following the disaster at Saipan, Mrs. Tojo was inundated by anonymous phone calls asking if her husband had committed suicide yet. There were some who were not willing to leave such a final action up to the Prime Minister himself. In addition to Admiral Sokichi Tagagi, whose group was planning to ambush Tojo by machine gun, rebels in the army also sought his assassination. A major named Tsunoda, recently transferred from China to Imperial headquarters, together with Tatsukuma Ushijima, president of the Tokyo chapter of Toa Renmei, East Asia Federation, was planning to throw a special hydrocyanic bomb at Tojo's car as it slowed on a curve in the Imperial Palace grounds near the Iwaida Bridge. The time was set, the 3rd week of July, but the plot was betrayed by the Emperor's youngest brother, Prince Mikasa, to whom a friend of the conspirators had unintentionally revealed the plan. Instead of giving it his blessing, such action was tantamount to rebellion against the throne, he informed a member of Imperial headquarters. Ushijima and Tsunoda were arrested by the Kempeitai and sentenced to death, but as had happened so often in the past, they were given a stay of execution. Confronted with extensive discontent, Tojo sought advice from the man who had proposed him as Prime Minister and given his official support through the past months of crisis, the Privy Seal. The counsel Tojo received was as unexpected as it was unwelcome. Kido, finally roused to action by the fall of Saipan, was critical of the recent fusion of power, the 2 top positions in the cabinet held by Tojo himself, and the dual role of Admiral Shimada, the Navy Minister cum Navy Chief of Staff, was regarded by other Navy men as Tojo's kaban mochi, briefcase carrier. "Everyone is concerned about this," said Kido, "and the Emperor himself is extremely annoyed." Profoundly discomposed, Tojo withdrew without saying a word, but returned later in the day. He was willing to reshuffle the cabinet, but not to surrender his own posts. Kido greeted this compromise with a coolness that seemed hostile to Tojo. He shot to his feet. "There's no sense in talking to you today," he exclaimed. He marched out of Kido's office with a slam of the door, but by the time he reached his official residence he had sobered. He told Kenryo Sato, "If Kido has that attitude, it means the Emperor's confidence in me is lost. Therefore I am giving up the idea of reforming the cabinet. Instead, I will resign." "It's out of the question to resign at the most critical time of the war," shouted Sato. All he had to do was replace Shimada with Admiral Yonai. It would appease both the Navy and liberals like Kanoya. But Tojo found it too distasteful to dismiss Shimada, who had supported him so faithfully. Sato quoted the Chinese saying that, in order to attain true justice, one should not hesitate to kill one's parents if necessary. You must kill Shimada, no matter how painful it may be. Your obligation to Shimada is a personal matter. You started this war, and you cannot give up in the middle of it." It was what Tojo himself believed. He summoned Shimada and informed him he would have to resign as Navy Minister. The Admiral was gracious. "I who am leaving can do so with lightened shoulders," he said. "You who stay must continue to bear great responsibilities." He wished Tojo a good fight in his coming struggle, and as they shook hands, the disciplined Tojo broke down. The next day, July 17th, Shimada submitted his resignation, but contrary to Sato's prediction, the liberals were not appeased. Neither was Kido, and after prodding from Kunoya, he promised that though major political questions were outside his province, he would report to the throne the consensus of the Jushin's recommendations in reference to Tojo. Exhilarated, Kunoya drove to the home of Baron Hiranuma, where he found two other Jushin, Admiral Okada and Baron Reijiro Wakatsuki. He told them of Kido's surprising offer. "Now I understand what Kido has been trying to do," Admiral Okada remarked. By 6:30 all the Jushin had arrived. Conspiracy was in the air, and after months of ineffectual private complaints, they greeted one another with a sense of purpose. "I should like to draw your attention to the fact that even if the Tojo cabinet is reformed," Wakatsuki warned, "the people will not support it." Admiral Yanai revealed that he had just been earnestly invited to join the cabinet as Shimada's replacement. He had refused, but fully expected Tojo to make a personal appeal, and if that failed, go to the throne for backing. "I have already made up my mind not to accept the offer, even if that last step is taken." Not all the Jushin wanted Tojo's resignation. General Nobuyuki Abe charged that it was irresponsible to talk exclusively of knocking down the cabinet. How can we be sure of getting a better one? "Whether the cabinet is overthrown or not, or whether the next one is weak or not, is not the point," Hiranuma interjected. The country had reached a crisis, and a change of cabinets had to be made, and quickly. "If I were asked, I wouldn't join the cabinet," said Hirota, the diplomat who had headed the cabinet after the 226 incident. They finally worked out a resolution that pleased everyone but Abe. It read, "The minds and hearts of the people must be infused with new life if the empire is to survive the great problems facing it. All of us in the nation must cooperate and work together. A partial reorganization of the cabinet will be useless. A powerful new cabinet must be formed that will surge forward unswervingly." Abe wondered if the results of their meeting shouldn't be passed on to Tojo. The answer was unanimous. No. The resolution was hand-carried to Kido's home. The Privy Seal promised to present it to the Emperor the next morning. In his office, Prime Minister Tojo and Kenryo Sato were pondering Yanai's refusal to join the cabinet. Sato thought the fault lay with the go-between who had represented Tojo. "Your true intentions haven't yet been gotten across to Yanai," he said. "Let me speak for you direct." Sato changed to civilian clothes and, unrecognized, slipped by newsmen assigned to the Admiral's residence. He pushed his way past the maid, who said her master wasn't in, and fell asleep in the waiting room. An hour later he woke up when Yanai returned from the Jushin meeting. Sato tried to impress Yanai that it was essential to save the cabinet in the middle of war, and his acceptance of a portfolio would accomplish this. Tojo's sole desire was to change the tide of battle. "I can see why you object to his cabinet, but that is merely a personal opinion. At this most critical time, I beg you to cooperate with the Tojo cabinet to overcome our problems." "I am not an expert in politics," Yanai smiled wryly. "You can see that from my own cabinet. I'm an admiral, not a politician, and I'd like to die an admiral. If you want to use me, make me an advisor to the Navy Minister." From Yanai's tone, it was clear that he could not be persuaded. Sato started back to Tojo's office. He had tried but failed, and now his final advice would negate everything he had previously said. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, but Tojo was still working in his shirt sleeves, smoke from his ever-present cigarette curling up to the lampshade above his head. Tojo looked up. "Please resign," said Sato. Tojo let his breath out in a long sigh. "I will see the Emperor in the morning," he said. "Would you please put in writing what led to my resignation?" As Sato sat down and began to write, he knew in his heart that the war was over, and tears dropped onto the paper. In the morning, July 18th, Tojo, skin sallow, eyes lusterless, told his cabinet in a weary voice that he had decided to resign because of the loss of Saipan. He had hesitated so long only because of the Badoglio group in Japan. He was referring to the Marshal Pietro Badoglio government, which had surrendered Italy unconditionally to the Allies the previous summer. The responsibility for Japan's defeat, he added caustically, would have to be borne by the Jushin and others who had forced him out of office. His shoulders sagged. It was the hottest day of the year. "I must ask you all to resign," he said. The atmosphere was awkward as each man wrote his resignation. It was ironic that exactly 4 years earlier, Tojo had been chosen war minister. Stony-faced, Tojo delivered the documents to Kido. The Privy Seal asked whom he would like to succeed him.
"I won't say whom I want," Tojo replied with sarcasm. "I imagine the Jushin have already decided who it will be."
Then he started down the long corridor to the Emperor's office to make his last report as Prime Minister. The Jushin had not yet selected his successor, but were about to. They met this time in the afternoon, and with Kido as the dominating presence, in the west room of the palace. Also present were the Grand Chamberlain and President of the Privy Council, Yoshimichi Hara. General Abe, who had always supported Tojo, wanted the Navy, in the person of Yonai, to form the new cabinet. "I did take part in politics once," the Admiral observed, "and I might try again as Navy Minister, but I can't become Prime Minister. Military men had a one-sided education, and this made them unsuited for such a role. Politics should be left to politicians." Kanoya appreciated Yonai's idealism, but they had to consider the matter from a practical point of view. Politics today cannot be carried on without the Army's participation. Kido and Kanoya had long since privately agreed that there should be an interim cabinet before the Imperial family became involved. "The bolstering of home defense," Kido retorted, "the increase of Army strength in the homeland, and that of the military police, force us to choose someone from the Army." Wakatsuki acquiesced, and so did Yonai. Moments earlier, the latter had warned about the dangers of choosing a military man. Now he suggested Count Hisaichi Terauchi, who had been promoted to Field Marshal the year before. Kanoya was willing to accept Terauchi, but not before he had emphasized 2 points. First, why did Tojo fall? Of course, it was partially because many unfavorable things were said about him, but also because the Army, unlike the Navy, interferes with every phase of political as well as economic life. This would have to cease. Second, the nation nowadays seems to be drifting toward a leftist revolution. Everything points in that direction. Losing the war is a dreadful thing, but a revolution is far more dreadful. Once defeated, we may recover in due time, but a leftist revolution would play havoc with the national essence. He wondered if Terauchi could control the dissident elements. "He is all right," Kido said, "but since he is so far away from here, at the front, it would be difficult to bring him back. We'd better choose someone else." For a second time, Yonai nominated a military man, General Yoshijiro Umetsu, the commander of the Kwantung Army, who had just been recalled to replace Tojo as chief of staff. "It's not good to remove him so soon from his new post," objected Kido, who privately thought Umetsu would be a poor choice. Kanoya suggested a Navy man, the aged Kentaro Suzuki, who had narrowly escaped death in the 226 incident. "I was with him in the Privy Council," Hara said, "and know him well. He will never accept the offer." Hiranuma's motion of Field Marshal Shunroku Hata, Commander-in-Chief in China, got a lukewarm reception. Again, Yonai suggested a general, Kuniaki Koiso. "He's a good man, capable and courageous. I knew him well when he was in my cabinet." "How does he get along with army men?" Kido asked. "Not so badly, I believe," General Abe replied. "He's different from Tojo." "He's first-rate and devoutly religious," Hiranuma commented. "I have no objections," said Wakatsuki, "although I don't know him." Okada thought they were making too hasty a choice, and Kanoya supported him. This inspired a lengthy and inconclusive dispute, and in the end they were forced to advise the Emperor to choose one of the 3 army men, Terauchi, Hata, or Koiso. It was already 8 o'clock. They had debated for 4 hours, and it was with a sense of relief that they passed on the responsibility to His Majesty. Marquis Kido reported immediately to the Emperor. with the suggestion that His Majesty query the army on Terauchi's availability before making a choice. The answer came from Tojo, who by chance was at the palace for the installation of his successor, General Umezu. Tojo advised against releasing Terauchi from his post at such a critical time. That left only Hata and Koiso, and the Emperor, after considering Kido's presentations, selected the latter. During the night, Prince Kanoya began worrying about Koiso. Would he be able to control the leftists and remain independent of the army? Perhaps there should be co-premiers, one from the army, one from the navy. A combination of Koiso and Yonai, for example. And since Yonai himself had recommended Koiso, it was obvious the two would get along. The next day he discussed it with Baron Hiranuma, who thought it was a splendid idea. And, more important, so did the Privy Seal. But Yonai remained reluctant. Since he had refused Tojo's invitation to join his cabinet, it would be improper now to accept a much more prominent position. But why not Navy Minister? I'm confident of handling that post. I'm not ashamed to admit that I might prove to be the best possible Navy Minister. Kanoya was almost as pleased as if Yonai had accepted co-premiership. With Yonai in the cabinet, strongly supported by Kido and the Emperor, it would amount to the same thing. General Koiso arrived from Korea the following afternoon. He was taken directly and without explanation to the waiting room adjoining the Imperial chamber. Nicknamed the Tiger of Korea, more for his looks than for his military prowess, he had slanted cat-like eyes, a flat nose, and thin lips. He liked sake parties and was jovial enough to tolerate another nickname, Champion Baldhead of Japan. He knew there was a good chance he might be named Prime Minister, and had in his pocket a list of close comrades in Korea for cabinet posts, but his expectations diminished sharply at the entrance of Admiral Yonai. Before he could question Yonai, Kido appeared to usher the two into His Majesty's presence. "Who should go first?" asked the general, and Kido replied, "Koiso." But the Emperor treated both of them exactly alike. He said they would have to cooperate in forming a new cabinet, and warned them not to antagonize Russia. Yonai was as mystified as Koiso, and when the audience was over, he asked Marquis Kido which one was Prime Minister. "Koiso, of course," said the Privy Seal. What a strange conversation, Koiso thought. He turned to Yonai. "What office are you going to take? Navy Minister?" "That's the only post I'm capable of filling," the Admiral replied. Tojo's forced resignation gave his wife a sense of relief. Now, at least, the daily hazard of assassination was over. Coincidentally, Tojo's ally Adolf Hitler had just barely escaped death from a bomb explosion. Her reasoning was correct. Admiral Takagi, for instance, canceled his plan to gun down Tojo, who had now joined the distinguished but purely advisory circle of Jushin. 2. Although General MacArthur had been given a target date to invade the Philippines, a preliminary landing at Mindanao to establish airfields, followed 3 weeks later by a major one at Leyte, the Joint Chiefs had suggested in mid-June that he bypass the other Philippine islands, including Luzon, and leapfrog all the way from Leyte to Formosa. This would, in effect, eliminate MacArthur's cherished role as liberator of the Philippines, and his reply was in keeping with his indignation. "The Philippines is American territory, where our unsupported forces were destroyed by the enemy. Practically all of the 17 million Filipinos remain loyal to the United States, and are undergoing the greatest privation and suffering because we have not been able to support or succor them. We have a great national obligation to discharge. Moreover, if the United States should deliberately bypass the Philippines, leaving our prisoners, nationals, and loyal Filipinos in enemy hands, without an effort to retrieve them at earliest moment, we would incur the gravest psychological reaction. We would admit the truth of Japanese propaganda to the effect that we had abandoned the Filipinos and would not shed American blood to redeem them. We would undoubtedly incur the open hostility of that people. We would probably suffer such loss of prestige among all the peoples of the Far East that it would adversely affect the United States for many years." Marshall replied with a forceful admonition not to let personal feelings and Philippine politics overshadow his primary objective, the winning of the war. He asserted that bypassing was by no means synonymous with abandonment. MacArthur, however, was offered the opportunity of reviewing the matter directly with the President. The occasion was to be an unprecedented meeting 5 weeks hence in Hawaii between Roosevelt, MacArthur, and Nimitz. Marshall, Arnold, and King were not invited. It was an indication to King that the President, with the Democrats holding their national convention in Chicago, wished to emphasize his role as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy. Roosevelt and his party boarded the heavy cruiser Baltimore at San Diego the day after he was nominated for a fourth term. Early in the afternoon of July 26th, the cruiser, presidential flag flapping at the main, passed Diamond Head. MacArthur, whose plane had just landed after the long trip from Brisbane, met the president at the pier. The general was still in his winter uniform. "Douglas," chided Admiral Leahy, a friend for almost 40 years, "why don't you wear the right kind of clothes when you come up here to see us?" "Well, you haven't been where I came from, and it's cold up there in the sky." The presidential party passed through long lines of soldiers and a cheering crowd to the site of the conference, a palatial private home on Waikiki Beach. There was no longer need to debate priorities of men and materiel, nor was there any question of the success of whatever was to come. After dinner, Roosevelt pointed to Mindanao on a map of the Pacific and said, "Douglas, where do we go from here?" "Leyte, Mr. President, and then Luzon." MacArthur expounded at length on the advisability of seizing Luzon before invading Formosa. Nimitz made no comment. The next morning, formal talks began in a large living room, whose walls were covered with operational maps. Using a long bamboo pointer, MacArthur again urged the occupation of Luzon. This time Nimitz countered, also aided by the pointer, with his own plan for striking directly at Formosa. Roosevelt leaned back in his wheelchair, relishing the lesson in geography. Tactfully, he narrowed down the points of disagreement, but his mediation was not necessary. Nimitz, a good listener, finally accepted the validity of MacArthur's argument that national honor and strategy made the liberation of all the Philippines essential before moving on to Formosa. After lunch, MacArthur assured Roosevelt that there would be no friction between him and Nimitz. "We see eye to eye, Mr. President," he said. "We understand each other perfectly." Later, as his plane took off for Brisbane, he turned to an aide with a triumphant, "We've sold it." While the Americans prepared the complex strategy leading up to the Leyte invasion, which was given a definite date, December 20th, Imperial headquarters in Tokyo was attempting to guess their intentions. A plan for the conduct of future operations envisaged attacks on 4 areas: the Philippines, Formosa and Okinawa, the Home Islands, and the Kuriles in the north. Though it was given the optimistic name Shogo, Operation Victory, it was a plan born of desperation, a series of last-ditch defenses. It was obvious that the Philippines was the next American objective, Show 1, and it was agreed that this should be made the scene of the final decisive battle, both on land and sea. The question was where and how to meet this challenge and force this confrontation into a genuinely conclusive conflict. It was a problem of geography. The Philippine archipelago, almost 7,100 islands, lay some 500 miles off the mainland of Asia, 230 miles south of Formosa. It extended 1,150 miles from Mindanao due north through the Visayas, the central islands, including Cebu and Leyte, to Luzon, the largest and most important island. Only 11 of the islands had an area larger than 1,000 square miles, and 2 of these, Mindanao and Luzon, comprised more than 2/3 of the total land area. Strategically, however, Leyte, 1/13 the size of Mindanao, was equally important. It was in the heart of the archipelago, and its spacious gulf was an invitation to an invasion from the sea. Southern Army's operations officer wanted to oppose the Americans wherever they landed first, which would be somewhere in the south, before they had a chance to set up bases, but he was overruled by the Army General Staff. It would be impossible to predict exactly where the enemy would first strike. Rather than disperse troops on a number of southern islands, the bulk should be concentrated on Luzon, which had the best roads and could be most easily defended. The conquest of the Philippines called for combined sea and land operations of a magnitude never before attempted by the United States. MacArthur would lead the assault, but he would have Nimitz's full support. It was the Navy's task to neutralize Japanese air power. The first strike was delivered on September 6th by Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher's Task Force 38. For 3 days his bombers hit the Palaus, 550 miles due east of Mindanao. Then he shifted the attack to Mindanao itself on September 9th and 10th. These aerial raids spurred Japanese preparations for the defense of the Philippines. In Manila, Field Marshal Terauchi, whose Southern Army was charged with the defense of the vast area from New Guinea to Burma, believed, with Tokyo, that ground-based planes could sink most of the enemy convoys before they beached. But the local commander of ground troops, Lieutenant General Shigenori Kuroda of the 14th Area Army, argued that the concept was good, but you couldn't fight with concept alone. Words will not sink American ships, and that becomes clear when you compare our aircraft with theirs. Japanese air power was negligible, and the battle would have to be won on land. There was even disagreement on how this kind of battle should be fought. Annihilation at the beachhead had been standard operating procedure in all previous invasions, but opposition to this policy was growing. Beach defenses had proved helpless against naval bombardment followed by a determined assault. Imperial headquarters ordered Terauchi to set up resistance in depth. The order was passed on to the officer responsible for the defense of Mindanao and the Visayas, Lieutenant General Sosaku Suzuki, who had once been rudely roused out of bed in Malaya by an indignant Colonel Tsuji. He commanded the 35th Army, the equivalent of a U.S. Army Corps, and had headquarters in Cebu City. The general was described by his colleagues as a gentleman of great heart and straight as bamboo. Suzuki not only feared the American invasion would come sooner than his superiors in Tokyo and Manila did, he told his chief of staff to expect a landing about the 1st of October, but predicted correctly that the enemy would concentrate his attack on Leyte. He placed the 30th Division in northern Mindanao so it could quickly be transferred to Leyte, but immediate events made him doubt his own prophecy. On September 10th, a message arrived from a naval observation unit that the enemy was landing near Davao on the south coast of Mindanao. 2 hours later, another report arrived. American Marines using amphibious tanks have landed on southern tip of small island located across the banks from Davao. Suzuki transferred the 30th Division back to the south of Mindanao and alerted Manila. The 4th Air Army began ferrying planes from New Guinea to the Philippines, while Combined Fleet alerted its forces for Show 1. But there had been no enemy landing. Observers on a hill overlooking the bay had mistaken choppy waves for a landing craft. Let this mishap be a lesson, Suzuki told his staff. The next time, he trusted, they would not act so precipitously. 2 days later, Mitchell resumed his attacks, which would eventually sweep up through the Philippines all the way to Okinawa. Within 48 hours, 2,400 sorties had been launched at the Visayas. The damage was so complete, and the American casualty rate so minimal, that Admiral Halsey, who commanded 3rd Fleet, which now included most of the ships in Spruance's old 5th Fleet, asked himself why the Leyte invasion date should not be advanced. He sat in a corner of the bridge of the battleship New Jersey and thought it over. It was really none of his business, and might upset a great many apple carts, possibly all the way up to Mr. Roosevelt and Mr. Churchill, but it might also cut months off the war. Halsey summoned his chief of staff, Robert Mick Carney, and his secretary, Harold Stassen, and said, "I'm going to stick my neck out. Send an urgent dispatch to Singpak." It recommended cancellation of preliminary operations on Yap, Morotai, and Mindanao, and seizure of Leyte at the earliest possible date. Nimitz forwarded the dispatch to Quebec, where Roosevelt and Churchill were again meeting. The boldness of Halsey's suggestion intrigued them, but they needed MacArthur's blessing. The general was aboard Nashville on his way to Morotai, one of the Spice Islands between New Guinea and Mindanao, the next to the last step on his route to the Philippines. Nashville was under radio silence, and the decision rested on MacArthur's chief of staff, General Sutherland, who had remained in New Guinea. He knew his chief would welcome an earlier liberation of the Philippines, so, in MacArthur's name, he radioed Quebec that the invasion of Leyte could take place on October 20th, 2 months ahead of schedule. On September 15th, MacArthur's troops landed unopposed on Morotai, while Halsey's were meeting stiff resistance on Peleliu, one of the Palau Islands. Peleliu was defended with such determination that it took a statistical average of 1,589 rounds of heavy and light ammunition to kill each Japanese soldier. American casualties were extremely heavy. In 1 month of bitter combat, 1,121 Marines were killed. The Marines were feuding with their own Navy and Army in equal proportions. Just before disembarking for the assault, Marines on correspondent Tom Lay's transport left this notice on the ship's bulletin board in the ship's officers' wardroom. A message of thanks from Marines aboard USS Repulsive to officers and men aboard USS Repulsive. 1. It gives us great pleasure at this time to extend our sincere thanks to all members of the crew for their kind and considerate treatment of Marines during this cruise. 2. We non-combatants realize that the brave and stalwart members of the crew are winning the war in the Pacific. You Navy people even go within 10 miles of a Japanese island, thereby risking your precious lives. Oh, how courageous you are! Oh, how our piles bleed for you! 3. Because of your actions during this voyage, it is our heartfelt wish that A. The USS Repulsive receives a Jap torpedo immediately after debarkation of all troops. B. The crew of the USS Repulsive is stranded on Beach Orange 3, where Marine units which sailed aboard the ship may repay in some measure the good fellowship extended by the crew and officers during the trip. 4. In conclusion, we Marines wish to say to all you dear, dear boys in the Navy, bugger you, you bloody bastards. 6 days later, Mitcher continued his devastating sweeps of the Philippines. Daringly, he brought his carriers to within 40 miles of the east coast of Luzon to launch 4 airstrikes at the Manila area. The strips at Clark and Nichols Field were plowed up, more than 200 planes destroyed, and the shipping in Manila Bay ravaged. Only 15 U.S. aircraft were lost, and no Japanese plane was able to break through the screen protecting Task Force 38. 3. Now, even in Tokyo, it was clear that the American invasion of the Philippines was imminent. General Kuroda, who had realistically prophesied that Japanese land-based planes could not thwart American sea power, was relieved of his command on the specious grounds that he was devoting more time to his golf, reading, and personal matters than to the execution of his official duties. His replacement as commander of all ground troops in the islands was one of the heroes of the early victories, the conqueror of Singapore. After that campaign, General Tomoyuki Yamashita had been sent to Manchuria to train troops. He was not allowed to stop off in Tokyo. This, explained Imperial headquarters, was to prevent the Russians from learning of his new assignment, but Yamashita, who had been at odds with Tojo for years, was convinced it was just an excuse to get him out of public sight. On his way south, Yamashita told his operations officer, Major Shigeharu Asaeda, who, like his chief, was impatient for action, that he feared the Philippine campaign was going to be another battle of Minatogawa, one fought by a commander who knew from the beginning he had no chance of victory. But he hid this pessimism from his new staff, and upon arrival at 14th Area Army Headquarters at Fort McKinley near Manila on October 6th, told them that the fate of Japan rested on the outcome of the battle. Each officer had a heavy responsibility to fight resolutely, daringly, and with determination to win. If we all remember this, the Japanese army must win in the end. Less than 20,000 troops, the 16th Division, were garrisoned on the island that was MacArthur's target, Leyte. This unit had landed on the east coast of Luzon on Christmas Eve, 1941, and after participating in the seizure of Manila, fought on Bataan. But the majority of its present complement, including its commander, Lieutenant General Shiro Makino, were replacements who had never before been in battle. In the Japanese army, their reputation was poor. They were mostly draftees from the Kyoto-Osaka region and were better businessmen than fighters. Leyte was wedged between 2 larger islands, Samar, directly to the northeast, and Mindanao to the south. In shape, it resembled a molar with its roots pointing to Mindanao. On the east coast, a fertile plain ran along Leyte Gulf for 35 miles. No reefs protected its open sandy beaches, making it a perfect site for landing operations. But a few miles inland, MacArthur's men would have to cross a complex of swamps, streams, and rice paddies, which were almost impassable except by road during the rainy season, which had already begun. The rest of the island was mountainous and heavily wooded, equally difficult to attack or defend. It was infested with small bands of guerrillas, who were in conflict with one another as often as with the Japanese. Their principal value to MacArthur was the reliable information they radioed him about General Makino's defenses. There were almost 1 million people on the island, all of them, except for 3,076 Chinese and a sprinkling of Europeans, Americans, and Japanese, placid Visayans who lived by farming and fishing. The principal crops were rice, sugarcane, corn, and copra. At Hollandia, as well as at Manus, one of the Admiralty Islands 200 miles north of New Guinea, a vast armada, including battleships, cruisers, small carriers, destroyers, transports, tankers, amphibious craft, minesweepers, salvage tugs, and floating dry docks, were preparing to set sail for Leyte. The ships were manned by 50,000 sailors, and the transports and amphibious craft carried 165,000 troops of MacArthur's Sixth Army. The invasion of Leyte would be by far the greatest operation in the Pacific. For the first time, all the forces of MacArthur, Nimitz, and the overseas bomber commands would be united. The safe passage of this convoy was still Mitcher's concern, and to accomplish this he was to range from the Philippine Sea to the East China Sea and back. Task Force 38, which had already practically eliminated Japanese air power in the Philippines, first steamed 1,000 miles north to Okinawa, an island the Japanese considered part of the homeland. Mitcher's 1,396 sorties on October 10th destroyed 100 planes and considerable shipping, including 4 cargo vessels, a submarine tender, and a dozen torpedo boats. The admiral swung back south to bomb northern Luzon the following day. Then he reversed course again, and just before sunrise on October 12th, launched fighters from his 4 carrier groups at Formosa. Here he met his first serious opposition. Vice Admiral Shigeru Fukudome, commander of the 6th Base Air Force, sent up 230 fighters to ambush the Americans. Many of his young pilots had learned their combat technology only from films, but they would probably outnumber the enemy at least 3-2. The Toho Motion Picture Company constructed a lake in Setagaya and filled it with 6-foot models of U.S. warships. Atop a tower, a movie camera on a boom took pictures of the vessels from various angles, simulating different speeds of approach. These films were shown as a substitute for flight training in order to save fuel. From his command post, Fukudome saw in the distance enemy planes sweep down to his airfields. High above, tiny specks, Zero interceptors, began plummeting toward the Americans. There were flashing explosions and long arching trails of smoke. Fukudome excitedly clapped his hands. Well done, a tremendous success. But the Americans continued to come on in perfect formation. The downed planes were his own. His fighters had been like so many eggs thrown against the stone wall of the indomitable enemy formation. Fukudome lost a third of his interceptors in the first strike, and the rest in the second. There was nothing to send up against the third. The Americans resumed their raids the following morning, and, unopposed, damaged Formosan air installations more heavily than the previous day. The Japanese retaliated at dusk. 30-odd bombers, specially designed for night attacks, swept out toward Task Force 38, skimming the waves to avoid radar detection. 3 dive bombers eluded interceptors and released their bombs at the carrier Franklin. 2 bombs went wide, but the third exploded on the deck-edge elevator. Fire broke out on the port quarter, but was soon extinguished. The heavy cruiser Canberra, named after the Australian cruiser sunk in the Battle of Savo, was not so fortunate. A torpedo slammed into her side, ripping a huge hole. Water cascaded in, and she came to a dead stop, 90 miles from Formosa. Halsey, on his flagship New Jersey, faced a difficult decision. Should he abandon Canberra or risk another ship in an attempt to tow her at 4 knots the 1,300 miles to Ulithi Atoll in the Carolines? Halsey characteristically took the chance and ordered another cruiser to draw Canberra clear. To divert the Japanese, he ordered a third and unscheduled series of raids on Formosa. In the morning, Mitcher sent out 3 sweeps against Formosan airfields, while 109 huge Army Air Force B-29s left their bases deep inside China to hit the Takao area. By dusk, over 500 Japanese planes had been destroyed in the 3-day air battle. But the surviving Japanese pilots, whose vision of battle had come from a lake full of models on the Toho film lot, reported the biggest victory in Japanese naval history, and as Halsey's fleet withdrew to strike elsewhere, Admiral Toyoda, at the time in Formosa on an inspection trip, saw this action as confirmation of American disaster. He ordered Fukudome to go after the remnants of the Third Fleet with every bomber left. The next day, October 15th, Fukudome launched 3 strikes. 1 group alone found the enemy, and it was repelled. The following afternoon, a flight of 107 aircraft caught up with the retreating Americans. Only 3 penetrated the fighter screen, and 1 hit the light cruiser Houston with a torpedo. Over 6,500 tons of water rushed in, and she seemed destined to share the fate of the first Houston, destroyed off Java. But damage control parties kept the leaks in check, and, like Canberra, she was towed away. Halsey had not lost a single ship in the sweeps extending from Okinawa to Luzon. Facetiously, he radioed Nimitz, the Third Fleet's sunken and damaged ships have been salvaged and are retiring at high speed toward the enemy. He was heading south to support the coming invasion of Leyte. In Japan, neither Combined Fleet nor Imperial headquarters had any reason to doubt the reports of momentous victories by returning pilots. An official communique was issued on October 16th, announcing that in the Formosan battle 11 enemy carriers, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 1 destroyer or light cruiser had been sunk, and almost as many others damaged. In addition, 112 planes had been shot down. It was admitted that 312 Japanese aircraft had not yet returned, but this was a small price for crippling the Third Fleet. The Emperor called for a celebration in Hibiya Park. To the south, a typhoon raged through the Philippines, but by dawn of October 17th, the storm had subsided. Through a sea whipped by heavy winds, an American attack group, 2 light cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 8 destroyer transports, followed 3 minesweepers into Leyte Gulf. For 20 minutes, one of the cruisers, Denver, shelled Suluan, a small island in the mouth of the Gulf. Then, the 6th Ranger Infantry Battalion debarked from the transports in a driving rain to land unopposed. The Rangers were looking for mine charts in a lighthouse, but found none. They disposed of most of the 32-man Japanese garrison, but not before a lookout sent out a radio warning. He so exaggerated the size of the attack group, he reported that 2 battleships, 2 converted aircraft carriers, and 6 destroyers lay off his island, that their presence created a major alert. Admiral Toyota, still on Formosa, signaled Admiral Takeo Kurita to bring his formidable 1st Striking Force up from Singapore, then ordered Ozawa's mobile fleet to steam out of the inland sea, where it had reorganized after its crushing defeat in the Philippine Sea, and head south toward the Philippines. He also instructed submarines to make for the Leyte area and attack the American fleet. Then he took off for Japan, so he could be at Combined Fleet headquarters once the decisive battle started. But the man in charge of the defense of the Visayans saw the Suluan alert as yet another false report. At Cebu, General Sosaku Suzuki remembered the panic when whitecaps off Mindanao were reported as landing craft. How could the enemy possibly launch an invasion after suffering a greater naval defeat than at Pearl Harbor? His superiors in Manila were just as skeptical. Observation pilots had reported seeing nothing in Leyte Gulf through the clouds and rain. On Leyte itself, General Makino alone feared it was a genuine invasion and ordered an alert against the advice of his staff, who argued that the American shipping in the mouth of Leyte Gulf was the remnants of the Formosa battle blown south by the typhoon. October 18th dawned fair, and the Rangers had no trouble landing on Homenhon, an island next to Little Suluan. One of Makino's staff officers flew over the Gulf about this time, but saw nothing through the fog. There were no Japanese, no fortifications. Without opposition, here we are with all these goddamn bullets and no Japs. The Rangers accomplished their mission, the erection of a navigation light to guide the convoy. 15 miles to the south, other Rangers were swarming ashore at Dinagat, a much bigger island guarding the lower approaches to the Gulf. It too was uninhabited, and a second navigation light was set up at the tip end, Desolation Point. The convoy would enter the Gulf between these 2 islands. By noon, the entrance to Leyte had been secured. 2 hours later, the battleship Pennsylvania, along with 2 cruisers and several destroyers, began to bombard Leyte itself along the Gulf. Then, underwater teams and landing craft moved in to scout conditions on the beaches. Japanese dug in along the neat rows of coconut trees lining the beach road, opened fire, sinking one of the craft. Ignoring the hail of bullets, the other teams went to work and were soon back with a welcome report. The shore was clear of mines and obstacles. Makino's communications, inadequate to begin with, had been almost completely disrupted by the storm, and he knew none of this. Reassured by the officer who had just flown over the Gulf and seen nothing of import, he reported to Suzuki that the American ships sighted earlier in the Gulf had probably been looking for refuge from the typhoon. In Japan, this complacency was not shared by Combined Fleet. Just before noon, Admiral Toyota gave the execute to Show 1, and for the first time his staff revealed to the Army at a combined meeting its detailed plan for an exhaustive battle. The Navy would attack the landing forces in Leyte Gulf with every available ship. This all-or-nothing attitude distressed General Kenryo Sato. If the Navy failed, what chance would the Army have in its decisive battle? The combined fleet belongs not only to the Navy but to the state, Sato pointed out. Its destruction, he used the word self-destruction, would leave the homeland open to invasion. Only the existence of the fleet will make the enemy cautious, he said in a choked voice. So please, gentlemen, be prudent. I am very grateful to know, said Rear Admiral Nakazawa, the operations section chief, that the combined fleet is so highly regarded by you Army men. His words were sincere. He pleaded for a fitting place to die. The Philippines would be the last opportunity. Please give the combined fleet the chance to bloom as flowers of death. His voice faltered. This is the Navy's earnest request. Sato could not withstand the tears or the argument. He acceded gracefully. That afternoon, the Emperor gave his blessing to Show 1. South of the Philippines, scattered over thousands of square miles, the invasion convoy, 420 transports and 157 warships, was steaming steadily toward Leyte Gulf. In the van were battleships, cruisers, and destroyers of the support and bombardment units, and just before dawn on October 19th, they entered the Gulf and began shelling the landing beaches. At the same time, carrier planes were striking at every airbase on the Visayas. They almost completely destroyed the remaining Japanese air power in the area. The stage was at last set for the appearance of the gigantic invasion convoy. At 11 o'clock that evening, it rendezvoused 17 miles east of Leyte Gulf and steamed slowly toward the opening, marked by the navigation lights on the islands of Dinagat and Homenhon. Protestant and Catholic services were piped over public address systems, and more than one man had the sinking feeling that he was listening to his own last rites. Up ahead could be heard the muted boom of destroyers lobbing shells onto the landing areas. In 11 hours, the GIs would storm those beaches, and they tried to rest in the stuffy holds. Those who could not sleep counted the slow hours in their bunks, or came up on deck in search of fresh air. The ships seemed to be barely moving as they glided through the mouth of the Gulf. There was little talk. Everyone was too engrossed in his own thoughts and fears. On the left loomed an ominous mass, Dinagat Island, dark except at the tip end, Desolation Point, where a white beacon steadily gleamed. A GI fell overboard. It was reported over the circuit, "Ships astern, keep lookout." Rescues seemed hopeless in the swift-running phosphorescent waters, but 20 minutes later, a small craft near the end of the formation sighted the soldier and hauled him aboard. In the first gray light of October 20th, MacArthur had designated it A-Day, since D-Day to the public meant June 6, 1944. The dim outline of Leyte materialized. The sun rose behind the convoy, illuminating clear skies overhead. In minutes, it was uncomfortably hot. The quiet was shattered abruptly as 3 battleships opened fire. Gray smoke plumes erupted along violet and yellow beaches near Dulag. 12 minutes later, a Japanese observation plane appeared. Ack-ack bursts bloomed on all sides, but the little aircraft moved off unharmed. At about 7 o'clock, 3 other battleships joined in the cannonade, their target white and red beaches to the north, just below Tacloban, the capital. Within an hour, the transports began moving sedately over the glassy water to positions 7 miles offshore. The battleships ceased fire to allow cruisers, destroyers, and gunboats to move in closer and take up the bombardment. The continuous thunder of guns was suddenly exceeded by an awesome swoosh as thousands of rockets shot up simultaneously from the little gunboats. Seconds later, there was a thunderous clap. The entire shoreline was a solid sheet of blinding and exploding flame. When the smoke cleared, those on the transports stared incredulous. Where there had been lush jungle growth, now lay a barren, tangled, smoking, dust-covered waste. At 9:45, 15 minutes before H-hour, the landing craft, which had been jockeying for position, as if they were in a sulky race, bored in toward the beaches on a 12-mile front. In the north, the 1st Cavalry Division stormed ashore at White Beach. Sharpshooters knocked snipers out of palm trees with carbines and garrons. Concrete pillboxes were dynamited, and cavalrymen swept onto the coastal highway. To their left, the 24th Infantry Division also landed without difficulty. 2 of their men, one a Filipino, planted the American and Philippine flags on Red Beach, but they ran into nests of resolute Japanese, and it took them several hours to reach the road. Farther south, the 96th Infantry Division splashed safely ashore at Orange and Blue Beaches. Fortunately, most of the artillery located at Katmon Hill, which dominated the region, had been destroyed by the naval bombardment. They pushed inland for almost a mile before they were slowed by marshes and scattered resistance. To their left, at the extreme southern end, Violet and Yellow Beaches, the 7th Infantry Division, which had seen action at Attu and Kwajalein, encountered the stiffest opposition, but Dulag was captured by noon. MacArthur watched the landings intently from the bridge of the cruiser Nashville until lunch. He reappeared on deck a little before 2 o'clock, wearing a fresh khaki uniform, sunglasses, and marshal's cap. He climbed into a barge loaded with officers and newsmen. It headed for the transport John Toland, on which Sergio Osmeña, the president of the Philippines since Quezon's death 3 months earlier, waited along with General Carlos Romulo to be picked up. Romulo hadn't seen MacArthur for 2 years, and eagerly clambered down the rope ladder. "Carlos, my boy," MacArthur exclaimed, "here we are, home." Osmeña's affable greeting to MacArthur belied his true feelings. It had taken a personal plea from President Roosevelt to persuade him to return to the Philippines in the shadow of the general. But the exhilaration of the moment overrode personal differences. They were all talking at once. "We are here," was repeated over and over. MacArthur slapped Sutherland on the knee. "Believe it or not," he said with a grin, "we're back." The barge grounded on Red Beach, some 5 miles below Tacloban. The ramp flapped down, and MacArthur stepped into knee-deep water. He was followed by Osmeña, General George Kenney, and the others. The diminutive Romulo, who was now wearing new shoes, had difficulty keeping up with MacArthur's long strides. The shore was encumbered by 4 damaged landing craft, one still burning, and occasionally the party heard the rattle of machine gun and rifle fire. Corncob pipe in mouth, and armed with an old revolver of his father's, which he kept in his back pocket, MacArthur searched a palm grove for the 24th Division commander, Major General Frederick Irving. "This is what I dreamed about," Romulo heard him mutter. Prone GIs were concentrating fire on something ahead. "Hey, there's General MacArthur," said one. His buddy didn't even bother to look up. "Oh, yeah? And I suppose he's got Eleanor Roosevelt along with him." After a brief chat with General Irving, MacArthur returned to his party. He motioned to Osmeña, put a hand on his shoulder. "Mr. President, how does it feel to be home?" he asked. They sat down on a fallen tree. "As soon as we take Tacloban, I am turning the administration over to you. This may be sooner than we planned. Things are going so smoothly." "I am ready whenever you are, General." They were interrupted by a Signal Corps officer who extended a hand microphone. The voice of freedom was back on the air. As MacArthur began to talk, his voice charged with emotion and hands trembling, a few drops of rain fell. "People of the Philippines, I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil. At my side is your president, Sergio Osmeña, worthy successor of that great patriot, Manuel Quezon, with members of his cabinet." In the background, trucks were noisily grinding across the beach, and planes roared overhead. There was an occasional distant boom from ships offshore shelling inland positions. His voice rising, the general called on the people to rally to him in the spirit of Bataan and Corregidor. "As the lines of battle roll forward to bring you within the zone of operations, rise and strike. For your homes and hearts, strike. For future generations of your sons and daughters, strike. In the name of your sacred dead, strike. Let no heart be faint, let every arm be steeled. The guidance of divine God points the way. Follow in his name to the holy grail of righteous victory." Osmeña took the microphone. The liberation of the islands would be a joint enterprise of the Americans and Filipinos, and he urged the populace to cooperate. "We have the word of America that our country, which has been ravaged by war, will be reconstructed and rehabilitated. Steps have already been taken to this end. With the return of normal conditions, law and order will be fully reestablished and democratic processes of constitutional government restored." Romulo also praised the Americans. "You must continue keeping faith with them. You cannot let America down." Euphoric, MacArthur wandered around the wet grove, talking to GIs, until an officer nervously said, "Sir, there are snipers over there," and pointed to nearby trees. MacArthur seemed not to hear. He sat down on a log and stared into the distance, at the land he had sworn to liberate. A few miles to the north, troopers of the 1st Cavalry had reached the outskirts of Tacloban. They dug in, setting up mortars and machine guns in case of a night attack. Instead, they were overwhelmed by the liberated. Filipinos crowded past the sentries. There were old people, young mothers with babies. Robert Chaplin, of the New Yorker, saw an aged, wrinkled-faced woman standing, arms outstretched toward the GIs, with a beatific smile on her face. She seemed to be in the middle of a dream, too stunned to believe that she was wide awake. The Americans had a substantial beachhead in the middle of the Philippines, along with more than 100,000 tons of cargo. The cost was minimal. 49 GIs had died. Roosevelt radioed his congratulations to MacArthur. "You have the nation's gratitude and the nation's prayers for success as you and your men fight your way back." The invaders' losses had been light because the defense system had been shattered by the 3-day bombardment. Their forward positions destroyed, their ranks thinned by shelling and strafing, the Japanese had fallen back, often leaderless. Few of the units were in communication with division headquarters. That night, Colonel Kanao Kondo of the 22nd Artillery Regiment accused the commander of the 1st Battalion of retreating without orders. Kondo refused to accept the excuse that almost the entire battalion had been killed or wounded, and their guns destroyed. "Why didn't you die?" he raged, and ordered the survivors to fight to the end where they stood. General Makino had no details of the progress of the fighting. On the eve of the invasion, he had hastily evacuated his headquarters in Tacloban and was heading inland when the Americans came ashore. He had not yet been able to report what little he knew to his superiors. At Fort McKinley, Yamashita was trying to evaluate the scanty information from Leyte. Just after 10 o'clock, his new chief of staff, Lieutenant General Akira Muto, arrived from Sumatra, where he had been exiled by Tojo. He was without baggage and wore a grimy uniform. During a bombing at an airfield, he had leaped into a muddy ditch to save himself. Yamashita told him of the invasion. "Very interesting," was his remark. "But where is Leyte?" They were joined by Colonel Ichiji Sugita, Yamashita's interpreter at Singapore, who had just flown in from Tokyo with distressing news for both of them. Imperial headquarters ordered the 14th Area Army to fight the decisive battle on Leyte. The next day, October 21st, MacArthur's 4 divisions continued to press forward against little resistance. Dulag's airfield was overrun, most of Tacloban was liberated, and a special town meeting was scheduled for the following morning to welcome the victors and to recruit native labor for the Philippine Civil Affairs Unit. Filipinos crowded the marketplace, ignoring occasional bursts of fire in the outskirts. "We had to obey the Japanese to save our necks," said Satorino Gonzalez, a member of the provincial board. He spoke to the audience, but his words were directed to the Americans, in English. "But there was never any doubt, as you know, what our feelings were beneath. I ask you to consider now what the policies of the American government were like before the Japanese came, and how they are to be compared to the Japanese administration. You will now understand the famous democratic ways of the United States." The next speaker held up a can of K-ration. The crowd got the point and cheered in English, "Long live the Americans! Lovely Americans!" An American colonel told the crowd that the Philippines were theirs. "Your Commonwealth government will be set up under your own president, President Osmeña. We are going to see that you get food and clothing. We want you to be patient. We need labor. You will get paid for the work you do in Philippine currency, and with it you will be able to buy the rice and other products we will bring. But, by God, you'll do it as free men." The New Yorker man, Chaplin, doubted that the audience understood everything the colonel said, but their enthusiasm was such that the next speaker, an ex-governor of Leyte, pledged that they would work for the Americans 365 days a year, and we will work for nothing. The colonel's protests were overridden by cries of, "Lovely Americans! We will work! We will work!" In Manila, 340 miles to the northwest, Yamashita was making a final attempt to persuade Field Marshal Terauchi to protest Tokyo's order to make Leyte the site of the conclusive land battle of the Philippines. How could reinforcements break through the American air and submarine blockade around the island? Besides, before sufficient troops and supplies reached Leyte, the battle would be over. And was it MacArthur's primary target? Perhaps this was merely a feint before the full-scale invasion of Luzon. But his arguments came to naught. Terauchi never wavered in his belief that the imminent naval-air counterattack would sink the enemy invasion fleet in Leyte Gulf. The marshal, Muto characterized him as being in extremely high spirits and optimistic, ordered the 14th Area Army to totally destroy the enemy on Leyte. Reluctantly, Yamashita passed on the order to Suzuki, and promised to send substantial infantry reinforcements to Leyte. Naval support could be expected to reach the island on the 24th and 25th of October. On Leyte, Makino had been forced to split his 16th Division into the northern and southern Leyte Defense Forces. His orders were couched in aggressive prose, but privately he hoped his troops would not collapse before help arrived. By the next day, the Tacloban area was secure enough for the invaders to permit the public appearance of the Allied leaders. Early in the afternoon, a Filipino brass band roamed the streets of Tacloban in a weapons carrier. A loudspeaker repeated interminably that MacArthur and Osmeña were coming and there would be ceremonies. Led by the band, an impromptu parade formed, and by 3 o'clock a crowd clustered around the steps of the Capitol building. The MacArthur party disembarked at the old wharf from 2 PT boats, and with the general in the lead, marched to the Capitol. From the steps of the building, MacArthur formally announced the establishment of the Philippine civil government under President Osmeña, and promised to liberate the rest of the islands. It was a short, unemotional speech, but the fiesta crowd cheered every sentence. A bugler sounded "To the Colors" as American and Philippine flags were raised simultaneously. MacArthur shook hands with Osmeña and Romulo. "I and my staff will now retire," he said, and started back to the wharf. 22. The Battle of Leyte Gulf. 1. The mobile fleet and first striking force, the remnants of the combined fleet, were approaching the Philippines from the north and west. Vice Admiral Gisaburo Ozawa commanded the mobile fleet, whose air power had been shattered in the Marianas, and whose remaining planes had proved so ineffectual in the 3-day air battle off Formosa. Still, it made a formidable appearance, with the large carrier Zuikaku, light carriers Zuiho, Chitose, and Chiyoda, and the battleships Issei and Hyuga, remodeled into semi-carriers. But it was a hollow striking force. There were only 116 planes distributed among the 6 ships. The first striking force, coming from Singapore, was under the command of Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita. He came from a family of scholars. His father had compiled the distinguished history of Japan, but he was a man of action. He had skippered 5 destroyers and twice commanded torpedo divisions, then a cruiser division. He had escorted the troops who were to land on Midway, and after participating in the battles around Guadalcanal, including the bombardment of Henderson Field by Congo and Haruna, took over the Second Fleet in time to participate in the Battle of the Philippine Sea. His new fleet was strictly a surface force, but its firepower was truly redoubtable. It included the 2 largest and most fearsome battleships in the world, Musashi and Yamato, as well as 5 old but serviceable battleships, among them Haruna, so often reported sunk, and her sister ship Congo, 11 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 19 destroyers. The first striking force could throw more tons of shells than any fleet afloat. It arrived at Brunei, Borneo, on October 20th, as the Americans were landing on Leyte. Early the next morning, Kurita received orders to enter Leyte Gulf at dawn of October 25th and destroy enemy amphibious shipping. Combined fleets suggested a 2-pronged attack. One group would work its way through the confining waters of the Visayas, debouch into the Pacific through San Bernardino Strait, turn south past Samar, and enter Leyte Gulf from the east. The other group would break into the Gulf from the south through the narrow Surigao Strait between Mindanao and Leyte. On the long approaches to the battle area, both groups might easily be discovered and ambushed by American submarines and surface units, as well as aircraft. Kurita and his staff were willing to accept these perils. What they objected to was the mission as such. They were eager to die in a battle against carriers, but why risk His Majesty's greatest battleships for transports that would already be unloaded? Combined Fleet sympathized with these objections but stood firm. It was too late for any alternative. Kurita, however, was given permission to engage carriers if they came within range. Kurita decided to bring the major part of his fleet through San Bernardino Strait in order to keep it beyond the range of enemy search planes as long as possible. A detachment of 2 old battleships and 4 destroyers under Vice Admiral Teiji Nishimura would take the much shorter southern route. Both groups would enter Leyte Gulf at dawn on the 25th and converge on the enemy transports and their covering force. Kurita was resigned to the loss of at least half his ships, but so many of his junior officers openly protested this calculated risk that he abandoned his usual reticence to address his division commanders and their staffs on the deck of the flagship, the heavy cruiser Otago. He told them that the war situation was far more critical than they could possibly know. Would it not be a shame to have the fleet remain intact while our nation perishes? I believe that Imperial headquarters is giving us a glorious opportunity. You must remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war in a decisive battle? Kurita's words, calm but forceful, were greeted with cries of "Banzai!" At 8 a.m. on October 22nd, the main body of 1st Striking Force sortied from Brunei and began steaming northward, followed by the smaller Nishimura detachment, which turned east at the tip of Borneo and headed toward the south entrance to Leyte Gulf, Surigao Strait. The main body continued northeast through the darkness on a zigzag course at 18 knots, skirting the west coast of the long narrow island of Palawan in the 25-mile-wide passage formed by uncharted reefs, aptly called the Dangerous Ground, and the island itself. In these swift waters near the reefs, 2 American picket submarines, Darter and Dace, patrolled the surface side by side. At 16 minutes past midnight, the conning tower of Darter reported, "Radar contact, 131 true, 30,000 yards. Contact is doubtful, probably rain cloud." "Rain cloud, hell," thought the captain, Commander David McClintock, who was topside. "That's the Jap fleet." The radar operator's report confirmed his guess, and he relayed the information by megaphone to the skipper of Dace, Commander Bladen Claggett. "Let's go get them," Claggett called back, and both submarines gave chase at flank speed, with Darter in the lead. By 4:50 a.m. they had closed with the Japanese, and all hands on Darter were called to battle stations. At 5:10 she reversed course, submerged. Through the periscope, in the faint light of dawn, McClintock made out a gray mass in the distance. A Japanese column was coming straight at him. He looked to the southeast and saw another column of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers several miles away. The gray vessels bearing down on him grew larger. At 5:25, McClintock identified the lead ship, a heavy cruiser making huge bow waves. It was a beautiful sight, and McClintock hoped it was the flagship. All tubes were ready, and the range was just under 1,000 yards, when the column abruptly zigged to the west, placing the target at a perfect angle. "Fire one," ordered McClintock. A searchlight on the cruiser signaled. Had she detected the spread of 6 torpedoes? No, she was holding her course. McClintock took a bearing on the next cruiser. His first torpedoes were heading for the flagship, Otago. On the bridge, Kurita and his chief of staff, Rear Admiral Tomiji Koyanagi, suddenly felt 4 great tremors in succession. The cruiser began to sink. A destroyer was signaled, and Kurita and his staff swam to it. On Dace, Claggett surveyed the scene through his periscope. "Good Lord," he exclaimed. "It looks like the 4th of July out there. One is sinking and another is burning. The Japs are firing all over the place. What a show! Stand by for a setup. Here they come." He studied 2 ships bearing down on him. "Let them pass. They are only cruisers." Behind was a bigger target he mistook for a Congo-class battleship. "Fire 1, fire 2, fire 3, fire 4, fire 5, fire 6, Claggett ordered, and then, "Take her deep, Earl. Let's get the hell out of here." They heard the thump of torpedoes striking home, and a crackle like cellophane being crumpled close to our ears. The heavy cruiser Maya was breaking up. Even before Kurita had reached the perilous waters of the central Philippines, he had lost 2 heavy cruisers, and a third, Takao, was in such bad shape that she had to turn back to Borneo. Moreover, his course had been discovered, yet there was nothing to do but continue. At noon he received a message from Combined Fleet, which told him what he knew better than anyone else. "It is very probable that the enemy is aware of the fact that we have concentrated our forces. He will probably act in the following manner. A. Concentrate submarines in great strength in the San Bernardino and Surigao Straits area. B. Plan attacks on our surface forces, using large-type planes and task forces after tomorrow morning. C. Plan decisive action by concentrating his surface strength in the area east of San Bernardino Strait and Tacloban, where he has his transport group. As to our operations, A. Execute our original plan. 2. By dawn, it was October 24th, Kurita was aboard a new flagship, the mighty Yamato. His ships were in 2 circular formations 7 miles apart. Yamato and her sister ship, Musashi, were in the center of the first group, and Congo in the middle of the second. A huge pagoda-like tower rose above the deck of Yamato. Near the top, in the flag bridge, was Kurita's headquarters. Just below, in the operations room, his staff was trying to assimilate the fragments of information that were slowly coming in. The first striking force went around the southern tip of Mindoro and continued on up into the Sibuyan Sea. The most hazardous part of the trip, a daylight passage following a circumscribed course along numerous islets, not only limited maneuver, but was a matchless stalking ground for submarines. But there was no other way to get to San Bernardino Strait, the gateway to the Philippine Sea. Kurita had come to doubt the report that the air engagements off Formosa had crippled American carrier power, but he did not know that Japanese air power in the Philippines had itself been practically annihilated by Halsey and could give him little, if any, support. Shortly after 8 a.m., Kurita was again discovered, this time by an American search plane. He radioed Manila for fighter protection. Fewer than a dozen Zeros could be spared, and none of these managed to reach the first striking force. Every other available land-based plane, 180 in all, was sent out to attack Halsey's Third Fleet, which stretched across the Philippine Sea from mid-Luzon to Leyte. Hellcats from Mitcher's Task Force 38 knocked down almost all of the Japanese, but one bomber broke through the screen to hit the light carrier Princeton with a 550-pound bomb. The blazing hangar deck began exploding torpedoes chain fashion. For hours the crews fought to save the ship, but the conflagration was uncontrollable and she had to be sunk. With the sighting of Kurita's ships in the Sibuyan Sea, Admiral Halsey characteristically took personal charge of the battle. At 8:37 he bypassed Mitcher and ordered 3 of his task group commanders direct by TBS, talk between ships. Strike, repeat, strike, good luck. Within 2 hours, the van of this attack, 12 fighters and the same number of dive bombers and torpedo bombers from Intrepid and Cabot, found Kurita. On Musashi, Petty Officer Second Class Shiro Hosoya was precariously perched in an open signal booth attached to the second bridge, about halfway up its huge island structure. He was supervisor of signalmen, but during action had little to do but observe. With a mixed feeling of anxiety and awe, he watched the Americans break through the tremendous wall of anti-aircraft fire thrown up by every ship in the formation. Each battleship had at least 120 25mm guns, and the cruisers carried 90. It was like watching a show, until the enemy planes began heading straight for him and for Yamato. Just ahead and to the left, half a dozen huge geysers erupted around Yamato. The great battleship was obscured, and a report was relayed that she was sinking. Hosoya refused to believe it. Like Musashi, she was unsinkable. He peered apprehensively through the descending waters until he made her out again, steaming along as if on maneuvers. Suddenly, a fountain more than 200 feet high rose directly in front of Hosoya and drenched the men on deck below. His booth swayed sickeningly as Musashi shuddered twice, once from a bomb hit, once from a torpedo. But, like her sister, she sailed on serenely as if nothing had happened, evidence that she truly was indestructible. Basically the same as Yamato, Musashi was better constructed, had superior quarters, and was worthy of her nickname, the Palace. She had been Yamamoto's flagship, then Koga's, and the crew wondered a bit resentfully why Kurita had not chosen to come aboard her for the last battle of the Japanese Navy. At noon, a second attack, 24 torpedo planes, swept in toward the 2 super battleships. Musashi took 3 more torpedoes but continued on course, all damage under control. On Yamato, which had not yet been hit, Kurita sent another plea for air support at 1:15 p.m., this to his superior, Admiral Ozawa, as well as to Manila. We are being subjected to repeated enemy carrier-based air attacks. Advise immediately of contacts and attacks made by you on the enemy. 15 minutes later, 29 planes loomed on the horizon. They were from Lexington and Essex. To Kurita, the enemy aircraft converging on Musashi looked as if they were twice that number. On Musashi's second bridge, Chief Gunnery Officer Koshino was pleading over the voice tube with the captain, Rear Admiral Toshihira Inoguchi, to let him fire the main 18.1-inch guns, the biggest in the world, with a special spray shell called Sanshiki-dan. Permission denied, said Inoguchi. A dozen rounds of Sanshiki-dan could damage a gun's bore. He wanted to save the big guns for the surface battle in Leyte Gulf. The attackers turned out to be more aggressive than their predecessors. Dive bombers plunged down, accompanied by fighters strafing the decks. The ship became enveloped by water thrown up by near bomb misses. Then, in rapid succession, 4 bombs crashed into Musashi. Fragments like steel popcorn ricocheted off the bridges. The air was acrid with gunpowder fumes. Another torpedo ripped into the hull. At last, Musashi was hurt, and perceptibly. She fell several miles behind Yamato, but the executive officer, Captain Kenkichi Kato, who was responsible for damage control, still remained so confident that he didn't think it necessary to report personally to the skipper. The limping ship was, however, affecting the progress of the first striking force. Kurita ordered fleet speed reduced to 22 knots so that Musashi could keep up, then sent out another request for help. First Striking Force is engaged in severe fight in Sibuyan Sea. Enemy air attacks are expected to increase. Request land-based air force and mobile force to make prompt attacks on enemy carrier force estimated to be at Lemon Bay. Musashi's increased vulnerability gave Chief Gunnery Officer Koshino a chance to renew his pleas to use Sanshikidan in the main guns. Admiral Inoguchi argued that the ship was listing, which made it unsafe to fire the guns. But when the executive officer supported Koshino, Inoguchi yielded. Excitement spread through the ship as the huge guns, the very reason for Musashi's existence, were slowly trained toward the east. 65 planes from Enterprise and Franklin appeared in the distance. The 9 guns roared, the first time they had ever been fired at an enemy. The noise was deafening topside, and below decks the ship heaved as if a spread of torpedoes had smashed into her simultaneously. Koshino peered expectantly at the approaching planes, but not one was falling into the sea. The formation simply spread out and kept coming. Only 6 guns were firing now. The forward turret was silent. One of its guns was jammed with a projectile, and the other 2 could not be elevated higher than 45 degrees. Bombers and torpedo planes swarmed over Musashi. From his signal booth, Hosoya watched in horror as a line of 3 torpedoes plowed into the ship's port side. Then a bomb exploded into the pagoda structure. Hosoya was knocked to his knees, but almost all those just above him on the command bridge were killed. By chance, Inoguchi was at the top of the mast in the observation booth. 7 more torpedoes, bounding like porpoises in the choppy water, smashed one by one into the badly damaged port side. No one seemed to be in charge of the ship until an order finally came over the voice tube. "First bridge, all killed. Captain will take command from the second bridge." It was Inoguchi, still in the observation tower and unharmed. There were 5 more quick explosions, one overhead. The voice from the observation tower was weak. "Captain is wounded. Executive officer, take command." Musashi was listing noticeably to port, and on the second bridge, Executive Officer Kato ordered the ship leveled by water ballast. Then he leaned out to the signal booth and handed Hosoya a message to transmit to Yamato, which was pulling away rapidly. Electric power was out, and Hosoya had to use flags. Musashi capable of cruising at 15 knots, listing to port about 15 degrees. 1 bomb hit first bridge, all members killed. 5 direct bomb hits and 12 torpedo hits. Captain is alive. But Musashi's ordeal was not yet over. At 3:20 p.m., the attack was renewed as planes from Intrepid, Cabot, and Essex joined with those still remaining from Franklin and Enterprise. Kurita's ships continued to throw up a screen of anti-aircraft fire, but nothing could stop the Americans boring in on Musashi for the kill. When they were through, she was left almost helpless, decks awash. The eerie quiet after battle was broken by a shout of "Banzai" from the deck. "What was that banzai for?" Kato yelled down from the second bridge. "The enemy fleet is destroyed," a sailor shouted back. "Who told you that?" "Chief Gunnery Officer Koshino." Kato turned back to the bridge. It was just like Koshino to try to keep up the men's morale. The story spread throughout the ship, and the crew's fighting spirit remained high, despite the 17 bomb and 19 torpedo hits. But Kato himself was disconsolate. He informed Inoguchi, who had come down from the observation tower, his left arm in a sling, that the ship was in no condition to withstand another attack. Hosoya flagged another message to the disappearing Kurita. "Speed 6 knots, capable of operation. Damage great. What shall we do?" Musashi was ordered to quit the battle area with a 2-destroyer escort. Since leaving Borneo, the first striking force had been deprived of the services of a battleship, 4 heavy cruisers. Miyoko had just turned back with 2 damaged shafts, and 2 destroyers. but the rest of Kurita's fleet continued edging toward the narrows that led to San Bernardino Strait. Just before 4 p.m., however, Kurita had second thoughts. It was still light enough for several more air attacks, and it would be impossible to evade them in the channel ahead. They would be trapped. Kurita reversed course and sent a lengthy explanation to Combined Fleet. Were we to have forced our way through as scheduled under these circumstances, we would merely make of ourselves meat for the enemy, with very little chance of success to us. It was therefore concluded that our best course was to retire temporarily beyond range of hostile planes, until friendly land-based planes could strike a decisive blow against the enemy force. For an hour Kurita steamed west, but no American planes appeared. Encouraged, he decided to chance the run to San Bernardino Strait, even though there had been no reply to his request for assistance from land-based planes. At 5:15, the first striking force reversed course again, and began cautiously filing in column between the islands of Masbate and Burias. On Musashi, attempts to level the ship by emergency pumping had failed. Her bow was submerged, and she crept along at a few knots. The crew transferred everything movable to the starboard aft section, but the port list grew worse. With the emergency battery-powered signal lamp, Hosoya informed Kurita that Musashi was taking on excess water. The answer was, "Musashi, go forward or backward at top speed, and ground on nearest island and become a land battery." Inoguchi tried to comply, but the listing, sinking ship could only move in circles. He told Hosoya to signal the two escorting destroyers to remove the wounded, but neither acknowledged the message. "Why don't they come?" Executive Officer Kato fretted, and irritably slapped Hosoya on the top of the head. "Try again." Hosoya repeated the message again and again, but there was no reaction. The ship was listing beyond 20 degrees, and as the skies darkened, Inoguchi ordered all men on deck. Ensign Fukujiro Shimoyama, in charge of radio operators, emerged from below with his 30 men, all in spanking clean uniforms. They were appalled at the carnage. Bodies, blasted and mutilated, covered the deck. Shimoyama's men poured gasoline on several hundred thick code books and set them afire, but they burned too slowly. Finally, Shimoyama had the charred books stowed in canvas bags, weighted with machine guns, and tossed overboard. In the fading light, Inoguchi set down his will in a small notebook. It had been a mistake on his part, he wrote, to believe so staunchly in big ships and big guns, and he asked the Emperor and the nation to forgive his errors. He assembled his senior officers and a few petty officers on the second bridge and handed the notebook to Kato. "Give it to the commander of Combined Fleet," he said. Kato requested permission to go down with the ship. "Damn fool," Inoguchi muttered. "My responsibility is so great, it can't even be compensated by death, and I must share the ship's fate. But the executive officer is responsible for taking the crew to safety and getting them aboard a second and third Musashi to avenge today's battle." He extended his sword to a youthful ensign. "Thank you for your service. Signal." Hosoya stepped forward expecting another message, but the captain handed him a briefcase containing some money and 7 pieces of Toraya sweet bean paste. "Thank you for your service. Do your best to the end." His last orders to Kato were to save the Emperor's picture, lower the flag, and gather all men in the stern for roll call. At about 7:15 p.m., Hosoya supervised the lowering of the flag from the mast as a sailor played the national anthem on a trumpet. The huge flag, an orange sun with 16 white, 16 red rays, was reverently tied around the waist of a volunteer, a strong swimmer. By the time Hosoya and his detail had joined the others in the stern, Musashi listed so acutely that ammunition cases and empty shells were clattering down the deck. "All crew abandon ship," Kato shouted. "You're on your own." On the high starboard side, Ensign Shimoyama clutched at a rope rail as he pushed the last bag of codebooks into the sea. The ship took an abrupt lurch to port, and the man next to him embraced him. Then another hung on to the second man, and another, until there was a human chain of 10. Under all this weight, the rope snapped, and they all tumbled against a hatchway. A second chain of men tobogganed into them, and Shimoyama, dazed, gave up trying to save himself. "Tenno Heika Banzai!" he shouted, and left the rest to fate. The next thing he knew, he was in the water with no lifebelt. Assistant Paymaster Kiyoshi Takahashi, a youthful ensign, held on to the rail with one hand, still clutching shoes and leggings with the other. He could see some men in the water, but hesitated to join them. The ship began rolling on her side. He heard a rumble and saw an avalanche of lumber headed his way. He placed shoes and leggings neatly on the deck, as if he were to return for them later, then vaulted over the rail and scrambled over the ship's exposed bottom toward the keel. As Musashi continued to roll, he sprinted to keep in place, as if on a treadmill. At last he reached the keel and peered down the other side. It was a long drop to the sea, but he was a good swimmer. He leaped, bounced off the hull, and was unconscious by the time he tumbled into the water. Hosoya was also running shoeless over razor-sharp barnacles along the bottom of the ship, trying to keep up with her roll. His bare feet were bleeding, but he felt no pain. He encountered a gaping black hole. Foaming water rushed in, sucking swimmers back into the bowels of the ship. "Torpedo hole! Follow me!" he shouted, and clambered down the steep decline toward the bow. He slipped onto the barnacles, but, unaware of the lacerations on his arms and legs, he worked his way to the end of the bow, which was awash. He simply continued on into the water. Shimoyama, who had been flung safely overboard after giving up hope, struggled to keep his head above water. A poor swimmer under ideal conditions, he panicked when he heard a monstrous sucking noise. He flailed around and saw the ship falling toward him. He was pulled into the undertow and moments later catapulted to the surface. Half choked, he spat out water but swallowed a mouthful of oil. He was in the middle of a huge slick. He clutched desperately at a piece of lumber and retched. The good swimmer, Assistant Paymaster Takahashi, who had bounced off the hull, regained consciousness deep under water. Above him glowed a hole of light, too far to be reached. Suddenly, a boiling vortex heaved him up. He gasped for air and swam frantically from the undertow. At a distance, he turned. Musashi was on end, stern in air. In a daze, he thought, the ship is standing straight up. He felt the concussion of an underwater explosion. The battleship slid out of sight. All at once there was nothing, not a soul in the strangely calm waters. I am the only survivor. He struggled through the viscous oil, collecting bits of flotsam. Then, as if in a dream, he heard distant singing and swam eagerly toward the voices. Hosoya had also seen Musashi sticking up, a black silhouette against the last rays of the sinking sun. 4 or 5 men were clustered at the end of the elevated stern. They seemed to hang on tighter as the great ship plunged. He felt himself being sucked back. There was a gigantic rumble, and he flew high in the air. Life seemed to stop as he looked down, almost as if it were happening to someone else, into a great hole in the water far below. He had been gulped and spewed out. Instinctively he rolled into a ball just before splashing back into the sea. Again he was pulled under, into turbulent waters. Still in a fetal-like position, he tumbled around almost unconcerned, with no thought of breathing. Almost too late he realized what was happening, and desperately clawed up. At the surface he drew in wonderful air. The moon lit up the dark sea. There were no voices. He too imagined he was the sole survivor. Someone grabbed him from behind. Hosoya couldn't swim well and purposely sank. The grasping hand let go, and when Hosoya surfaced, he was again alone. Then heads began to show up on all sides. He joined a group of men. One was Executive Officer Kato, and they started a search for anything that would float. Hot oil almost a foot deep engulfed them, blackening their faces except for white, swollen mouths and shiny eyes. For an hour, Hosoya and Kato clung to the same box. The executive officer began to drowse, and Hosoya punched him awake. Someone joked about hitting a superior officer. They sang the national anthem, naval marches, and finally popular songs like Shanghai Gal. After almost 4 hours, searchlights swept the area, and the escort destroyers began picking up survivors. One, however, refused to be rescued. Chief Gunnery Officer Koshino swam away into the darkness. 3. More than 300 miles to the north, off Luzon in the Philippine Sea, Ozawa's mobile fleet was steaming south. The admiral was to have joined Kurita and Nishimura in the combined attack on Leyte Gulf, but on his way to the battle he had thought of a more effective way to use his 4 carriers and 2 semi-carriers. He doubted that he could inflict serious damage with only 116 planes. The mobile fleet made an impressive appearance, however, and perhaps he could utilize it to draw Halsey's powerful carrier force away from the Leyte area and give Kurita a chance to slip safely through San Bernardino Strait. Ozawa radioed Combined Fleet of his intentions. The problem had been to make his presence known to Halsey without arousing his suspicions. He did it by launching a strike at Essex, Lexington, and Princeton with 76 planes, just as Kurita was entering the Sibuyan Sea, moments before the first attack on Musashi. It was a hodgepodge collection of almost 30 types of aircraft, but as they took off, the Z flag was raised, as it had been twice before in the war, at Pearl Harbor and Midway. The attackers reported hitting 2 carriers and overflew to Luzon. They had done no damage at all, and moreover, failed in their primary mission. Halsey assumed they were part of the land-based attack on Princeton and didn't take the bait. Ozawa, therefore, was forced to send his 2 semi-carriers, Issei and Hyuga, along with 5 other ships, farther south as a decoy. At last, American search planes sighted this force, and as Ozawa wanted, this led to the discovery at 4:30 p.m. of his main force. He radioed Kurita that the enemy carrier force would probably be drawn north to engage him, thus leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded. For some reason, the message was never received. As Ozawa had predicted, this time Halsey fell for the ruse. He knew that the Kurita fleet was steaming toward the gateway to the Philippine Sea, but thought it had been so badly mauled that it could merely hit and run. Anyway, Admiral Kincaid's 7th Fleet, clustered around Leyte Gulf, had more than enough power to destroy Kurita. So why just lie off San Bernardino Strait like a cat at a mouse hole and wait for the enemy to strike the first blow? The primary target was Ozawa's carriers. If he destroyed them, his future operations need fear no threat from the sea. Besides, he had no intention of letting Japan's last carrier force escape free, as Spruance had in the Philippine Sea battle. He would not be accused of being unaggressive. Just before 8 p.m., Halsey pointed on a map at Ozawa's position 300 miles away and told his chief of staff, Robert Carney, "Here's where we're going. Mick, start them north." All that day, Halsey had acted as commander of Task Force 38, as well as commander of the entire 3rd Fleet. In fact, he was leaving Mark Mitcher little to do. Rear Admiral Carney wrote dispatches ordering all 3 of Mitcher's available carrier groups to the north. There was a 4th, recalled from a resupply trip to Ulithi, but it was still hundreds of miles to the east. 2 of these commanders were troubled by the abrupt order. Rear Admiral G.F. Bogan, alarmed by a report that the long-darkened Japanese navigation lights in San Bernardino Strait were lit, personally relayed this disquieting intelligence to one of Halsey's staff officers, who impatiently replied, Yes, we have that information." Rebuffed, Bogan decided not to recommend that he and Vice Admiral W.A. Lee stay behind with their groups to guard the strait. Ching Lee himself was suspicious of Ozawa and cautioned Halsey that the Japanese carrier force might be a decoy to lure them north. The reply was a curt, "Roger." A little later, Bogan too warned 3rd Fleet that he was sure Kurita was coming through the strait, and got the same answer. On Lexington, Mark Mitcher took Halsey's latest orders to his 3 task groups to mean that he had been relieved, in effect, as commander of Task Force 38. "Admiral Halsey is in command now," he told his chief of staff, Arleigh Burke, and started for bed. Commodore Burke was not willing to let it go at this. "We'd better see where that fleet is," he said, and soon word came back that Kurita was still very much afloat and still moving toward San Bernardino. It was important enough to awaken Mitcher with the suggestion that he urge Halsey to leave 2 task groups behind to stop Kurita. "Does Admiral Halsey have that report?" Mitcher asked, and when the answer was affirmative, said, "If he wants my advice, he'll ask for it." He rolled over and went back to sleep. Halsey had not altogether ignored the warnings that Kurita was probably coming through San Bernardino Strait that night. He had already sent out a message that 4 battleships and a score of cruisers and destroyers will be formed as Task Force 34, under Admiral Lee, to engage Kurita if he appeared. Halsey intended this merely as a warning, but it was interpreted as an order by Admiral Kincaid on his flagship Wasatch in Leyte Gulf, who by chance intercepted the message. Assured that Halsey had set up a plan to guard San Bernardino, Kincaid no longer worried about Kurita. His concern lay in a different direction. A smaller Japanese surface force, it was Nishimura, was coming up toward him from the south, and would probably try to slip through Surigao Strait under cover of darkness and go after the ships massed in Leyte Gulf. Despite the fact that Kurita had been discovered prematurely and already suffered grievous losses, The plan to disrupt MacArthur's invasion at Leyte Gulf was proceeding better than Combined Fleet had any right to expect. Ozawa had successfully lured Halsey to the north, leaving the strait unguarded, and the American commander of shipping in Leyte Gulf complacent. Kurita could still bring more surface firepower than any other fleet in existence, and in the south, Nishimura, with his 7 ships, was approaching Surigao Strait on schedule and intact. Kurita, however, would not be able to keep the rendezvous. The air attacks had delayed him half a day. He radioed Nishimura on his flagship, Yamashiro, to proceed as planned, but that he himself would not get to Leyte Gulf until 11 a.m. Nishimura took the news stoically. Like Kurita, he was close-mouthed, a seagoing admiral who had never served in the ministry. He was determined to break through Surigao Strait at any cost and die a useful death. His only son, Teiji, who had graduated at the top of his class at Etajima, had fallen in the Philippines. In the van, reconnoitering, was the heavy cruiser Mogami, along with 3 destroyers. They were followed by 2 old battleships, Fuso and Yamashiro, and the remaining destroyer, Shigure. Just before 11 p.m., Shigure sighted 3 PT boats. On order from Nishimura, she turned into them and hit 2 of the boats. Nishimura radioed Kurita, advancing as scheduled while destroying enemy torpedo boats. Nishimura's was not the only Japanese fleet bound for Surigao Strait and the decisive battle. 30 miles behind him came the second striking force, commanded by Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima. It was an orphan force, despite its impressive appellation, comprising 2 heavy cruisers, a light cruiser, and 4 destroyers. Originally trained to be the advance guard for Ozawa, it had arbitrarily been placed under Southwest Area Force, headquartered in Manila, and assigned to escort duty. Shima had resisted the order. It would be ignominious to be left out of the coming battle, and his protest to Combined Fleet got him back into action. This time he was to join Kurita in the assault on Leyte Gulf. As he approached the Philippines from the north through the South China Sea, he still did not know exactly what role he would play. Off Lingayen Gulf, he got a terse order from the commander of Southwest Area Force to charge into Leyte Gulf, but again there were no details. A little later, however, a message from Kurita arrived, briefly outlining the joint attack plan. On his own, Shima decided to follow Nishimura into Surigao Strait. Together, their 2 limited forces would be more effective. Nishimura was informed of Shima's decision, but knew nothing more. The 2 admirals were going into battle, and were from different commands, yet had never communicated with each other. And Nishimura was on radio silence. Acting independently, they would need luck to be able to join forces. As Nishimura neared the strait, PT boats struck again, but all their torpedoes missed. The admiral finally radioed that he would go through the Narrows between the little island of Panaon and Mindanao, the southern entry to Surigao Strait, at 1:30 a.m. Several torpedo boats sighted, but enemy situation otherwise unknown. Still intact, Nishimura steamed through the 10-mile portal on schedule and turned into Surigao Strait itself. Only 55 miles north lay his target, the massed enemy transports. In the lead were 2 destroyers, and 1 mile behind came the flagship, Yamashiro, flanked by Shigure and another destroyer. Bringing up the rear, 600 yards apart, were Fuso and Mogami. 3 more PT boats darted out through darkness to launch torpedoes at the destroyers, but Nishimura's luck held. All missed, and this time 1 boat was destroyed. The moon had set, and no wind stirred. The strait was as calm as a graveyard. It was pleasantly warm on deck, if hot below. Magellan had sailed through these same treacherous waters, now deceptively smooth as glass, from the other direction on March 16th, 1521. As if in ominous warning, there were occasional flashes of lightning. Just ahead, Kincaid's powerful 7th Fleet, veiled by darkness, was waiting with apprehension mingled with expectation. No one knew for certain how big the converging Japanese forces were. Aboard the cruiser Nashville, General MacArthur refused the captain's request that he disembark. "I have never been able to witness a naval engagement, and this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Proceed to the battle area when you wish." Kincaid invited the general to come aboard his flagship, a transport, but the reply was final. "Transfer from a combatant ship to a non-combatant ship? Never." The admiral was forced to keep Nashville out of the fight. Tactical command of the action was under Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf, and to stop Nishimura and Shima's modest aggregation, He had 6 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, 4 light cruisers, and 28 destroyers. Oldendorf was a cheerful man, and reports that his PT boats had scored no hits did not ruffle him. Their main function had been to observe. Soon the Japanese would face destroyers, and then the guns of the cruisers and battleships. At 2:40 a.m. on October 25th, a picket destroyer radioed, "Skunk, 184 degrees, 18 miles." Nishimura was advancing single file in battle formation. First came the 4 destroyers, then the 2 battleships, Yamashiro and Fuso, and the heavy cruiser Mogami. 15 minutes later, a lookout on the destroyer Shigure sighted 3 ships 4 miles ahead. The flagship shot up flares, illuminating 7 enemy destroyers. They closed fast, and just after 3 a.m. fired 27 torpedoes. One hit Fuso, and she sheered out to starboard. 5-inch shells were dropping all around the American destroyers, but joined by a second squadron, they came in for another attack. At 3:20, Shigeru Nishino, captain of the Shigure, saw phosphorescent wakes as bright as day directly ahead. Shigure and the other 3 destroyers heeled over violently, but their attempted evasion came too late. Nishino heard a series of quick explosions. The destroyer just ahead sank with a loud sizzling sound, like a huge red-hot iron plunged into water. Another was left helplessly adrift, and the third limped off. One of the torpedoes struck a more important target, Yamashiro. Nishino heard a calm voice from the flagship say in the clear, "Our ship hit by torpedo. All ships attack." From what Nishino could see, Yamashiro, about 1.5 miles away, seemed undamaged. He pulled back to join other ships in a formation attack, but could find nothing. What had happened to everyone? Admiral Nishimura, unaware of the extent of the damage to his fleet, radioed Kurita and Shima from his flagship. "Urgent battle report number 2. Enemy torpedo boats and destroyers present on both sides of northern entrance to Surigao Strait. 2 of our destroyers torpedoed and drifting. Yamashiro sustained 1 torpedo hit, but no impediment to battle cruising." 8 minutes later, at 3:38 a.m., there was a flash of light to the rear, followed by an awesome rumble. The damaged Fuso, 9 miles away, had been blown in half. Both ends remained afloat, burning furiously. 20 minutes later, with a rumble, Michishio, the drifting destroyer, also disintegrated. But Nishimura would not give up. With his remaining 3 ships, Yamashiro, Mogami, and Shigure, he continued north toward Leyte Gulf, and into the leveled guns of the 7th Fleet. Oldendorf had caught his foe coming bow on. He had crossed the T, as Nelson had done at Trafalgar and Togo at Tsushima, where more equal forces were involved. At 3:51, the cruisers opened fire, followed by the 6 battleships. All but one had been hit or sunk at Pearl Harbor. This barrage was the most beautiful sight the commander of the American destroyer screen had ever witnessed. The blinding streams of tracers arching above his head resembled a continued stream of lighted railroad cars going over a hill. Both Mogami and Yamashiro returned fire, even as they recoiled from hit after hit. The heavy cruiser loosed torpedoes at 4:01 a.m., and was soon deluged by shells from destroyers which had closed in. Burning and crippled, she turned back south. Yamashiro was also ablaze from stem to stern. At 4:09, the heavy shelling inexplicably stopped. Oldendorf had got word that he was hitting his own destroyers. In the hiatus, Yamashiro too reversed course and started south after Mogami, but the flagship was undone. Within 10 minutes, she capsized and sank, taking with her Nishimura and almost the entire crew. Thin-skinned Shigure was still alive. 1 shell had ripped through her stern, but hundreds of others had missed, sending up an almost constant wall of water on either side. Nishino, benumbed by the deafening roar of battle and the jarring concussions of near misses that had knocked out every precision instrument, saw a large ship in flames to his left. It looked like a huge hunk of red-hot iron. It must be Fuso. He ordered right rudder, but there was no response. He brought the destroyer to a stop for repairs. To the south, just as the first torpedoes were being launched at Nishimura, Shima's second striking force had entered Surigao Strait at 28 knots. Almost immediately, Shima's column was set upon by PT boats, which damaged the light cruiser Abukuma so severely she had to be left behind. The remaining 6 ships continued north. They were engulfed in a sudden squall, but blindly continued to thread their way through the Narrows at the same speed. At 3:25 a.m., the squall ended, and Shima, who had not received Nishimura's urgent battle report number 2 that his flagship and 2 destroyers had been torpedoed, ordered the second striking force to go into battle formation with the flagship Nachi in the lead, followed by the other heavy cruiser, Ashigara, and the 4 destroyers. Rain spit spasmodically, and visibility was poor, but Shima called for more speed. Everyone on Nachi's bridge strained to see ahead. Suddenly there came a blinding blossom of light that seemed to fill the entire strait. Some capital ship had blown up. Shima hoped it was American. It was Fuso. To encourage Nishimura, Shima said by radio telephone, "We have arrived at battle site." His column was still bearing down at almost top speed. Ahead, 2 ships, they were the 2 sections of Fuso, were blazing intensely like steel mill flames, and Shima deduced that Nishimura's fleet had been smashed. The second striking force passed to the left of the burning sections, hugging the coast to keep out of the glow. Through the stationary telescope, Shima watched destroyers dart in and out of a smoke screen. His own ships closed on another destroyer to starboard, dead in the water, a Japanese flag on its mast. It flashed out a blue signal. "I am destroyer Shigure. Rudder is damaged and under repair." Nachi plunged into the smoke. In the distance came the deep, slow crump of big guns. The remnants of Nishimura must be ahead and still fighting. The column emerged through the smokescreen, only to face another. To the right was a large ship in flames, but Shima couldn't tell if it was American or Japanese. It was Mogami. Shima's radar detected an enemy fleet due north almost 6 miles. "All ships attack," he ordered by radio telephone. The torpedo officer, Commander Kokichi Mori, suggested that the 2 heavy cruisers also launch torpedoes from the port. Shima approved, and Nachi, followed by Ashigara, turned sharply to starboard as the destroyers, which could only fire upon sighting the enemy, spurted straight ahead. Just to the left was Mogami, and she appeared to be dead in the water. Nachi launched her 8 torpedoes and moved up to hide behind the glare of Mogami, but as he approached, Shima saw to his surprise that Mogami's prow had a wake. She was bearing down at almost 8 knots on a collision course. "Hard starboard," he shouted, but the blazing Mogami moved straight at Nachi, and there was a jarring crunch. "This is Mogami," someone called from the bridge through a megaphone. "Captain and executive officer killed. Gunnery officer in charge. Steering destroyed. Steering by engine. Sorry." The 2 ships drifted slowly as if locked together, then Nachi cautiously turned left, and the 2 ships parted, Mogami continuing south. The port side of Nachi's prow was gone, and engineers reported top speed would be reduced to 20 knots. Shima still wanted to follow his destroyers and attack. "Up ahead, the enemy must be waiting for us with open arms," Mori objected. "Nishimura's force is almost totally destroyed. It is obvious that the second striking force will fall into a trap. We may die any time. Besides, they didn't even know what Kurita was doing. In any case, it's foolish to go ahead now." There were still 2 hours left of darkness to hide their withdrawal. Shima's immediate task was to collect the remnants of Nishimura's force as well as his own. The fleeing ships were again harassed by PT boats near the south entrance of the strait. The persistent little craft were fought off, but to the rear a pursuing force of 2 light cruisers and 3 destroyers picked off the crippled destroyer Asagumo. This ended the surface pursuit, but Shima was not yet out of range of American aircraft. A wave of Avengers found the straggling Mogami, and a bomb in the engine room forced her abandonment. Now only Shigure remained of Nishimura's fleet. Within an hour, Shima saw a second wave of Avengers on the horizon. In the radio room, Lieutenant J.G. Kameda, born in Honolulu, adjusted to the enemy's cycle and began broadcasting in English. "Hello, Charlie 1. Hello, Charlie 1. Jap carrier planes attacking us. Abandon your present mission and return to base immediately." On the bridge, Shima watched as the oncoming planes abruptly wheeled and headed back north. 4. At almost the same moment that Nishimura prepared to make his foray into Surigao Strait, Kurita edged into San Bernardino Strait, 200 miles to the north. The passage, narrower than Surigao Strait, was difficult for a single ship to navigate even in the daytime because of a stiff 8-knot current. Kurita had to bring a 10-mile column of 22 ships through in pitch dark. All the navigation lights had been turned off. As Kurita debouched into the Philippine Sea, he expected to encounter attacks from submarines and a sizable surface force. There was not a ship in sight. Expecting discovery momentarily, he placed his ships in night scouting formation as they skirted the east coast of Samar and headed south for Leyte Gulf. At 6:27 a.m., the sun rose in a dreary sky, and the order went out to reform in a circle around Yamato. Clouds hung low, occasional gusts of rain swept the ships, and the water was choppy. High in the observation tower of the cruiser Kumano, Lieutenant S.G. Shigeo Hirayama was dozing at his battle station. Like everyone else in the first striking force, he had had almost no sleep in 72 hours. He rubbed his eyes hard and searched the horizon. An enemy plane was approaching from the east. It looked like a carrier-based torpedo plane. What was it doing coming straight on? Its pilot, an ensign named Jensen, on anti-submarine patrol, was as surprised as Hirayama. He started down toward the cruiser in a glide-bomb approach. Simultaneously, observers on Yamato sighted 4 masts on the horizon 20 miles to the southeast. They were soon identified as the island structures of carriers. God has come to our assistance, thought Koyanagi. This was a target worthy of their big guns. The younger officers cheered, their cheeks glistening with tears. It had to be one of Mitcher's 4 powerful carrier groups. There was no alternative but to attack, and Kurita wanted none. His one hope was that this task group was isolated. He closed in, altering his course slightly to 110 degrees, and radioed combined fleet. By heaven-sent opportunity, we are dashing to attack enemy carriers. Our first objective is to destroy the flight decks, then the task force. Mitcher's big carriers were far to the north, at Halsey's command, chasing the decoy Ozawa, and what the Japanese saw was one of the 7th Fleet's subsidiary forces, Taffy 3, whose function was to provide air cover for the amphibious shipping at Leyte. Commanded by Rear Admiral Clifton A.F. Sprague, it comprised 3 destroyers and 4 destroyer escorts, as well as 6 escort carriers, nicknamed Baby Flat Tops, or Jeeps, holding no more than 28 planes each and with a top speed of 19 knots. Sprague had been caught by surprise. His radar had just detected the enemy. At 6:58 a.m., the main batteries of Yamato bellowed. For the first time, the monstrous 3,220-pound shells were hurled at an enemy surface target from the 70-foot-long barrels. Other ships joined in, as enthusiastic crews, on attack at last, worked their guns in a thundering chorus. Enemy destroyers tried to screen the carriers with smoke, but tiny planes could still be seen taking off from their flight decks like bees. Kurita ordered general attack. Breaking formation, all ships closed at optimum speed, and the chase became an unorganized scramble. Sprague's carriers moved away sluggishly to the east, hastily launching fighters and Avengers armed with bombs. Salvos from the oncoming enemy ships fell closer and closer, sending up pink, green, red, yellow, and purple geysers. The projectiles had been loaded with various dyes for identification. Their explosions had a kind of horrid beauty for Sprague. At 7:01 a.m., he radioed an appeal in the clear for help. To the south were 2 similar forces of baby flat tops, Taffy 1 and Taffy 2. "Don't be alarmed," shouted the commander of Taffy 2, only 30 miles away. "Remember, we're back of you. Don't get excited. Don't do anything rash." But these reassurances were meaningless. Sprague knew his ships could not survive another 5 minutes of the heavy-caliber fire being received. Just then, Taffy 3 was swallowed by a rain squall. It was a brief respite, but it gave Sprague enough time to make a hard decision. He would not scatter his force, but pull the enemy out where somebody else could smack him. He turned to the south toward Taffy 2 and its planes. Then, at 7:16 a.m., he ordered his 3 destroyers, Hull, Hermann, and Johnston, to counterattack. Possibly their sacrifice could buy time. Johnston, her captain was a Cherokee, Ernest E. Evans, closed to within 10,000 yards of Kumano and launched 10 torpedoes. One hit the heavy cruiser, slowing her to 20 knots and putting her out of the battle. But Johnston paid for her daring as a trio each of 14 and 6-inch shells tore into her. It was, her senior surviving officer recalled, like a puppy being smacked by a truck. She somehow remained afloat, her decks and bridge covered with dead. Hull was in range of 2 enemy columns, battleships on the left, cruisers on the right. Her captain, Commander Leon S. Kintberger, started for the big ones. Columns of green-dyed water showered Hull. A shell smashed into the bridge, but the destroyer kept moving in, and at 9,000 yards loosed a spread of torpedoes at the leading battleship. Kintberger swung his ship toward the cruisers, but shells knocked out the main engine and jammed the rudder hard right. He could still maneuver the ship by one engine and worked his way broadside of the cruiser column. At 7:35 a.m., his remaining 5 torpedoes began churning toward Haguro, the foremost cruiser. In the dense smoke, Hermann, the third destroyer, almost rammed a friendly destroyer escort and barely missed swiping Hull. Hermann turned north, and while firing 7 torpedoes at Haguro, sighted a battleship on the left. It was Congo, which began to concentrate fire on Hermann. So did Haguro as soon as she had evaded the torpedoes. 2 more Japanese battleships bore down on the destroyer, but Hermann, outdoing David, pressed the attack on still another adversary, the battleship Haruna, which was little more than 2 miles away. She peppered Haruna with 5-inch shells, and after launching her last 3 torpedoes, scampered away at 8:03 a.m., miraculously still not hit by anything except shell fragments. But the damaged Hull was hemmed in by Congo and several heavy cruisers. Hit at least 40 times, Hull continued to throw some 500 shells at the enemy before her remaining engine was knocked out. At 8:30 a.m. she came to a stop, listing to port with 1 magazine on fire. Only then did Kintberger give the word to abandon ship. Sprague's 6 jeep carriers had emerged from the squall in circular formation. 10 miles to the north lay the Japanese battleships, and a little closer to the northeast were 4 enemy cruisers. These blanketed Gambier Bay and Kalinin Bay with heavy fire, but the clumsy little carriers managed to evade every salvo. Kalinin Bay, however, could not escape the battleship's barrage and was hit 15 times. Still, damage control teams working waist-deep in oil and water kept her in formation. Fighting back with her single 5-inch gun, Gambier Bay weaved around, managing to escape any damage for almost half an hour, but at last a shell struck the flight deck. Then a salvo plummeted into the water just off the carrier's port. 1 shell hit below the waterline, flooding the forward engine room. Gambier Bay slowed to 11 knots, dropping out of formation. At 8:30 a.m., Commander Evans, the Cherokee skipper of the already battered destroyer Johnston, saw the heavy cruiser Chikuma move in for the kill. "Commence firing on the cruiser, Hagen," he told his gunnery officer. "Draw her fire away from Gambier Bay." Johnston limped at 17 knots to within 6,000 yards of Chikuma and pumped 5 shells into her, but she ignored the destroyer. Hermann, still sound, joined the attack and forced Chikuma to turn some of her guns away from Gambier Bay. But it was too late. The carrier began to sink at 8:45 a.m. Now Evans turned Johnston to face the light cruiser Yahagi and 4 destroyers, which were converging on the remaining carriers. Evans closed in on Yahagi, which was moving into position to torpedo one of the carriers, and discharged such harassing fire with Johnston's 5-inch guns, she made a dozen hits, that the light cruiser was forced to launch her torpedoes prematurely. Yahagi's accompanying destroyers followed suit. Not a carrier was hit, but the Japanese jubilantly reported that 3 enemy carriers and 1 cruiser were enveloped in black smoke and observed to sink, one after another. Evans, who had pressured the enemy into launching their attack too soon, strutted across the bridge, exclaiming, "Now I've seen everything." But the Japanese had their measure of revenge. Cruisers and destroyers hemmed in Johnston. Her crew fought back until the ship was dead in the water, and Evans reluctantly had to give the order to abandon her. Of the complement of 327, only 141 were picked up alive. The Cherokee skipper was not among them. While Sprague's destroyers, aided by the 4 equally aggressive destroyer escorts, were blunting Kurita's surface attack, carrier planes from Taffy 2 and 3 hit the first striking force time and again. 3 heavy cruisers, Suzuya, Chikuma, and Chokai, sustained such damage that they were forced to retire. Kurita was unaware that his advance force had been so frustrated. Yamato's last 2 scout planes had been knocked down, and her radio telephone was out of order. Moreover, it looked from a distance through the smoke as if the advance guard had lost sight of the enemy. "Let's discontinue this chase," Koyanagi advised. "There's still Leyte Gulf to attack." Kurita concurred, and at 9:11 a.m. a message was radioed: "Rendezvous, my course north, speed 20. On the bridge of Fanshawe Bay, Sprague heard a signalman yell at 9:25 a.m., "God damn it, boys, they're getting away." The surface battle, the last of World War II, was over. Taffy 3 had not only withstood attack from the greatest array of guns afloat, as well as a massive torpedo assault, but inflicted serious damage on a superior force. For over an hour all was quiet. Then, at 10:50, General Quarters was again sounded on the 5 surviving jeep carriers. 9 enemy planes were approaching at mast level, so low that radar had failed to pick them up. They climbed to several thousand feet as American fighters tried to intercept them. 5 Zero fighters with bombs lashed to their wings emerged from the milling mass and slanted down toward the jeeps. They were led by a recently married lieutenant commander, Yukio Seki. 1 Zero headed for the bridge of Kitkun Bay, its machine guns winking. Onlookers expected it to pull up. Instead, it drove into the port catwalk, exploded, and tumbled on into the sea. 2 others roared straight at Fanshawe Bay, also with obvious intent to crash into her, only to disintegrate at the last moment. The final 2 veered off from the heavy fire thrown up by white planes. 1, trailing smoke, banked towards Saint-Lô in a right turn as if intending to land, but the pilot pushed the little plane over, slamming it into the flight deck. Fires spread throughout the hangar deck, setting off a chain of violent internal explosions. After having survived the running battle unscathed, Saint-Lô sank. Her survivors nicknamed the Japanese pilot Devil Diver. He was a kamikaze. In 1570, a Mongol emperor set sail for Japan with an invasion fleet. It looked as if Japan would easily be conquered, but a typhoon dispersed the Mongol ships. Convinced that the typhoon had been called up by the gods, the Japanese named it kamikaze, divine wind. The idea for suicide attacks had recently risen spontaneously among groups of Army and Navy flyers, and several isolated efforts had been made before that day. But it was not until Vice Admiral Takijiro Onishi arrived in Luzon, just before the American landing at Leyte, to take command of 5th Base Air Force and learned he had fewer than 100 operable planes, that the Kamikaze Special Attack Corps was officially organized. In my opinion, he told his commanders, there is only one way of channeling our meager strength into maximum efficiency, and that is to organize suicide attack units composed of Zero fighters equipped with 250-kilogram bombs, with each plane to crash dive into an enemy carrier. Onishi's proposal was explained to the pilots. Their eyes shone feverishly in the dimly lit room, reported one commander named Tamai. Each must have been thinking of this as a chance to avenge comrades who had fallen recently in the fierce Marianas fighting, and at Palau and Yap. Theirs was an enthusiasm that flames naturally in the hearts of youthful men. Onishi's kamikaze group was created specifically to support Kurita's raid on Leyte Gulf, and the first attack had come earlier that morning. 6 suicide planes and 4 escorts took off from Mindanao at 6:30 a.m. and went north. While Taffy 3 was fighting off Kurita, the special attack planes came upon Taffy 1. 1 Zero crashed into Santee and another into Sewanee, but both of these jeep carriers were soon back in action. Nevertheless, all those who had seen the Japanese boring in with such fatalism were still shaken by the experience. It was a preview of things to come. 5. It took Kurita almost 2 hours to collect his scattered forces, reduced from 32 ships to 15 within 3 days, and again head south in ring formation for Leyte Gulf. The admiral and most of his staff hadn't slept since leaving Brunei, and stayed alert by sheer willpower. Koyanagi had difficulty moving around the bridge, even with the help of a cane. He had been hit in the thigh by shrapnel the day before. Kurita was more certain than ever that he had just encountered one of Halsey's carrier groups. Ozawa's message that he had lured Halsey north never reached First Striking Force. In addition, a report was intercepted, probably from a land-based plane, that a fleet of enemy carriers lay 113 miles north of the mouth of Leyte Gulf. Could these be Halsey's remaining task groups? In any case, Kurita would get no help from Nishimura's detached fleet that was supposed to invade Leyte Gulf from the south. Nishino, on the destroyer Shigure, had radioed that his was the only ship left afloat. About 11:40 a.m., a lookout reported sighting an enemy battleship and several destroyers on the horizon. Kurita gave chase, but could find nothing. Perhaps the lookout had suffered from a delusion. Then a radio message to the effect that part of Kincaid's force was making a sortie from Leyte Gulf was intercepted. It appeared likely that most of the transports had escaped. Even those which remained would have had 5 days to unload. If Kurita charged into the narrow confines of the Gulf to sink these transports, his own ships would be at the mercy of enemy land and carrier-based planes. The first striking force might be wiped out. And for what? A few practically empty transports. This, Kurita reasoned, would be absurd. He decided instead, and he was seconded by Koyanagi and the rest of the staff, to turn north, and with the help of Japanese land-based planes, attack the enemy task force which was located less than 100 miles away. The entire bridge was electrified by the decision. Forgotten was the ordeal of the past few days, which had left them bone-tired and depressed. It was as if they were going into battle for the first time. At 12:35 p.m., Kurita sent out a fleet order to reverse course and engage in decisive battle with the enemy task force, which is in position bearing 5 degrees, distant 113 miles from Suluan Lighthouse. The news was greeted on every ship with shouts of "Banzai!" The first striking force headed north to wage its final battle. 6. His prey, Task Force 38, was in reality far out of range to the north in its pursuit of Ozawa. Early that morning, 3 American scout planes had discovered the mobile force, and by 8 a.m., 180 dive bombers, fighters, and torpedo planes had closed in on Chitose and Zuiho. Only a handful of Japanese fighters came up to intercept. The rest of Ozawa's planes had been sent to the Philippines to save them. Both light carriers were hit by bombs, and Chitose began to sink. Then a bomb exploded in the forward engine room of the destroyer Akizuki, and a torpedo drove into the flagship Zuikaku. There were no fighters to oppose the second wave. Through heavy flak, the 36 planes converged on the fourth carrier, Chiyoda. Bombs exploded along her deck, and aflame, she assumed a sharp list. Ozawa's flagship could still navigate at 20 knots, but her rudder was damaged and communications were out. Ozawa, who had had to be dragged off the stricken Taiho at the Battle of the Philippine Sea, abandoned Zuikaku without protest. There was no honor involved. He had accomplished his purpose and given Kurita his chance to destroy the amphibious shipping in Leyte Gulf. Halsey's arbitrary actions the day before had left a worried Admiral Kincaid in the Gulf. He tried to confirm his impression that an emergency battle line, the newly created Task Force 34 under Admiral Lee, had been formed in front of San Bernardino Strait, but received no reply for more than 2.5 hours. And when Halsey's answer finally arrived, it jarred him. Task Force 34 was with the carriers engaging Ozawa. By this time, Kurita's fleet had hit Taffy 3, and Kincaid replied with a plea for help. "Urgently need BBs, battleships. Leyte Gulf at once." Halsey's reaction was one of annoyance. It wasn't his job to protect the 7th Fleet. He was carrying out a more important mission, attacking the main carrier force of the enemy. The best he could do was order Mitcher's 4th Task Group, which was still hundreds of miles to the east, to head for Leyte. In the meantime, Kincaid, "I've had to fight my temper all my life," had sent Halsey another message with details of the powerful force that seemed certain to crush Taffy 3. "Request Lee cover Leyte at top speed, X. Request fast carriers make immediate strike." This double request irritated Halsey. He had already done as much as he could, and was in the middle of his own battle. 22 minutes later, Halsey received still another radio from Kincaid. "Request immediate airstrike, X. Also request support by heavy ships, X. My OBS," the old battleships which had bombarded Nishimura, "low in ammunition." This was a new factor, so astonishing that Halsey found it hard to accept. Why hadn't Kincaid informed him of this earlier? Halsey replied that he was still engaging enemy carriers, and had already sent the 4th Task Group of 5 carriers and 4 heavy cruisers to Kincaid's assistance. Little more than half an hour later, yet another desperate message came from Kincaid, this one not even in code. "Where is Lee, X? Send Lee." In Pearl Harbor, Nimitz was following the trials of Taffy 3, and like Kincaid, he assumed that Task Force 34 had been detached to guard San Bernardino Strait the previous night. Now he too asked Halsey where that phantom task force was. A communications ensign added padding to confuse enemy decoders at the beginning and end of the message. "Turkey trots to water, GG from Sinkpack. X. Where is RPT? Repeat. Where is Task Force 34? RR, the world wonders." This dispatch reached Halsey's flagship, New Jersey, a moment after Kincaid's message in the clear. The typist, Burton Goldstein, realized that Turkey Trots to Water was padding and omitted it, but the world wonders, despite the RR which set it off, sounded so plausible that he figured it might be part of the text itself. So did his superior, a lieutenant, and the message was relayed to the bridge. Infuriated by the words, "the world wonders," as if I had been struck in the face, Halsey slammed his cap to the deck. Carney grabbed him by the arm and said, "Stop it! What the hell's the matter with you? Pull yourself together." Fuming, Halsey showed him the dispatch. How could Chester Nimitz have sent such an insult? He ordered one of Mitcher's carrier groups to head south, while the other two continued the attacks on Ozawa. A third strike of more than 200 planes at 1:10 p.m. set both Zuikaku and Zuiho afire. The latter steamed off at full speed, but Zuikaku gradually heeled over until the flight deck was awash. At 2:07, the big ship, which had survived so many battles, slid under. Mitcher's fourth wave, small like the second, concentrated on Ise and Zuiho. The rugged converted battleship managed to escape, but Zuiho, mortally wounded, was sent under. It was the end of Ozawa's carriers. 3 were at the bottom, and the fourth, Chiyoda, was dead in the water. Ozawa had decoyed Halsey to the north, but the shipping in Leyte Gulf remained intact. His sacrifice had been in vain. 10 minutes after Kurita made his decision to turn away from Leyte Gulf, he was attacked by 70 fighters and Avengers from Taffy 3. Tone and Nagato were each hit by bombs, but the fleet continued to search for the enemy carriers. 2 more air attacks, 147 sorties in all from Mitcher's still distant 4th task group, did no damage, but Kurita was more certain than ever that his target was close by. All afternoon he pressed the search, but found nothing. Neither did he hear from Ozawa. By 6 p.m., he had steamed all the way back to San Bernardino Strait. There he patrolled with instructions from Combined Fleet to engage in a night battle, if possible. But the first striking force was low on fuel, and since no reports of enemy carriers had come in, Kurita reluctantly ordered a retirement. At 9:25 p.m., the remnants of the once mighty fleet found its way through the dark, dangerous waters of San Bernardino Strait. The desperate plan to devastate shipping in Leyte Gulf had resulted in catastrophic losses: 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 10 destroyers. About 300,000 tons of combat shipping had been sunk, more than a quarter of all Japanese losses since Pearl Harbor. Never again would the Imperial Navy play more than a minor role in the defense of the homeland. 23. The Battle of Breakneck Ridge. 1. Admiral Kurita's defeat on October 25th meant the virtual isolation of the Philippines, but General Sosaku Suzuki, who was in charge of the defense of the Central Islands, had never been more confident. No American had flown over his headquarters island, Cebu, that day, confirmation that enemy air power had been crushed over Formosa. About noon, optimistic reports of Kurita's battle off Samar began coming in. A number of American carriers had been sunk. Yamato and other battleships were raiding Leyte Gulf. "General Tomochika," he told his chief of staff, "we are about to step on the center of the stage. There is no greater honor or privilege. We don't even need all the reinforcements they are sending us." 2 units were coming from Luzon. The 1st Division would land at Ormoc, on Leyte's west coast, while the 26th Division landed at the port of Karigara, in the north. The 2 forces would merge and retake Tacloban in 10 days. Of this Suzuki had no doubt. His concern was that MacArthur might try to surrender only his local forces, as Wainwright had done after the fall of Corregidor. "We must demand the capitulation of MacArthur's entire forces, those in New Guinea and other places, as well as the troops on Leyte." Suzuki's air superiority would not last long. That night, steel matting for the strips on Leyte was offloaded, but the laying on the following day was hampered by air raids and heavy rains. By nightfall, every field was a quagmire. The engineers worked doggedly through the night of the 27th and put down the last section of the Tacloban strip soon after dawn, in time to welcome P-38s of the 5th Air Force. 1 cracked up, but the other 33 landed safely. Under persistent attacks by the U.S. 7th Division, the Japanese had retreated across the coastal plain all the way to Dagami. General Makino ordered the rear guard of his 16th Division, to hold the town, while the main body fell back to the foothills of the mountain range running down the island. To the north, the U.S. 24th Division was also driving west steadily. Their goal was Haro, like the Gami at the foothills of the mountains. Held up by stiffening resistance and a river, the 1st GIs finally broke into the town on October 29th and turned up Highway 2, a 12-foot wide road with a crushed rock and gravel surface, toward Karigara. Poor communications continued to plague Suzuki. There were only fragmentary reports that the Americans were pushing north. He was, moreover, still ignorant of the debacle at sea. That afternoon, Major Shigeharu Asaeda, General Yamashita's operations officer, flew into Cebu from Manila with more good news. The 1st Division would land at Ormoc a few days ahead of schedule, along with a battalion of the 26th Division. Asaeda did not enlighten Suzuki about the situation confronting him. Suzuki was an able man, but too honest and naive. If he thought he was going to win, he would fight much better. Asaeda, therefore, promised Suzuki continued reinforcements that he knew would never be sent, or, if sent, could never arrive intact because of America's overwhelming air superiority. Suzuki had no chance to win, but why burden him with the truth? There was a saying, "The blind man fears no snake." On the morning of November 1st, 11,000 men of the 1st Division left Manila in a driving rainstorm in 4 large transports, escorted by 6 destroyers and 4 coastal defense ships. The 1st, also known as Gem Division, was an elite unit established in 1874, which had seen duty in the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars. That summer, it had been detached from the Kwantung Army and alerted for duty against the Americans. It had gone from northern Manchuria by rail to Shanghai, where it was trained as an emergency force. En route to Leyte, company commanders explained to their men what lay ahead. On Takatsu Maru, Lieutenant Minetoshi Yahiro told his platoon leaders that Americans had landed in force on Leyte, and 1 division was heading for Karigara. Gem Division was to stop it. "We have long been preparing for this day. The hour has come when we must use all our training and skills." Soon after sunset, the throbbing noise of the engines stopped, and the troops, jammed snugly in tiers of bunks, heard the clatter of chains as anchors plunged down. They had arrived at Ormoc, on Leyte. Orders were shouted. The men, their filthy uniforms crawling with lice, disentangled themselves and started up steep iron ladders to the upper decks out of stifling holds, foul with the stench of bodies. Corporal Kiyoshi Kamiko, one of Yahiro's squad leaders, gulped in the fresh tropical air. Overhead, stars were bright pinpoints. The sea was calm. He had been a primary school teacher before being conscripted just after Pearl Harbor. Determined and idealistic, he had enjoyed the years of training in Manchuria, accepting most of the brutalities of non-coms as necessary conditioning. He liked the comradeship of the Army, the feeling that each man depended on the next. Like the other men of Gem Division, he was eager to prove himself in battle and do his duty for Japan and the Emperor. The frightening but exhilarating rumble of distant guns came over the water. To remember the moment, Kamiko looked at his watch in the starlight. It was 7:30. Rope ladders tumbled over the sides of the transports, and the men, each weighed down with 90 pounds of equipment, swung awkwardly over the rail. At a flashlight signal from below, Kamiko leaped clumsily into a gently pitching boat. He landed on his back, and finally realized why they had been instructed to remove their heavy ammunition belts. On shore, General Tomochika was anxiously observing the landing. He had preceded Suzuki to Leyte, to be greeted by the dismaying report that Makino's entire 16th Division was close to collapse. He stepped forward to meet Lieutenant General Tadasu Kataoka, commander of Gem Division, and his staff. "The 1st Division," he told them, "will proceed with the greatest possible speed along the Ormoc-Limon-Karigara Road, Highway 2, and assemble to the area southeast of Karigara and prepare to attack." Being a cavalry officer, Kataoka looked for the unexpected. What if they were attacked before they reached Karigara in the mountains near Limon? "Proceed to Karigara," Tomochika answered. The possibility was ridiculous. "There's nothing to worry about." "Is that so?" Kataoka remarked, but without sarcasm. He asked no more questions. Yahiro Company settled down in a coconut grove, waiting for the rest of their regiment, the 57th, to come ashore. They began digging takotsubo, octopus traps, 4.5 feet deep. The dugouts had a lateral scoop at the bottom where a man could huddle during a bombardment. In cross-section, a takotsubo looked like a Christmas stocking. Sweat stung their eyes, and their shirts were plastered to their backs, but the warm air was preferable to the harsh winds of Manchuria. To the east, the sky bloomed a pinkish glow with the unreal dawn of an exotic travel poster. The war seemed far away. Then came a distant buzzing. Someone shouted, "Take shelter!" and the men leaped into their holes. The buzzing became a roar. Bombers approached in relentless formation, seeming invincible even when engulfed in black balls of ack-ack explosions. Bombs from the planes, they were B-24s from Morotai, began to tumble toward the transports, which were still disgorging men and materiel. Zero fighters were suddenly all over the bombers, which continued sedately on course. 3 Zeros burst into flames simultaneously, arching toward the ground like comets. A second wave of bombers followed shortly, their silver wings glinting in the sun. A string of bombs fell in a great parabola toward the transport Noto Maru. One bomb disappeared in the smokestack. There was a dull detonation, followed by a chain of muffled blasts. The ship's whistle began to blow mournfully and without stopping. Helpless, Colonel Yoshio Miyauchi, commander of the 57th Regiment, watched the ship he and his troops had just left. He knelt on the beach and prayed, then wandered aimlessly toward the pier. His trucks, horses, and most of his ammunition were on the burning ship. General Tomochika told the dazed colonel to get his men on the road to Karigata as soon as possible. He was to follow a small advance group which had left hours earlier. The division commander, General Kataoka, had already started up Highway 2 with 2 platoons, and Miyauchi, accompanied by an aide, now set out north on foot to regain his composure. His regiment didn't start moving out of Ormak until after midnight. They marched through the night, strung out for miles along the narrow highway. Unlike their commander, eager for battle, they were unaware of the significance of the sinking of Noto Maru. In the dim light of early dawn, it was November 3rd, the advance group, under Major Yoshio Imada, was approaching Karigara. It unexpectedly encountered GIs of the 24th Division coming the other way. There was a brief firefight, and Imada retreated into the hills south of Highway 2. General Kataoka learned about the skirmish just as he and his 2 platoons reached the heights north of Limon, a village of several score nipa huts where Highway 2 made a precipitous climb over rugged hills, then circled a commanding ridge to the right before descending again to the coast and Karigara. Kataoka ordered Major Imada to attack the advancing Americans. Imada could expect reinforcements, an anti-tank battalion. Then the general sent back word for Colonel Miyauchi to bring up a small field piece on the double. This order made no sense to Miyauchi, but he loaded the gun into a truck and climbed aboard to direct operations. As the truck rumbled over the bumpy dirt road, he wondered what good one small piece of artillery would do. At Limon, he listened politely to Kataoka explain how he was going to stem the enemy advance down near Karigara. The small gun was positioned to command the road, where it made the sharpest turn around the ridge. All day, Miyauchi's 57th Regiment straggled north along the narrow road toward Limon, harassed by American bombing and strafing attacks. More than 200 men were killed, and scores of others were overcome by the intense heat. Darkness, when it came, offered little relief. Around 9 o'clock, the men fell out exhausted along the sides of the highway. They were attacked by mosquitoes. Those who had not covered their faces before they fell asleep awoke with eyes almost swollen shut, but their eagerness was undiminished as they resumed their march, this time under dark, lowering clouds. Kamiko's battalion was the first to reach Limon, and its commander, Captain Sato, was ordered by Miyauchi to take positions north of the village near the emplaced gun. On the other side of the mountain range, Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, commander of 6th Army, thought his advance division, the 24th, faced encirclement and annihilation. He knew from aerial observation that a large force of Japanese was marching toward Limon, and he feared the enemy might also land a large amphibious force behind the 24th Division at Karigara. Kruger reacted cautiously. Rather than push forward and take the strategic ridge, breaking through the mountain barrier, which as yet was lightly defended, he ordered the 24th Division to halt and prepare to fend off a possible sea invasion in cooperation with the 1st Cavalry Division, which was on its heels. At dusk, Miyauchi's regiment started up the winding road toward the crest of the ridge. An eerie white figure approached. It was a survivor of the 16th Division, swathed in bandages, driven back all the way from Leyte Gulf. He passed silently by. He was followed by more walking wounded, helping one another or hobbling on sticks. Word spread down the ranks that General Makino's division had been annihilated. Just ahead lay the highest point of Highway 2, where the road bent sharply to the east. The jagged hill mass on the right was covered with shoulder-high cagone grass. It was a natural fortress. Numerous spurs branched off it toward the sea to the northeast, and toward the Leyte River Valley to the southwest. In between the steep rises were dense woods. Here the march stopped. Whispered instructions were passed along to jettison all unnecessary items. The men stuffed their small battle haversacks with hardtack and 5 grenades each, and piled their backpacks near the road. Kamiko's company was ordered to take the lead, and his squad led the company. That, he thought proudly, made him the spearhead of Gem Division. The sky lightened with dramatic suddenness. With the sun came intolerable heat. The air was acrid with powder smoke. The battlefield must be near, but the ridge was silent. A rifle cracked. It was quiet again, and then Kamiko heard the chirping of birds. The former schoolteacher's heart beat faster. His chest constricted. He turned to his companions. Their eyes were glittering. They had been preparing to fight for 3 years, and were as expectant as he was. An order came up to turn off the road and climb the ridge. On the other side, GIs were also nearing the top of the ridge. Kruger had ordered the 24th Division to reconnoiter it. The general attack south was to begin in 2 days. Kamiko pushed through brush and began the ascent toward the crest. Behind, someone shouted, "Squad Leader Kamiko, wrong direction!" It was the platoon sergeant. A grenade exploded. The sergeant stumbled, clutching his thigh. Kamiko was showered with debris. A soldier grunted, "I'm hit." Blinded, Kamiko tripped over him. He forced himself to be calm. Gradually, he recovered his vision. Geysers of earth erupted on all sides. Grenades lobbed over the crest by the GIs were bounding down the slope like apples spilled from a barrel. Kamiko squirmed toward the sergeant and touched him. He felt warm, sticky blood. While he was wondering what to do, he heard the hollow thump of mortars, then the deep cough of a machine gun. Bullets whipped through the brush, thumping into bodies and bringing cries of surprise and pain. The first squad was being wiped out without a fight. He fought a paralyzing panic and finally forced himself to shout, "Fire!" Rifles cracked. Kamiko looked at his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock on November 5th in the 19th year of Showa. It might be his last moment as a human being. Kamiko fired blindly, round after round. He stopped to reload and peered above the brush. There was a thunderous shock, a blinding flash, and darkness. Earth and sand showered him, but he was unhurt. According to the manual, shells from the same gun never landed in the same spot, so he sprang into the newly made crater. He was immediately joined by 2 comrades, a light machine gun team. They set up their weapon and were about to open fire when mortar rounds began bursting so close that the operator, Ogura, shouted, "It's dangerous here, squad leader," and scrambled out of the hole with his gun. The entire squad moved laterally and frantically dug Takotsubo among the roots of rotting palm trees. The mortar barrage ceased. Kamiko held up his helmet on a bayonet, and a hail of bullets battered the helmet like a wind bell. He crouched down again, but the firing from the top of the ridge had stopped. He wondered why the GIs, after pinning them down, had fallen back. Kamiko told his men to eat while they had the chance. They had hardtack, but no water. He ordered a man with a slight leg injury to report the situation to the company commander, Lieutenant Yahiro, then crept along the slope to make a personal reconnaissance. The other 2 squads had been trapped by the mortars and machine guns, and only 3 men in all were alive. If it hadn't been for Ogura, his squad too would have been wiped out. At dusk he gathered his remaining 5 men and told them they alone held the hill. He ordered them to collect ammunition, arms, and supplies from dead comrades. By midnight they were prepared for the attack that was certain to come at dawn, but their thirst had become unbearable. Kamiko remembered seeing coconut trees somewhere near the crest. He removed all clothing except for his loincloth, tied a washcloth around his head, and stealthily crawled up the hill. In the moonlight, he found a coconut tree and started shinnying up it. "Squad leader!" The whispered voice startled him, and he almost lost his grasp. "Get down fast, or you'll be shot!" It was Ogura who had followed him, but Kamiko continued until he reached a cluster of coconuts. He yanked one free, dropped it with a heavy thud. He expected a burst of fire, but none came. He dropped 10 more before rejoining Ogura. Together they carried the coconuts back to the squad. Kamiko chopped off the tops and distributed the milk. It reminded him of a soft drink. During the night, they were joined by the 4th Squad, headed by the platoon leader himself, Warrant Officer Hakoda. A year younger than Kamiko, he looked like a schoolboy. He apologized for arriving so late. Kamiko roused his own squad before dawn. He was surprised to find that despite the heavy losses, he anticipated battle as eagerly as he had the day before. He surveyed the area. 100 feet below was winding Highway 2. Above them loomed the crest of the ridge, and he guessed one could see Karigara Bay from there. There were now 19 men on the strategic hummock, the southeastern spur of the range. At about 9 o'clock, he heard distant commands in English. Bullets pounded into the earth along the Takotsubo line. Ogura, eyes as big as saucers, began firing his machine gun as if possessed. The fire let up briefly, and Kamiko called out the names of his men. Aoki, Shimizu, Otsuka, Ishii. Each shouted, "Hi!" Yes, from his own hole. If they get close enough, throw grenades, Kamiko instructed them. Enemy fire resumed, augmented this time by the sound of heavy machine guns. Squad leader, it was Aoki in the next hole. The brush is burning. Smoke swirled across the slope, and the crackle of burning kogon grass rose above the din. Squad leader, Aoki again. The enemy is coming. Partially hidden by smoke, the Americans, 1st Company, 3rd Battalion, 21st Infantry Regiment, 24th Division, had charged over the ridge and were closing in. 3rd Squad, Kamiko shouted. Fix bayonets and prepare grenades. He heard the click of bayonets as he fastened his own and armed his grenades. Charge! Screamed the baby-faced Hakoda. Kamiko was about to relay the order to his own squad, but it didn't make sense. A charge should always be preceded by some kind of covering barrage. Impulsively he yelled, 3rd Squad, hold! The enemy was still screened by the flaming brush. Target right oblique, Kamiko shouted. Fire! Ogura turned his machine gun to the right. Totsugeki! It was Hakoda again, urging the 4th Squad to charge into the murderous fire. Hakoda fell, and his new sergeant was hit. Take command, he called out to Kamiko. The Americans were almost upon them. It was all over. Kamiko shouted desperately, Fire everything you have! Suddenly, the sky overhead was split with a long screech, which was cut off abruptly by an explosion on the slope ahead. Stunned, the infantrymen on both sides stopped shooting. Another big shell landed in front of Kamiko in the midst of advancing Americans. A third shell whined over, plummeting into the enemy's heavy machine gun positions. The 3 rounds had come from a single big Japanese gun just hauled into position. Kamiko jumped to his feet and shouted, It's ours! Several American machine guns resumed their chattering. A 4th shell exploded. There was silence ahead. This time the enemy machine guns remained silent. There was no rifle fire from the Takotsubo on the left, and Kamiko crawled over to investigate. Ishii was bent over, head down. What's the matter? Asked Kamiko, and took off Ishii's helmet. His eyes were open, but there was a hole the size of a bean in the middle of his forehead. The back of his head was like a burst pomegranate. Kamiko ground his teeth in anger. Ishii was his best friend, a university man full of spirit and compassion. He felt heat on his back and whirled around. The wind was driving the grass fire down the slope. Where was the wounded Hakoda? Kamiko began searching to save him from the flames, but all he could find was an officer's leather belt, saber, and pistol. Have the Americans taken Hakoda prisoner? Machine guns sent him tumbling back to his hole, clutching the platoon leader's possessions. Aoki called out to him, Enemy approaching! Aoki was about to toss a grenade, but Kamiko stopped him. The enemy was too far away. Kamiko crawled forward with his own grenades, followed by Ogura. He crouched, ready to stand up and throw, and die. Again a shell, this from a recently positioned 4-gun battery, whistled overhead, exploded up the slope. Hit! Direct hit! Someone shouted excitedly. 5 or 6 were blown up! Then he heard another voice, that of the company commander, Lieutenant Yahiro. The main force of the company had arrived. Kamiko leaped to his feet. Wiping tears away with the back of one hand, he activated a grenade by slamming it on his helmet, and heaved it as far up the hill as he could. His men joined him. There were 5 quick explosions. Charge! Kamiko shouted. He felt as though nothing could stop him as he hurtled up the charred, smoldering field toward the heavy machine gun position with fixed bayonet. Behind pounded his squad. Dead Americans were everywhere, their bodies scorched and swollen. One seemed to be overflowing with yellow grease. Kamiko, followed by 8 men, swarmed into the machine gun emplacement. Gunners had been blown apart. Cartridges on their belts were detonating like firecrackers. Every so often, one of these explosions set off a grenade. Kamiko was rooted, erect. Amid all this carnage, he found himself alive. It was as if he were coming out of a dream. Reality swept over him again. He crouched and once more plunged up toward the crest of the ridge. As he burst over the top, he saw spread before him the breathtaking panorama of Karigara Bay. The Americans were scrambling down their side of the ridge. Here and there, a fleeing figure tumbled haplessly from the fusillade which followed them from the crest. A single platoon, with the help of a dozen artillery shells, had blunted a determined enemy attack and given the strung-out regiment time to reach the front and turn the ridge into a fortress of takotsubo, trenches, and gun emplacements. Kamiko remembered how the samurai of the Civil War era took the head of an enemy and reached for an American officer's helmet. The liner was wet with blood, and he hesitated. Was it proper for a modern man to take booty? But he still had helmet in hand when he reported to his company commander. Lieutenant Yahiro's face was black with dust and gunpowder, his arm in a sling. He grinned boyishly. "Thank you very much for enduring such hardships," he told Kamiko. Their battalion commander, Captain Sato, called for the merits list and wrote on the first page, "It was an unimaginable honor for an infantryman, the dream flower. Usually only flyers and sailors were officially commended." Sato was curious about the American helmet. Kamiko apologized for the blood, but the battalion commander put it on, waggling his head several times. "This is light and feels good." Was there one without a bullet hole? "I'm sure I can find one," Kamiko volunteered. "If you do, I'll use it." Yahiro grinned as he hefted an American carbine. "This is light, too. I may use it from now on." That night, Kamiko was appointed platoon leader in place of Hakoda. He couldn't sleep. The corpses of comrades lying out front, unattended, haunted him. From the darkness he heard someone say, "Why do American soldiers die on their backs?" Another voice answered, "The Japanese are well-mannered. Even after they've died, they hide their private parts." Both laughed. Just before dawn, Kamiko and the 2 other platoon leaders were ordered to report to the company commander's dugout. Yahiro told them that the rest of their battalion had been ambushed on the way up front and practically wiped out. So their own hummock, it had been renamed Yahiro Hill by Sato in honor of the company, had become the spearhead again, and was isolated. Reinforcements are sure to come. When the main force of the division arrives, it will be easy to wipe out the enemy. Until then, we must defend this position to the end. I hope that each platoon leader will do his best, with resolution, despite the condition of the men. The Americans who had been forced back resumed their assault on the escarpment. It was nicknamed Breakneck Ridge, with the help of men from the 1st Cavalry Division. This time they attacked on a broader front, but still concentrated on the hill where the 80 men of Kamiko's company were waiting, with orders to hold fire. When the GIs were 75 yards away, Lieutenant Yahiro shouted, "Fire!" The fusillade of rifle and machine gun bullets toppled over the enemy like bowling pins. But the onslaught was stemmed only momentarily. Kamiko grudgingly admired the Americans' ability to advance over the bodies of their comrades, throwing grenades like baseballs. The carnage along the defense line was far worse than the day before, and Kamiko doubted that Yahiro Hill could be held against such determination and firepower. He was impatient with his own single-action Model 38 rifle. It was accurate, but after every shot the 5-bullet clip had to be pushed down. He shouted to Ogura to concentrate his machine gun fire to the right, where the American advance was slowing. Perhaps they could be panicked. Grenades, tossed by comrades behind him, flew overhead and bounced toward the enemy. The Americans wavered. 1 or 2 turned back, and the rest followed pell-mell down the hill. The Hero Company had held again, but only 25 were alive. The survivors were sent back in relays down to a stream on the other side of Highway 2. They washed their faces in the cool water, filled canteens, and ate hardtack. This, Kamiko thought, is the pleasure of nothingness. The American failure to seize Breakneck Ridge had immediate repercussions. Major General Franklin C. Sibert, commander of 10th Corps, which included the 24th Infantry and 1st Cavalry Divisions, came up front at noon, and without waiting to go through channels, summarily relieved a regimental commander and replaced him with his own intelligence officer, Colonel William J. Verbeck. Verbeck quickly proved he was one staff officer who was more aggressive than the average line officer. No sooner had he taken command than he sent a company to flank the ridge. It too was pushed back. Undeterred, Verbeck ordered the 2nd Battalion, with Company L attached, to attack the ridge in force the next morning. November 8th dawned gray. Then the skies darkened dramatically, and rain, whipped by typhoon winds, swept the ridge. Palms bent like bows, and some snapped, others were uprooted. The cogon grass lashed like a turbulent sea. Even so, Verbeck's attack began on schedule. It opened with a heavy artillery barrage, the boom of cannons competing with the thunder and screaming wind. Infantry moved out through the beating rain, floundering on the muddy slopes. Their maps were inaccurate, and it took hours for some units to get into position. Mortar shells, however, had zeroed in on the crest of the ridge. The effect was so devastating that Yahiro ordered the company to fall back to their original Takotsubo near the highway, and there make the final stand. The men skidded and bumped their way down to holes, which were already deep with water, but nevertheless offered refuge from the mortar rounds that flew overhead. Fog engulfed the slope. Nothing could be seen beyond 10 yards. As he waited, soaked and miserable, Kamiko reevaluated the enemy. First, he was no coward. Second, he could throw grenades twice as far as the Japanese. Third, and most important, he always seemed to be rested. Kamiko's squad was perpetually exhausted. Perhaps it was the constant battle without relief, perhaps the lack of food. There were no mortars to lob shells over the ridge at the approaching Americans, so Yahiro ordered his men to direct steady fire on the crest line of the shrouded ridge. The strategy worked. The display of firepower discouraged the enemy from coming over the top. The defenders regained confidence, but their sense of security was short-lived. To the rear, they heard an eerie, grinding, thumping noise. An American tank had come around the bend of Highway 2, churning through the morass of mud, its guns spitting out shells. They were surrounded. 2 men scrambled down the hill toward the road, carrying a heavy satchel charge. The men in the Takotsubo turned and watched the little drama as from an amphitheater, until they heard shouts in English near the top of the ridge. "Use grenades!" cried Kamiko, and started up the hill, followed by his depleted platoon. They tossed grenades over the crest and ran back for more. 3 times they scrambled up the slope. With the enemy out of sight, they returned to their holes. But the Americans returned, as they always did. Kamiko heard something hissing at the rim of his Takotsubo. An enemy grenade had rolled down the hill and was caught in a tent stake. He looked at Ogura, and both shrugged. It was the end. But the grenade fizzled out. Others bounded over the dugouts, but exploded after they were past. On the crest above, a GI leveled his rifle at Kamiko. He crouched in his Takotsubo, then popped up and fired. The GI fell to the ground, but in his excitement, Kamiko pumped 3 more shells into him. A rifle barrel rose and disappeared like a periscope. It belonged to another GI who was trying to rescue his fallen comrade. Kamiko ran up to the crest and shot him too, then sprinted back to his hole. PFC Saiji Saito in the next hole leaped forward, following Kamiko's example. At the crest, he too fired, but instead of retreating, he disappeared on the other side. Why had Saito sacrificed himself so needlessly, Kamiko wondered. Then Saito reappeared like a jack-in-the-box. He swore breathlessly as he leaped into Kamiko's hole. "I hated him so much I had to kick his head off." Had Saito, a mild youngster who didn't smoke or drink, gone mad? Was this the frenzy of the battlefield Kamiko had read about? And yet, hadn't he himself come close to doing the same thing? To the rear, the American tank, a medium, still moved freely on the road, raking the Takotsubo from behind with its machine gun and cannon. The 2 men with the satchel charge sprang out of the ditch and flung the explosive under the tank's tracks. As they leaped back to safety, there was a dull detonation, and the tank shuddered. It turned laboriously, however, and retreated around the bend. Without the tank, the American attack faltered, and once more the GIs gave up Yahiro Hill. Without hesitation, the Japanese clambered up the muddy slope to reoccupy their positions along the crest. This time, Kamiko felt no sense of victory. The enemy, who made retreat a tactic, would come again and again. What did the remnants of Yahiro Company have left to stop them? Several hundred yards to Kamiko's right, on the next hill in the ridge, Sergeant Yoshio Noguchi's platoon had been hurt as badly as Kamiko's by the deadly mortar barrage along the crest. He had two 7.7mm machine guns left, his and the one in the next Takotsubo, but only a few rounds of ammunition. Crouched in the numbing water up to his waist, Noguchi heard a cry of anguish, and the operator of the second gun crawled feebly toward him. Noguchi pulled him in. His right thigh was like a beehive, gushing blood. His face was pale, drained. The crawling man had attracted steady enemy machine gun fire. The kogon grass all around Noguchi's Takotsubo was mowed flat. He cautiously checked on both sides. There was no activity. Apparently, he was the last one of his platoon. He was a hardy, experienced soldier, a farm boy who had volunteered for service in 1938. Surrender was out of the question. He put the barrel of his pistol to his temple. He pulled the trigger, but the mechanism was jammed from the mud. Not 25 yards away, Americans in greenish uniforms were coming down his line of Takotsubo. At each hole they paused with rifles at the ready, while two of their number machine-gunned the dead or wounded occupants. The firing grew closer, and Noguchi again put pistol to head. Jammed. There was a stuttering rattle of fire a few yards away, and Noguchi knew he was next. A branch of palm leaves had been blown by a mortar round to the edge of his hole. With a stick, he deftly pulled the palm over the mouth of the Takotsubo. He pressed flat against the back of his dugout, water up to chin, legs outspread, then pulled the body of the lifeless machine gun operator in front of him. The voices were directly overhead. A shiny barrel poked between the leaves. He thought, how well they take care of their weapons. As he plugged his ears with his middle fingers, he prayed the bullets would somehow miss him. He felt the concussion from a deafening series of explosions, and scores of bullets churned the water between his legs. The opposite side of the hole collapsed. Noguchi closed his eyes as mud began covering him up to the neck. The palm branch, cut in two, dropped on his head. The voices moved away, and there was a burst of fire in the next hole. Stunned, almost beyond thinking, Noguchi felt no pain. Carefully, he scraped the mud from his face and opened his eyes. The water in the hole was tinged red, but it was the blood of his human shield. At last, the firing stopped. What were the Americans doing now? With infinite caution, he pushed his dead comrade aside and looked out, expecting to see them digging foxholes. They were building something he had never seen before. Shallow, rectangular rock forts with canvas roofs. Noguchi huddled for hours in the bloody water, afraid to make another move until well after dark. At last, he painfully got to his feet. All around him were the strange, squat shelters. Each glowed from a dim light within. He could hear the Americans joking and eating. Cigarette smoke curled invitingly out of the cozy little structures. What kind of soldiers would have lights in the middle of a battlefield? The lights began going out one by one, and near midnight it started to rain again. Noguchi hoisted himself out of his hole and started crawling away from the one GI he could see was on guard. He came to a wire which seemed to surround the encampment. Some kind of warning device? He crawled under it without touching it, and down a steep incline. His legs were so weak and uncoordinated he had to hold onto vines to keep from falling. At the bottom he found a small stream. He drank on all fours, like a dog. Except for rain, it was the first water he had tasted in days. In the gloom, he barely made out scores of bodies. Comrades, canteen in hand, had met their death looking for water. In the darkness and rain, he could not determine where he was. The battalion command post should be 200 yards away, but he crawled up and down the draws for more than a mile without finding it. Exhausted, he curled up behind a bush and fell asleep. He was wakened by voices. Through the brush, he saw Americans eating breakfast. In the night, he had circled around and around the knob, only to climb back up to his starting place. Two GIs headed directly for him. He ducked his head, hoping they wouldn't notice him in the underbrush. Then he felt a stream of liquid splashing against his helmet. One of the Americans was urinating on him. When he looked up, the GI was adjusting his trousers as he ran after his comrades who were already marching off. Most of Breakneck Ridge, however, still remained in Japanese hands. That morning, after heavy artillery preparation, two soaked battalions of the 24th Division resumed the attack in the driving rain. They advanced, but were thrown back by a fresh Japanese battalion. Rain had become as much of a problem to the Americans as the enemy. Their supply route, Highway 2, was a swamp, and engineers were carting up loads of heavy gravel to try to make it passable. Already the GIs were suffering from immersion foot, similar to the trench foot of Europe. The skin peeled away, leaving raw sores. The Japanese, too, were afflicted by the endless rain. Using trenching spades, they tried in vain to bail out their Takotsubo. Kamiko remembered that American knapsacks were waterproof and decided to use one as a bucket. He crawled over to the enemy side of the ridge, found a dead GI, as usual, lying face up, mouth open, and took his knapsack. He and Ogura scooped out the water in their hole and passed the knapsack to the next Takotsubo. Drenched to the skin and cold, they cut off the rubber tubes of gas masks and set them on fire. The smell was nauseating, but there was some heat. Kamiko awoke to another dark dawn. It was November 10th. It was nonsense to try to determine one's own death day, yet he kept doing it. Still, he had no fear at all. "Mei fa zu," he exclaimed, a popular Chinese expression meaning "it is fate," similar to "que sera, sera." There was nothing to do now except enjoy life to its last moment. The rain increased as American shells plowed into the crest line above them. Under the constant trembling of the earth, the sides of the Takotsubo began to crumble. It reminded Kamiko of the terrifying earthquake in 1923, which she had never been able to forget. The barrage lifted. "First platoon, take positions on the ridge line," Kamiko shouted, and charged up the hill, an unrecognizable mass of shell holes. At the top, he saw swarms of enemy soldiers halfway up the other side. They seemed numberless. They were 2 full battalions of the 1st Cavalry Division, and there were only a handful left in Yahiro Company to stop them. He frantically gestured to his men to return to the relative safety of their Takotsubo down below. He called out a warning as he sped by Yahiro's dugout. He leaped into his hole a moment before bullets swept down the slope. Grenades followed, skipping down into their positions. To the right, there was shouting in English. Had the 2nd platoon been overrun? Saito yelled, "Out of ammunition!" "Me too," another man called. Someone tossed them a few clips in an attempt to divide the remaining ammunition, but it was useless. Driven by anger and frustration, Kamiko plunged out of his Takotsubo and, followed by 3 men, churned almost to the top of the hill before lobbing a grenade at the crest. Impulsively, perhaps to frighten the enemy, he shouted in English, "Charge! Charge!" The result was startling. An American rushed over the crest with fixed bayonet and found himself facing Kamiko. The 2 stared open-mouthed at each other. Neither fired. Then the GI, realizing the order had come from the wrong side, dived back over the crest. "Company! Tenchin!" It was the voice of Yahiro's assistant. The word meant literally, "turn around and advance," and was a euphemism for retreat. Yahiro himself repeated the word, then shouted as if in apology, "We will advance later." The men of the platoon next to Kamiko's, the 2nd, had never heard the expression before. It had been created recently to cope realistically with the changing tide of war, but the urgency of the command forced them out of their holes, ready to launch the last attack. "Tenshin! Tenshin!" Yahiro, American carbine in hand, ran out of his Takotsubo to turn them around. Kamiko knew the word, but had never expected to hear it in battle. Paralyzed, he watched the Americans concentrate their fire on the exposed 2nd platoon. Yahiro was firing his carbine from the hip. 1 GI fell. Yahiro picked off another, then was sent spinning to the ground himself. Kamiko helped drag him to a shell hole. Blood spurted from his throat. "Company commander," Kamiko pleaded. They held the canteen to Yahiro's mouth. He gulped once, then his head fell lifeless to the side. Now the fate of the few men left in Yahiro Company was in Kamiko's hands. Retreat was disgraceful. In all their years of training, it had been forbidden. They were going to die anyway, and should take as many enemy with them as possible. "Throw all the grenades you have left," he shouted, and started up toward the crest, with 5 men right on his heels. Their unexpected attack caught the Americans momentarily off guard. They fell back under the rain of grenades. "We could win with 1 machine gun," thought Kamiko. The absurdity of that hope jerked him back to reality. He was leading his men to a meaningless death. "Follow me," he cried, and dodged back down the hill toward Highway 2, with the few survivors of the 2nd platoon and his own men. He jumped into the ditch by the road, then looked back. Helmeted heads were poking up all along the crest. There were 11 in the ditch, and Kamiko began to lead them down the highway toward Ormak, along the same stretch of road he had so recently led the entire Gem Division, but the shame of retreat still gnawed at his conscience. Yahiro had ordered them to fall back, yet this withdrawal was his own responsibility, and he had abandoned the body of his commander. He had valued his own life above honor, and the thought tormented him with every step he took to the rear. Then he began to feel defiant. Why die needlessly? It wouldn't help the nation. He began to feel almost light of heart, but his euphoria was shattered by the blast of a grenade. It had come from the west, or valley side of Highway 2. No one was hurt, and they broke into a run. How had the enemy outflanked them so fast in such rough terrain? Perhaps it might not even be possible to rejoin the main force. A few hundred yards down the road, they came to a culvert. A stream was running underneath. Meifatzu, Kamiko reminded himself. The only thing was to do one's best and not worry about the future. They were still alive. They stripped off their foul uniforms. With leggings removed, their bare legs were sickly white, like bean curd. As they scrubbed their clothes in the stream, they began teasing and pushing one another as if they were back in Manchuria. Then, clad only in loincloths, lay down unconcerned, and before long were asleep. They were awakened by an ominous staccato. Kamiko jumped up. Above them on the crest of the ridge, he could see GIs manning a machine gun. He grabbed his rifle, and while the others snatched up what clothes they could on the run, he emptied his last clips before following them. They were chased by a few mortar rounds, which detonated on contact with foliage overhead. Deep within the woods, they paused to put on the clothing they had managed to salvage and circled back to the road. At a regimental supply depot, Kamiko checked in, and the young officer in charge congratulated them for the great victory of their battalion. Kamiko stared at him. On the ridge they had been waiting day after day for substantial reinforcements, while the 3rd Battalion was being annihilated. Didn't anyone back here at Regiment know what was going on up front? 2. In Manila, General Yamashita knew, at least, that Suzuki's troops had encountered stiff opposition at the ridge. He ordered the main thrust diverted from Karigara. Instead, Suzuki should turn east off Highway 2 below Limon and strike overland directly across the island to Tacloban. It was a perfunctory order. General Yamashita still questioned the advisability of waging the decisive battle on Leyte. It was foolhardy to drain off men and supplies that would be needed so desperately in the battle for Luzon. Moreover, he had reason to believe things were not going too well for Suzuki at Leyte. And had American air and naval power really been crippled at Formosa and Leyte? Field Marshal Terauchi, however, remained unimpressed by these arguments. "We have heard the opinions of 14th Area Army," he said, "but the Leyte operation will continue." "I fully understand your intention," Yamashita replied. "I will carry it out to a successful end." Terauchi's confidence came in part from the relative ease with which he had just landed 13,000 men, 12,000 of them from the 26th Division, at Ormak. Moreover, another convoy, carrying 10,000 troops, was approaching Leyte, escorted by 4 destroyers, a minesweeper, and a submarine chaser, and screened by 3 other destroyers. Early the next morning, November 11th, the convoy turned into Ormak Bay, but at this point, Yamashita's suspicion that American air and naval power had not been destroyed was dramatically borne out. Almost 200 carrier planes from Task Force 38 caught the creeping convoy before it reached the harbor. This first wave concentrated on the 6 transports, which were hit again and again. The second wave went after the destroyers, and the third swept in, bombing the burning hulks and strafing the men struggling in the water. The slaughter was frightful. At the cost of 9 American planes, every transport and 4 of the destroyers were sunk. Only a few of the 10,000 troops aboard, almost an entire division, managed to swim ashore through the Crimson Sea. The catastrophe left Terauchi unchanged, at least outwardly, but it strengthened Yamashita's conviction that Leyte was a lost cause. At the same time, he was under orders from Terauchi to continue the operation with vigor. His reservations were reflected in a radio message he sent Suzuki on November 15th, which came close to predicting the abandonment of Leyte. The 35th Army will endeavor to accomplish the destruction of the enemy on Leyte, setting as its minimum objective the disruption of the enemy's use of air bases. In the event that further troop shipments cannot be sent, Luzon will become the main theater of future operations in the Philippines. Suzuki, understandably, was confused. Did it mean that the order to launch the main attack across the mountains toward Tacloban was rescinded? He knew the ridge had to be held, or the Americans would pour down Highway 2 toward Ormac. He therefore ordered Kataoka to counterattack. This would hold the ridge line, and moreover, distract American attention from his own drive over the mountains. U.S. tanks roamed the Corkscrew Road almost at will. Infantry closed in from three sides, and after bitter hand-to-hand fighting, overran the ridge, except for a few spurs at the southeastern end still held by the rear guard of the 57th Regiment of Gem Division. The rest of the regiment withdrew south at night, the weary men keeping together by following the glow of phosphorescent insects rubbed on the back of the man ahead. These men were turned around, and at Suzuki's order, marched back to retake ground they had just abandoned. Kamiko found himself back on the ridge, this time at the southern end. He and Aoki had been sent as replacements to Yasuda Company, which was dug in near the top of a rise about the size of Yahiro Hill. Lieutenant Tatsuhide Yasuda was a mild man. "I'm glad you arrived up here safely," he said through tight lips. "The company has been reduced to less than 1/4, so getting you two makes us feel we've got 1,000,000 on our side." Kamiko was given the third squad. "We've just dug in, and they haven't attacked us yet, but they will come soon. We are glad you are going to die with us." The chattering of birds wakened Kamiko before dawn. For a moment he thought he was back in the mountains of Chiba. Through the dense foliage he saw something red. Was it some gaudy tropic blossom? No, it was a huge plumed bird that belonged in a zoo, but it was also food. He crawled to his commander's dugout and whispered that he wanted to shoot the bird for food. Lieutenant Yasuda shook his head. One shot would reveal their position. They might as well have fired. The bird, flapping its great ungainly wings, rose noisily like a loaded transport plane, and instantly attracted mortar shells that continued spasmodically. All day Yasuda Company huddled silently in their holes. Their food ration was 1 rice ball for 8 men. After dark, Yasuda and his 3 squad leaders crept up to the ridge line. Halfway down the other side, a group of Americans was eating out in the open as if it were a picnic grounds. The lieutenant suggested sending down 2 men to scavenge. Hunger gnawed at them more than fear, and the 3 squad leaders nodded approval. 2 privates were sent on the suicide mission, and all night the company waited anxiously. Once they heard the crump of grenades and the rattle of machine gun fire, they were certain their comrades had been killed. But at daybreak the 2 men returned, leaping into Yasuda's dugout with a poncho full of booty, as excited as schoolboys. They had ambushed an American machine gun position in the dark and scooped up everything they could find. Their plunder turned out to be a few tins of cigarettes and boxes of ammunition that didn't fit their own weapons. Aoki lit one of the American cigarettes. "Ah, I've forgotten the taste of tobacco," he said after a deep drag. "It makes me dizzy." That day, while enlarging his Takotsubo, Kamiko caught a lizard. Skinned, it was light pink, and reminded him of megochi, a fish he used to catch in the sea near his home. Aoki chopped it up with his dagger, boiled the parts in his hongo until they were white. Kamiko found its taste a cross between fish and chicken. He finished full of vigor, almost as if he had been injected with adrenaline. At noon, Yasuda ordered Kamiko's squad to ascend a strategic knob 100 yards to the right and relieved the squad holding it. The knob dominated the area and was constantly under fire. Its capture would compromise the regimental position. All through the afternoon, the 3rd Squad kept the enemy at a distance, but the next morning the Americans pressed in close enough to lob grenades. At the height of the attack, the grenade barrage inexplicably stopped. It was so quiet that Kamiko could hear birds singing, then a strange noise like a blowtorch. A cloud of thick black smoke boiled up in front of him. "Flamethrower!" he shouted. He began heaving grenades as far and as fast as possible. At last the flame extinguished. He flopped back, exhausted, puzzled about the American withdrawal. A shell landed yards ahead, but did not detonate. It buried itself deep into the ground. Kamiko thought it was a dud, until the earth erupted in front of him like a volcano. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever experienced. It shattered him as had the earthquake of 1923. He turned to Aoki, his face pale. "They're using some new weapon." It was actually a delayed fuse. The earth rumbled time and again, throwing up tons of dirt. To the left, where two men had been hiding in their takotsubo, there was now only level ground, with 3 legs protruding. Kamiko felt a hot sting on his arm, then on the foot. They were minor wounds, the only wounds he had suffered in 7 full days of suicidal combat. Under protest, he was sent to the rear. His regiment, reduced to less than 400 men, had disintegrated against relentless American pressure. On November 23rd, GIs of the 128th Infantry Regiment of the 32nd Division broke through the mountain barrier and into Limon. The Battle of Breakneck Ridge was over. Little remained but pockets of resistance. 2 days later, General Kataoka ordered the remnants of Gem Division to regroup below Limon near Highway 2. Kamiko and Aoki hobbled south along the highway. They came to a ravine that stank of death. Thousands of swollen, decomposed bodies were scattered all over the road and in both ditches. At first glance, the bodies looked as if they were being attacked by snakes. They were tubes from gas masks. This was Death Valley. Here, with deadly accuracy, American artillery had caught Japanese troops moving up to the front. They struck off into the jungle east of the highway. At every stream they found clusters of wounded men lying like corpses, their will to live gone. Kamiko and Aoki pushed on, but were obsessed by thoughts of suicide. They met 7 other stragglers, led by a Sergeant Hirano, and learned that the Americans had driven a wedge below Breakneck Ridge, almost to Highway 2. They would have to fight through the enemy line to rejoin their division. Hunger drove them to raid the first American position they came upon. They fled, arms loaded with GI rations, chased by a volley of rifle fire. What a difference a little food makes, Kamiko thought, as he finished a piece of chocolate. They could tolerate their wounds, but the lack of food had sapped their morale. If we could eat as much as the Americans, we'd still be up on the ridge fighting, he mused. Victory in battle was simply a case of supply. How could Japan win against such a rich and powerful foe? They found an American supply parachute and were themselves almost discovered by a column of Negro soldiers carrying boxes. As Kamiko raised his rifle, he was checked by Hirano, who jerked his head. Another column was coming. "How black they are," Kamiko whispered. He had never before seen a Negro. "We're all human beings, but I wonder why they're so different. I wonder if they think like Americans." "They're Americans, too," said Hirano. They worked their way over a mountain, force-marched all night through a chilling rain. By morning they approached Highway 2, directly behind the enemy front. Kamiko halted the little group. He assured them they would break through. They had food, and the Japanese soldier could not be beaten at hand-to-hand combat. "If you have the bad luck to get shot, commit suicide like a man." They started down toward the highway. 24. Debacle 1. Organized resistance on Leyte was at the point of collapse, but Yamashita in Manila directed General Sasaku Suzuki to concentrate his remaining striking power into a desperation attack, Operation Wa, on American airfields. These nearly established bases were a threat to the entire Philippines, as well as the supply route between the homeland and the south, Java, Malaya, Sumatra, and Borneo. There were 3 major forces on the island. Gem Division had lost more than 3/4 of its effectives, and at best could only delay the American advance down Highway 2. Makino's 16th Division, after being pushed across the coastal plain, was splintered. Some units were holding ground in the mountains west of Dagami, but the rest were scattered deep inland, with the search of food their main occupation. They had been subsisting on raw insects, snails, frogs, lizards, centipedes, roots, grass, and their own sweaty belts. The 3rd Force, the 26th Division, would have to provide the main thrust of Operation Wa. Already the division, except for a battalion detached to protect Ormac, was moving across the mountain range below Limon in a general attack toward Leyte Gulf. Suzuki ordered them to keep moving southeast, and together with the remnants of the 16th and paratroopers flown in from Luzon, attacked 3 airfields near Burawan, a strategic village 10 miles west of Dulag, at dawn on December 6th. The hastily conceived plan was compromised from the beginning. First, the men of the 26th Division found it difficult to maintain the time schedule set up by Manila. Suzuki asked for a delay of 2 days, which was denied. Then the operation itself was vitiated by a breakdown in communications. On December 3rd, meteorologists predicted an inclement weather front, and Suzuki was ordered to postpone the attack for 1 day. But the message never reached the survivors of the 16th Division, who descended on the airstrip a mile above Burawan as scheduled, just after dawn on December 6th. There were now only 300 of them, their meager force having been further reduced by desertions. They came upon a group of sleeping American engineers bivouacked in the open and began bayoneting them. The engineers, most of whom had never fired at an enemy, fled except for one of their cooks, who killed 5 Japanese trying to steal food from his kitchen. The raiders held part of the field for several hours, but with no support. They were driven back to the woods in the north, where they dug in, cursing the paratroopers who had failed to appear. These 700 troopers, they came from the 3rd Parachute Regiment commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Tsunehiro Shirai, were still on Luzon, preparing to board 2-engine transports. The first wave of 26 transports, with 365 paratroopers aboard, began taking off in mid-afternoon. They grouped and headed south, escorted by fighters. They continued west of Leyte to avoid detection, before circling south of the island and starting up toward Leyte Gulf. The sun was setting as they turned sharply west, just below Dulag, and followed the Marabang River, inland toward Burawan. They ran into heavy flak, and 4 planes were destroyed. The others lowered to 750 feet. At 6:40, the troopers jumped. They were supposed to concentrate at the north field, but because of darkness, only Colonel Shirai and 60 others landed at the objective. The main body came down on San Pablo, the strip a mile and a half east of Burawan. They charged, shouting demoniacally in English, "Hello, where are your machine guns?" and "Surrender, everything is resistless." Stupefied, Americans watched as the Japanese burned parked planes and ignited gasoline and ammunition dumps. At the north field, Shirai's forces were too small to be effective. It joined the 16th Division infantrymen, still hiding in the woods, and waited for the second wave of paratroopers. But there would be no second wave. Bad weather closed in Leyte again. Nor would there be any help from the 26th Division. A single battalion was within striking range of Burawan, and these exhausted men were intercepted and repulsed by a battalion of the U.S. 11th Airborne Division. The paratroopers at San Pablo had discovered their mistake, however, and after ravaging that field, struck northwest to join up with Shirai at dawn. Now that he had a respectable force, almost 500 men, Shirai regrouped. By mid-morning he had seized the entire airstrip, and for 3 days his tenacious men held out against 4 American battalions. Finally overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the handful of survivors fled into the hills. While Shirai was mounting his dawn assault on the airstrip at Burawan, an armada of destroyer transports, loaded with an entire American division, the 77th, unexpectedly appeared in Ormoc Bay. The gamble of Wa had not only failed, but had diverted Suzuki's best troops, the 26th Division, away from the area which was now the target for MacArthur's next strike. Around 6:40, a dozen U.S. destroyers began bombarding the beaches 4 miles below Ormoc. Landing craft pushed off from the destroyer transports, and shortly after 7 o'clock, the first wave of men from New York's own landed unopposed. It was a day of sevens. To the south, the 7th Division had already crossed the waist of the island over a supposedly impassable mountain road and was coming up the coast toward Ormoc. The infantrymen were opposed only by the single battalion detached from the 26th Division to protect the city. Suzuki had erected no obstacles on the beaches. He felt the west coast was protected by the Japanese naval base in Cebu, across the narrow Camotes Sea, and was now surrounded. There was little the Japanese could do to cope with the situation. Suzuki instructed the 26th Division, and what was left of the 16th, to about-face and join him at Ormoc. Yamashita expedited the convoys already scheduled for Leyte, and in addition ordered 500 paratroopers of the 4th Parachute Regiment sent to an airfield 8 miles above Ormoc near Highway 2, but they didn't arrive until dawn of December 8th and were dropped in the jungle almost 5 miles north of the target. Corporal Kiyoshi Kamiko, whose group had just fought its way through the American lines to reach Highway 2, encountered half a dozen of these paratroopers, young, well-equipped, and eager for battle. Kamiko warned them that they would be outnumbered 10 to 1, but one youngster exclaimed, "My goal is to kill 10 before I die," and then blushed. His naivete appalled Kamiko. What right had Imperial headquarters to send such children out on suicide missions? All the frustrations and doubts of the past few weeks crystallized into a decision that would have seemed treasonable on Yahiro Hill. He would escape to another island. Why die uselessly? He allowed himself to think of Japan, of its beautiful hills and rivers. He would work his way to the west coast with a few trusted companions and steal a native boat. Perhaps they could escape to Borneo. A deep roll of thunder came from the direction of Ormoc. It sounded like enemy artillery. How had the Americans got down there so fast? Major General Andrew D. Bruce's 77th Division was driving steadily up the west coast toward Ormoc against a congeries of assorted, poorly armed service units commanded by a transportation officer, Colonel Mitsui. His force was dug in on the high ground a few miles below the city, and he hoped he could hold out until the 26th Division returned. Other reinforcements were on the way by sea, and on December 9th, a battalion of the 30th Division landed at Palompon, a port on the west side of the little peninsula forming Ormoc Bay. It was only 15 air miles to Ormoc, but 35 miles by a winding mountain road, and Bruce's men were already on the outskirts of the city. The following morning, GIs broke through Colonel Mitsui's lines into Ormoc, a mass of choking rubble and blazing buildings. A pall of dark smoke hooded the area. That afternoon, General Bruce reported his victory to Corps Commander John R. Hodge, reminding him of a promise made by the commander of the 5th Air Force. "Where is the case of Scotch that was promised by General Whitehead for the capture of Ormoc? I don't drink, but I have an assistant division commander and regimental commanders who do." A few hours later, Bruce sent another message, referring to the 7th Division, which was coming up the West Coast Road. "Have rolled 2 sevens in Ormoc. Come 7, come 11. There were still 2 Japanese convoys en route to Ormoc Bay. One carried 3,000 men of the 8th Division and 900 tons of ammunition and supplies. As the 5 transports, 3 destroyers, and 2 submarine chasers, escorted by about 30 fighters, approached the west coast of Leyte the next morning, they were attacked by Marine corsairs, which sank 3 transports. The remaining ships tried to pick up survivors as they turned in toward Palompon, but 700 men were drowned. Before the fleeing vessels made port, another transport was sunk by Marine and Army planes. The final convoy, 2 destroyers and 2 transports, carried a 400-man naval detachment under Lieutenant Commander Ito, as well as 9 amphibious tanks and 20 mortars. It had escaped detection and was still intact as it approached Ormoc several hours after midnight. At this point, it was sighted by the destroyer Coghlan, which opened fire and sank a destroyer. The transports continued. One anchored near the occupied city and attempted to disembark its troops. The first barge was almost swamped by shells from the shore. "Don't shoot," the Japanese yelled, unaware that the city was in enemy hands. The other transport luckily made for the opposite side of the bay, where it unloaded the last reinforcements and supplies that Suzuki would get. Considering that nearly 80% of all the vessels dispatched to Leyte had been sunk, it was remarkable that a total of 45,000 troops had made it safely ashore, but their effectiveness was sharply reduced by the fact that little more than 10,000 tons of supplies in all were salvaged. 2. Although Leyte was not yet lost, and Luzon was being fortified for its conclusive battle, Imperial headquarters ordered preparations expedited for the evacuation of Allied prisoners of war in the Philippines to the homeland. There they could be used as laborers and, possibly, hostages. Publicly, the Japanese had long decried Allied treatment of prisoners while praising their own. Only a few weeks after 3 of Doolittle's flyers, Lieutenants Dean Hallmark and William Farrow and Sergeant Harold Spatz, were executed, they had been tortured and then given a peremptory trial. The Nippon Times condemned the British for the inhuman treatment they were meting out to German prisoners of war. Needless to say, the Japanese government, actuated by considerations of humanity, have, up to the present, respected the principles contained in the international law governing the conduct of war, and have done everything in their power with regard to the treatment accorded to the numerous British prisoners of war in their hands. Americans were depicted as enjoying life at the various prisoner camps. On Luzon, at Cabanatuan, several survivors of the Bataan Death March kept secret notebooks whose disclosure would probably have meant summary execution. Colonel James Gillespie, a medical officer, described a new contingent of men marching into the camp. Inching their way along the road came a ragged formation of dirty, unkempt, unshaven, ragged, half-naked forms, pale, bloated, lifeless. They staggered and stumbled, some plodded, others, uncertain of their balance and strength, lay down, only to be urged to continue by the attendants, who in many instances were only slightly more able than those they were assisting. Limbs grotesquely swollen to double their size, faces devoid of expression, form, or life, aged incredibly beyond their years, bare feet on the stony road, remnants of ragged gunny sacks as loincloths, some stark naked, bloodshot eyes and cracked lips, smeared with excreta from their bowels. Thus they came to the end of the road, the strong, young, and alert Americans of the 31st Infantry, the Air Corps, and the AA. The saddest sight indeed it was, and may I never see it again. These prisoners had been forced to eat cats, dogs, baby rats, and garbage to remain alive. By now, they had lost an average of 55 pounds. In the first year at Cabanatuan, 2,644 of the complement of about 6,500 had died from malaria, dysentery, diphtheria, and other diseases. Their deaths, according to Dr. Samuel M. Bloom, a captain, were directly attributed to the neglect of the Japanese, the result of a deliberate policy of starvation and the withholding of medical supplies. Another diarist, Major Roy L. Bodine, a dentist and a veteran of Bataan, began keeping his clandestine record the day before MacArthur landed on Leyte. It was a day he would never forget. His group was transferred to Manila by truck to Bilibid Prison, where they learned they were simply being staged for shipment to Japan. They dreaded the treatment they might receive in the enemy homeland, but their spirits were lifted by the bombing of the Manila area and the long-awaited news that MacArthur had landed. At the prison camp in nearby Santo Tomas University, this information came in an underground news bulletin with the words, "Better Leyte than never." On October 28th, Dr. Bodine wrote, "That added to the bombing makes us hope that the Nips won't be able to get us out of here. Every day they have rumors of us leaving in 2 or 3 days, but keep putting it off. We pray and pray constantly that they can't. Really sweating it out." Bodine's hopes were never realized. On December 12th, all patients were given a cursory examination. The food improved, and soap and toilet paper were issued, sure signs they were about to leave. "If MacArthur gets this close and then lets us go, we'll really be mad," wrote Bodine. The next morning, he and 1,618 other prisoners filed down Quezon Avenue and passed the walled city. Filipinos lined the sidewalks to watch the sad procession. Many surreptitiously gave the V sign. Luneta Park was crammed with hastily erected barracks, but the Gran Luna section, where Bodine had lived as a boy, his father had been an army dentist, was unchanged. As they approached the dock area, he saw the effects of the recent American bombing, and out in the bay were at least 40 hulks. At Pier 7, the prisoners began filing aboard a 15,000-ton luxury liner built just before the war for the tourist trade, or Yoku Maru. With grim amusement, Major Adrianus J. Van Oosten, who had survived a dozen jungle battles on Bataan, watched MacArthur's shiny Packard, hoisted in a cargo net, careen against the side of a hold, smashing its fenders. Lieutenant Colonel Curtis Beecher, a Marine, who recalled coming alongside the same pier back in 1929 on his return from duty in China, was herded along with 700 other prisoners into the dungeon-like forward hold. Its previous occupants had been horses. In a few minutes, the air was dead and hot, and their uniforms became soaked with perspiration. The Bodine group, 300 Army and Navy medics and civilians, was packed amidships, 3 decks down. 8 buckets of rice and pans of fish were lowered after dark. The liner began to move. It steamed around Bataan into Subic Bay and continued on a northern course. Suddenly, alerted to some danger ahead, it turned back and anchored in the protective waters below Olongapo. The prisoners sat hunched in the dark, their minds churning. A couple of years more in Japan, Bodine thought, or a watery grave from subs and planes. The condition of the 700 men massed in the forehold was already intolerable. The only ventilation came through a small hatch. A few pails had been tossed down to them for human waste. These were quickly filled, and the hold reeked from urine and feces scattered on the deck. From the darkness came a shriek. "Oh, my God!" A man urinated into his canteen and drank the liquid. Colonel Beecher thought of the Black Hole of Calcutta. Reading about it had made little impression, but now he knew how horrible it must have been. An inhuman noise rose over the sighs and moans, which sounded to Major von Osten like the gobbling of turkeys. Suddenly the sound was repeated quite close by. The man next to him began to babble. In the shaft of starlight from the hatch, von Osten could see that his neighbor was losing consciousness. His puffed, whitish tongue wagged between drooping lips. His eyes were glazed, unseeing. He slumped over. He was dead. In the afterhold, the other 600 men were experiencing the same hell. They had been given a skimpy meal of rice and fish, but no water. Most of them had unthinkingly emptied their canteens during the hot march through the streets. They began fanning the air in unison with mess kits, but it made no difference. The men stripped in the oven-like heat. In the darkness they shouted for water, but the guards ignored them. Their own comrades had come to the Philippines in the same holds, if not as crowded. The prisoners' exertions slowly exhausted the oxygen from the air. One man, suffocating, toppled over silently with incredible restraint, but others, gasping for breath, thrashed about wildly before collapsing. A dozen, crazed by thirst, went berserk. They slashed at the throats and wrists of companions to suck blood. The panic turned the hold into bedlam. To Major Virgil McCollum, another veteran of Bataan, it was the most horrible experience imaginable, and probably unprecedented in the annals of civilization. As the dim light of dawn filtered through the hatch, several score bodies lay lifeless, suffocated or murdered. From topside, the men heard excited shouting. There was the bark of anti-aircraft guns, and shards of glass showered through the hatches. Bombs pummeled the ship, and machine-gun bullets clattered noisily along the decks above. In the afterhold, prisoners clawed up the ladders, terrified lest they be trapped below, but were driven back by guards firing down into their midst. The bombers returned at half-hour intervals. Amidships, Major Bodine and 2 friends, Captain John Hudgens and Major Bob Nelson, pushed into a little stateroom to escape stray bullets which were ricocheting through the hatch above. It was stifling, but a refuge. That is, unless a bomb or torpedo made a direct hit. Bodine was a Catholic, and with death so close, he prayed continuously. He said the rosary and repeated all the prayers he knew, and above the deafening clamor of shrapnel and bullets against iron, he heard Hudgens saying over and over, "Jesus save us." Packed in the little room, they found it impossible to stay awake during the lull between attacks. They jerked from sleep whenever a new raid started and began drowsily mumbling another prayer. Those in the forward hold faced another night of horror. There were shouts of "quiet" and "at ease," but as the temperature reached 110 degrees, riot again erupted. It was the worst and most brutal period of Colonel Beecher's life. All around him men were going mad. They collided with one another in the dark, slipping and falling in the feces. The sick were trampled. Wild, deadly fights erupted. Men dropped to their knees like animals to lap up sewage running in open drains. In the rear, Major McCollum forced his way to the hull and licked the steel plates where a little moisture had condensed. The pandemonium was even worse than the first night. Many men lost their minds, a colonel later wrote in his official report, and crawled about in the absolute darkness armed with knives, attempting to kill people in order to drink their blood, or armed with canteens filled with urine and swinging them in the dark. The hold was so crowded and everyone so interlocked with one another that the only movement possible was over the heads and bodies of others. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, an interpreter announced to the prisoners amidships that they were going ashore at dawn, and could take along pants, shirt, canteen, and mess kit. If they wanted shoes, they'd have to carry them. The men crammed as much as possible in their pockets, and in the dark pawed through musette bags for their most valuable possessions. Bodine put his wife's rosary around his neck on top of his own, and slung his shoes over his shoulders. At the last moment, he remembered his notebook and shoved it inside his shirt. What he most regretted leaving behind was his dental instruments. He had carried them all through the battles on Bataan, on the Death March, and into several camps. Shortly after dawn, the first 25 men, including 5 wounded, started up the ladder. The interpreter was back in a few minutes, calling for another group of 25. As they started up the ladder, the interpreter frenziedly waved them back. "Many planes! Many planes!" A bomb crashed into the rear of Oryoku Maru. The blast hurled shrapnel through the aft hold. Superstructure tumbled down the hatchway, pinning screaming men. Flames swept through the wreckage. More than 100 of the trapped prisoners were dead. 150 were dying. In the forehold, the strongest scaled the 40-foot ladder and opened the hatch covers. Nearby, they discovered sacks of raw sugar and dropped several to those below. Von Osten wolfed down a handful of sugar. Miraculously, he seemed to feel a charge of energy and mounted the ladder, something he was certain he could not have done a moment before. On deck, Japanese killed by the strafing and bombing were shrouded in straw rice sacks and piled in a long row 5 bodies high. Von Osten leaped over the side. The cool water was invigorating, and he swam toward shore. The exercise, after 2 cramped days, abruptly loosed his bowels. A guard shouted down to the Bodine group, "All go home, speedo!" Topside, Bodine saw a beach a quarter of a mile away, Olangapo. Hundreds of men, Japanese and Americans, were already in the water, struggling to reach land. There were shouts to those standing indecisively at the rails that the ship was going down. Bodine tossed a piece of 4x4 overboard and jumped after it. Halfway, he looked back. The luxury liner looked like a scrap heap. 4 American planes came in low. One peeled off as if to strafe, but the men in the water waved frantically, and with a waggle of the wings it zoomed off. Bodine decided to swim back to help the others. He noticed a dangling rope ladder and impulsively started to climb up to get the clothes he had discarded on deck. He didn't realize how weak he was until he began pulling himself up. On deck, he made a bundle of his shirt, an old Filipino hat, and a pair of shoes. He tied it to a 3-inch shell crate, which he threw over the side, and jumped again. The 1,300 surviving prisoners were shepherded to a fenced-in tennis court, where they huddled on the concrete in the sun. 3. That morning, December 15th, MacArthur took a long stride toward Luzon. At 7:30, 2 of his regimental combat teams landed without opposition on Mindoro, a few miles below Luzon, and by late afternoon had pushed 7 miles inland. General Yamashita had no intention of wasting troops on the defense of Mindoro. The garrison numbered only 1,000, nor did he intend to dispatch any more reinforcements to Leyte. On December 22nd, he radioed his decision to Suzuki's headquarters at Cebu City. "Redeploy your troops to fight extended holding action in areas of your choice. Select areas such as Bacolod on Negros, which are highly suitable for self-sustaining action. This message relieves you of your assigned mission." The message would not reach Suzuki himself until 3 days later, but he had already ordered the remnants of the 35th Army to assemble near Palompon. Besides Suzuki, the individual most distraught by the abandonment of Leyte was perhaps Prime Minister Kuniaki Koiso. On November 8th, he had publicly committed his government to victory on Leyte. In a radio broadcast to the nation, he compared Leyte with the Battle of Tenosan in 1582, which had decided the issue of who was to rule Japan. Koiso had in fact guaranteed that if Japan won on Leyte, she would win the war. He learned of the decision to abandon Leyte at a particularly awkward moment, when he was on his way to an audience with the Emperor. His Majesty asked immediately how the Prime Minister was going to explain the loss of Leyte to the people, after equating it with the Battle of Tenosan. Unstrung, Koiso mumbled that he would make the best of the situation, but he knew that only some miracle could save his cabinet. Suzuki's order to congregate in the Palompon area was thwarted by a surprise move by General Bruce's force on Christmas morning, which forced Suzuki and his staff to flee up the west coast of Leyte toward the mountains of San Isidro. They evacuated Palompon just before a reinforced battalion of the U.S. 77th Division approached the port itself from the sea in Amtraks and LCMs, landing craft mechanized. The area was bombarded by 155mm guns located a dozen miles inland, and a barrage by mortar boats preceded the landing itself. At 7:20, the first wave reached shore without opposition, and had seized the town by noon. General Bruce radioed his corps commander. The 77th Infantry Division's Christmas contribution to the Leyte campaign is the capture of Palompon, the last main port of the enemy. We are all grateful to the Almighty on this birthday of the sun, and on the season of the Feast of Lights. In the afternoon, MacArthur announced that the Leyte campaign was over, except for minor mopping-up operations. He turned over this last phase to 8th Army, so that Kruger's 6th Army could prepare for the invasion of Luzon. On Christmas night, Kiyoshi Kamiko and 3 companions reached a beach a few miles from Suzuki's temporary headquarters. As the sounds of battle in Palompon subsided, they heard incongruous paeans of peace on earth, goodwill to men. GIs were playing Christmas carols in the hills above. Kamiko and his comrades had fought their way to the coast through marauding bands of guerrillas and over almost impassable terrain, ranging from quicksand and swamps to precipitous ravines. Aoki and Sergeant Hirano had become separated from the group, which at times comprised as many as 50. More than once, their resolve to escape the island had wavered. Only hours earlier, conscience-stricken at the thought of desertion, they had left one of their party who was wounded and started down the beach toward Palompon to help defend the city. They were intercepted by a retreating Japanese officer who turned them around and ordered them to follow his unit. As they neared the coconut grove where their wounded comrade, Tokoro, lay hidden, Kamiko and his group fell behind, determined once more to escape. In the dark, they found a banca and rigged it with a sail they made from a tent. They loaded the little outrigger with rifles, canteens, and coconuts, and clambered in. "What about Tokoro?" someone asked under his breath. Nakamura, a fisherman on whom they depended for navigation, warned that 5 would be too many, but Kamiko was against abandoning the wounded man. A voice interrupted their whispered argument. "Group leader, I'm staying here." Tokoro was sitting on the beach a few yards away. "It's best for me." "Group leader, I'm staying too." Nakamura jumped out of the boat. Another man followed. Kamiko wearily beached the stern of the banca and joined the others who were sitting silently with Tokoro. Finally, Tokoro said he was sorry for all the trouble he had caused and hobbled off. "The boat is too small, even for the 4 of us," Nakamura muttered. "We can't reach another island in this thing." "You knew that from the beginning," Kamiko shouted. "You say you want to die on land, and you don't want to die at sea. It doesn't matter where you die. The question is, which choice offers the best chance of survival?" The others remained hunched in a tight circle on the sand, staring at the slender banca, which was tossing in the waves. There was a shot. It was Tokoro. "What a pity," someone said, and another, "It's better he did that than drown." This pushed Kamiko over the edge. He grabbed a grenade from his knapsack. "Let's follow Tokoro," he cried. "We can't live until tomorrow, so, as you say, let's die on land. We've lived together, let's all die together. Everybody bring heads close." He activated the grenade. In 4 seconds, it would explode. Nakamura lurched back. "I'll go," he shouted. Kamiko tossed the grenade back over his shoulder just before it detonated. He leaped to his feet. "Well, let's go." The banca sailed slowly out of the inlet in the moonlight. Nakamura, so reluctant on shore, was a new man as he deftly guided the boat toward Cebu. Abruptly, the moonlight was cut off, and something cold slapped his cheek. Rain. Dark clouds swirled ominously. Nakamura looked up, then said, "Let's return." "We're at sea, Nakamura, and determined to die," said Kamiko. "So keep going." The fragile outrigger tossed erratically. Nakamura clung stony-faced to the tiller as the others bailed with their canteens. A dark shape materialized in front of them with a roar. It must be a speedboat transporting 35th Army headquarters to Cebu. They shouted and waved, but the craft droned past. It was an American PT boat. Just before dawn, the rain stopped. and the sun rose on a calmed sea. All around them were small, bare rock islets. To the south, out of the morning light, emerged the vague outline of a large island. It had to be Cebu, their first goal. Nakamura changed course, and with the wind behind it, the little banca cut through the water as fast as a bicycle at top speed. Kamiko began to sing his favorite song, one he had taught his pupils. From a far-off island whose name I don't know, a coconut comes floating. How many months have you been tossing on the waves, far from the shores of your native island? I think about tides far away, and wonder when I will return to my native land. 4. General Suzuki had chosen to concentrate the remnants of his forces, more than 10,000 troops, on a rugged, heavily forested 1,200-foot mountain on the west coast between Palompon and San Isidro, called Canguipot. Its eastern and western slopes were rocky, making it a natural fortress. Every day, stragglers from the 1st Division and 68th Brigade arrived exhausted at Mount Canguipot, but those left of the 16th and 26th Divisions were pinned down near Highway 2. Many of these men had no intention of trying to reach Suzuki's position, even if they could disengage themselves. Like Kamiko, they could not avoid the logic that it was senseless to die on Leyte in such circumstances. In the mountains north of Ormac, between Highway 2 and the west coast, Lieutenant General Shimpei Fukue, on his own, was planning to escape from the island with his depleted 102nd Division, which had played an insignificant role in the fighting. Already 50 of his men had left by boat. On the night of December 29th, Suzuki received the first message from Fukue in more than a week. The 102nd Division was marching to the coast, where it would set sail in small boats for Cebu. The action was unprecedented in Suzuki's experience, and only with difficulty was he dissuaded from court-martialing Fukue summarily. Instead, he ordered the 102nd Division to remain in place. Fukue himself was to report at once to Army headquarters with his chief of staff. But even this direct order was ignored. Fukue's answer, composed by his chief of staff, a colonel named Wada, was as infuriating as the original decision to desert. We appreciate the efforts of Army, but at the present time we are very occupied preparing for evacuation. The division commander and chief of staff are consequently unable to report to Army headquarters. On New Year's Eve, Fukue had the effrontery to ask Suzuki to facilitate his insubordination. All boats that were prepared for the retreat were destroyed by American planes on the night of the 30th, thus delaying our departure. Would it be possible for you to send an armored craft to aid the departure of the division commander? Fukue and his staff, like Kamiko, managed to get across the Camotes Sea by Banca. In Cebu City, the general was relieved of his command by order of Suzuki. He accepted Suzuki's instruction to remain on the island of Cebu. There was nowhere else to go. On Leyte, Mount Canguipot was being prepared for a long siege. Large quantities of provisions were purchased from local farmers and augmented by fern, grass, and wild spinach. Salt was separated from seawater. Suzuki's plan, as far as Leyte was concerned, was to tie up as many enemy troops as possible, but he too was coming to doubt the usefulness of such a sacrifice. Realistically, how long could he expect Mount Canguipot to hold out? One determined assault would overrun it. Almost 100 men were dying of starvation every day. How was that helping the empire? Moreover, Yamashita had long since given him permission to evacuate. It was a wrenching decision for a samurai. Only a week before, he would never have imagined he'd make it. Gem Division would be the first to leave. On the night of January 12, 1945, General Kataoka and his headquarters set off in 3 launches, safely reaching Cebu soon after dawn. In the next week, 743 men, all that remained of the elite Gem Division, reached Cebu with 4 heavy machine guns, 11 light ones, and 5 grenade launchers. But as Lieutenant General Robert Eichelberger's 8th Army closed in on Suzuki, continued evacuation became almost impossible. Except for 16 weeks of tedious mopping up, the fighting was over. The 70,000 Japanese who came to defend Leyte against 250,000 well-armed Americans had fought as well as could be expected. They wounded 12,000 GIs and killed 3,500, but only about 5,000, 1 in 13, would live to see Japan. It was a decisive battle for the Americans. They had destroyed an entire army and permanently crippled Japan's remaining air force and fleet. The homeland itself now lay exposed, except for two island fortresses, Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Part 7. Beyond the Bitter End. 25. Our Golden Opportunity. 1. A relatively unpublicized war was going on in China and Burma that was frustrating and miserable for all sides. There were more than two, as well as the hundreds of millions of civilians trapped in the turmoil. Fought over a tremendous area, it was an ideological and geographical nightmare. The British had been humiliatingly expelled from Burma in early 1942, and their attempts to return had met with limited success. Forays by the Americans and Chinese into the Japanese-occupied territory had been equally inconclusive. But by the end of 1944, insatiable ambition had brought the Japanese to the point of disaster in Burma. Their dream was to topple India, that insecure pedestal of British imperialism, with the help of Chandra Bose's Indian National Army. The initial stepping stone was Impal, a strategic city 50 miles west of the Burmese border. Not only was it the gateway to India, but its occupation would be of inestimable propaganda value and an inspiration to all anti-imperialists. For many months, the Japanese military leadership in Burma, champing under orders to remain on the defensive, had been requesting an invasion of India. These appeals, and those of Chandra Bose, were heeded at last. Early in 1944, Imperial headquarters ordered the 15th Army to invest the vital areas of northeastern India in the vicinity of Impal. Its commander, Lieutenant General Renya Mutaguchi, regarded the capture of Impal as the first in a series of deep thrusts into India. He had been brought to this view by an enemy, Brigadier Ord Charles Wingate, a messianic figure whose Chindits, a mispronunciation of Chinta, Burmese for lion, had been harassing the Japanese commanders of Burma in a number of unorthodox stabs far behind the lines. Although opposed to earlier plans to invade India, Mutaguchi had been impressed by Wingate's raids. If an Englishman could bring troops through dense jungle and over mountains, so could he, and in far greater force. But leading a group of specially trained guerrillas over such terrain was one thing. Leading an entire army was another. Colonel Tadashi Katakura, Mataguchi's operations officer, appreciated the obstacles. There were formidable rivers and rugged mountains to traverse. Moreover, 15th Army was not logistically prepared to carry out such a long, arduous campaign with its present shortage of food, ammunition, and medical supplies. Katakura forcefully pressed his misgivings. He had lost none of his bluntness since being shot in the neck during the 226 incident for opposing the rebels, but Mutaguchi could not be persuaded to change the plans. On March 8, 1944, 3 reinforced Japanese divisions and a division of Bose's INA, 155,000 troops in all, crossed the Chindwin River and struck out across the mountains separating the two countries. On Indian soil, Bose's men fell to their knees to kiss their native earth. Shouting, "Jai Hind! Jai Hind!" they pushed ahead toward Kohima, a city 80 miles north of Impal, astride the British supply route. There they would turn south and march to Impal, followed by the 31st Division after it had subdued Kohima. The other 2 Japanese divisions headed straight for Impal. The most proficient ground commander in the Far East, Lieutenant General William J. Slim of the British Indian 14th Army, had surmised that Mutaguchi would strike at Impal, with perhaps a single brigade diverted to Kohima, and awaited the battle in a rather complacent mood. His plan was to let the Japanese advance to the edge of the Impal plain, and when they were committed in assaults on our prepared positions, to counterattack in full force and destroy them. My heart sank, he later wrote, when he learned that the enemy, 2 divisions strong, was attacking Kohima. This not only placed an important garrison city in jeopardy, but threatened his army's sole supply base and railhead at Dimapur, which lay about 30 miles to the northwest. He ordered immediate reinforcements. As I struggled hard to redress my errors and to speed by rail and air these reinforcements, I knew that all depended on the steadfastness of the troops already meeting the first impetus of attack. If they could hold until help arrived, all would be well. If not, we were near disaster. What Slim feared above all was that the Japanese would bypass Kohima and move on the railroad. An emergency line was set up on Kohima Ridge to block the road to Dimapur. Men were scraped up from the local administrative forces. 500 convalescents were armed and put in the line. But the commander of the 31st Division, Lieutenant General Kotuko Sato, directed all his forces at Kohima, where the defenders resisted so stubbornly they were driven onto a single hill, that the Indian National Army troops alone turned south toward Impol. On the steep hillsides south and west of that city, the other two Japanese divisions were already erecting a formidable system of earth and log bunkers, preparatory to launching their combined attack. On April 18th, the commander of the Indian force reported the unbelievable news that the road down to Impol was lightly defended. His advance units were only a stone's throw away from the city itself. Victory was imminent. Bose had bales of new currency ready for circulation. But his dream was shattered when Sato, who had found more than he had bargained for at Kohima, refused to follow to Imphal. Instead, he arbitrarily ordered his men to prepare to return to Burma. He had verbal permission, it was not meant to be taken literally, to withdraw if he weren't resupplied with food and ammunition by mid-April. Bose was furious. Without Sato backing their spearhead, the INA troops could never break through to Impal. He was sure it was a plot of 15th Army, and accused the Japanese of purposely depriving Indians of winning the first significant victory in their own country. Mutaguchi was equally furious with Sato, and relieved him of his command. But no explanation satisfied Bose. The Japanese at Impal were ready to attack, and asked Bose to deliver a radio broadcast on the Emperor's birthday, offering him Impal as a present. Bose was insulted. Perversely, he now opposed any invasion of India that was not led by the INA. He argued that the appearance of Indian troops would spark revolts throughout the nation, whereas Japanese invaders would only bring thousands of Indians to the side of the British. The altercation gave General Slim a double advantage. It divided the enemy and provided time for substantial reinforcements to reach the Impal area by rail and air. The Japanese were converging on the city from 6 roads, but the defenders, with strong air support, held at every point. The debilitating battle continued inconclusively week after week. Both Japanese divisional commanders became convinced it would be impossible to storm Impal, and one even began withdrawing troops without orders. Vice Chief of the Army General Staff, Hikosaburo Hata, accompanied by Colonel Sugita and other staff officers, arrived at the front to investigate. They returned to Tokyo with disheartening conclusions for Tojo. There is little probability that the Impal operation will succeed. Tojo turned on Hata, accusing him of defeatism. The Prime Minister had counted on the success of Operation U to divert the public's attention from the startling loss of the Marshals in the Pacific. He was so beside himself with frustration that his sarcasm also seemed to include Prince Mikasa, the Emperor's brother, who sat directly in front of Hata, and a chill came over the room. Hata remained silent. If I'd been Hata, Colonel Tanamura wrote in his diary, I'd have ripped off my staff insignia and fought him. On June 5th, Mutaguchi met with his superior, General Masakazu Kawabe, Burma Area Army Commander. Mutaguchi had already been obliged to dismiss all 3 of his division commanders, something unheard of in the history of the Japanese Army, 1 for incompetence, 1 for illness, and the 3rd for refusing to obey orders. And it was on the tip of his tongue to declare that the time had come to suspend Operation U, but he could not speak. I was hoping, Mutaguchi later recalled, that General Kawabe would perceive in silence what was in my heart. Kawabe was not that perceptive. The destiny of Subhash Chandra Bose was mine as well as his, he wrote in his memoirs. Therefore I had to assist Mutaguchi by all means in my power. I kept telling myself so. The day following this meeting, the British won back Kohima. After 64 days of some of the most bitter fighting of the war, a force of Japanese and Indians still held the road to Impal, but within 2 weeks the British had smashed through and started to aid their harassed comrades in Impal. Mutaguchi's problems were aggravated by the arrival of the monsoon. Ceaseless rains poured down, washing out the jungle trails back to Burma. Only 1 of his 3 divisions had brought adequate food supplies. The others had to subsist on grass, potatoes, snails, lizards, snakes, anything they could get their hands on, including monkeys. Mutaguchi still could not bring himself to ask Kawabe for permission to withdraw, but came close to it by inference. If operations are to be suspended and the army is to go over on the defensive, he wrote, it is advisable that the army be withdrawn to the line running from the high ground on the right bank of the Chindwin River to the high ground to the northwest of Mawlyk to the Tiddim area. Kawabe's reply appeared uncompromising. He expected the 15th Army to do its duty zealously and fight harder. but his senior staff officer was already en route to Manila with a request for Field Marshal Terauchi to suspend the operation. Terauchi approved, but word did not reach Mutaguchi until July 9th. 4 days later, the troops began retreating toward the Chindwin River. On the long trek back over the mountains in the pounding rain, men fought one another for food. Thousands of sick and wounded fell out of the march and killed themselves with grenades. The paths were seas of mud, and when a man stumbled, he became half buried in slime. Shoes were stolen from those struggling feebly to extricate themselves. Light machine guns, rifles, helmets, gas masks, anything useless littered the trails. Only the will to live propelled the survivors. The men hobbled along with improvised canes, and those who lasted out a day's march huddled together for sleep that rarely came because of the constant downpour. Many drowned, too feeble to raise their heads above the rising water, and the Chindwin River itself, their goal, claimed the lives of hundreds more in its swollen waters. In all, 65,000 men died, more than 2.5 times the number lost on Guadalcanal, and about as many as fell on Leyte. Mutaguchi, his chief of staff, and senior staff officers were relieved of their posts, as were Kawabe and his chief of staff. The command shake-up and the destruction of the 15th Army infected every other unit in Burma, and by the end of the year, Japanese rule was at the point of collapse. 2. In China, that tangled, multi-sided war continued to be a source of frustration to everyone concerned except the communists. The Japanese had conquered a vast area in eastern China, but were no nearer to a final solution in their agonizingly long war in that enigmatic country. Though they occupied one important city after another, it was like tunneling in the sand. The Nanking puppet government of Wang Jingwei was unable to consolidate the victories after the Japanese troops moved on. The Japanese dominated the coast, rivers, railroads, and highways, but in the expanses between, another struggle was going on among the Chinese themselves. Chiang Kai-shek was fighting Mao Zedong's army for control, while the warlords sided with whatever group was winning. China bred dissension. Lieutenant General Joseph W. Vinegar Joe Stilwell, commander of all American forces in China, remained at incessant odds with Old Leatherface Chenault, commander of 14th Air Force, an outgrowth of the American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers. Their argument most often focused on the policies of the man Stilwell derisively called Peanut, Chang. In a series of vituperative messages to Washington, Stilwell charged that the aid sent to China was being criminally wasted by the Kuomintang. Moreover, its armies were expending as little materiel as possible against the Japanese, since Peanut was bent on saving men and supplies for the post-war confrontation with Mao. This, in large part, was true. Since the Second Cairo Conference, when Chiang felt his vital interests were betrayed by Roosevelt under the influence of Churchill, the nationalist troops had been waging passive warfare against Japan. In some sectors, there had been virtual truce between the Kuomintang and the Japanese for over 2 years. A Chinese officer at an airbase in Hubei, for example, defended his refusal to shoot at passing Japanese aircraft with the excuse that if his men did so, the Japs would be angry and would take revenge and return and bomb the city and do a lot of damage. Another of Chiang's officers argued that it was unnecessary for the Chinese to take up an offensive against the Japs because soon the United States will surround Japan, and then the Japs will have to retreat without fighting, and so it is better to leave them alone and get along as best we can as we are. Although Stilwell's indignation was justified, he failed to appreciate the fact that the Kuomintang forces were more than paying for Lend-Lease assistance by tying up almost 1 million Japanese troops who might otherwise be used against MacArthur and Nimitz. Accordingly, Chiang not only resented Stilwell's attitude, but felt he had been taken in by American communist propaganda, which labeled the Generalissimo a fascist, and pictured Mao as an agrarian reformer, not a genuine communist. In the mistaken belief that the Chinese communist forces, if placed under his, Stilwell's, command, would obey his orders and wholeheartedly fight the Japanese, Chiang wrote, he assured me that the government could safely re-equip them on the same basis as the government forces and set them free from combat against the Japanese, from where they were being held down by the government's blockade. Moreover, the government, he pointed out, could thus also release its forces immobilized on blockade duty for redeployment against the common enemy. Stilwell's subsequent disagreement with me was entirely brought about by the machinations of the communists and their fellow travelers. It almost caused the disruption of Sino-American military cooperation in the China-Burma theater of war. Chenault subscribed to this assessment, as well as the allegation that Stilwell was spending too much time playing soldier in Burma, where he would disappear in the jungle for weeks, rifle in hand. By now, the two American commanders were barely on speaking terms. A staunch advocate of ground warfare, Vinegar Joe thought Chenault's idea of fighting the war in China's skies was ridiculous. Wars were won on the ground. For months, the two had been battling over supplies to 14th U.S. Air Force. In frustration, Chenault wrote personal letters to Roosevelt, complaining he had not been given the tools promised him. Nevertheless, his B-24s and fighters had provided the only bright spot in China with their effective raids on Japanese shipping and lines of communications. Like Stilwell, though to a lesser degree, Roosevelt was becoming impatient with the nationalists, and like Stilwell, he was primarily concerned with Burma. In early 1944, he urged Chiang and Stilwell to launch a major offensive across the Salween River into Burma. Chiang questioned the priority of such a campaign. He was far more worried about the Japanese in China. His reluctance drew stronger demands for action from Roosevelt, but still without result. The sudden thrust by Mutaguchi across the Indian border toward Impal ended the debate as far as Roosevelt was concerned. On April 3rd, he radioed Chiang an implied threat to cut off Lend-Lease aid unless a Kuomintang army attacked down the Burma Road in the near future. To me, the time is ripe for elements of your 71st Army Group to advance without further delay and seize the Tengchung-Lungling areas. A shell of a division opposes you on the Salween. Your advance to the west cannot help but succeed. To take advantage of just such an opportunity, we have, during the past year, been equipping and training your yoke force, the Yunnan divisions. If they are not to be used in the common cause, our most strenuous and extensive efforts to fly in equipment and to furnish instructional personnel have not been justified. Chiang Kai-shek did not formally reply to this message, but within 2 weeks, War Minister and Chief of Staff, General Ho Ying-chin, approved an assault across the Salween. Chenault, who also served as Chief of Staff of the Chinese Air Force, saw a far greater threat in China itself. He warned Chiang that the Japanese were about to launch an offensive on American air bases lying southeast of the nationalist capital, Chongqing. Under the circumstances, therefore, he wrote, it is necessary to inform Your Excellency that the combined air forces in China, excluding the VLR, B-29 project, may not be able to withstand the expected Japanese air offensive and will certainly be unable to afford air support to the Chinese ground forces over the areas and on the scale desired. In order to put the air forces on a footing to accomplish these missions, drastic measures to provide them with adequate supplies and adequate strength must be taken. As the Japanese threat appears to be immediate, such measures should be taken without further delay. He sent a similar warning to Stilwell, who replied that the threat to Impal took precedence to the China-Burma-India theater, and, therefore, Chenault's 14th Air Force must accept reductions in supplies. It would simply have to cut its operation. Chenault was infuriated. A week earlier, he had written Stilwell that he was convinced the security of China as a base for future military operations against Japan was at stake. Since the Japanese no longer have the men and material to spare for rice raids or training exercises, it seems to me that they must now mean business. The whole logic of their situation points to this conclusion. They must make ready for eventual abandonment of the more extended commitments in order to try to hold on an interior line. To do this, they must somehow neutralize the Allied China base on their flank and protect Formosa, the key to their inner defenses. The urgency of doing this has been immeasurably increased by the prospect of B-29 operations against Formosa and the Japanese islands, which alone would be sufficient to provoke a violent reaction. At the same time, he made another personal appeal to Roosevelt. An attack in eastern China was imminent, and he doubted it could be withstood. I wish I could tell you that I have no fear of the outcome. I expect the Chinese forces to make the strongest resistance they can. We shall do our best to give them, by means of air power, a margin over the Japanese. But owing to the concentration of our resources on fighting in Burma, little has been done to strengthen the Chinese armies, and for the same reason the 14th Air Force is still operating on a shoestring. If we were even a little stronger, I should not be worried. Since men, equipment, and supplies are still very short, I can say to you that we will fight very hard. I am the more concerned since the shrewdest Chinese leaders I have consulted are convinced that any Japanese success within China will touch off violent new price rises and probably cause political unrest with inevitable effects on the energy of the Chinese resistance. I note a mood of discouragement among the more influential Chinese. Chenault's assessment of Japanese intentions were accurate. Tokyo had already ordered the commander of the China Expeditionary Army to occupy the eastern China airfields and three important railroads in the area. The operation, named Ichigo, was divided into two phases. The first would disperse the Chinese forces, particularly the nationalists, between the Yellow River and the Yangtze, and secure the rail lines from Peking to Hankow. After that, 11 divisions with several others in reserve would cross the Yangtze and continue southwest, seizing first Changsha and Hengyang in Hunan province, then Guilin, Liuzhou, and Nanning in Guangxi province. Capture of this last city would neutralize two important 14th Air Force fields. Ichigo was preceded by an intensive propaganda campaign aimed at alienating China from her Western allies and lowering the morale of the Kuomintang troops. Bales of pamphlets proclaimed that Japan's enemy was the American-British force, not Chiang's army, and her objective was the establishment of a new China. If the Chinese offered no resistance, they would be treated as friends. Japanese troops, moreover, were given strict orders to cease burning, looting, and raping. They were to treat the local inhabitants with kindness and respect. The men were taught a new marching song. Taking loving care of trees and grass, the Japanese troops marched through Hunan province. How kind their hearts are! Behold, the clouds there and rivers here appear just as they are in our homeland. These sights impress our soldiers' manly breasts. With worn shoes they plod onward. Blood streams onto the soil. Let us defend this forest and that mountain with our blood. Our enemies are Anglo-Americans, the white-faced demons. Ichigo began on the night of April 17th. The 37th Division crossed the Yellow River as Mutaguchi's men were investing Kohima. Yet, curiously, there was no coordination or cooperation between the two operations. That same day, Stilwell told Chenault that his primary mission was the defense of the B-29 fields at Chengdu, even at the expense of shipping strikes in support of the Chinese ground forces. Chenault wanted to throw all his planes against the oncoming Japanese. Defending Chengdu, he radioed Stilwell, presented no immediate problem, since it lay west of Chongqing. Confronted with the imminent collapse of eastern China, Stilwell gave Chenault permission to use the P-47s assigned to the defense of Chengdu and ordered B-24s of the 380th Bombardment Group to deliver fuel to the 14th Air Force. But the additional air support hardly slowed the Japanese advance. The Chinese armies in the area had deteriorated after almost 4 years of inactivity. Chenault saw his failure as a predictable result of Stilwell's policies and reported to him that he had been handicapped by lack of tonnage for aviation supplies and a general disbelief in Japanese offensive plans. Suspecting that Chenault was preparing a case against him, Stilwell penned a long, bitter analysis of their old antagonism. Chenault has assured the Generalissimo that air power is the answer. He has told him that if the 14th Air Force is supported, he can effectively prevent a Jap invasion. Now he realizes it can't be done, and he is trying to prepare an out for himself by claiming that with a little more, which we won't give him, he can still do it. He tries to duck the consequences of having sold the wrong bill of goods, and put the blame on those who pointed out the danger long ago and tried to apply the remedy. He has failed to damage the Jap supply line. He has not caused any Jap withdrawals. On the contrary, our preparations have done exactly what I prophesied, that is, drawn a Jap reaction, which he now acknowledges the ground forces can't handle, even with the total air support he asked for and got. Unimpressed by the attack of 72,000 nationalist troops into Burma in mid-May, Stilwell officially continued his complaints against Chiang. He finally forced the issue in a radio to Marshall. CKS will squeeze out of us everything he can get to make us pay for the privilege of getting at Japan through China. He will do nothing to help unless forced into it. No matter how much we may blame any of the Chinese government agencies for obstruction, the ultimate responsibility rests squarely on the shoulders of the GMO. If he is what he claims to be, he must accept the responsibility. So with the Chinese, the choice seems to be to get realistic and insist on a quid pro quo, or else restrict our effort in China to maintaining what American aviation we can. The latter course allows CKS to welsh on his agreements. It also lays the ultimate burden of fighting the Jap army on the USA. I contend that ultimately the Jap army must be fought on the mainland of Asia. If you do not believe this and think that Japan can be defeated by other means, then the proper course may well be to cut our effort here to the ATC and the maintenance of whatever air force you consider suitable in China. I request your decision. Is my mission changed, or shall I go ahead as before?" Washington's answer jolted Stilwell and made official a policy which had been brewing for some time. It had been decided, Marshall replied, that operations in China and Southeast Asia would be determined by the contribution they made to campaigns in the Central and Southwest Pacific. Japan should be defeated without undertaking a major campaign against her on the mainland on Asia, if her defeat can be accomplished in this manner. Subsequent operations against the Japanese ground army in Asia should then be in the nature of a mopping-up operation. Henceforth, China would be, primarily, an air base from which to bomb the Japanese mainland with B-29s. The idea for this superfortress had been inspired by fears in 1939 that England would be overwhelmed, and there would be no air bases in Europe to attack Germany. It was a monstrous plane, dwarfing the B-17. It was 99 feet long and almost 28 feet high, with a wingspan of more than 141 feet. But it was sleek, its skin flush-riveted, and could cruise at more than 350 miles an hour at an altitude of 38,000 feet and carry 4 tons of bombs for 3,500 miles. From the beginning, its builders had been plagued by engine trouble. An experimental model caught fire in the air, crashed, and killed the entire crew. It wasn't until the summer of 1943 that the first production model took to the air, and this one, in fact, was full of bugs. The Marianas had been selected as the eventual base for mounting B-29 raids on Japan, but as long as these islands were in Japanese hands, Air Force planners decided to launch the first raids from China, in spite of the formidable logistics problem. All fuel and supplies had to be hauled by air from India over the hump, the Himalayas, to the 4 airfields in Chengdu, which were still under construction. Moreover, the 4,000-mile round trip from Chengdu to Tokyo reduced the bomb load capacity. The B-29s were given their first test in combat before leaving India. It was a relatively short mission, but it dramatized the operational difficulties which beset the new bomber. On June 5, 1944, 98 superfortresses took off to bomb Bangkok. 1 crashed immediately, 14 aborted, and several others never reached the target. The remainder approached Bangkok in ragged formation. 2 planes crashed on the way home, 2 ditched into the Bay of Bengal, and 42 landed at the wrong bases. But the mission was deemed an operational success. The B-29s were ready for Japan. On June 15th, 92 superfortresses left for Chengdu, where they would refuel before the final long leg to Japan. 79 of the planes reached the staging area, but only 68 got back into the air that afternoon. Of those, 1 crashed on takeoff, and 4 others turned back because of mechanical failure. The first B-29 reached the target, the Imperial Iron and Steel Works, at Yawata on the island of Kyushu, just before midnight, Chinese time. Flak was heavy, and several fighters came up to intercept, but of the bombers that made it to Yawata, only 6 were lightly damaged. The bombing itself was a failure. A single missile hit the Imperial Works, but the effect on the Japanese was indelible. The war had at last reached the homeland. In eastern China, Japanese troops were at the gates of Changsha. The fall of this great city 3 days later created panic in Chongqing. The War Ministry ordered the execution of several field commanders. 2 Japanese divisions, the 116th and 68th, were already driving down toward Henyang, 100 miles farther south. They seized an adjoining airfield on June 26th, and 2 days later assailed the walled city itself. Surrender was expected momentarily, when Major General Feng Xianjue, commander of the Chinese 10th Army, confounded the Japanese and surprised the Americans by making a determined stand. His troops, supported by Chennault's fighters and bombers, which made hazardous night attacks on enemy supply convoys, flung back the Japanese day after day. Low on food and ammunition, the invaders withdrew within a fortnight. At Guilin, which would have been the city next in the path of the Japanese drive, victory celebrations lasted for a week, its streets acrid from the interminable explosions of firecrackers. Merchants inundated American airmen at the Guilin base with ivory, jade, silk, and lacquerware. The Japanese were soon back in force, however, with 40,000 fresh troops. General Feng resumed his dogged defense of Henyang, but Chiang Kai-shek no longer supported him. For some reason, he distrusted Feng's superior, Marshal Shue Yo. The Generalissimo ordered suspension of all Chinese and American supplies to the besieged city. Chennault turned to an old antagonist for help. He radioed Stilwell a request for permission to fly guns and ammunition to Feng. Stilwell's headquarters replied noncommittally that the proposition was being given best treatment in this shop, but took no action. Chenault sent another request for 500 tons. This time the answer was definite. In view location Xue You's forces, his mission, rapidly changing situation, Chinese misuse of equipment they have, and improper employment of their forces, your proposal to fly 500 tons of small arms and ammunition would be waste of effort. Entire American effort should be continued from the air. Several weeks later, Hengyang fell, but Chenault's 14th Air Force continued attacking the Japanese supply lines and forced the enemy to postpone their assault on Guilin for a month. If China, whose role in the war had been diminished, collapsed, it would release 820,000 Japanese troops. Consequently, Roosevelt dispatched a personal representative to Chongqing with orders to keep China in the war by unifying all Chinese military forces, including those of the Communists, against Japan. He selected a civilian, elevated to the rank of Major General, Patrick J. Hurley, a successful corporation lawyer who had been Secretary of War under President Herbert Hoover. He was hearty and affable, and had won Roosevelt's confidence by the way he had carried out wartime diplomatic missions to Russia and the Middle East. Hurley was en route to China via Moscow when V.M. Molotov, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, told him that Russia wanted to be friends with nationalist China. Hadn't he, Molotov, personally brought about the release of Chiang after the young marshal kidnapped him in 1936? How could China blame Russia for her own internal dissension? The Soviet Union had no interest in the Chinese communists. They were communists in name only. America should try to help the Chinese people improve their economy and to unify Mao's and Chiang's armies. Hurley, who saw life in simplistic terms, took almost everything Molotov said at face value. In Chongqing, he told the Generalissimo that he needn't worry about the Chinese communists being controlled from Russia. Wasn't it obvious that they weren't really communists at all? Chiang was unconvinced. He had read Mao's articles and speeches. Nor could Hurley persuade Chiang to place Stilwell in command of all Chinese armed forces, as Marshall had so long been demanding. On September 25th, the Generalissimo sent Hurley an aide-memoire, stating that his recent experiences had clearly shown him that General Stilwell was unfitted for the vast, complex, and delicate duties which the new command will entail. Almost from the moment of his arrival in China, he showed his disregard for that mutual confidence and respect which are essential to the successful collaboration of Allied forces. Last October, I intended to ask for his recall, but when General Stilwell solemnly promised that in the future he would unreservedly obey my orders and would give me no further cause for disappointment, I withdrew my request. Unhappily, General Stilwell's solemn promise has never been implemented. Chiang promised to support any qualified replacement. Stillwell radioed Marshall that the aide-memoire was a tissue of false statements and that Chiang had no intention of instituting any real democratic reforms or of forming a united front with the Communists. Marshall forwarded this rejoinder to Roosevelt, whose disenchantment with the Generalissimo was evident in the reply he sent Chongqing on October 5th. The ground situation in China has so deteriorated since my original proposal that I now am inclined to feel that the United States government should not assume the responsibility involved in placing an American officer in command of your ground forces throughout China. Chiang, in turn, tried to blame Stilwell, and Roosevelt indirectly, for the collapse in eastern China. In another aide-memoire to Hurley, he charged that the disaster had been occasioned by Stilwell's insistence on an offensive in northern Burma. As I had feared, the Japanese took advantage of the opportunity thus offered to launch an offensive within China, attacking first in Honan and then in Hunan. Owing to the Burma campaign, no adequately trained and equipped reinforcements were available for these war areas. The forces brought to bear by the Japanese in their offensive in East China were 6 times as great as those confronting General Stilwell in North Burma, and the consequences of defeat were certain to outweigh in China all results of victory in the North Burma campaign. Yet General Stilwell exhibited complete indifference to the outcome in East China, so much so that in the critical days of the East China operations, he consistently refused to release Lend-Lease munitions already available in Yunnan for use in the East China fighting. In short, we have taken Myitkyina, Burma, but we have lost almost all East China, and in this General Stilwell cannot be absolved of grave responsibility. He took issue with the President's derogatory refusal to appoint an American commander of Chinese forces. I am wholly confident that if the President replaces General Stilwell with a qualified American officer, we can work together to reverse the present trend and achieve a vital contribution to the final victory. Hurley had hoped he would conciliate Stilwell and Chiang, but now he was certain that this was impossible and that Stilwell must leave China. He radioed Roosevelt, "My opinion is that if you sustain Stilwell in this controversy, you will lose Chiang Kai-shek, and possibly you will lose China with him." For a week, the fate of the China-Burma-India theater hung in the balance, as both Stilwell and Hurley bombarded Washington with conflicting advice. Finally, on October 18th, 2 days before MacArthur landed at Leyte, Roosevelt radioed Chiang that he was recalling Stilwell, but would not appoint an American to command the Chinese forces. He did promise to send Major General Albert C. Wedemeyer to be the Generalissimo's new chief of staff and to command all U.S. forces in China. With Stilwell gone, the affable Hurley could devote his full attention to the unique problem of uniting Mao and Chiang. On November 7th, against the advice of Chiang, whom he called Mr. Shek, he flew to the communist capital of Yan'an, where his idea was already being promoted. Every American official and visiting journalist had been assured by communist spokesmen that what China needed was a coalition government based on democratic principles. The mustachioed Hurley arrived, chest loaded with medals, impressing the onlookers with his flowing mane of white hair and ramrod carriage. In a booming voice, he lectured Mao Zedong, he pronounced it Moosdong, Zhou Enlai and their aides on 5 points of possible accord with the Kuomintang. The communists were startled by his manner, but responded with nods and smiles. That evening, at an elaborate banquet, he astounded his sedate hosts. After toasts to Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, he stood up and let loose a wild Indian war whoop. John K. Emerson and other Foreign Service experts tried to explain that it was just a quaint old American custom, signifying good wishes to all. Whatever the communists thought, they accepted Hurley's statement with minor revisions. The 5 points called for unification of all military forces in China, for the immediate defeat of Japan and the reconstruction of China. The Chungking government was to be reorganized into a coalition national government, embracing representatives of all anti-Japanese parties and nonpartisan political bodies. A new democratic policy providing for reform in military, political, economic, and cultural affairs shall be promulgated and made effective. The coalition regime would support the principles of Sun Yat-sen and set up a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, which would establish justice, freedom of conscience, freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly and association, the right to petition the government for the redress of grievances, the right of writ of habeas corpus, and the right of residence. There was nothing in the document that any admirer of the Declaration of Independence would not have approved, including 2 additional phrases borrowed from President Roosevelt: freedom from fear and freedom from want. Hurley, now known as Little Whiskers to the communists, flew back to Chungking with Zhou Enlai, imagining that his mission was accomplished. How could anybody possibly object to such innocuous and noble sentiments? Molotov was right. The Chinese Reds were ersatz communists. The Russians would never have reconciled such liberal policies with their own authoritarian practices. Chungking greeted the document with derision, and its sponsor with a new nickname, the Second Big Wind. "The communists have sold you a bill of goods," TV Sung said to Hurley. "Never will the national government grant the communist request." Sung knew his brother-in-law. Chiang told Hurley that the agreement would lead to communist domination of the coalition government. Nor could he accept Hurley's assurance that America would guarantee his position as president and generalissimo. The coalition would be regarded by the Chinese as total defeat for the Kuomintang. Hurley persisted in his belief that the most divergent views could be brought together by goodwill, and persuaded the Chungking leaders to draw up a counterproposal. This stipulated that communist forces be accepted into the Nationalist Army, and that the Communist Party be legalized. Mao, however, was to turn over control of his troops to the National Military Council. It subscribed to Sun Yat-sen's principles and guaranteed the various freedoms and civil liberties, subject only to the specific needs of security in the effective prosecution of the war against Japan. Hurley passed along this proposal to Yan'an, hoping it might be acceptable. It was not. Zhou Enlai felt betrayed and replied that the communists could find no common basis in Chiang's proposition. The Yan'an government would have to be accepted as an equal in a genuine coalition government. On October 31st, General Wedemeyer arrived to replace the controversial Stilwell. The strategic situation in the Pacific had altered with the crushing American naval victories off Leyte, and with the possibility that Stalin would send 60 divisions against Japan 3 months after Germany was defeated. But it was still important to keep Chiang's armies in the field, so they could continue to tie up masses of Japanese troops. Wedemeyer radioed Marshall that the military situation was worsening. Guilin and its airfield would soon be lost, and Kunming, the capital of Yunnan province, would undoubtedly be the next target. There had been some changes in the Japanese command as well. In September, General Yasuji Okamura took over the China Expeditionary Army, and although his command was vast, he took personal charge of the 6th Area Army, which was in the midst of Operation Ichi. Its aim, however, was by no means as ambitious as Wedemeyer feared. Tokyo had no intention of driving as far west as Chungking. The acquisition of more Chinese territory held no attraction. The eastern China air bases did. Their seizure would prevent long-range bombing raids on the last outposts in the Pacific and the homeland. Guilin and Liu Zhou fell. Almost alone, Chennault put up effective resistance with his B-25s and fighters. To do so, he did not hesitate to use any means to divert supplies from the B-29 project, which he derided as the last chance of the bomber radicals to prove the Douai theory of unescorted high-altitude bombing. The results of the B-29 raids seemed to bear out Chennault's belief that it was a grandiose and foolish concept. After the first disappointing attack on Japan, the big bombers hit Kyushu 4 more times, as well as Manchuria and Palembang on Sumatra. Each raid was as ineffective as the first. Replacement of the commander of the China B-29s by Major General Curtis LeMay, an aggressive, resourceful leader whose 3rd Bombardment Division had performed brilliantly against Germany, made little difference. He found he had inherited an utterly impossible situation in China, as well as the buggiest damn airplane that ever came down the pike. He set up a new maintenance system, tried to teach the crews to bomb in formation, as the B-17s had done in Europe. Despite his vigorous efforts, a series of raids on Manchuria, Formosa, Rangoon, Singapore, and Kyushu accomplished so little that he himself was forced to admit that his superfortresses had not yet made much of a splash in the war. 3. In the Marianas, the B-29 program was also experiencing difficulties. Beset by tropical downpours that made Saipan roads impassable, engineers had not yet completed the first 8,500-foot strip at Islay, formerly Oslito Field, when the first B-29, Jolton Josie the Pacific Pioneer, piloted by Brigadier General Haywood Possum Hansel, touched down on October 12, 1944. The thrill that went through all was almost electric in effect. As the great plane rolled to a halt, one witness reported. According to Brief, the magazine for AAF personnel in the Pacific, the war just about stopped dead in its tracks the day Jolton Josie arrived. The first of the B-29s had been inspected by every big gear and ogled from afar by every small fry for 5,000 miles. She was a sensation. A few days later, Brigadier General Emmett Rosie O'Donnell, a B-17 veteran of the first frustrating days of war in the Philippines, arrived to open the 73rd Bombardment Wing headquarters and set up intensive unit training. About half a dozen missions over Truk and Iwo Jima, the tiny volcanic island almost halfway to Tokyo, O'Donnell's flyers were ready to strike at the Japanese capital. The plan was an open secret, and on the morning of November 17th, hundreds of vehicles converged on Islay Field. 24 war correspondents and an array of still photographers and newsreel cameramen were on hand. As Rosie O'Donnell climbed into his B-29, dozens of flashbulbs exploded, but rain that persisted for days forced postponements until the morning of November 24th. At 6:15, the first plane, Dauntless Dottie, with O'Donnell at the controls, rumbled and roared down the long runway. The wheels of the silver plane hugged the blacktop to its end, and onto the short coral extension. At the last moment, Dauntless Dottie heaved up, just skimming the sea, and made a slow turn toward Tokyo. There were 110 B-29s behind her. En route, 17 were forced back. An undercast almost obscured the target, the Nakajima airplane engine plant at Musashino, 10 miles northwest of the Imperial Palace, and as the unescorted planes, swept by a 120-knot tailwind, roared over at about 445 miles an hour, they unloaded their bombs at altitudes up from 27,000 to 32,000 feet. Only 48 bombs, including 3 duds, hit the plant complex, causing slight damage. The rest blasted dock and crowded urban areas. More than 100 assorted fighters came up to intercept the superfortresses. One bomber was knocked down, and that by a damaged Zero, whose pilot deliberately rammed into its tail. 3 days later, the 73rd Wing returned. This time, the engine plant was completely hidden by clouds, and the 62 B-29s had to go after secondary targets. Unsuccessful as these first two strikes were, they chilled Imperial headquarters as well as the public. Important factories would not always be protected by a cloud cover, and there seemed to be no effective defense against the B-29. Already the foundations of Japan's basic industry had been undermined by persistent American submarine and air attacks on shipping. There was little crude oil for the refineries, no coke or ore for the steel mills, and the munitions plants were short of steel and aluminum. The economy could not endure continued B-29 attacks. They would somehow have to be contained. Until such time, emergency measures would have to be taken to protect a ship which had become a source of pride and a symbol of hope to the entire nation. Combined Fleet ordered Shinano, sister ship of the super battleships Yamato and Musashi, to flee Tokyo Bay for the relative safety of the inland sea. She had been converted into the world's largest carrier, and many Navy Yard workmen were still aboard the recently launched 68,000-ton ship. Driven by 200,000 horsepower turbines, she hurriedly got underway in the late afternoon on November 28th and steamed south with her untrained crew, escorted by 3 destroyers. An armored flight deck, an island, and hangar and storage spaces had been grafted onto the basic structure. Shinano was a seagoing armadillo, encircled at the waterline by an 8-inch main belt of armor. Great armored bulges below the waterline reduced the effectiveness of any torpedo hit. Deadly fumes could not be drawn through the ventilating system, as they had on Taiho. Fire hazard had been further reduced by the elimination of wooden structures, the use of a special fire-resistant paint, and the installation of a revolutionary foam extinguisher system. To fend off air attacks, there were 16 5-inch high-angle guns, as well as 140 24mm anti-aircraft machine guns and a dozen multiple rocket launchers. Theoretically, Shinano was the most impregnable carrier ever launched, but there were naval engineers who privately regarded her as an ill-conceived and too hastily constructed monstrosity, which was neither battleship nor carrier. 100 miles south of Tokyo, the American submarine Archerfish was looking for a target. Her primary mission was to rescue crews of B-29s forced to ditch in the area, but the day's airstrike had been scrubbed, and Archerfish was free to leave her assigned station. The most likely hunting ground, decided Skipper Joseph F. Enright, was off Tokyo Bay. At 8:48 p.m., radar detected a target to the north. Through binoculars, Enright made out in the moonlight a long, low shape 9 miles away. It looked like a tanker. Archerfish headed toward the target to make a surface attack from the starboard beam. As they drew closer, Enright identified it as a carrier with 3 escorts. He decided to try to get ahead of the flat top, submerge, and attack. He ordered course reversed and maximum speed from the 4 big 16-cylinder engines. Shinano was making 18 knots, the same as Archerfish, but zigzagging reduced her speed enough for the stalker to move up slowly. At midnight, however, Shinano picked up speed, and the submarine gradually fell behind. 3 hours later, the carrier abruptly swung around, directly toward Archerfish. Enright waited for a few minutes to make sure it was in fact a base course change. He ordered the bridge cleared, and the diving alarm sounded. Archerfish slipped beneath the waves. "Up, periscope," Enright ordered. He grasped the handles and stared ahead. "I see him," he finally said. He asked the distance to the track. 550 yards was the almost instantaneous answer from the executive, Bobo Babzinski. "Left full rudder. Left to course 090. Enright asked Plot how much time. "He'll be here in 2 minutes. Enright spun the periscope to scan the area. "Downscope," he called. "Escort passing overhead." The periscope lowered just in time to avoid a destroyer churning above them. Enright raised the periscope again on the bearing generated by the fire control computer. It was perfect, right on the mark. At 3:17 a.m., Enright said, "Fire!" The range was 1,400 yards, just forward of the carrier's beam. At 8-second intervals, 6 torpedoes headed toward the target, running hot, straight, and normal. Enright watched the first 2 fish hit, then swung the periscope around to check destroyers. They were converging on Archerfish. "Take her down," he said. Lookouts on Shinano stared helplessly as these 2 torpedoes and 2 more ripped into the big carrier. Captain Toshio Abe was not alarmed. 4 hits were nothing. Musashi, basically of the same design, had taken 19 torpedoes and many bombs before going down. He ordered the ship continued on course at 18 knots. Musashi had indeed taken far more damage, but her veteran crew was responsible for her extended survival. Abe's inexperienced damage control teams, hampered by the rough seas, could not stop the flow of water. Some of the compartments, moreover, lacked watertight doors. Abe could have grounded the ship or made it into port, but he held course and speed throughout the night. By dawn, it was apparent even to those with blind faith in Shinano that she was mortally wounded. Abe reduced speed, but it was too late. At 10:18 a.m., November 29th, with the huge carrier listing sharply, Abe gave the order to abandon ship. Half an hour later, without having fired a gun or launched a plane, Shinano sank with a deafening rumble, taking with her Abe and 500 shipmates. The following week, Japan's constant natural nemesis, the earthquake, struck the Nagoya area on Honshu Island. Its massive tremors left a long section of the railbed in ruin, crippled a number of munitions plants, and obliterated a factory in Toyohashi producing precision instruments. At the same time, destruction from the air increased in effectiveness. In December, B-29s from Saipan bombed the Mitsubishi Aircraft Engine Works at Nagoya 3 times with such accuracy that the Japanese were forced to start moving equipment to underground sites. 4. On January 9, 1945, the same day superfortresses returned to Tokyo for the 6th time, and for the 6th time were ineffectual, General Kruger's 6th Army invaded Luzon. They landed at Lingayen Gulf, on the same beaches that Homa had stormed little more than 3 years earlier. They were expected, but there was almost no opposition, and it was obvious by nightfall that General Yamashita had no intention of seriously contesting the landing. There was some concern on the part of American intelligence and operations officers that they were being drawn into a trap, but January 10th also proved to be an easy day, and by dusk advance units had pushed 8 miles inland. Within a week, 14th Corps on the right had advanced 30 miles, losing 30 men. On the left, 1st Corps was making almost as good progress at the cost of 220 American casualties. That night, Yamashita finally launched a counterattack, a 1-division operation designed to give him time to withdraw supplies and men to the north. He would give up the entire Central Plains Manila Bay area and make his stand in the rugged mountains of North Luzon, where the terrain would give the defenders the advantage. It would be a battle of attrition, far from the decisive battle proclaimed so often. The Japanese people, however, were told that the enemy had been lured into just such a battle on Luzon. But the reality of the situation was impossible to ignore completely, and on January 21st, Prime Minister Koiso was obliged to make a rare admission to the Diet. He acknowledged that the military developments in the Pacific Theater are in a state which does not necessarily admit of optimism. However, the greatly extended supply lines of the enemy on all fronts are exposed to our attacks, and in this fact, I believe, is to be found our golden opportunity to grasp victory. Now indeed is the time for us, the 100 million, to give vent to our flaming ardor, and following in the footsteps of the valiant men of the Special Attack Corps, demonstrate even more spirit of sure victory in the field of production. Imperial headquarters was still intent on transporting prisoners of war from the Philippines to the homeland, despite the sinking of 2 prison ships. Dr. Bodine, Major Virgil McCollum, and the other survivors of Oryoku Maru were at sea again en route to Japan. They had left Lingayen Gulf just after Christmas in 2 groups, 1,000 on a large freighter, Enura Maru, and 236, including Bodine, on a smaller ship, Brazil Maru. Major McCollum was aboard the bigger ship. 16 prisoners died in the crowded holds on the way to Takao, Formosa, the first leg of the trip to Japan. For days the 2 ships remained in the harbor. It was getting cold. The threadbare parts of summer uniforms worn during the swim from the sinking Oryoku Maru, or thin cotton shirts and trousers issued to many who had reached shore naked, gave little protection. After a week of seemingly endless misery, the men from the smaller ship were loaded onto Enura Maru. McCollum and Bodine were in the aft hold with more than 700 others. It was 70 feet wide, 90 feet long. Halfway up one side of the vast chamber stretched a balcony. Here, the Americans segregated their sick. Urine and feces dripped down from the balcony onto those below. There was little food and almost no water. The death rate rose to over 10 a day. On January 9th, as General Kruger's troops came ashore at Lingayen Gulf, the prisoners heard the roar of American bombers sweeping in low. A deafening explosion rocked the ship. Bodine saw sparks fly as fragments burst through the hold. His left arm burned, and he knew he was hit. He hunkered down as low as he could. At least 15 were killed by the blast, and scores wounded. In the forward hold, Marine Colonel Beecher was putting a spoon of rice to his mouth when slugs of metal whistled past him, burying themselves into a nearby stanchion. Heavy wooden hatch covers and steel beams cascaded onto the prisoners. Holes miraculously appeared in the side of the ship. It was like a sieve. Dazed, Beecher shook himself. He felt nothing, then remembered from World War I that one felt no pain at the moment of being wounded. But how could he not be hit? The dead were everywhere. One corner was piled with bodies, mangled and bloody. The carnage was indescribable. More than half of the 500 men in the hold were killed outright. For the wounded, shrieking in pain, there was no medicine, no dressings, nor was there any answer from topside to pleas for help. In the darkness, panic and hysteria gripped the survivors. 3 of the 8 field officers were dead, crushed by a single beam. "Van, you and me were not worth living," one officer remarked to Major Van Osten. "But Bob Roberts got killed. He had so much to live for and so much to do." For 2 days, with little water or food and no medical assistance, the survivors existed in a hell none would ever forget. It was like a scene from Dante's Inferno, as wraith-like figures wandered dazed in the dark, stinking hull among the piles of corpses. It was not uncommon to find a man sitting on a body as he ate his pitiful meal. Finally, a small Japanese medical party descended into the holds. They treated the minor cases, but ignored the seriously wounded, who were dying like flies. The dead were removed, some 500 of them, and barged ashore for cremation. On the afternoon of January 13th, the prisoners were transferred to Brazil Maru. It sailed at dawn, and the next 2 weeks seemed to McCollum an eternity of horror. The once-a-day ration barely kept the prisoners alive. If they were lucky, 4 men got a level mess kit of rice, and 6 men shared a canteen cup of water. The winter cold, as they proceeded north, added to their misery. They tried to keep warm by lying down spoon-fashion under straw mats, hugging each other for BTUs to keep alive. When the position became too painful, a man would yell, "Shift," and the group rolled simultaneously to the other hip. Sometimes a neighbor would not turn. He was dead. Snow fell through the open hatches, and scores of men who had survived wounds, dysentery, and starvation froze to death. Sometimes life could be bought from the guards. A West Point-class ring would bring an empty rice sack as a blanket, but death was becoming commonplace. When the shout, "Roll out your dead," went up in the morning, often 30 or more bodies were collected. The victims all looked alike, macabre mannequins with teeth exposed in a snarl between drawn lips, ribs almost bursting, sunken eyes, pipe-stem legs and arms. In a primal urge to survive, men would jerk mats off those too weak or sick to cling to them. They fought one another like dogs over scraps of food. The prisoners were saved from chaos by an example set by a handful of officers and the 3 chaplains, a Lutheran, another Protestant named Nagel, and a Catholic, Father Cummings. In the end, these 3, worn by their exhaustive efforts, sacrificed their lives for the others. Hardest to endure was the increasing scarcity of water, sometimes a spoonful or so a day, sometimes none. On January 24th, Bodine described in his diary how he and several others stole out of the hold at night to get water condensed in the cylinders of the ship's deck engines. Finally got a half canteen and drank a cupful, but got beaten with gun butt 3 times. Black as spades, and little can be seen. Guard huddles in a little shack. If I'd been alone, I'd been okay, but others kept drawing his attention to me. It's a good way to get shot, but worth it. Later in AM, got kicked around trying to get iron some snow from dirty deck. Not so many deaths last night. My bowels loosened up and had first movement since Friday. We have lost so much fat that sphincter has nothing to work on, and even with formed stools can't control movements. Amount of filth in and out of clothes indescribable. Snowing rather hard this AM, and temperature close to freezing. Keep praying it's our last day. We do need warmth, water, food, and cleanliness. 3 days later he wrote, "Coldest night we've had. No chow now, or no water in AM, but chow small amount in PM. Suffered agony all night. Soiled pants moderately 2 times. No control due to lost fat. Father Cummings died. Kowalski gone. I am the only one left from my footlocker group. About 40 men died last night, not buried. Hope ends soon." Bodine kept dreaming of waterfalls, springs, and lemonade, and, wakened by the bitter cold, made plans to live on a houseboat or in a house trailer or bungalow and keep a few turkeys and ducks. On the night of January 29th, the ship docked at Moji on Kyushu Island in Japan, and the prisoners were given a physical test, the insertion of a rectal thermometer in the anus. At dawn, they were lined up topside in the freezing wind and sleet to receive new clothing: shoes, wool trousers, padded jackets, socks, and long cotton underwear. Those near the head of the line got the complete issue, but they had to pay a price. They were compelled to strip in the numbing cold, and with icy water from the decks running over their bare feet, they clumsily tried to dress. Guards beat them with sticks to hurry them up. Bodine, near the end of the line, got nothing, and his shoes had just been confiscated. As he started off the ship supporting a weak comrade, both were sprayed with Lysol. They were marched through driving wet snow to an empty, unheated warehouse near the pier, where Bodine traded his broken mess kit knife for an old pair of shoes, and was able to fill his canteen with ice-cold water from a barrel outside a window. He was issued his first square meal in more than 2.5 years: a cup of steamed rice, several spoonfuls of salted fish, a large crawfish, a few slices of salted radishes, a piece of something that was peppery, and fruit that tasted like pineapple. 6 more prisoners died in the cold warehouse. Of the 1,619 who had left Manila on Oryoko Maru, 450 were left, and at least 100 of these would soon die. The survivors had got water and one good meal, but there was still an overriding question: what next? 5. The same question, but in a larger sense, was about to be asked at Yalta, a seaside resort in the Crimea, where the Big Three would determine the future face not only of Europe, but of the Far East as well. On January 23rd, just before Roosevelt left Washington, the Joint Chiefs of Staff formally advised him that Russia's entry into the war against Japan was vital to the interests of the United States. It was Marshall's opinion, as well as MacArthur's, that conquest of the 700,000-man elite Kwantung Army in Manchuria without Soviet help would cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans. A few U.S. naval intelligence experts, Captain Ellis Zacharias and his staff, shrewdly guessed that this Kwantung Army existed primarily on paper, since the cream of the troops had already been transferred to Leyte and other threatened sectors. But they were not heeded. 3 days later, Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden sent Churchill a note from Moscow, warning him to beware of the political demands which the Russians would probably make as their price for attacking Manchuria. There may perhaps be little argument about a Russian claim to recover possession of South Sakhalin, which was ceded to Japan by the Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905. The Americans may look more closely at any claim to take the Kuriles, but a most difficult issue is likely to arise over Manchuria and Korea. We do not yet know what Russia's requirements are likely to be, but their conformity with the Cairo Declaration, for which we ourselves share responsibility, will be closely scrutinized by the Chinese, the Americans, and others, and it is possible that these requirements can only be satisfied at the expense of incessant friction with the Chinese, who may receive American support and expect ours also. At all events, there is here a potential cauldron of international dispute. It seems advisable, therefore, at this stage, to go warily and to avoid anything like commitments or encouragement to Russia. The conference opened on February 4th, and its first concern was post-war Europe. The plenary meetings were lively, often heated, with Roosevelt again playing the mediator between Churchill and Stalin. The British somewhat resented Roosevelt's self-appointed role as umpire, and a few were outspoken about what they considered his appalling ignorance of the history of Eastern Europe. Eden felt that Roosevelt's wish to make it plain to Stalin that the United States was not ganging up with Britain against Russia was leading to some confusion in Anglo-American relations which profited the Russians. Roosevelt admittedly was a consummate politician who could clearly see an immediate objective, but his long-range vision was not quite sure. A. H. Burse, Churchill's interpreter, thought Roosevelt looked worn out. The former self-confidence and firmness of tone, so evident that Tehran seemed to have gone. His voice was that of a man weary in spirit. The good-humored, benevolent uncle had become a shadow of his former self. The relationship between the president and Churchill remained close, intimate as between two brothers, and with the mixed feelings of brothers. Roosevelt had risked his political future to send Lend-Lease aid to Churchill in 1940 when Britain was in mortal peril, but continued to lecture his senior on the immorality of colonialism. "I believe you are trying to do away with the British Empire," Churchill once told him in private. Of this there was no doubt. "The colonial system means war," Roosevelt had confided to his son Elliot. "Exploit the resources of an India, a Burma, a Java. Take all the wealth out of those countries, but never put anything back into them, things like education, decent standard of living, minimum health requirements. All you're doing is negating the value of a kind of organizational structure for peace before it begins." On February 8th, the American chiefs of staff were at last to take up their main concern, the war in the Pacific. They met with the Soviet chiefs of staff at Prince Yusupov's palace, where Rasputin was assassinated, to settle military problems in the Far East, and in particular to determine what steps Russia should take once war with Japan was declared. 6 miles away at the Vadia Palace, Roosevelt's headquarters, the president was cautiously approaching the same question with Stalin, in the presence of Foreign Commissar Molotov, Averell Harriman, and 2 interpreters. The Vadia, built in Italian Renaissance style during Tsar Nicholas's reign, was an imposing structure of honey-colored plaster trimmed with white marble. It stood more than 150 feet above the Black Sea, looking out on both water and precipitous mountains. Roosevelt remarked that he favored intensive bombing of Japan by B-29s, thus obviating actual invasion of the homeland. Stalin interrupted him. "I'd like to discuss," he said without preamble, "the political conditions under which the USSR would enter the war against Japan." Roosevelt had a ready answer. There would be no difficulty, he said, regarding Russia's getting the southern half of Sakhalin Island and the Kuril Islands as a quid pro quo. As for giving the Soviets a warm water port in the Far East, what about leasing Dairen from the Chinese or making it a free port? Stalin was non-committal. Instead, he asked for something more, use of the Manchurian railways. Roosevelt could see no harm in that, and suggested that they be leased under Russian operation or under a joint Russian-Chinese commission. This satisfied Stalin, but he said a bit threateningly, "If these conditions are not met, it would be difficult for me and Molotov to explain to the Soviet people why Russia was entering a war against Japan, a country with which they had no great trouble." "I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Marshal Chiang Kai-shek," said Roosevelt. "One of the difficulties in speaking with the Chinese is that anything said to them is broadcast to the world in 24 hours. Stalin agreed that it wasn't yet necessary to speak to the Chinese. "Regarding the question of a warm water port, we won't be difficult. I won't object to an internationalized free port." They began a candid discussion of China's internal problems. America, said Roosevelt, had been attempting to keep China alive. "China will remain alive," Stalin remarked with a little smile, but he thought it strange that the Kuomintang and Communists could not maintain a united front against the Japanese. Roosevelt replied that Wettermeyer and Hurley were making better progress than their predecessors in uniting Chongqing and Yan'an. The blame for the breach lay more with the Kuomintang and Chongqing than with the so-called Communists. The talk switched to Korea, and Roosevelt confidentially remarked that although he personally felt it wasn't necessary to invite the British to take part in the trusteeship of that country, they might resent not being asked. "They most certainly would be offended," said Stalin with his feral grin. "In fact, the Prime Minister might kill us." Then, to everyone's surprise, he said agreeably, "I think the British should be invited." The next morning at 11 o'clock, the combined chiefs discussed their final military report, agreeing that for planning purposes the earliest date to expect the defeat of Germany was July 1st, 1945, and the latest December 31st, 1945. The fall of Japan was set at 18 months after the collapse of Germany. That afternoon, Roosevelt, Stalin, Churchill, and their principal advisers assembled in the courtyard of Vadia Palace to be photographed. As soon as they returned to the ballroom, the site of all the plenary meetings, the new Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius, Jr., began reading the plan the 3 foreign ministers had drawn up that morning for dealing with territorial trusteeships in the United Nations. Before he could finish, Churchill testily cried out that he hadn't agreed to a single word of the report. "I have not been consulted nor heard the subject until now." He was so agitated that his horn-rimmed glasses slipped to the end of his nose. "Under no circumstances will I ever consent to the fumbling fingers of 40 or 50 nations prying into the life's existence of the British Empire. As long as I am Prime Minister, I shall never yield a scrap of Britain's heritage." The following afternoon, February 10th, Ambassador Harriman met Molotov at Yusupov Palace. The American ambassador was handed an English translation of the USSR's political conditions for going to war with Japan. The status quo was to be preserved in Outer Mongolia, and territory seized by Japan after the war in 1904 and 5, principally the southern part of Sakhalin Island, Port Arthur, and Dairen, must be returned. Stalin also demanded control of the Manchurian railways and the Kuril Islands. In return, Russia, besides declaring war on Japan, would conclude a pact of friendship and alliance with Chang. Harriman thought there were 3 amendments the president would wish to make before accepting. Dairen and Port Arthur would have to be free ports, and the Manchurian railways operated by a joint Sino-Soviet commission. In addition, I feel sure that the president wouldn't wish to dispose of these 2 matters in which China is interested without concurrence of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. At Lavadia, Harriman showed Roosevelt the draft of Stalin's proposal, together with the amendments he himself had brought up. Assured he was acting in the best interests of America, the president approved the amendments and asked the ambassador to resubmit them to Molotov. The warm relationship between Stalin and Roosevelt, begun at Tehran, continued at Yalta until that afternoon, when Churchill announced he had been practically instructed by his government not to mention figures in the matter of reparations, and Roosevelt said he too was afraid the mention of a specific amount — Stalin had brought up the figure of $20 billion, with half going to Russia — would make many Americans think of reparations solely in terms of dollars and cents. It seemed to Stalin that Roosevelt was ganging up with Churchill against him, and he became visibly angry. Though the matter was hastily smoothed over, Stalin was apparently so concerned by his own flare of hostility that he took Harriman aside as soon as they recessed for tea to tell him that he was prepared to meet the president halfway on the agreement to join the war against Japan. "I'm entirely willing to have Dairen a free port under international control," he said, "but Port Arthur is different. It's to be a Russian naval base, and therefore Russia requires a lease." "Why don't you discuss this matter at once with the president?" Harriman suggested, and before long Stalin and Roosevelt were huddled together conferring in hushed voices, their brief rift healed. They reached complete agreement. The only question now was how and when to tell Chang of the accord. The president wondered if Stalin wished to take up these matters with TV Sung in Moscow, or if he would rather that he, Roosevelt, take them up directly with the Generalissimo. "I am an interested party," said Stalin. "It would be better if the president did it." "When should the subject be discussed with the Generalissimo?" asked Roosevelt, sensitive to the problem of secrecy. "I'll let you know when I'm prepared to have this done," said Stalin, who wanted to have 25 more divisions in the Far East before informing Chiang Kai-shek. At that point, Churchill joined them, and they did not continue the discussion. The Prime Minister did not learn of the agreement until the next morning. He was about to sign it when Eden, who was appalled by what he had just read, stopped him. In the presence of Stalin and Roosevelt, the Foreign Secretary branded the agreement a discreditable byproduct of the conference. Churchill rebuffed him. British prestige in the Orient would suffer if he followed Eden's advice. He defiantly added his signature to the accord. A few hours later, the Yalta Conference ended. At the final luncheon, there was a general feeling of relief that everything had gone so well. Roosevelt was in high spirits. His cherished Declaration on Liberated Europe, the promise of self-determination for these nations, was accepted, and Stalin had agreed in writing to enter the war against Japan 2 or 3 months after the fall of Germany. Several weeks after the conference, Roosevelt summoned the American journalist and author Edgar Snow to the White House. "I got along absolutely splendidly with Stalin this time," said the president. "I feel I finally got to know the man and like him." He waved aside Snow's reservations with airy optimism, while admitting that the Russians obviously were going to do things in their own way in areas they occupy. Roosevelt seemed confident that future problems could be settled by mutual compromise. "I got the impression," he said, "that the Russians are now fully satisfied and that we can work out everything together. I am convinced we are going to get along." There was an aura of quiet satisfaction among the Americans. To Ambassador Harriman, it was a solid diplomatic success. Stalin had agreed to support Chiang Kai-shek and recognized the sovereignty of the Chinese nationalist government over Manchuria. Harry Hopkins was sure that this was the dawn of a new day for everyone. The first victory of the peace had been won with the Russians, proving they could be reasonable and far-seeing. Some of the British, however, had serious reservations, particularly about the fate of Poland. Roosevelt's health had been an adverse factor of the meetings and had led him into serious errors. But it was he alone who had promoted, in the face of a reluctant Stalin and a dubious Churchill, the most lasting achievement of the conference: formation of the United Nations Organization. The conditions of Stalin's agreement to fight Japan were known only to a few. If they had been circulated, there would undoubtedly have been objections over Roosevelt and Churchill's promise that the Soviet claims for territory in the Far East shall be unquestionably fulfilled after Japan has been defeated. Russia had, in effect, been bribed to do something she wanted very much to do. She would run no risk at all and suffer little cost in blood and materiel in attacking a beleaguered Japan once Germany was crushed. Moreover, the spoils of war, in particular the occupation of Manchuria, were a far greater inducement to join the assault than the secret pledges won from the West. 26. Like hell with the fire out. 1. Several weeks before the landings at Leyte, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were persuaded, at the urgent request of Raymond Spruance and 3 Army generals, to proceed to Japan by way of Iwo Jima rather than Formosa. The immediate beneficiary was the Air Force. Iwo Jima was 625 miles north of Saipan and 660 miles south of Tokyo, a perfect halfway house for the VLR Very Long Range bombing project. Crippled superfortresses could use it in emergencies, and from there the shorter-range P-51 Mustangs could escort the B-29s all the way to Japan. Japanese resistance on Leyte forced a postponement of the Iwo Jima invasion, first to February 3rd and then to February 19th. The soft-spoken Spruance, veteran of Midway and the Marianas, was named overall commander, while Richmond Kelly Turner, who had learned so much at Guadalcanal, was made Joint Expeditionary Force commander. It was to be an all-marine operation, with Howland Mad Smith as commander of expeditionary troops. He in turn selected Major General Harry Schmidt to command the landing force, 3 divisions. The 2 assigned to hit the beaches on D-Day, the 4th and 5th, began arduous amphibious exercises in Hawaii, while the 3rd, the reserve, trained on Guam. From the sea, Iwo Jima, Sulphur Island, resembled a half-submerged whale, but from the air it looked like a fat pork chop. Its most distinctive feature was an extinct volcano at the narrow southern end. Only 556 feet in height, it seemed more imposing, jutting as it did straight up from the sea. This was Mount Suribachi, Japanese for cone-shaped bowl. The island was nearly 5 miles long and 2.5 miles wide, a third the area of Manhattan. Though its volcano was inactive, the entire island seemed to be alive with jets of steam and boiling sulfur pits. The combination of coastal cliffs and rugged Suribachi gave the appearance of another Rock of Gibraltar, yet habitants had the queasy feeling that the island might disappear any minute into the ocean. The fat northern part of the triangular island was a plateau some 350 feet high, with inaccessible rocky shores, but at the narrow end toward Suribachi there were wide stretches suitable for amphibious landings. The beach to the east was the one selected for the Marines to assault, but what looked like black sand was volcanic ash and cinders, so light that a heavy man could sink to his knees. While the sterile soil provided little natural cover on the windswept beaches and plateau, the little hills and valleys surrounding the tableland were dense with jungle growth. Iwo was one in a chain of islands hanging like a loose necklace from the entrance of Tokyo Bay to within 300 miles of the Marianas. First the Izu Islands, then the Bonins, and finally the volcanoes. 3 islets in a north-south line, with Iwo in the center. The Bonins were first settled in 1830 when 2 New Englanders, a Genoese and 25 Hawaiians, landed at Chichijima, not quite 200 miles north of Iwo. 23 years later, Commodore Perry visited Chichi and took possession of it for the United States, with intent to make it a provisioning station for American naval ships and mail steamers. But President Franklin Pierce repudiated his action, and in 1861, Japan, claiming that the Prince of Ogasawara had discovered the Bonins in 1593, annexed them all. An Englishman, Gore by name, came upon the volcanoes in 1673 and gave Sulphur Island its name. Next, a Russian explorer arrived in 1805, but neither of these men thought the volcanoes were worth colonizing, and it wasn't until 8 decades later that the first settlers, they were Japanese, landed on Iwo. Like all the other islands in the chain, it was placed under the jurisdiction of the Tokyo prefectural government to be administered as part of the homeland. By the middle of the 1930s, there were almost 1,100 colonists, living in flimsy, one-story Japanese-style homes. The main village, Motoyama, was located a little north of the exact center of the island, near the sulfur pits. Vegetables, bananas, pineapples, papayas, sugarcane, and grain were grown for local consumption, but the economy was based on a sugar mill and a sulfur refinery. The sugar mill did so badly that it was converted into processing medical herbs. There were 2 schools run by 7 teachers, the Taiheiken Inn, and a bar serviced by 3 girls. 6 times a year, ships brought supplies, visitors, and news from Japan. Of the entire chain, Iwo alone was suitable for airfields, but for years the Imperial Navy paid little attention to it, except for installing radio and weather stations. In 1940, the Mabuchi Construction Company began an airfield with 2 strips almost a mile long near the foot of Mount Suribachi. The following spring, a Navy lieutenant arrived with 93 men to start erecting gun positions. 2,000 civilian laborers poured onto the island. It was not until early 1944, when the Marshals were invaded, that the island, along with Formosa, received the full attention of Imperial headquarters. First Commander Tsuneizo Wachi, the former assistant naval attaché and secret agent in Mexico, landed with a garrison of more than 5,000 sailors. Then, work commenced on a second airfield on the Central Plateau, and by the end of May, the Army had a garrison of 5,170, 13 artillery pieces, and more than 200 machine guns. The Navy had 14 coast defense guns, a dozen heavy pieces, and 150 25mm machine guns for anti-aircraft defense. But there was a feeling of resentment between the services, and when Lieutenant General Tadamichi Korebayashi arrived in June to set up headquarters for the 109th Division and assume overall command, he found a divided community. The Japanese had divined American intentions long before they were conceived. "The entire army and the nation will depend on you for the defense of that key island," Tojo had told the 53-year-old Kuribayashi. Japanese estimates of American aims seemed to be confirmed a fortnight after Kuribayashi's arrival. 51 carrier planes, intent only on neutralizing the island's air power, knocked down 66 interceptors and then bombed Iwo almost at will. The raid was sobering to Kuribayashi. Nevertheless, he put on a show of confidence to his subordinates. "When the enemy comes here, we can contain him," he told a newly arrived major, Yoshitaka Horie, over whiskey, "and then our combined fleet will come to slap his face. That is to say, our role here is a massive containing action." Horie knew more about the Navy than most Navy men. He had worked for a year trying to improve the convoy system. "General," he said, "there is no longer any combined fleet. Some scattered naval forces remain, but they have no striking power. Haven't you been informed of the results of Ago?" He described the devastating defeat off the Marianas 10 days earlier. The general accused him of being intoxicated. "This island is under the jurisdiction of the city of Tokyo." "When I saw this island from the air today," Horie replied, "I thought the best thing to do would be to sink it to the bottom of the sea." It could be done with enough explosives. "You're drunk," Kuribayashi reiterated, but with less conviction. In the morning he took Horie to the beach at the foot of Suribachi. He threw himself on the black sand as if he had just stormed ashore. "This beach is wide," he said, and pointed to the adjoining airstrip. "Yes, the enemy must land here. They have no alternative." For the next 2 hours, Kuribayashi compelled Horie, who had been wounded in China, to fling himself down all over the airfield, a target, while the general shot him time and again with a walking stick. Horie thought he had the mind of a squad leader. It was easy to believe the derogatory stories of the general's obsession with details. But Kuribayashi must have been impressed with Horie, or at least with the information he seemed to possess. He insisted that the major come to dinner again. They resumed their drinking, and all of a sudden Horie found himself talking about the disaster at Midway and the pitiful state of convoy escort operations. Kuribayashi, his mind in a turmoil, tried to disparage what Horie said, and called him a walking encyclopedia. But this resistance made Horie more persuasive. The general's face grew pale, as the Major disclosed the combined fleet's retreat from Truk to Palau and then to the Philippines. The 19th of June, the Marianas turkey shoot, marked the death of combined fleet and Japan, said the Major, his eyes glistening with tears. He tried to clear his throat. If we could each kill 10 enemies before dying, the world would realize it was really we who won the war. Ah, sighed Kuribayashi. I didn't know any of this. Personally, I am reconciled to dying. Fourier drew out a packet of potassium cyanide. Sobered, the two men sat in silence. Kuribayashi ordered the evacuation of civilians and accelerated the program to build underground defenses in the porous volcanic rocks. He had decided to defend the island in depth, rather than concentrate his efforts on annihilating the enemy on the beaches, and by midsummer, Iwo was undermined with tunnels and caves. Reinforcements swelled the army complement to 7,350 men. The Navy grew to 2,300 and received a new commander, Rear Admiral Toshinosuke Ichimaru, an experienced pilot who still limped from the crash of an experimental plane in 1926. His new combat command had inspired him to poetry. Let me fall like a flower petal. May enemy bombs be directed at me, and enemy shells mark me as their target. I go, never to return. Turning my head, I see the majestic mountain, Fujisan. May His Majesty live as long. On August 10th, Major Horie, who was now stationed on Chichijima, returned to Iwo to establish an emergency supply transportation system. He brought with him as gifts for 109th Division headquarters 2 bottles of water. There wasn't a spring on the island, and some vegetables. Kuribayashi was sitting on his porch in a relaxed mood, even though 28 tanks had recently been sunk in transit. Most of the 145th Infantry Regiment had arrived safely, and he was pleased to find them well trained. But at dinner, after several tumblers of whiskey, he complained that he couldn't depend on his staff. There had been a growing resistance to his radical, tactical plan of defense. They react slowly to everything, and I can't restrain my impatience. What was the situation on Chichijima? There were many overage officers there. One lieutenant colonel, past 60, had asked Horie, "Why dig so many caves? We're all going to die anyway." Japan has reached the end of the road, Kuribayashi reflected, and poured the Major another glass of whiskey. The general's irritation with his staff embarrassed Horie the next day at the traditional morning ceremony in front of division headquarters. After everyone had turned toward the Imperial Palace and bowed, the adjutant began reading communiques. Kuribayashi interrupted the recital to criticize his chief of staff, Colonel Shizuichi Hori, for his bristling mustache. Later that morning, Major Horie visited the headquarters of the largest unit in the 109th Division, the 5,000-man 2nd Mixed Brigade, and was buttonholed by its commander, Major General Katao Osuga, and the colonel with the offending mustache. For 20 minutes, the two complained of Kuribayashi's arbitrary insistence on leaving the beaches undefended. That meant giving up Airfield No. 1, the only airstrip long enough for bombers. Major Horie realized that he was largely to blame for the difference of opinion. Ignorant of the great naval defeat on June 19th, these officers were still confident that the combined fleet would steam to their aid once the battle was joined. But he said nothing. It was not safe to tell everyone the truth. Admiral Ichimaru was equally opposed to Kuribayashi's plan, and that afternoon he and 3 other naval officers confronted the general in Horie's presence. Commander Hijiri Urabe of the 3rd Air Fleet made it clear that he was conveying the opinions of the Navy General Staff, not his own. The Navy wants to build pillboxes around Chidori, Airfield No. 1, and is ready to send about 325mm machine guns as well as the necessary building materials. The enemy can land only near Chidori. Therefore, if we defend it with pillboxes in depth, Iwo Jima will be impregnable. It was the visitor from Chichijima who responded, not Kuribayashi. How long did our guns last along the beaches at Saipan and Guam? Will you please show me just how effective the beach pillboxes at Tarawa were? Frontal defense against hundreds of naval guns and aircraft is futile. The lessons we learned at Saipan, Guam, and Tinian have taught us beyond any doubt that the best defense is to snipe at the enemy from caves. We must realize we can't defend the beach. Besides, Major Horie added, the enemy's big naval guns could blow up any pillbox. Under the circumstances, how long could we hold out on Iwo Jima? He suggested that Navy guns and materials be utilized to strengthen the defenses of Mount Suribachi and the Motoyama area. I agree with Major Horie. said Kurebayashi curtly. Urabe asked the general to reconsider, then turned to Horie with a forced smile. I'm particularly surprised that Major Horie, who has always been considered friendly to the Navy, opposes me. If I hadn't read the battle reports from Guadalcanal, Saipan, and Guam, I might have agreed with the Navy without hesitation. Now, my conscience doesn't permit me to do so. Kurebayashi remained opposed to strong defense of the beaches, but he needed the Navy's cooperation, as well as their supplies and weapons, particularly dynamite, cement, and machine guns. The next morning he suggested a compromise. The Navy could use half of the material for beach pillboxes if the remainder went to the Army. Commander Urabe more than welcomed the suggestion. Yesterday I promised to send you enough building material for 300 pillboxes, he said. As soon as I return to Japan, I will make every effort to get enough for 350. Kurebayashi summoned all his commanders and formally announced his battle plan. They were neither to fire at landing craft nor to oppose the landing on the beaches without orders. Once the enemy pushed inland 500 yards, automatic weapons near the airfield as well as artillery on Suribachi and the Motoyama Plateau area would open up. General Osuga and Colonel Hori still contravened Kurebayashi, but he overrode them. Once the enemy invades the island, Kurebayashi said, every man will resist until the end, making his position his tomb. Every man will do his best to kill 10 enemy soldiers. The garrison of 21,000 troops, 14,000 Army, 7,000 Navy, was distributed into 5 sectors, with 1,860 men assigned to Mount Suribachi, where they would fight independently, delaying the enemy as long as possible. Numerous caves had been dug into the slopes facing the beaches, their entrances angled as protection against blasts and flamethrowers. Inside the mountain, work was almost completed on a vast storied gallery, complete with steam, water, electricity, and plastered walls. The rest of the island was studded with thick-walled pillboxes. Many had additional protection, 50-foot piles of sand. Big Navy coast guns were sighted to enfilade the beaches, and anti-aircraft guns were in place so that it would take a direct hit to destroy them. The northern part of the island was a rabbit warren of natural and man-made caves. There were labyrinths of chambers and connecting tunnels, vented at the top for steam and sulfur fumes to escape. One, brigade headquarters, located near Motoyama, could hold 2,000 troops. It was 75 feet deep and had a dozen entrances. The first main line of defense, a network of dug-in positions for artillery, light machine guns, and even buried tanks, ran along the southern edge of the plateau between the 2 airfields. A second line ran just beyond the second airfield through Motoyama. Kurebayashi wrote home regularly. He chided his wife for visiting so much, and his eldest daughter Yoko for poor spelling and penmanship. When Mrs. Kurebayashi complained that life in Tokyo was getting unbearable, he pointed out that Iwo was much worse. Our sole source of supply is rainwater. I have a cup of water to wash my face, actually my eyes only. Then Lieutenant Fujita, his aide, uses the water. After he is through with it, I keep it for toilet purposes. The soldiers in general don't even have that much. Every day, after I've inspected defense positions, I dream in vain of drinking a cup of cool water. There are a lot of flies. Also, many cockroaches crawl all over us. They are very dirty. Fortunately, there are no snakes or poisonous reptiles. On September 12th, he started preparing her for what he knew was coming. The enemy may land on this island soon. Once they do, we must follow the fate of those on Attu and Saipan. Our officers and men know about death very well. I am sorry to end my life here, fighting the United States of America, but I want to defend this island as long as possible and to delay the enemy air raids on Tokyo. Ah, you have worked well for a long time as my wife and the mother of my 3 children. Your life will become harder and more precarious. Watch out for your health and live long. The future of our children will not be easy either. Please take care of them after my death. He also warned Yoko and his only son, Taro, that they both faced a dismal future. The enemy landing on my island is merely a question of time. If the defense of this island fails, then Tokyo will be raided day and night. It is beyond words to describe the chaos, terror, heavy damage, and confusion of an air raid. Those who live idly in Tokyo can't even imagine what it's like. Therefore, in case of a raid, the most important thing is to keep the family together. Anyone cut off from the family can die on the roadside. This actually happened in the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923. You must work for your family with your mother as the central figure. Regardless of school regulations, you must protect your home first. You don't have to obey the regulations scrupulously because the situation will be too serious to worry about the safety of a schoolhouse. Suppose you tried to go to your school to save it, and your own home was destroyed and your mother killed. What would you do then? You must share the fate of your mother. To begin with, once Tokyo is raided, it means that Iwo Jima has been taken by the enemy. It means your father is dead. In other words, you, fatherless brother and sister, must depend on your mother. It's pitiful enough to be fatherless children, but what happens if you lose your mother? And from now on, you must reconcile yourselves to living without a father. A little later, he wrote Taro a separate letter, underlining his duties as the only son. The life of your father is like a flicker of flame in the wind. It is apparent your father will have the same fate as the commanders of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. There is no possibility of my survival. Therefore, you must be the central figure of our family and help Mother. Until now, you have been a boy brought up in a hothouse. When I was in Tokyo, I tried to give you a kind of Spartan training, but perhaps you didn't realize it was done with a father's real love. In the future, you may understand. He advised Taro to read, study, quit smoking, avoid drinking, joke at home to keep everyone in good spirits, and use both sides of a page without indentations or spaces when writing future letters. By the end of November, the underground fortifications and batteries, some 800 guns in all, were ready for battle. Airfield No. 2 was operational, and construction was initiated on a third strip, another mile to the north. Kuribayashi had also rid himself of dissent within his own staff. He relieved his outspoken chief of staff, the mustachioed Colonel Hori, and the commander of the 2nd Mixed Brigade, General Osuga, and sent them both to an underground hospital on the island to regain their health. On January 21, 1945, Kuribayashi told his wife to stop praying for his return. He was destined to die on Iwo. I don't care where my grave is located. My ashes will not be returned home, and my soul will remain with you and the children. Live as long as possible, and please take care of the children. He also admonished his brother to protect him from publicity. Please put a stone on my grave with these simple words: Tomb of Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi. Don't let any newspaper men or magazine writers play me up in their stories. I would like my name kept clean, even after my death. 2. For 6 weeks, Iwo Jima had been bombed daily by B-24s from the Marianas, with occasional help from superfortresses. But the most intensive attacks came from the sea, and by February 15th, warships had bombarded the little island with 21,926 shells. Remarkably, there were relatively few casualties. The defenders had moved underground. The following dawn, 6 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, and a light cruiser arrived off Mount Suribachi. Destroyers and destroyer escorts darted in front of them, and a dozen jeep carriers, baby flat tops, 50 miles south of the island, sent out combat air and anti-submarine patrols. The correspondent and author John P. Marquand, who had not only won a Pulitzer Prize for the late George Apley, but created a famous Oriental detective, Mr. Moto, wrote that it would have been hard to mistake Iwo for anything but a Japanese island, for it had the faint, delicate colors of a painting on a scroll of silk. The battleships and cruisers began the initial bombardment. The shelling turned out to be a slow, careful probing for almost invisible targets, with long, dull intervals between the firing. It reminded Marquand of the weaving and feinting of a fighter watching for an opening early in the first round. To put it another way, our task force was like a group of big game hunters surrounding a slightly wounded but dangerous animal. They were approaching him slowly and respectfully, endeavoring to gauge his strength, and at the same time to tempt him into action. Except for a few unauthorized rounds, the Japanese held their fire. Then an overcast settled over the island like a protective cloak, and though the bombardment continued spasmodically until late afternoon, the damage was negligible. To the north, the homeland itself was under attack from the sea. Planes from Mitcher's Task Force 58, which had boldly closed to within 60 miles of the mainland, were striking at plants near Tokyo, producing aircraft frames and engines. The next morning, February 17th, his bombers went after the Musashino plants, already the target of B-29s. Just before noon, however, the weather closed in, and Mitcher headed back toward Iwo Jima to back up the landing forces, cheered by the results of his foray, particularly the showing against the Japanese air defense. 341 enemy planes had reportedly been shot down, and 190 destroyed on the ground, at the cost of only 49 aircraft. At Iwo Jima, the weather had improved and visibility was good. Minesweepers 750 yards from shore drew scattered fire from the island, and the heavy cruiser Pensacola moved in to help. This target proved too tempting for one battery commander. His guns hit the cruiser 6 times before she retired with 17 dead and 120 wounded. Destroyers closed in to cover gunboats armed with rockets, which were 1,000 yards offshore. Speedboats loaded with frogmen passed through this line. The Japanese were shaken, as much by the enemy's nonchalance as by his display of power. Popular music floated across the water, as if from a group of people on an excursion, and they could see American sailors with towels around their necks gawking at the island like tourists. Kurabayashi had no longer any doubt that this was the landing. At 10:35 a.m., he ordered several batteries to open up on the gunboats, which retaliated with their rockets. This, in turn, brought on a barrage from big guns hidden at the foot of Mount Suribachi and at the northern end of Iwo. Several gunboats were hit, and planes laid a smokescreen while destroyers fired white phosphorus shells. The speedboats, which had continued undeterred toward the island, arced sharply near the shoreline, and about 100 frogmen flopped into the surf. They found no underwater or beach obstacles and a single mine, which was detonated. At Airfield No. 2, there were 2 operable Zero fighters, armed with 60-kilogram bombs, concealed in a concrete revetment. Their pilots had been ordered to ram the largest ship they could reach, but one of them balked. "You're going to die anyway," said a friend. The pilot insisted that his head hurt. His commander turned to a group of pilots and asked for a volunteer. One hoisted himself into the plane. The camouflage was whipped off, and the 2 Zeros taxied smartly from the revetment onto the strip. They managed to get into the air, but as they skimmed over Suribachi, both were caught in the artillery fire and tumbled into the sea. The second day of bombardment ended, and Kuribayashi, thinking he had repulsed a landing, radioed of his success to Tokyo. Admiral Toyota of Combined Fleet sent his congratulations to Admiral Ichimaru. "Despite very powerful enemy bombings and shellings, your unit at Iwo coolly judged the enemy intentions and foiled the first landing attempt, and serenely awaits the next one, determined to hold Iwo at any cost. I am greatly elated to know that, and I wish you to continue to maintain high morale and repulse the enemy, no matter how intense his attacks, and safeguard the outer defenses of our homeland." The 2-day shelling caused few casualties, but had uncovered Kuribayashi's hidden batteries and the extent of his defenses, enabling the Americans to revise effectively their bombardment pattern for the final day. Fire would be concentrated on the area around the southeast beach, the one the Marines would storm. The morning sky was cloudy with bursts of rain. "Close beach and get going," ordered the commander of the gunfire and covering force at 7:45 a.m. For the first time, the shelling was devastating. Photos indicated that half the pillboxes and most of the blockhouses on the beach had been torn from their foundations. That evening, the Marines of the 4th and 5th Divisions, who had left Saipan on LSTs and transports on February 15th and 16th, filed their way through the chow lines, checked their gear, packs, and weapons. There was no apparent tension or edginess. Everyone looked the same as the day before. In his cabin on the command ship El Dorado, Howlin' Mad Smith was reading the Bible. His men would suffer severe casualties when they hit the beach in a few hours. He was a Methodist, but he wore a St. Christopher's medal blessed by the Pope. Several weeks earlier, he had written to Lieutenant General Alexander Vandegrift, who was now Commandant of the Marine Corps, that he felt taking a fortress like Iwo Jima wasn't worth the heavy casualties his men would suffer. On 2 separate occasions, I protested that naval gunfire is insufficient, with the result that it has been increased to some extent, but not enough, in my opinion, to suffice. I can only go so far. We have done all we could to get ready, and I believe it will be successful, but the thought of the probable casualties causes me extreme unhappiness. Would to God that something might happen to cancel the operation altogether. At 3:30 a.m. on D-Day, February 19th, the Marines had steak for breakfast. By the time they moved out on deck to the debarkation nets, it was light, and through the mist they saw, looking lonely and abandoned, the island of Iwo. Mount Suribachi disappeared ominously into a low cloud. John Marquand was atop the air lookout station on his ship. Iwo Jima had never looked more aesthetically ugly or more completely Japanese. Its silhouette was like a sea monster, with the little dead volcano for the head and the beach area for the neck, and all the rest of it with its scrubby brown cliffs for the body. It also had the minute, fussy compactness of those miniature Japanese gardens. Its stones and rocks were like those contorted, wind-scoured, water-worn boulders which the Japanese loved to collect as landscape decorations. The transports and landing craft jockeyed over the calm waters toward their disembarkment positions. At 6:40 a.m., 7 battleships, 4 heavy and 4 light cruisers, began the heaviest pre-H hour naval bombardment of the war. 5 minutes later, 9 gunboats, LCIRs, showered the Motoyama Plateau with rockets, while other gunboats, LCIMs, pumped mortar rounds into the slopes of Suribachi. At 8:03, the bombardment let up to allow 120 carrier planes to blanket the southeast beach, Suribachi, and Airfield No. 1 with rockets, napalm, and explosive bombs. They climbed away as abruptly as they had appeared, and the shelling resumed. This time, 10 destroyers joined in. The island seemed to shimmer through the burgeoning pall of dust and smoke. More planes swooped down, hosing the black sands with streams of bullets. It was the most terrifying bombardment the correspondent Robert Sherrod had ever witnessed. Though I've seen this many times, he recorded in his notebook, I can't help thinking, nobody can live through this. But I know better. Huddled in their pillboxes, blockhouses, and caves, the Japanese endured the concussions, fingers jammed into their ears. Their final instructions from Kuribayashi had been explicit. Above all else, we shall dedicate ourselves and our entire strength to the defense of this island. We shall grasp grenades, charge enemy tanks, and destroy them. We shall infiltrate into the midst of the enemy and annihilate them. With every salvo, we will, without fail, kill the enemy. Each man will make it his duty to kill 10 of the enemy before dying. Until we are destroyed to the last man, we shall harass the enemy by guerrilla tactics. From the mouth of his cave on Suribachi, PFC Kiyomi Hirakawa, a former government official, watched entranced as the vast flotilla of enemy ships waddled into place. How systematic and beautiful, he thought. It was the massed equipment that awed him, not the enemy himself. He knew all about the American fighting man for propaganda lectures and pamphlets. They call themselves brave soldiers, read one such pamphlet entitled The Psychology of the Individual American, yet they have no desire for the glory of their ancestors or posterity, nor for the glory of the family name. They, as individuals, want to be known as brave and to be given publicity. They are people who love adventure and danger. There are accounts of Americans who tried to go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. They fear death, but being individualists, they do not think much about what will happen hereafter. Rather, when doing something adventurous, they are not afraid to die. They are expert liars. They are taken in by flattery and propaganda. Their desires are very materialistic. They go into battle with no spiritual incentive and rely on material superiority. The LSGs, loaded with the first 5 assault waves, moved into final position 5,500 yards offshore. Slogans like, "Too late to worry," were scrawled on the ramps. These lowered ponderously, and anthrax began popping out into the sea. "It's like all the cats in the world having kittens," Marquand observed to a petty officer, and skittering toward Iwo. The first wave of 69 anthrax, each carrying some 20 men, climbed onto the beach at 9:02 a.m., 2 hours after H hour, and began to crawl forward. 20 yards inland, they encountered a steep terrace, 15 feet high in places. The anthrax churned vigorously through the black volcanic ash, which was as loose as sugar, but only a few breasted the terrace. The others disgorged their occupants at its base, where the heavily laden men sank over their ankles in the black sand. They struggled forward through sporadic rifle fire and desultory rounds of mortar. Perhaps enemy strength had been exaggerated, or the massive bombardment had driven the Japanese underground. But once the Marines heaved themselves up the collapsing terrace, they were met by machine gun and rifle fire from concealed pillboxes, blockhouses, and caves. Mortar shells flew over their heads, crashing around anthrax heading toward shore. Marines blown into the sea tried to swim to the beach, but their heavy packs pulled them below the surface. The 5th Division, going into action for the first time, was spewing onto the beaches on the left. One regimental combat team, the 28th, moved doggedly toward Mount Suribachi. Its job was to cut across the 700-yard-wide neck of sand to the other side of the island, isolate the volcano, and storm up it, while another team, the 27th, attacked the southern end of Airfield No. 1. On the right flank, 2 regiments of the 4th Division were to help seize the airfield, and then the ridge guarding the Motoyama Plateau. It was the first battle for Private Alan R. Matthews, a combat correspondent, and on the Amtrak he felt immortal, indestructible. He could picture himself grieving over the death of a friend, never a friend grieving over him. But as he scrambled onto the beach, mechanically chewing gum, his mind in a turmoil, he told himself, "Run, run, run, get off the beach. Don't hole up on the beach unless it's absolutely necessary because they're sighting on the beach, and they'll get you sure as hell. Get off the beach and run." But he couldn't. He staggered under the weight of equipment and sank into the sand. He heard nothing of the thunder of battle, but something compelled him to look to the rear. The sand spouted like a geyser of black water. His mouth was so dry that his chewing gum stuck to his teeth and tongue. He lurched forward, trying to spit it out, but bits clung to his lip and chin. It was nothing like the attacks he had read about. All around, men were running and stumbling in a nightmare silence. They seemed to have no weapons, no uniforms, no faces. Suddenly he heard a noise. "Corpsman!" wailed a voice in pain and terror. "Oh, Corpsman!" Marines weren't supposed to cry out like that. It came from a man sitting in a shallow depression in the terrace. He was inert, like a statue. On the left, 3 men were heaped oddly. They had to be dead. Frenzied, Matthews pumped his legs into the soft ash of the sheer terrace, awkwardly holding his rifle aloft to keep sand out of the breach. At last he was on top. He started for a shell crater, but wallowed helplessly in the sand. "What a fine target I am," he thought. He fell again and rolled weakly into the hole. He swallowed for saliva, but his swollen tongue scraped dryly against his palate. He retched, and at last saliva flowed. He surveyed the scene. Now he was a veteran. He knew he, too, might be killed. The first walking wounded were reporting to regimental aid stations. One, his jaw hanging by threads of flesh, suffered himself to be bandaged, but refused to be evacuated. He tried to talk, then knelt and wrote something in the volcanic ash. The words filled in immediately. He scuffed the sand disgustedly and allowed himself to be led away. The first tanks lumbered ashore at 9:30 a.m. They floundered in the soft ash. Some managed to climb over the terrace, but more were trapped and knocked out systematically by anti-tank guns. The 4th Division in particular had been counting on their support, and its drive toward the airfield was painfully slow. Caught in murderous crossfire from innumerable pillboxes and blockhouses, its troops had to subdue each one with demolitions and flamethrowers. Second Lieutenant Benjamin Roselle, Jr., didn't land until 1 p.m. with his naval gunfire liaison team. Burdened with radio gear, they struggled up the terrace at the extreme right end of the battle line. Roselle's left foot was almost blown off by a mortar round. His men put a tourniquet on his leg while he cracked jokes. Another mortar shell landed on them, killing 2 of his men and peppering Roselle's good leg with shrapnel. He was left with 1 man, and the 2 of them hugged the ground until the 3rd round detonated just above them. Roselle was hit again, this time in the shoulder. The enlisted man's right leg was blown off, and he silently crawled down the terrace, the stump dragging behind him. All by himself now, Roselle could think of nothing but his mother and father in Royal Oak, Michigan. A mortar barrage started walking up from the shoreline toward the terrace. Roselle felt himself lifted and dropped. He didn't care. He glanced at his watch just as shrapnel ripped through his wrist. The watch was gone. In its place was a gaping red hole. This is what it feels like to be crucified, he thought. To the Americans on the beach, the fire seemed intense, but Kuribayashi's gunners were still firing with restraint, and many batteries up the island were not firing at all. Ammunition was husbanded. Every round had to count. In his first radio report to Tokyo, the general cited the commander of a platoon of anti-tank guns for knocking out more than 20 enemy tanks before succumbing, and requested that he be promoted posthumously to captain. He praised 2 other anti-tank commanders, an infantry officer, and the entire 145th Infantry Regiment. He also reported that company funds totaling 120,000 yen were hereby donated to the National Treasury. The money had been burned. By dusk, 30,000 Marines were ashore. 566 had been killed or were dying of wounds. The rest were crowded into a small beachhead, 4,400 yards long and 1,100 yards at its deepest point. They had failed to reach the first day's objectives and were digging in for the expected counterattack. But Kuribayashi was as careful of his men as he was of his ammunition. Unlike the commander at Saipan, he was not going to waste troops in futile night charges. He did something far more effective, ordered harassing mortar and artillery fire. Throughout the night, Marine ammunition dumps were detonated one by one with mystifying accuracy, as if there had been an observer within American lines. Finally, a Marine heard a low clicking sound coming from the hulk of a beached Japanese transport. With a few comrades, the Marine crept up to the derelict. He made out a ghostly figure inside, a Japanese with a radio transmitter strapped on his back. Although his death brought a sharp decrease in Japanese artillery accuracy, the beach area was so crowded that casualties continued to be severe. Neither could anything stop the havoc wrought by rockets screaming out of the dark night. They were not conventional missiles. Japanese naval aviation ordnance men had somehow found a way to convert 60 and 250-kilogram bombs into rockets, launching them electrically along slanted wooden ramps. The rocket flew up the 45-degree incline, arched some 2,000 yards in the general direction of enemy positions, and exploded on contact. "The first night on Iwo Jima can only be described as a nightmare in hell," wrote Sherrod. By dawn, dead littered the black sand. Nowhere in the Pacific had he seen such badly mangled bodies. Legs and arms lay 50 feet from torsos. A light rain was falling. It was cold. The naval bombardment started at 7:40 a.m., an hour later than on D-Day. After 50 minutes, the Marines attacked. On the left, at the base of Suribachi, the going was arduous. The 28th had made little more than 200 yards by dark, even with the help of artillery, half-tracks, and supplementary shelling by destroyers, which approached within 250 yards of land. On the right, the 4th Division broke through to Airfield No. 1, then pivoted north and encountered Kuribayashi's first major defense line. Throughout the long day of combat, dogs brought ashore by the Marine masters roamed the beach. One, named George, was already a veteran of 2 previous landings. Another, a feisty fox terrier, contemptuous of the nerve-shattering explosions on all sides, romped with a live grenade, rolling it around, flinging it in the air. He carried it to a foxhole, scattering its occupants. He trotted after them, refusing orders to drop it. Finally, he obeyed, but as soon as a Marine reached for the grenade, he would playfully snatch it up again. They tempted him with food, but he wanted to play. The men threw sticks to distract him. He wouldn't abandon his new toy. Finally, someone thought of ignoring him. After a few minutes, the fox terrier abandoned the grenade. It was retrieved, and the battle against the Japanese resumed. After dark, the bomb rockets again hurled into the closely packed Marines. During a lull, the men crouching in Sherrod's shell hole felt the earth jar under them, followed by a weird noise like someone banging on the radiator in the apartment below. It was probably a mild tremor, but no one jeered when a sergeant said, "Oh my God, the Japs are digging underneath us now." 3. On the third day, February 21st, the naval bombardment once more commenced at 7:40 a.m., and again the Marines launched attacks 50 minutes later with close support from carrier planes. By early afternoon, the 28th Marines had blasted through formidable stone and concrete defenses, almost to the base of Suribachi. The general attack to the north also started well, particularly on the extreme left, where tanks could maneuver. Here, the 5th Division pushed ahead 1,000 yards. On the right, the 4th Division encountered rugged terrain and heavier fire, and made half that distance. At dusk, the Japanese struck from the air for the first time. 5 kamikaze, based near Tokyo, broke through the fighter screen around Saratoga, which lay 35 miles off Iwo Jima. The first 2 suicide planes were set afire, but kept boring in. They skipped off the water and into the carrier. The remaining 3 smashed directly into Saratoga and exploded. Before the blazes were brought under control, 5 more planes appeared. 4 were shot down, but the 5th dropped a bomb that tore a 25-foot hole in the flight deck. The badly damaged Saratoga was compelled to start directly back to America for extensive repairs. A few miles away, a single kamikaze started fires on the jeep carrier Bismarck C, which could not be contained. Blazing from stem to stern, she plunged to the bottom a few minutes after midnight. That evening's Home and Empire broadcast in Tokyo mentioned the landings of enemy soldiers on Iwo Jima and spoke of their leaders with uncharacteristic admiration. "This man Turner is called and known as the Alligator in the American Navy." Admiral Turner was never nicknamed Alligator. The Japanese apparently got the name from the 5th Amphibious Corps shoulder patch. He is associated with this name because his work is very similar to that of an alligator, which lives both on land and in the water. Also, the true nature of an alligator is that once he bites into something, he will not let go. Turner's nature is also like this. Spruance, with a powerful offensive spirit, and Turner, with excellent determinative power, have led their men to a point where they are indeed close to the mainland, but they find themselves in a dilemma, as they are unable to either advance or retreat. This man Turner, who has been responsible for the death of so many of our precious men, shall not return home alive. He must not, and will not. This is one of the many things we can do to put to rest the many souls of those who have paid the supreme sacrifice. The steady, cold rain continued throughout February 22nd, as the Marines tightened their hold on Hot Rocks, code name for Suribachi, completely surrounding the volcano except for a 400-yard stretch on the west coast. The Japanese commander, Colonel Kanehiko Atsuji, informed Kurabayashi by radio that his casualties were heavy. "Now enemy is burning us with flamethrowers. If we remain in our positions, we shall be exterminated. We would like to go out for the final attack." Suicidal attacks had dominated Japanese military philosophy since Guadalcanal, to the enemy's advantage. Kuribayashi curtly replied, "I had assumed Chidori, Airfield No. 1, would be overrun quickly by the enemy, but what has happened to make Mount Suribachi fall within 3 days?" The next morning, the Marines resumed the assault on the battered volcano, edging up its sheer sides in the face of concentrated fire. Where the defenders ran short of ammunition, they rolled rocks down the steep inclines. Pillboxes and underground galleries were seized. Marines bellied into smaller caves, knives and teeth, to eliminate the enemy in close combat. First Lieutenant Harold Schreer and 40 men neared the summit. He had an American flag and instructions from Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson, his battalion commander, to place it on top of the hill. At about 10:15 a.m., they reached the rim of the crater, which was blanketed with dead Japanese. At the lip, they were momentarily pinned down by a burst of fire from a small group on the other side. During this skirmish, somebody found a long piece of pipe. The flag, it was 54 by 28 inches, was secured to one end, and at 10:20, Lieutenant Schreer and 5 men, including an Indian, Luis Charlo, raised the Stars and Stripes. A photographer from Leatherneck magazine began taking pictures, but a 16-year-old PFC, James Robeson, disparaged his entreaty to pose. "Hollywood Marines!" 2 Japanese charged from a cave, one with a grenade, the other with drawn sword. Robeson shot the latter. The other lobbed his grenade at the photographer, who leaped into the crater and tumbled down 50 feet with his camera. It was smashed, but the pictures were intact. From the beach area below, the small flag was barely visible. Men in foxholes cheered and punched one another. There were tears. Ships' whistles and horns screeched. Fortuitously, James Forrestal, who had become Secretary of the Navy after the death of Frank Knox, was coming ashore with Howland Mad Smith. "Holland," Forrestal said gravely, "the raising of that flag on Suribachi means a Marine Corps for the next 500 years. Colonel Johnson, who had sent up the flag, turned to his adjutant. "Some son of a bitch is going to want that flag, but he's not going to get it." He ordered the original brought down and another put in its place. A much larger flag from an LST was attached to the pipe at noon. Joe Rosenthal, who had photographed the landings at Peleliu and Guam for the Associated Press, had arrived too late for the initial flag raising. He almost missed the second in his frantic efforts to pile up stones so he could get a better vantage point. As the chubby photographer balanced himself atop his rock heap, 6 men started to swing up the flagpole. Rosenthal barely had time to get the shot. Other photographers began suggesting different poses. 1 Marine stood under the waving flag, then 3. Finally, 20 were persuaded to yell and brandish their rifles. This was the only picture Rosenthal thought might rate a wire photo. He sent off his film packs to Guam for routine processing. The Marines attacking north heard the news from the beachmaster. "Mount Suribachi is ours," he announced over the loudspeaker, used to direct the unloading operations. "The American flag has been raised over it by the 5th Marine Division. Fine work, men." The exhausted fighters took time out to turn toward the flag fluttering on top of the volcano. The loudspeaker continued, "We have only 2,630 yards to go to secure the island." "Only," someone grunted. "Only." That afternoon, General Harry Schmidt came ashore, ready to direct the landing force, the largest body of Marines to fight under a single command, 3 full divisions. He met with the commanders of the 4th and 5th Divisions. It was agreed that the Reserve Division, the 3rd, which had come ashore, would drive directly up the middle toward Airfield No. 2, with the 4th on the right and the 5th on the left. Sherrod asked General Schmidt how long the campaign would last. 5 more days after today, Schmidt replied. "I said last week it would take 10 days, and I haven't changed my mind." The first line of Japanese defenses was giving way, but more than 25 infiltration teams charged suicidally into the Marine positions against Kuribayashi's orders and were wiped out to the man. Just to the rear, however, in the center of Iwo, Airfield No. 2 was heavily fortified with hundreds of pillboxes and concealed batteries. For 2 days it withstood almost constant pounding by ships, planes, artillery, and tanks. Now it was up to the infantry of the Reserve Division, 2 battalions of the 21st Regiment. "We have got to get that field today," the commander of the 3rd Battalion told his men on Saturday, February 24th. At 9:30 a.m., behind a rolling artillery barrage, the 2 battalions launched themselves at the seemingly impregnable positions. It was one of the most resolute charges since Pickett's at Gettysburg. The Marines flung themselves at pillboxes with grenades and bayonets. When weapons became clogged by volcanic ash, they closed the enemy with rifle butts, picks, even entrenching tools. The Japanese, the remnants of the 145th Regiment, would not retreat, and the carnage on both sides was awesome. In minutes, a Marine company lost 4 of its officers, but the 2 battalions swept onto the airfield. Beyond, the terrain changed from volcanic dunes to a wild, barren stretch of rocky ridges cut into crags, chasms, and gullies. It reminded Sergeant Alvin Josephy, a combat correspondent, of the Badlands of the American West, or, as someone said, like hell with a fire out. From one of the ridges, a frenzied horde of Japanese poured out, flinging back the Marines, who reformed and charged at the ridge again. For an hour and a half, the 2 opponents battled savagely with bayonets and grenades. When it was all over, 1/3 of the island was American. By nightfall on Sunday, the Marines had wrested most of the airfield from the Japanese and pressed on yard by yard toward Motoyama village. Kuribayashi radioed Tokyo that after 1 week of combat, frontline troops had averaged 50% losses, and most of the machine guns and 60% of the big guns had been destroyed. The first picture Rosenthal had taken, the one snapped quickly as the large flag was being hoisted on Suribachi, would become the most famous picture of the war. It reached the United States in time to make the Sunday papers, where it was featured on the front page, including that of the New York Times. Its dramatic composition was unforgettable, symbolizing simultaneously heroism, suffering, and accomplishment. 3 of the 6 Marines in the picture were to die on Iwo Jima. On Monday, the Marines went into battle under clear skies for the first time since the landing. But by noon, the inevitable rain resumed, and the 3-division attack slowly pushed forward until advanced units of the 4th Division reached a formidable rise, Hill 382, to the right of Motoyama, where they were driven off by rockets and mortar rounds. The 4th pressed on the following morning, 5 battalions abreast. The vicious hand-to-hand fighting continued, bringing the division's daily casualties up to 792. All along the line, Marines suffered heavily, but morale remained high. Humorous signs proliferated in caves and were posted beside foxholes. Suribachi Heights Realty